love these molds because they're just so flexible and just so easy to use. And there we go. So you can see there's hardly a join there.
Wow.
Okay, so what I've actually done here, I've already done this one. Okay, and you can see just by turning this around, okay, you can not see a join there. So what I've actually done, I actually rolled the clay around my little box here and then rolled that over the mold to pick up the texture. And that's why you then don't get that join. Okay, so that's how that one has been done. So we're just going to get back to the trailing leaves now. Now once they're dried, okay, they are going to dry, like I say, to the shape that you leave them to dry in. And then it's down to your paint work. Okay, so this is ivy. Ivy is normally dark in colour, so I've just changed that by just going around the leaves there with a little bit of black acrylic paint and then just dry brushed a little bit of white in the middle. And again, I've just gone over the glaze and it just gives it that little bit of realism. You don't have to do that. You could just leave it at that if you wanted, and maybe go over with a bit of gilding wax or something like that to bring out the texture. Entirely up to you, whatever you're comfortable with doing. It's like any new craft. If you've never ever tried before, just start with something relatively simple and then just build up your techniques. I was saying earlier about painting the bark. I've actually done a video which is on my YouTube channel. It's about 10 minutes long, so it's not something I could do here.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Okay, but just go and search it out and you can be creating something like that. Okay,
oh
if I
my
hold
word.
that up, okay. Which camera do we want? That one, there we go. So you can see basically what I did, and it's very, very similar to the wicker. It's just a case of building up the colours. So I started off with a really dark colour clay, then I mixed some white in it to then give it a lighter brown, and then just kept on going over. And then it depends what direction you actually brush. So normally I go in the direction of the actual texture itself, which is this way. But then if I wanted to pick up on just this side of the texture, I would then paint from this way, and then it goes on and on and on. I could talk 10 minutes about dry brushing, hence I'm not going to do it now, but like I say, it is on my YouTube channel. But take a look if you want to see how dry brushing is sort of like done. And I'm self-taught as well, and that's what it's all about. It's just, you know, adding to your skill sets as you go along. So what I'm just going to do here, I'm just going to use some silicone glue. When it comes to glue, okay, if your clay is wet on wet, and we did this little fairy house last night, okay, and we hadn't dry brushed this, but we can do. But because that was wet clay on wet clay, we didn't need any glue, additional glue.
Sticks itself together.
But when you're actually painting the elements, as I've done with this one, okay, and they're dry, then you will need another type of glue. Because this is so textured and it's shiny, okay, we're not going to be able to get away with PVA glue, so we're just going to have to use a silicone glue just to stick all of that in place. Okay, so we're just going to pop that there so it's trailing down the side, which I think is really, really pretty.
It's nice already though, isn't it?
Now, with the peony mould, you are also going to get, okay, as well as the big peony, you're also going to get the small one there, and you're also going to get the leaves. Again, it depends how you dry them, will depend how they look. So, as you can see, this is the same mould, okay, but I've just like slightly done them just very, very slightly differently every single time. And again, I've let them dry. So I'm just going to pop those into position as well with the other piece of ivy. So just going to pop that one there, and then we're just going to go round. But you can see quite easily and quite quickly you can start to build up all of the elements. What I normally do where it comes to flowers, I always create more than I normally need, and then you can like really then go to town, okay, on how many you use, because sometimes when you're like, I created the little wicker box there with all the elements on top, you always think, oh, there's a bit of a space there, and then you've got to go and make another one. So it's always best to make more. You know, if you're unsure on the colour, cast them all in white, and then you can add the colour after just by using acrylic paint. So we're just going to literally finish this one off now, Adam, by just sticking a little bit of glue on the top there. So this is just a little box that we have upcycled, and I think I probably need more glue. I'm probably being a bit mean. Let's have a look. Just pop a little bit more on there. So that is the idea, just a little upcycled trinket box there where you can keep little knickknacks in. So that's using a couple of the moulds, the wicker, we've got the trailing leaves, and we've got the peony on that little piece there.
It's one of these things that I think you could go on and on and on if I was you. If you want to get the large rose, the peony and the buttercream flower moulds, £54.97 or 2 flexible payments of £27.49. I will take you through everything once again if you are just joining me this morning. Good morning. What are we looking at though? We are looking at your one-day special, and if you want inspiration, watch this. There is so much more you can do with this one-day special when you get it home. Right then, let me give you a quick recap on the one-day special as well, and everything else that I've got on the counter. Brand new one-day special from a brand new supplier as well, Karen Davis, who's well known over 14 years in the industry for cake design and cake making is what she's known for. And that's where we got these beautiful moulds. Each mould has been handcrafted. Oh yeah, this is not something that she's whipped up off a computer and she's no, each one of these has been hand sculpted to get that perfect look every single time. And it also gives you a perfect look, but it also gives you a handmade look as well. Each of the moulds is perfect, but still unperfect in that beautiful, unique way to give you, as I said, that rustic handmade look. So you've taken a ball of clay and you have just sculpted it there. With all the tools that you've got, you've put your leaves together, you've made that beautiful rose in rows. But in theory, what you've actually done is you've put it inside a mould, then you've took it out and you've batch made as quick as you can to make a beautiful bouquet, because that's what you can do with these moulds. Your one-day special, you are getting that beautiful rose that's in there. This is this one here. That is your beautiful deep rose as well that we saw Anthony just using in his first demonstration. You're also going to get the leaves in there. Then you get the peony. Now the peony, oh my word, there is so much. Look at the depth and texture that you're getting on that peony, as well as the peony leaves. And then you've also got the buttercream flower that's in there. And look at the amount of flowers you are getting in this. Now remember, they're food grade safe as well, so if you are into your cake making, your fondants and things, obviously, if you're going to use them with clay, you're going to need 2 sets. But if you're only going down the one route, maybe this is the route to go down. But how beautiful is that? How beautiful for a hand-finished flower that you could use time and time again, that's dateless. It's never going to go out of date. These moulds you can reuse year on year, and if you're only using this year and you don't pull them out next year, but you use them in 2023, you can do them then. And you won't look at them and go, they're a bit dated now, aren't they? They're a bit dated. Roses never date, and they're always in fashion. £27.49 with an £8 saving across 2 interest-free flexible payments. 792942 is your item number for this one. Something else that we've got on the show. These are your tropical leaves that we're looking at now. 40% of your tropical leaves has already gone. I think that they are beautiful. You match these with the trailing leaves, and I think you've got everything covered. Yeah. I think you've got all bases covered. If you're going for this, and you're also going for the trailing leaves as well, I think more or less you're already there. Now, I only say that now because this is the first release. We don't know what's coming. We don't know what's in the pipeline in the future. But no doubt there is more to this range. No doubt there is a lot more scope. There is still yet to come with this range as well. 586277 is your item number. You're buying into a journey on this one. I think you really are buying into something. If I just spin the whole thing around, look at that. How, and that is using, I think that is using the trailing leaves as well.
It is as well. They make a great combination, the two of them. They really do.
They are absolutely beautiful. They really are. Look at that. They look so realistic. That's what gets me, and I know it's all down to the painting and how you make it, but you've got the mould there. The mould is yours, so you can use it time and time again. £19.99, 586277 is your item number for your tropical leaves, and maybe you want your trailing leaves as well. We've got the trailing leaves on the show. A handy little mould to have, I feel. A real handy little mould. 2/3 of the stock now has already gone for your trailing leaves that we are looking at here. The amount of leaves that you're getting in there as well is out of this world.
Absolutely. You know, it's all about thinking how to use them. You know, can we just grab this one here, Adam?
This one? This one?
There, yeah.
The owl?
Now, although the actual owl itself has been created using this mould here, okay, which is from the one day special.
Okay.
Okay. But if you have a look at his beak, okay,
Oh, yes, leaves.
and his claws,
They're
all leaves.
Oh, yeah,
So
look at
it's
them.
thinking outside of the box, or outside of the mould in this case, what else you can be using them for. So yes, they're a leaf, but in actual fact in here, they're a beak, there is claws. So it's all about thinking how you're going to be interpreting what you use your moulds for when you get them home. And you can be using them for so many different things. So just look at the mould and just step back and think, well, what can I use that for? And before you know it, your imagination will be running wild.
I love this. I love that concept. I love that. Because if you had the time, you could make the whole owl out of leaves if you wanted to.
You could do. Absolutely.
Each individual
You could
feather.
do. Yes.
And because it gives you that realistic look as well. It gives you that handmade look. It would look like you've literally sat there, but every individual leaf on and carved every single one out. But you've got there from the roses that you've got in there. There is some absolutely. If I spin this around. Once again, you'll see on the side of that cake how well it works with the tropical leaves that you've also got on the show. £21 and 99 pence, 233351 is your item number. These are actual succulents. It's this bit that we're looking at, just in case you're wondering. 233351 is your item number for that one. Right then, pressing on. Parsphere leaves that we've got on next as well. Now these ones you can put wires in because they do run open, as you can see from the bottoms of the leaves where the stems are. They do run open, so if you want to put them on skewers, if you want to put them, I reckon you could also go on the end of pens and pencils.
You possibly could,
Like
yes.
pens and pencil stoppers.
Yeah,
you know, when you get a
could.
fancy little pen,
Yeah.
you sell them at a craft show, you're laughing. Everyone loves a little gift away to take away, don't they? £22 and 99 pence is what you're looking at for this one. It's your little palm leaves in there that you've got. I reckon there's other uses for this, but I can't see it yet. Give me till 4 o'clock and I'll have a little think.
Well, again, we're talking wings, like on the owl.
Yes.
You know, and even the shape of it is almost like a heart.
Yeah, if you turn it the other way around.
So turn it the other way around, it's almost like a heart. So again, it's just thinking about all of those things, and before you know it, we've now created an owl, we've now created a heart. So you can just keep on building on top of that.
If you did a fair few of them, yeah, look, I'm there now, I've woke up. If you did a fair few, they'd be leaves to a flower and you just put the centre in with something else.
Yes.
So you'd have a big flower and you do a couple of them to layer it all up.
Absolutely.
It would really work. £22 at the Lemsip's kicking in. £22 and 99 pence, 093186 is your item number. Then, these are my favourites. By far, my favourite in the entire show. And I know we're not allowed to say that because we're meant to love the one day special because that's why it's the main item. But I think these is on its own is phenomenal. There is so much scope with this, with all your Zuri moulds that we've got out there, with your moulds that Indigo Blue bought you the other day that I did. It would work well as your backdrops on these. They would really work. If I show you the owl and things like that, even if you could only go for one, no one's going to know if you use a wicker basket down the side. It's just going to look slightly different. That's all. But we are looking at the wicker at the moment. This is not the wicker, this is the wood, but I can show you the wicker. There is the wicker there. This is what you're looking at. How beautiful is it looks so authentic. Once again, I know it's down to the colouring, but you will learn that. That all comes in the practice. That's all comes in the skill. That's the fun of it, to make it look realistic.
Yes.
But once you start doing things like this, if you are into your model railways, if you are into your building, your barns and your houses, you imagine doing it out of wicker.
Yeah.
Like your little Aztec tribes.
Do you know what
and
you
things
could
like
actually
that.
be doing with the wicker mould there? You could be making a gingerbread house for Christmas.
Yes.
So you could be doing that sort of thing with it as well to give it real texture. how amazing would that be?
That
You
would-
could
that
cut
would be
little
good.
windows out of it. And literally, a gingerbread house is the most simplest thing to make because the construction is near enough all rectangles, apart from the front and the back. It's got like the triangle bit on top. But apart from that, you are good to go. You've made yourself a gingerbread house quite easily. But as we say, if you're going to be doing that, just make sure you get yourself a second set if you're going to be using one for clay and one for cake.
It is indeed, but for $19.99 you could go for a second set of this as well. It's quite easy. I think the price range in this is absolutely phenomenal. So if you want to go wicker, $19.99. Maybe you want to go driftwood though. Maybe you want to go seaside esque. These would look nice. You know them little plaques you get in the bathroom and you have all three and it says different words on and it's all held together with a bit of rope. This would look beautiful like this. You've also got the shells in there as well. And you can't really go wrong with driftwood.
You can't.
The colours are all over the place.
Yeah, the colours are all over the place. If you want to make it look as though it's been literally washed up on a beach, then what you need to do is to go for a cream colour to start with, then go for a brown wash over the whole lot, wipe it back. Once it's dried, then go over with white. It gives you the perfect finish. I have actually got, if I throw, well not throw, but
Well, you've got a camera with you, you can show it with you, you've got camera one with you.
So this is the sort of look that you can be creating. LA. That was, yeah, it does actually, yes. We've got the rest of the letters in here, but you can see that does look like, and it started off life. Let me just flip them over as that colour.
Oh, look at that. Oh, well, you'd never guess that,
Okay,
would you?
so that's how easy it actually is to paint those. And you don't need to be really clever at painting, because I'm not, I can assure you. But that's the effect that you can be getting just by going over with a couple of different washes of colour. And they are all acrylic paints as well, so nothing special.
It's worth having a little look at. £21.99. 061 354 is your item number. And then last but no means least, you've got your woodland bark mould. This one is beautiful. It really, really is. I'm going to spin this around again, just so you can see the cake on the back. Look at that.
Yeah.
How well does it work with the wicker? So the wicker's on the top, you're looking at the bottom two layers.
Yeah. So you can see it's all from the rustic range. You know, they've all got that word rustic in front. So they all work particularly well together. So the driftwood, the rustic driftwood, the rustic wicker and the rustic tree bark. All amazing, amazing moulds.
I love them. Absolutely love it. And as I said earlier, it looks like you could go down the slate route with this, like chipped away slate if you've got the time to colour it in. You can do your big old plaques. They look like these as well, using some of your other woods that I've also got on the show. It's always nice to have a little bit of... Nice to have it. It's nice to have it there just in case. 025058 is your item number. For this one, £19.99. Let's get back to our... We've just got about 10 minutes left.
About 10 minutes, OK. So we're actually going to be using the driftwood in this particular one. Oh, no. We have got rows that I've already done here, so I've done that, and we've got trailing leaves there that work really, really beautifully. We've also got this one here that is from the tropical leaves, so you can see the fern. I'm going to be showing you how easy it is to actually do that one, because I've used other moulds that have got ferns on, and believe me, they're so tricky. I actually gave up using the mould. It's now at the bottom of the mould drawer. I've had enough of them. Yep. So with this one, okay, this is just to prove the point. As I did last night, I haven't put any cornflour in this. Okay, we're just going to go straight into this. So I've just got some green clay. We're just going to make a little bit of a sausage with this, just so we can get it into the mould to start with. And I'm just going to press down. Okay, we're not going to go all the way. And then I'm just going to use a Dresden tool. And that's just to make sure we get into all of those little throngs of the fern itself. Okay, so just really press in there. You can always add clay if you want, and you can see I'm just going to take some away just there and then bring it back, pop it back in there. So with this particular one, like I say, I've used other brands and I've never got on with the ferns in that, but this one I looked at it and thought there's no way the clay is going to come out of there in one piece. Okay, because it is quite fine. So there we go. I'm not going to cast the whole lot, Adam, because it is quite detailed. You know, you do have to take your time just going in there. But you can see all I'm doing, I'm just pressing the clay back, and then when you're happy with the length that you want to use, because these moulds are just, and I keep on saying this, I sound like a broken record, but because they are so flexible, that's what makes getting the clay out so easy. So you can see it's got every single little thong on there.
Nice.
It's absolutely perfect. So once you get to this, then you can actually mould it. Okay, so we're just going to basically go like that, and again, however you leave that to dry, it's gonna dry in that position and retain the shape. So that one there. We're going to now go for the driftwood just quickly.
There's also something quite seaweed-esque about it.
There is, isn't there? Yeah. You could add other bits to that. So yeah,
coral.
Seaweed, absolutely, yeah. So we're just going to use this one now. So I'm just going to pop some cornflour into this. But once you know how your clay is working, you know how dry it's got to be to put it in the moulds, you'll find that you don't actually need to put any cornflour in the moulds. But to start off with, I would just go by putting that into your moulds, just because it helps release the clay. So with this one, okay, he's on about popping words and what have you into it. So I've already done one up there that says home, okay. And I showed this last night as well. So once we have that in there, okay, you can see that this one is actually longer than the piece that we've actually got on the mould. So it's quite easy to do. Okay, once you've pressed down, and make sure you do press down, so there's lots of detail in there, then just flex the mould and you can see that's how easy it is to pop out. Then you can decide, well, do you want to use the same piece, or do you want this large knot from this one? So yeah, maybe we do. So we just pop that into there and then press down, and then the area here, we just fill that with clay. Okay, like so. The only thing you've got to be mindful of is don't put any pressure just there, because if you put pressure there, you will get an indentation on the corner or the edge of the mould. So just keep on using your fingers, and then where it joins, okay, just sort of like press down and then go lighter, if that makes sense.
Yeah, where the old one is.
Where the old one is, and then again flex it on. You can see how easy that is to just bring out. And now we have a longer piece, okay. So if you carry on going, as you were saying about your bathroom, you normally have those words three in a row, so you can do that. So I did this last night, so I've actually, you can just about see it says home actually on the back of my mould. So I know that if I centre my piece of driftwood near enough in the centre of that, I can then get a scribing tool, and then basically where the letters are here, I then start in my clay up there. So it'll just pop in the H, and again just go from there upwards, okay, and you can keep on going down, okay, so you can go really deep.
Would you say do this on acetate rather than on the back of your mould normally? Because if you're going to write lots of words,
you can wipe it off. Yeah, you can wipe. It's silicon, so yeah, you can wipe that off. Yep. And then we've got the O, so again we're just going to go down from there to there, so you can see how quick you can do your words actually into your clay, okay. And then the M, so just starting there. I normally go for the outer ones first, and then like join in the middle. So you've got the M, and then finally you've got the E. So let's just pop that in. So again, just look down there, and there we go. So you can see that's now pretty much in the centre of your piece of driftwood. So that's my little tip for doing that. Okay. So there we go.
I like that.
Again, let that one dry. Okay. I normally put it on kitchen cloth, because kitchen cloth will take out some of the dampness of the clay and let it dry. So this part here, this one is completely dry. So we're actually going to colour this one. So I'm just going to use a little bit of brown and a little bit of black. So we're going quite dark with this one. We probably won't have time to glue it, but we'll see. We can add quite a bit of water to the mix, okay, like so. So you can see we've got quite a dark brown, and then literally just wash that over.
Would you say it's more of a wash than a paint that you need to do?
Yeah, it is really. Yeah, if it's too thick, the paint, then it's probably not going to wipe off too easily. Okay, but the clay is dry. Okay, so I have let this one dry overnight before I then got onto this stage. So just really go down into the depths there, okay, and just wash over that. And then once, what I normally tend to do, I just blast it a little bit with the heat tool. Don't put the heat tool too close to the clay because it will bubble up, okay. So just go over a little bit, and that's just going to help dry it, okay. I'm just going to use a bit of kitchen cloth, okay, and then we're just going to just wipe that off, and you can see straight away the look that you're going to achieve. Okay, so just keep on going like so. So that is the colour there, and then just go back in and then just dry that a little bit more. So you can see in all the dark crevices there, we've got all of that amazing detail that really has now been brought to life just by adding that wash. Okay, so that really does add to it. So once you get to that, then literally it's a white wash over the top of that. Okay, let's see if I've got another brush.
You don't need much paint, do you, for this? It's very little on the paint.
It's very,
front,
very
which is
little.
nice.
Yeah. So literally, okay, again we're adding a lot of water, and then just go over there like so. Okay, and then before that has dried, again we're just going to use a bit of kitchen cloth, and this is going to give you that sort of like, there we go, that sort of realistic colouring. Okay.
If you're in, now you'd have to go and find the product for this because I don't know if it would work. If you're into your aquariums and stuff,
yes,
this would work. What now? I don't think you'd be able to use clay.
No,
because it'd be underwater. But there must be products out there that you could use to make.
Yeah, I honestly don't know. You'd have to see if it's safe for aquatic.
But
use.
to use the driftwood and things like that, to buy this sort of stuff from like your pet shops, it's quite expensive. Those little bits of driftwood. That's...
Yeah, without a doubt. But yes, you could do it. You could do it. So then basically, once that's dried, you can dry brush over that with a couple of metallic colours if you so wish. And then what I've done here, I've just used That's Crafty MDF tag. I've used some of their crackle paste on the background there, and then just applied all of those leaves there from the trailing leaves, and we've got the tropical leaves as well. We've obviously got part of the one day special on there that is the beautiful rose, and that's how quick and easy you can create something like
Grecian
that.
about it.
It is,
which is what I like.
Yeah.
It's absolutely beautiful. If you want to get hold of your one day special though, if you want to make that beautiful rose, the details are there. The details are coming on the side of your screen at the moment. £54, 97 pence, 792942 is your item number that you are looking for this. It's going to get you the entire one day special. And if you're thinking, well, that's all well and good, then Anthony's used all the leaves on top. You are going to get leaves included in this as well. You're just going to have to make more of them. Okay, but they are the leaves that are going to match. You are getting your rose leaves in there. You are going to get your peony leaves in there. You're also going to get the buttercream flowers with loads of leaves are included in that one as well. So they are all there for you. Obviously, if you want to go for added extras on the leaves, you can also do that with all the other stuff that we've got on the show. I've only got 15 seconds left. Thank you, Annie Bud.
Thank
back
you.
At 12 o'clock with
back
Alex.
At 12 o'clock.
I will see you at 4 o'clock
indeed.
when we're back together again. If you have any questions as well, do not hesitate to email me in studio@thecraftstore.com. I will see you in an hour's time. Yes, indeed. Myself, Catherine and Alex are taking you through today. The jewellery box is up next with our Catherine. Then it's Leone is back again. And it's Gina B. National Button Day. Is it?
Hi, I'm Ali Reeve. I'm from the company Stamps Away. Stamps Away is a family-run company with my husband and I. We create all things crafty, especially with a passion for mixed media. At Stamps Away we create a lot of MDF products because we have laser cutters and router cutters. We also create our own stencils and masks. We try and make everything we can in-house so that you've got all the materials you need to create your projects. So I hope you won't miss the shows with Stamps Away.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts2 stable and the ones that I design.
Hi, I'm Nikki Hassan. I've been working with Heartfelt Creations for about 9 years now. They are crafters, so they know what you crafters want, and they listen to us crafters too. One of the products that really make Heartfelt unique are their flower shaping moulds, where you can make easy, quick, three-dimensional flowers, which are absolutely stunning.
Hi, I'm Katrina from Rowan Dean. We're a small family business that design embroidery kits. Embroidery has always been my passion, and I'd love to show you how to do some of the stitches and some of the kits. We're based in Derbyshire, and I'm really inspired by the landscape and flora of Derbyshire, and I think other people will be too. Our kits are really easy, and I hope they inspire you to have a go at stitching. Great time. Everybody's been really friendly and really good. We've met loads of people all around the country who watch and find it really inspiring. Don't forget to join me on my Rowan Dean shows.
So calming, isn't it, that music? It really is. Now, welcome to the craft store and jewellery box, and I'm delighted to be working with this lady that I'm going to introduce because we've never worked with each other before. We have said hello, we've waved at each other. She's here again this morning. It's our lovely Rachel. A very good morning, Rachel.
Good morning to you.
We have been like those chips that pass in the night, haven't we?
Said one day.
Yes.
And I'm really delighted that
Oh, well, it is
Brilliant.
lovely to see you. Only 1 hour. That's what we've got you for today.
That's it.
Lots of new todays as well.
There is.
For anyone that hasn't seen you before, Rachel, just tell us a little bit about your background and how you found yourself here at the craft store.
Well, my background is my family have always had sort of roots at the jewellery quarter in Birmingham. And my gran was always loved her jewellery, and I think that's worn off on me. And a little jewellery making shop popped up in my local village. And I went for jewellery making lessons, and there the journey began. So I went from doing craft fairs, I've had shops before, and eventually I converted one of the rooms in our house where I do my demos every week on Facebook. And I teach from, there's just enough room to teach sort of 4 people, and design my kits in there. It's my little tranquility zone.
I bet it is. And you've brought some beautiful kits to us as well, Rachel. As I said, new today's. We're going to have a look at a couple of them now and then probably get to Rachel for demonstration. We're starting right here actually with the starter kit. Now this is lovely. We have seen starter kits before, we have seen this one before, but perhaps you're watching for the first time. Maybe you're looking for a gift for Christmas. Perhaps you're thinking, you know, I've never had a go myself. I would love to try a little bit of jewellery making. Rachel, tell us about this because there is a lot included here. You've also got a multi-tool as well, which is important.
It is. With the multi-tool, I wanted to try and keep costs down for this. And with the multi-tool, the thing is you don't need anything else.
Right.
So it does everything you need it to. You don't need anything else. And I've pulled in different selection of beads for adults, for children, and all the components. So really you can get creative and make your own designs and mix and match the beads.
Do you know, it's a lovely idea to mix those beads together, and I can tell you, you can make up to 7 bracelets with the components here. Obviously, if you want to make necklaces, they're going to be a little bit longer. So we say up to 7. I absolutely adore what we're looking at right now. That is a necklace and a bracelet together. Such pretty colours. the blue, that very soft blue and the silver work so perfectly together, don't they?
It's nice and iridescent. I'm wearing an almost identical necklace and bracelet as well, and it's moonstone opalite, so it's a man-made gemstone, and when you catch it in the light it really has lots of different colours in there. And the silver beads are actually lava beads that are plated with silver. You've got Czechoslovakian beads in there as well, which gives it that little bit of sparkle.
Now, if I pick this one up, the beads aren't going to come off.
No.
It is knotted, isn't it? I'm just worried that I'm suddenly going to drop pearls everywhere. So you can see this longer string here. That would easily make a necklace. We've got strings together that would make bracelets. We've got this one here that would make a necklace. You decide how you put these together. You can alternate the beads if you want, so mixing them around. They are beautiful. I've got another little bracelet actually that will match this at the back here, so I'm going to bring that in. And also those lovely blue crystals, again mixed with some of the silver. If I just show this one. So we get the findings in there as well, Rachel.
So you get the findings, you've got instructions as well. So you've got photograph instructions telling you how to use the tools, how to use the materials. And you know, this is a really good skill to learn as well, because how many of us break our beloved pieces of jewellery? With the skills that you've got in this kit, you'll be able to repair and restring your pieces of jewellery.
Do you know, I've got to pick up this coloured one as well, because this is so nice. You know, whether it could be for children, but adults I like as well. I love the rainbow colours in there. That is
the little
beautiful.
daisy that's in the centre is actually hematite gemstone that's electroplated on the top.
Oh, it's so sweet. Absolutely gorgeous. What a great buy this is. So the wire, the findings, the tool, the instructions, all those beads there for just $28.95. 185-525. I've mentioned already Christmas presents. Maybe you want to get this for yourself, make the jewellery and then gift the jewellery as Christmas presents. You could cover at least 7, well, I'm saying up to 7 if you're going to go for those bracelets. Or if you've got other findings as well, you could make multiple pairs of earrings.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wonderful, wonderful. Right, let's have a look at the next item, because we've got another new today for you. This is so sweet again. The gemstone bracelet. Tell us about this, Rachel. Now, colours may be a little bit varied, because obviously you've got almost the same colour palette running through the kits, but you might get more red in one, a little bit more brown in one. Is that how it works?
There will be a slight variation. Some are more orangey than red coloured, but I've tried to get as even colour palette either side of the bracelet for everybody, and as much colour in there as shown in the bracelet there. So you've got, I mean, you can see in there you've got amethyst in there. You've got something called prehnite, labradorite. Obviously that will vary. I'm a great lover of Tree of Life, and normally I make the Tree of Life, but I just love this little pendant, this little charm that comes with it. And, you know, I just think it's something very boutique-y that you can buy. And with it being multicoloured, it will suit everybody's colour palette against their skin.
You know, it does, doesn't it, as well? And, you know, it is nice to pick up the pieces and show you against skin, because it does change the look of everything. When you just see something laid on a countertop like that, you really can't appreciate the beauty in those stones. Absolutely gorgeous. Only £12.50 as well. 894-693 is the item number for this one. That is another great gift if you make for yourself, or you make for somebody else, or you gift it as a kit. You've got all those different options. It's one that I think I would probably multi-buy on. I've got to be honest with that one, because I think it's absolutely beautiful. Now we're going to have a look at the website. We've got many more new todays as well. We've got some returning favourites. We've got some seasonal items for you as well. We are going to go over to Rachel in a second, but do be having a look at what else we've got on offer for you. Yeah, I think there's something for everybody. Some great price points as well. Amazing, amazing prices, I've got to say. All these kits are so thoughtfully put together. They all come beautifully packaged as well. And yeah, definitely something for all occasions, all tastes and all ages, and that is important, isn't it? Right, we're going to head over to Rachel next. So Rachel, what can we expect to see in the first demonstration?
So the first demonstration, I'm going to show you the gemstone bracelet. And the good thing with this demonstration is it's actually going to show you how you can actually make the beginners items as well from the beginners kit.
Lovely.
So it's exactly the same method. It really is quite super quick. Obviously you're not going to be as quick because, you know, I've been doing it a long time, but the general principles are all the same. So whether you're buying the gemstone bracelet kit or the beginners kit, you'll get this what's called tiger tail. It's not to be confused with jewellery making wire that I use for the trees. It's got some movement in it. It's a specialist type of wire. So you'd use that, and you've got these little circles that are called crimp beads.
Okay.
And it's actually the crimp beads that do the magic to secure it. So I'm going to pop a crimp bead on, and you add either end, the clasp or the extender chain, and then you're going to turn that back on itself and go back down that crimp bead. Now I will move my hand in a second so that you can see, and then I'm just going to pull that. You don't want it so tight that it really is pulling. You want a little bit of movement on there.
Got you. Can see that actually, that's very clear.
And then with the tools that you've got in the beginner's kit, you squeeze that crimp bead in place.
Okay. And
until
does that squeeze nice and easily, Rachel?
It does. There's no, you know, extra force required in there.
Wonderful.
So that is completely secure. Do just make sure that it doesn't slide before you start stringing on the beads. Been there and done that. Now, this little tail here, you can either cut that off. You've got built-in cutters in the beginner's kit, or you can just thread on the beads and the beads will just sit over that.
Oh, so you're going to lose that totally one way or another then?
That's it. So because you don't really want to be seeing me threading on the beads, I've actually threaded these on already. Now the nice thing with the kit is that you've got a really good extender chain. So the extender chain will allow it to be compatible with all wrist sizes.
Oh, wonderful.
You might, if you've got a particularly small wrist, you might just want to do a check round your wrist to make sure this isn't too big.
Okay.
So I've actually put the tree of life in the centre, and you've actually got a little ring that the tree of life is on that's threaded in between. You don't have to keep the same order that I've popped the beads on the strand that it comes in. It's entirely up to you. And then we're just going to reverse the process. So we add on a crimp bead.
Okay.
Pop your tiger tail through the extender clasp, and this is the same way if you're making a necklace as well. If you find, just a top tip, if you find that you've got beads that have got a slightly larger hole and you lose your crimp bead down them, have a selection of small seed beads at hand just to pop on the end so it avoids losing that crimp bead.
I never thought of doing that before. That makes a lot of sense now you've said it.
It's just, you think, well, I'm sure I put it on there, and then after a little while of wondering what you've done with it, you discover it's inside the beads.
Yes, because the holes do vary considerably, don't they, from one bead
They
to
do.
another?
This little bit is really quite crucial that you take your time, because I've seen so many that have beads that rock side to side, and there's big gaps in them, and you want to avoid that and get a nice sort of professional look on it. So I would lift it so that the weight drops, and
You've
take
got
your
some
time.
beautiful earthy tones in there, haven't
They're
you?
gorgeous, aren't they? And pull your thread and just work it until you're comfortable. You do need a little bit of movement in it. You know, you don't want it so taut that it's going to snap. Just make sure you've got movement in there, and then you're going to squeeze that crimp bead
Lovely.
the other side, and then with the built-in side cutters you can use scissors as well, but please don't use your best scissors.
Oh, definitely not your sewing scissors.
It's not your sewing scissors.
That is very pretty, isn't it?
And other than threading on the beads that I didn't do, I did it beforehand. That is everything. And I just lift that up so that you can see.
I love the fact that you put the extended chain in your kits, because it is important. Because, you know, even if something fits currently, it might not fit in a little bit of time. Maybe if you've, as Rachel said, you've got a small wrist, you might even have a couple of beads spare to make earrings to match. So,
Yeah.
you know, absolutely gorgeous. And you know, I think that would suit male or female as well.
I think it would suit male or female. And the nice thing is, if you're making for a gift, or perhaps if you're making to sell as well, that extender chain really does allow it to be suitable for everybody.
Definitely. Oh, it is gorgeous, isn't it? Look at the price point, only £12.50. Full instructions there. I can tell you a quarter of the stock has now gone, or almost a quarter gone. 894693 is the item number. Do be shopping ahead for those Christmas presents. We've got lots on offer. In fact, we'll get back to Rachel shortly, but we have got many more new items, so we want to try and cover those as well. Now, we've just seen the Tree of Life in that charm, but wait until you see the next item. This is absolutely stunning. This is our Autumn Garnet Tree of Life. A really good statement piece, I think, as well. Now, I know Rachel has made the chain much shorter for demonstration purposes or for display purposes, but of course you've got a good length of chain there, so you can, I'm sure, we'll check this in a second, I'm sure that we can adjust this one as well. So many beads in there. You can see on the sample how beautiful this is, and only $14.95, $390,235. Do you know, I'm looking at that and I'm thinking that would make a great bag charm as well. You could put that on the front of an album or a journal, you know, so think about your mixed media. It doesn't have to be a pendant, you can always use that chain for something else, but as it stands, what a wonderful piece. Rachel, tell us about this, because I know that you are absolutely you love the Tree of Life, don't you? It's featured, we've just seen in the charm, it's now in this kit. We've seen kits before in different colours. What is it about the Tree of Life?
I do love the Tree of Life, and I wanted to bring something that was all inclusive to everybody, in the sense that I've taught where we actually make the base circle, but I've discovered that, you know, for a lot of people that's quite hard because the wires are hard. Some people struggle with their hands as well. So with the preformed ornate circle, it just allows people to have that bit done already, and then they can get creative. And I wanted to do something seasonal, so in last month I did a festive one, which is on the website, which has got rainbow moonstone in it.
I'll have to look that one up.
Which is either an ornament or a necklace, and this one has got garnet gemstones in there. And I just like the little embellishments and the berries that are around it.
Do you know, I'll just take this one off. I did let everybody know, Rachel, that you've made the chain short on purpose, just for display purposes. But again, if I put this against my hand, just so you can see it against skin, because it does change the tone of those gems, I think. Those seed beads are beautiful, aren't they?
They're gorgeous.
Gorgeous
They're
colours.
metallic lava, Czechoslovakian beads, the outer.
Absolutely beautiful. Do you know, only $14.95. Everybody would love that as a gift, wouldn't they? You know, making for yourself again. As I said, if you wanted to use the, you know, the Tree of Life as a different item, keep the pendant for something else, keep the chain for something else. I was saying, Rach, I don't know if you heard, because I know you were having a little bit of a chat with our floor manager, but I can see that as a bag charm, or on the front of a beautiful album or a notebook if you're into your mixed media. Yeah, you could even make a bookmark out of that if you've got one of those sort of, well, I don't know what they call them, those little hooks, aren't they? And then you can put charms on the end. Absolutely beautiful.
There's some bag charms at end of call as well, that are star and moon, blossom, so that you can interchange those as well if you want to.
Watch out for those. Lovely to see those end of calls, actually, and no further postage additional to anything else you've got in your basket if you go for those. 390235 is the item number. If you're looking at the garnet, that is the Tree of Life there. Now, Rachel did mention the festive moonstone. We have got that on the website, and I have actually got a little sample that I can show you in a second. So if you do like the look of this one as well, you can certainly go for that one. The item number is 705272. Actually, I really do like this. The green, look at that. I like them both, but I've got to say, it is when you pick it up and put it against your skin tone, it changes it so much. It's trying to avoid showing everybody the burn on my hand there.
Oh dear. It's actually a rainbow moonstone, which means
gorgeous.
just that. And it doesn't always capture it on camera, but it actually does have a beautiful iridescent sparks of sort of pinks and purples in there as well.
I'm just trying, you can see how that's catching the light there, that little bit of red that, you know, is shown against the beautiful green, and the tree itself. It just looks amazing. I love that with the gold wire.
It's nice and festive,
it
isn't it?
really is, isn't it? Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Now then, we've got so much to tease you with, haven't we? We've got a booster bundle as well. This is the Tree of Life booster bundle. So if you've made a Tree of Life previously, then you might be wanting to look at this one, because you can have another go. You've got extra stones in there, the extra wire as well, only £12.50. You can make 4 out of this one bundle, 749013. Is this a good addition? If you're going for the kit itself to get going, is this a good addition to add into it?
It's a really good addition. The only thing it doesn't have in there is the chain and the seed beads, but if somebody wants to just make the plain Tree of Life, there's a YouTube video that I did on the craft store that's in your obviously YouTube channel, and you could make a plain one as well, or add your own seed beads.
Fantastic.
And you've got labradorite gemstone in there, and you've got garnet gemstone. You've got 18 inches in total.
Your prices are incredible, Rachel, I've got to say. So that is a really good kit. So if you're not wanting to make the pendant at all, do have a look at the end of call for those charms and those little findings, maybe to make a bag charm or something else. I don't know what else is there, but I'm sure there's lots to treat you as well to go along with the kits. Now, I don't know if you noticed something Rachel was wearing. We're going to get to that in a second, but I've just done a little bit of maths on this one as well. The booster bundle. Do you know, because you can make 4, that makes it just £3.13 per Tree of Life.
That is a bargain.
That is a bargain. And we can make to sell. So if you are making to sell, you know, that is a great idea. I'd just make them and want to keep them all, though, I've got to say. Or give them as Secret Santas. That would be a good one. Oh, you never know. Everybody here might be getting Secret Santas this year. You'll know where they've come from, though, won't you? Or it could be the next item. It wouldn't be a secret if you knew where it was coming from, would it? Not at all. Let's have a look. Now, you've found this one. Now, you may have noticed that Rachel was wearing this beautiful brooch. Maybe you've just been looking ahead on the website, but this is just beautiful.
Sorry.
What a lovely project, Rachel.
It's a really nice sort of relaxing project. It doesn't take too long. I've bought a lot of bead embroidery kits along, and it wouldn't be complete without having something festive. And I thought this was really nice, straightforward one to introduce for beginners or people that bead embroider already. And you can make this into a pendant as well if you want to. I actually can't remember whether or not I've got the chain in the kit on that one. Perhaps you can. I think I've got the glue-on bail in the kit, haven't I?
I can see we've got the seed beads. We've got we've got green wire in this one, or green thread as well. So everything complements, of course, beautifully.
So you've got a brooch back. You've got everything you need. You don't need any additional tools. It's just if you made it into a necklace, you'd need your chain. But there's a glue-on bail so that you've actually got a loop ready to put the chain through.
You even provide the needle, I can see, as well. So you don't have to start rummaging around or looking for a beading needle. It's all there for you. £18.95 is the price. And once you've got the instructions as well, I suppose you could make other colours. You know, if you provide more seed beads, I know we've got some kits available with extra seed beads in there as well. You don't have to have the red and the green, but as it stands, that is a lovely, lovely little gift for yourself, I think. 513066 is the item number there. We're going to see this one at demonstration. I'm so pleased that we get to see this, Rachel, because it looks as though it could be quite complicated. You've said not, so hopefully you can take the fear away.
Yeah.
Lovely. I'm going to hand it to you then.
Okay. Now, your kit comes with full instructions, and everything that you need, including the backing and the brooch back. Now, it's all hand drawn, and I actually print them on these base foundations. And like Catherine said, if you did want to make any more, you can always at end of call buy this beading foundation backing and have a go at drawing your own. So in the kit comes your needle and your thread. Now, if the only thing, I think the most difficult thing is probably threading your needle, but you do get used to it. And if you've got any of those magnifying lamps, I know the craft stores sell them, those are really useful. So we do a triple knot at the bottom. It will guide you through step by step written and photograph instructions. And then what we do is we come up from the back of the foundation and we're going to work on the printed line.
Okay. Now, Rachel, everything we've seen so far, we've said can be achieved by a beginner. Is there anything on the show that isn't achievable by a beginner?
No.
Really?
Yeah.
So you can literally go for anything?
I'd say go for anything. I've tried to make it as beginner friendly for everyone as possible.
Oh my goodness. You'll impress your family and friends, won't you, with some of these items as well?
So we add 4 beads at a time, unless you're going around tight corners. And you're going to take a nosedive down after the 4th bead and stitch those on, and then turn it over to the back and back stitch through the first hole, and then push through those 4 seed beads and pull, and then add another group. And you might be changing the amount of beads that you're adding really to fit the curve. Now, I always like to stitch around the outline as well, but like you say, it's really neat, really easy to do. And then again you back stitch. Now, I've forgotten to show you my top tip, and it soon reminds me when my threads keep getting caught. Now, what I'd recommend that you do is trim off the corners and make them rounded, because the thread just seems to get caught on the corners, and it just makes life so much easier.
Yeah, that is a good tip. I like that.
If you find that your beads start to go offline a little bit, I'll just show you in a moment what you can do to rein it back in. So we're carrying on.
What a lovely way to spend an evening on a dark night.
It's so relaxing, Catherine, and you know, with the little seed bead bundles that we've got today, if you want to do some of your own designs, I do bead embroidery demonstrations in my Facebook group, as well as other bits, lots of other different bits and pieces. So, you know, you can come and join and enjoy learning a little bit more.
I'm thinking if you've got a grandchild that drew a picture, a simple picture, and then you convert that.
Wouldn't that be so lovely?
Wouldn't it? What a way to keep a memory.
If you find that it goes slightly off-pieced, what you can do is actually do a stitch over the side of the beads. And it just helps to rein it back in again.
Oh, I see.
So you'd carry on doing that all the way around until you've got a full outline. And then you do the veins, but there's nothing really to bring to it other than that procedure of stitching it and back stitching.
You really have taken the fear away, because I had no idea how you got that shape. So you basically, Rachel, just creating the outline and then filling in. So all of the darker green is the outline, the centre of the leaves there, They're the first bits to do, and then the lighter, brighter green goes in afterwards.
That's it. So you're just
How wonderful.
building it up with the same technique. There's also something called reinforcing, which is just where you push your needle through all the beads that you've stitched, and that just helps to realign them.
Yeah.
And then you're building up in the inside. And the 3 crystals that I've added, I literally just stitch over the top once it's been finished.
So they sit on top of the other beads, on top of the seed beads?
They do. They just
Right.
sit on top of the seed beads. And I would say the bit that some people find tricky is actually cutting out. And what I would say is cut from the back so that it avoids you trimming through any of your stitches.
Oh, yes, of course.
I think it's always a good idea to have a needle and thread with a knot handy, just in case you do cut through your thread. You can just quickly stitch them back in.
Got you.
It's just one of those learning curves that it takes time. But if you look at the back,
Yeah, you've got a good guideline to work to, haven't you?
You've
Just
got-
take it nice and steady.
yeah, take it nice and steady, cut as close as you can. And if you've got any permanent markers, the way I get a really nice finish on them is where you've got bright white on the side of them, I get the permanent marker pen and I edge it with the colour, a colour that tones in, and you don't see the white of the foundation.
That's another good tip, isn't it? Really good tip. Yes, because it would show, wouldn't it, when you're wearing it? You'd see the white of the side. If I just show you the one we've got on display here, I'm just going to turn this around. If I can't, it's stuck down with a glue dot, I've just discovered. Or it was. There, can you see? Look, ignore the sticky stuff. I'm showing you the side of the bro. You can see there, no white edge to it. Do you know that? It does make a difference, doesn't it?
It
It really
does.
does. Now I know where all these sticky dots have been disappearing to when we have happy hours. That is so effective, isn't it?
It is really effective, and you don't have to love sewing to do this. I used to think, oh, you've really got to love sewing, and I've had so many people come to me and say, well, actually, we actually don't like hand stitching, and we're not great lovers of sewing, but we love doing bead embroidery. So I think it really is for everyone, and if you've got kids that you're comfortable doing a bit of stitching with as well, this is a really nice project to do with them.
Do you know what? This is a lovely project, whether it's a dark night, a rainy day, an afternoon and morning, maybe you can't sleep one day. Do you know, it's just going to be the most beautiful little gift, whether you keep or you give to somebody else. And you've got those instructions, remember, so you can repeat the process with your own beads afterwards, maybe in different colours. I can imagine these on placemats or on a napkin ring,
Oh,
a
wouldn't
Christmas
that be
table.
lovely?
That would look really nice,
That
wouldn't it?
would
You
look
could give
really
them to all
nice.
your dinner party friends. I know who's not coming to my dinner party this year. CB, are you listening? Let's have a look at something else, because you found something that we've not mentioned, so we've put these out on the counter for you. We've got the beaded stars, so do you know, not just for Christmas again, I don't think. 3 different options here, colour-wise. Let's have a look at the blue and silver first. I'm just going to pick this up. Do you know, I will just put it against my hand again, just because I think it shows the colour very well. That is such a pretty blue, isn't it? Isn't that gorgeous? Beginner again, I know we've asked Rachel, but I've got to double check, because you know, I'm looking at that and thinking, is that beginner friendly?
It is beginner
It
friendly,
is?
yes.
Wow. Gorgeous. So there's your blue option there, the blue and the silver together. The gold and the red is next. I've got to say I love the gold because it's almost a champagne colour. Isn't that pretty? That is very pretty. Do like that one. I don't think I could choose between these. The next one as well is the ivory and green. Again, look at the ivory with that green. Gorgeous. These could be to hang on your tree, you could make these into pendants, you could hang them in your windows. It's entirely up to you how you work with them. $14.95, you can make 2 ornaments out of each kit, so really good value for money once again. 198301 is the item number there. Make a card to match and hang them on the card on a piece of ribbon so you can gift and give a card at the same time. Really, really love those. Oh, the blue and the silver is in the lead. I'm not surprised, I've got to say, because it makes you think of winter, doesn't it? That frosty effect there. But all those colours are absolutely gorgeous. Now, we've got something else that really caught my eye. I did say to Rachel, but in our little meeting at the beginning, I absolutely love this. Now, this is another kit. It's another new today. How wonderful is this? I'm just going to pick the candle up. We have got another sample on the front, but just to show how it looks on your candle. So can we adjust the size of this a little bit, Rachel? If you've got a slightly thinner candle, if there's a slight difference?
Absolutely. You've got
beautiful?
A selection of beads in there and enough wire to make it slightly longer if you want to as well. The wire mesh, it's such an amazing thing to work with. I've made bouquets with the wire mesh and hair fascinators. And this is just a really nice one to start your journey with using wire mesh. This is a nice glasses charm as well. So perhaps if you want to gift someone a little bottle of something for Christmas with a nice wine glass, you can wrap that around the stem of the glass.
I love that idea.
Fill it with chocolates.
That is, brilliant idea. And also, again, you know, if you can make the flowers, if you want to sort of reuse the instructions and make the flowers, they would look great on napkin rings again. You could decorate your whole table, make everything to match. That is just beautiful, isn't it? Only $16.95. 052258 is the item number there. Absolutely adore that. Love the crystals and how they catch the light in that one as well. Now, we've got some more seed beads for you. We've got a whole bundle actually here. These are your pastels. $10.45 is going to get you 8 different colours. So seed beads, we've seen you use seed beads in various different projects, Rachel. Just very useful to keep in, aren't they?
They're fantastic. And also if you're doing stitching, if you're doing embroidery, I think Rowan Dean uses this size as well with some of her projects, and the same size needles. I think she uses a size 10 needle with some of her projects. They are Czech Precosta seed beads as well, so they're a really nice brand, and you can use them for general beading, for stringing or bead embroidery as well. As you see, we use them for the Tree of Life.
Gee, I'm just thinking about the bead embroidery, the bead embroidery. If we've got a rubber stamp that was quite an open stamp and we stamped it, could we work to that? If you can't draw your own design?
Yes.
Oh, that opens up a whole new world, doesn't it?
Use, I discovered that you need to use the permanent, is there a permanent ink with the stamping? Because if you don't use that one, it does smudge as you're working with it. But I know that on the craft store you sell some of the brands that are permanent ink pads.
I love that idea as well, and particularly with the pastels, if you want to do those florals, those pretty colours there. Absolutely gorgeous. Only $10.45, as I say, every price point is amazing. 382240 is the item number there. And you can see all those different colours on the front of the packaging. Now we've also got some more for you. We've got more seed beads. These are your festive ones. Now this is a great one to add into the brooch possibly for the holly, isn't it? Because if you do want to recreate the holly, you've got the red, you've got the green, you've got blue in there, we've got golds and silvers and whites. That is an amazing bundle again, isn't it? 10 colours in that one for $12.95. In total, if you go by grammage, there's 80 grams there. 001304. Now we've also got some star earrings. These are very pretty. We might get to see these, I'm not sure. You've got 4 pairs from one kit here, $14.95. Do we get 4 different, or is it different colour options there?
You can make all of those out of the kit. So you get all of those colourways in the kit. And the needle and thread, again, there's no tools you need for that one either. It's all in there for you.
Amazing. Another great one if you want to make to sell or if you want to make little gifts. 498153 is the item number there. Then we have the festive moonstone. Now we did mention this before. This is the Tree of Life. We do have the sample on the counter. We might get to see that one again, but beautiful colours. $14.95 is the price for this one. 705272. I did tell you we got lots on offer, didn't I? Lots of new todays, lots of variation, and lots of demonstrations because we're heading back to Rachel again. So Rachel, what can you show us this time?
We are going to have a sneaky peek at doing the wire mesh flower.
Are we?
So I'm going to show you how to form a petal and really what the wire mesh looks like as well. Now, this is the wire mesh, and it's got a hollow inside to it as well. You will need some basic jewellery making tools with this as well.
Okay.
So what we would do is you want to create the petal shape. Just making sure I'm on screen properly there. And we're going to make a point at the top to create the petal. And then cross over your wires and then twist it. And it's really important that you trim off any excess wire, because it reminds me of a pair of tights, really. You know, if you get anything that snags on it, you know, you could have a little bit of laddering occurring. So do make sure that you cut off any excess. Now, it's good to actually have a pen, a marker pen, just to pop out the shape of that.
Okay.
And then what we do is we pop that up through the inside and then twist at the bottom.
Oh, so it just twists because it's a wire mesh.
It does, and it's really stable. So at the top, I'm going to do a couple of twists there.
Okay.
And then we need to actually stretch the mesh.
Right.
So you go in and get the mesh stretched. Take your time with it. And then what we're doing is we're basically bringing this back over the top. So I tend to pinch the top and pull that down.
Oh, I see how that works now. How clever is that? It's like putting a duvet cover on, if you do it properly. You know what? When you do that, don't you, with duvet covers? There's tricks, hints and tips for putting duvet covers on, if you watch this.
And then pair of scissors, again, don't use your best scissors. It is actually, there's little fine wires that are in this, which allow it to maintain its shape.
That is so clever. I would never have known that's how you'd done that. I didn't even realise it was like a little stocking, or, you know, I thought it was just a strip.
Just
of
a
mesh.
strip. It's quite amazing. And like I say, you know, once you've tried the pattern out, you can make little corsages for weddings, or, you know, you could make a series of the flowers to form a bouquet. I'll just do another one. We're okay for time, aren't we? It does make a little bit of a mess. All right, so we're just going to form a petal. Now, there are measurements all guided in the instructions and photograph instructions as well. All of your wires included.
You're beginning to show us for definite, Rachel, that these are beginner friendly. You know, I know I've asked you a couple of times, but I keep looking at certain things thinking, really? Really? But, you know, when you watch the demonstrations, it becomes so clear so quickly.
And I think it's just amazing that, you know, something that looks probably just like a little bit of ribbon, you can do so much with.
And you'd definitely keep this, you know, for every Christmas, wouldn't you? If you wanted it out on your table, you'd pack it away in a nice box, you'd look after it, and you'd bring it out year on, year out. I love your idea about the wine bottle. I think that's genius.
They look lovely. As you say, you could either put it around the wine bottle, or you could put it around the glass and fill it with some chocolates. And it comes off easily as well, so... Yeah. You know, it doesn't have to stay on that glass. So that's how you form the petals.
Got you, yeah.
Okay.
Lovely.
I'm just going to show you how you form the stamens in the centre as well. So you've got Czechoslovakian crystals. Now I've got a slightly different colour here. Oh, I better use the right colour, hadn't I? There you go. There's a nice bright shiny silver. It's a finer wire. And what I do is I pinch at the top and then twist.
Got you. Nice, and they catch the light beautifully, don't they?
They're gorgeous, aren't they? And then either with a cocktail stick or round nose pliers is we're going to wrap that around. And that will create your movement in the stamen.
Oh, nice. They hold their shape absolutely beautifully.
So when you've done that and you've made all your petal forms, this is how you put it together. So it doesn't really look a great deal at the moment. You put your 3 stamens in the inside, you bring all of your petals around and then you bind it.
Right.
You've got a longer wire, and the longer wire is to add your beads on.
Got you.
I've actually got some washi tape in there so that you actually cover the base of it as well. But I just wanted to show you the crux of it. So then what you do is you'd start to open up your flower.
And you can easily curl those petals a little bit, can't you? We can see that. Rachel, when you're packing this away, if you do put it away after Christmas, if you've had it on display, would you suggest folding it back up or leaving it open?
I would leave it open and pop it in some bubble wrap.
Okay.
In a box. That it maintains its shape, providing it doesn't sort of get knocked around too much. And obviously you make it as, you know, you might want to turn the leaves up the other way, but that is really the crux of how that's made.
It is so pretty, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. Let me just turn the candle around again so you can see those beads. So remember the longer wires where you're going to thread these beautiful silver and red beads. You can see where everything's been brought together at the back of the flower there as well, so it's very, very neat. You can adjust this. If you want to put less beads on for a smaller candle, you could do that. If you want to use the flower in a different way, of course you could do that as well. Do you know, if you're going for a Christmas dinner, because some people will be this year, that would make a lovely hair accessory.
Yes.
Or put it on your handbag.
Put it on your handbag. If you've got one of those buns as well, you could wrap it round your hair bun.
Yeah, it'd be a lovely talking point, wouldn't it, as well? Absolutely adore that. $16.95 is the price for the kit. 052258 is the item number. Now, we found something else that we didn't show you earlier as well. Now, another one, I know I don't need to ask because this is going to be great for beginners as well. What can you tell us about the Kumihimo kit then, Rachel?
Again, you can see I'm a jewellery butterfly. I do love doing lots of different mediums with jewellery. Now, this one is a Japanese form of braiding. It's fabulous for men, women, children, and what you simply need is the disc that comes with it. You can buy extra discs at end of call if you perhaps want a bit of a family session. You make 3 bracelets with this. You've got all of the findings in there, which is the end parts that you glue in. You will need the glue for it.
They're really decorative as well, aren't they?
They're gorgeous, and there is a demonstration in the last one that I did here on the craft store on the 16th of October, I think it was.
Okay. Oh, you might be able to find that on Rewind then if you do have a look. Make sure you look that one up. Great kit again, because look at this, $22.95, and it makes 3 bracelets. 230357 is the item number there. Another great gift for Christmas, I think, that one, especially if you're looking at maybe teenagers. If we say children, Rachel, what sort of age would you suggest?
Well, my son started making these when he was about 7.
Really?
And I've taught kids younger than that as well. I think it just depends on what whether or not you can maintain their interest.
Lovely. And of course, adult supervision where you've got small parts if they are small children as well. Absolutely perfect. That board as well you can use for other projects in the future. 230357 is the item number there. Now we've had a picture sent in. Oh, how wonderful. Now this is from Maxine, and Maxine watches Rachel live on Facebook. This is one of the projects. Aren't they fantastic?
They're great, and that's lovely, Maxine. That's really lovely. Again, you know, it looks complicated, but these are all beginner friendly.
They are beautiful. Thank you, Maxine. Maxine does say, Rachel, that you are a great demonstrator. You're very clear and precise and very friendly.
That's really kind.
I totally agree.
Thank you.
Totally agree. Now then, we've got something that you did find actually before we put them on the counter, and since we've shown them, they're extremely busy, and these are the ornamental stars. Now, every kit will make 2, and we have got 3 different colour choices. So I'm going to show you again, the blue and the silver. These have now gone limited stock, so you need to be very, very quick. Beginner friendly, got to keep saying it because it's true. So yes, limited stock on the blue and the silver. I really like the gold and the red. I think it's because it's a champagne sort of colour in those beads.
I think that's one of my favourites as well.
I love it.
The blue always seems to be a favourite.
I think it depends on your decor.
I was going to say it does,
yeah.
doesn't it? Because the cream and green perhaps doesn't show up so well on camera, but it really is against your tree or really will pop.
I think as well with the ivory and the green that we're showing at the moment, that would complement any decor in your home if you're not sure as well. So, you know, it's lovely to have those choices, isn't it? Very busy on those. $14.95 is the price. Remember, makes 2 in each kit. 198301 is the item number that you need. And I can tell you before I move away that on immediate dispatch, the blue and silver has just gone. We'll see if we can get hold of any more. I'm not sure, so I'm not going to say right now, but we will try our very best. But you've still got 2 colours to go for. Let's head back to Rachel for another demonstration. Over to you, Rachel.
Right, we are going for the festive tree of life.
Oh, wonderful.
So it is the same method for, not the festive, we're doing the autumn tree of life.
Lovely. So this is the one with the garnets.
That's it, and it's the same technique for the festive tree of life as well. So I'm going to show you first of all how you actually edge it, and again you will need some tools, but everything else is included in your kit. So we actually, I've got to try and remember which way around I have it now. So we're anchoring that onto the ring itself, and then we're going to add a seed bead on so that it sits right on the edge of that circle.
Okay.
So I normally hold that seed bead in my non-dominant hand and then do a full wire wrap. And then you keep going, and that is all there is to the edging, and I'll show you how you make the little sort of branches and berries.
Rachel, can I ask about the mat? Do we need a special mat to stop the beads rolling around? Is this something we can use that we already have at home?
It comes in the beginner's kit. It's really useful, but you know, if you've got a tea towel, if you haven't got access to one, a tea towel will suffice. It's just really useful not to, like you say, have all your beads rolling everywhere.
Do you know, I'm just thinking actually, the beginner's kit, because it seems a while since we've seen that. The details are at the bottom of the screen, but because you get so many beads in there, because you get findings in there, because you get the all-purpose tool as well, even if you've already got a kit, it's a great bundle to go for, just to get lots within a bundle. And it's nice to have those spare tools as well.
It is, and if perhaps you want to do something together as a family over Christmas, you've got those extra bits. So what I've done there is I've added on a group of beads. You don't want too much of a gap between them. I'm going to take that round the back, and then I'm going to pinch and twist. Just need a little bit more room in that. Okay, and to get that to pop, either a cocktail stick or your round nose pliers.
Oh, just to give it that really nice shape. Just as we're watching you, Rachel, I've got a little bit of news for everybody. If you missed out on the blue and the silver stars, we have got some stock on extended delivery, dispatched from the 26th of November. So if you've just missed out, we still have a couple of different options on immediate dispatch, but the blue and the silver back on, let me just pick this up, extended delivery from the 26th of November. I know it's been a firm favourite when it comes to the colour, that one. Absolutely beautiful. Makes 2, 198301. There we go. Okay, sorry about that, Rachel.
No worries. So I'm just showing you how to add the red berries.
Rachel, can I ask you about the wire? Is it nickel free?
Yes.
Lovely.
Yes, and the circle is as well.
Perfect.
So that really is the crux of making the little ornate decoration. And what you would do is, when you've done it, is you pull some of them down like so, and then you carry on until you've done that all the way round.
Okay.
And then I'll show you how you put together the tree itself as well. And it really is quite amazing at how quickly it all comes together.
Oh, talking of quickly, I better give you a time check. We have 4 minutes left. Is that enough time?
Oh yeah, that'll be good.
Wonderful.
So we can't. Again, this is really nice fine wire, but it's not so fine that it snaps. It's really sturdy. So we've got our nice garnet chips. So bend it in half, and I'm going to work the decoration, or work the roots at the bottom.
Okay.
So all I've done here is I've clasped it with my non-dominant hand.
Yeah. So that's just to secure the wire in place.
Just to secure the wires in place. And I think that the wonderful thing about doing the tree of life is that no two are ever the same. You know, I could teach a whole class of people. I teach this at summer school in Marlborough.
Oh, do you?
And I've had people of all different nationalities. That they travel all over the world to go to the Marlborough College. And it's so fascinating seeing people's interpretation.
Yeah.
And all their, it's wonderful. So we pull that up, and then we're going to pinch and twist.
We seem to have lost you from view, Rachel.
Oh,
It's all right. That's it. We're back.
I thought maybe I'd strayed. Strayed on my beading mat. And then we do it in groups of 2. Even if we just get a little bit of this done, just to give you an idea. So twist both the wires together, and then you're going to fill that gap with your gemstones.
Now these are so organic, aren't they? You've got, you know, they all vary in shape and size. The stones themselves, striking colour, I've got to say, when it comes to the garnets as well.
I'm not sure what...
$14.95, that's all it is for the whole kit. 390235. I think, Rachel, you've taken the fear away again just watching there, because I wouldn't have known where to start with the tree.
And there's nothing challenging in there, is there? Again, it's quite relaxing, because whilst I've given you a pattern to work on, really you can very much make this your own unique style.
Joe, we've fitted a lot of demos into this hour.
We have, haven't we?
We have. I think we've had, is it 4 or?
It's 4.
4. Well done, Rachel.
That's a record.
Is it?
Yes, from me.
And we've learnt a lot. I think if you've never seen Rachel before, as I say, you know, beginner kits here, everything on the counter, regardless of how difficult it looks. It's beginner friendly. Make sure you do look Rachel up on Facebook as well, and on social media. Do you want to remind everybody of your page, Rachel?
Yeah, it's Beads by Vachil. If you join my Facebook group, and you are all welcome, I do a little giveaway and a free demo every Thursday at 6 p.m. And I know we have lots of people from the craft store that watching it from the US that come on there as well. and it really is a lovely group of people, all fellow crafters, and they all share in tips. I learn as much myself. It's great.
Do you know, it's very sociable, isn't it? That's why we call it social media, of course. So do look Rachel up. We're in the last 30 seconds of the show, would you believe? Just watching Rachel wrap a few wires around there, building that tree of life together. There you can see the finished item. It is stunning. Do watch out for the end of call items as well. You might find something that you need to pop into your basket. Maybe those bag charms if you want to recreate something, or, you know, change how the kits work a little bit. Rachel, it's been an absolute delight. Thank you so
Catherine.
much. Do not miss Rachel on Facebook. Make sure you do look her up. More to come, menu to follow. See you soon. Oh, we've got a stamp spectacular coming up next with our Leonie. Then it's National Button Day with Gina B. Looking forward to that. Karen Davis Moulds One Day Special at 12.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. We specialise in high quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter.
Hi, my name's Mel and I'm from Crafty Devils down in Devon. We are a family run business and we've been established for about 16 years now. We're known for our MDF products and our mediums. So make sure you tune in to all our Crafty Devil shows.
Did you know you can watch the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week using the Craft Store app on your Amazon Fire Stick for free? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Amazon Fire Stick accesses the Amazon App Store to add new applications. By downloading the Craft Store app, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Amazon Fire Stick. If this is your first time using the device, follow the on-screen instructions to connect it to the internet and log into your Amazon account. Once set up, you'll need to open the search bar. To do this, simply use your remote circular directional dial to scroll to the search icon and select it. Now simply type the Craft Store into the search bar and this will take you to the Craft Store app. All you need to do now is select download and remember, it's free. Once this is added to your Fire Stick, you can move the app for easy access. Press and hold your home button on any app and then select the apps from the menu that appears. Scroll to the Craft Store app and then press the button with the 3 horizontal lines on your remote and select Move to Front. And that's it! You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Good morning, my little feather boas. I hope you are well. This is our second look at a classic. If you missed it the first time round, we've changed things up a little bit. And we've changed everything up just so we can get more in. In fact, we've got the busiest ones at the front, and we've got some of the ones that you love, and we put turning favourites on the show. So it's well worth shopping ahead on the website if I was you as well for this hour. And remember, with these sorts of prices that we've got, I don't think there's anything over $22.99 off the top of my head. Don't think there's anything over $25.99. It was close. Nothing over 25
no
quid.
Cigar.
Nothing over 25 quid. $25.99 is the highest that we're going this one. So it really means you can start stocking up that basket to get a lot for your money, and then you can start using those flexible payments as well. It's well worth having a little look at those. So shop ahead on the website or tap the app. But I'm not alone. No. I am scooting this way. Why, our Leonie scoots in from this way.
I'm ready to scoot.
Are you ready to scoot?
I'm ready to scoot. Oh, that's a funny one. I can't do that.
That's what Lemsip does for you, eh? I've had two.
He's like, what is that move? Should be on TikTok with that move. No, then it is lovely. Tune in to the craft store TikTok. I'm not promising that. I mean, we don't do that, do we? I don't think. Anyway, it's lovely to have your company. Of course, as our lovely Adam said, we did have Leslie this morning, 7 o'clock. So please have a look at that if you were looking, having a nice lie-in and didn't have to be up for 7 o'clock in the morning. However, Leslie Zagada, absolutely gorgeous, beautiful stamps. She's an incredible artist. I mean, when you check her out on Instagram and see her wonderful colouring in, she's amazing. She's such a phenomenal colourist. And the lovely thing is you can learn from Leslie as well. I love her images. It's the delicacy. It's the beautiful fine lines, but also the way they all work together. You know, they just go hand in hand. There's so many of them that will go together, so it actually extends what you can do with each collection. Now, this collection, this was my favourite in the first hour. I love this. If you could only go for one, for me, this would be the one. It's only £18.99 and you are getting a lot of stamps in this. Starters, 28 stamps, and they're just so gorgeous. Right, start at the top one, shall we? With each, whichever you fancy are you. Both of them. Yeah, let's start with that one. I just love you. And this is gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, what you'll get with this one, all those fantastic, love you, all these fantastic little sort of foliage elements. I love this because you can do so much with it. You can build up wreaths with it, but you can add it to so many extra stamps. This, honestly, one of those stamp sets that is a must-have, quite frankly. Now, that one, alongside the next stamp set, these go hand in hand. I mean, again, they give you so many options. I really, really love, again, all the different foliage on there. You've got the berries, you've got the beautiful flower in there, you've got the star, but I think you use that as a flower as well because it looks amazing. You've got that lovely, at the bottom, you've got the lovely banner there, and of course you've got sentiments as well in that one. Really nice set of stamps. And because they're nice small stamps, it allows you to create something tiny if you want, but of course you can keep layering, keep building and create a really substantial piece. Now we've also got, and I must admit that one has been one of my favourites forever. I love this stamp set. That is the moon and the sun and the stars, and then you've got your little clouds as well, and then you've got that little ray. So if you wanted, you could have a little shooting star, which is absolutely gorgeous. If you colour it in a certain way, you could have it as a little rainbow. It's such a beautiful stamp set, is that. I love that one. And then we've got the little houses. Now, the houses are adorable. These are brilliant for your Christmas cards. They're brilliant all year round, but they're just so exquisite. So your little houses, and then last but by no means least, Home Sweet Home, which of course mixes with your lovely little houses perfectly. Now, we have got with the little houses, and I will drop that in, so you can see a lovely little Christmas tag, and that is so achievable. It's one of those that anybody can do that, literally just masking off some areas to build that up, but it does look absolutely exquisite. Building up, of course, those wonderful little wreaths to create a full picture. I love doing things like that. It's just easy but utterly achievable. That lovely little jar, the jar is ace. It's one of those that you can do all sorts with. That is in the other collection, but look how well it matches with the one in this collection, with the wonderful sunshine. And I really like that. You see, you've bottled a little bit of sunshine. On this one, you've got the sun, you've got the moon at the top there, and then the little stars. Honestly, that is such a cool set of stamps, all within this collection. Now, if you would like this collection, £18.99 is all you're paying. 123722 is your item number. Now, it is a delayed dispatch because, of course, they're coming from overseas. Going to be going out for you from the 24th, so not long to wait at all. Now, next one that we've got for you, and again, absolutely gorgeous. The magnolia is really, really beautiful, and I love this because it's another one that you've got so many different elements, and those elements allow you to build up. So you've got the actual branch. First of all, that branch is ace. Obviously it works with the magnolia, which is why it is part of the magnolia. However, you can actually add other elements from the stamp set that we've just seen on this. Obviously with that branch, because it looks all gnarly and kind of spooky, you'll be able to use that for all your like Halloweeny projects as well. But if you've got a little robin, the robin's going to sit on there wonderfully. Maybe a little owl, maybe you've got a bat that's going to be dangling off that. So it'll work with so many other things. Obviously the flowers, because you're getting the magnolia flowers and buds separately, you can build those up as well. I love that stamp set. It's beautiful. We've then got in this collection, and these are both really strong. You've got, first of all, the gorgeous Fern. I mean, that is such a lovely stamp. I really like ferns though. They just look so gorgeous. It's because it reminds me of Wooded Walks ferns. Beautiful stamp is that one, great for backgrounds as well. And then of course we've got our lovely cedar leaf here, and again that is wonderful. So when you are building up all those gorgeous layers, maybe you're doing a really natural card, these are perfect. Now only £25.99. I love this one. This is of course Lessia. I mean, look at her colouring in. It is magnificent. And she's popped the beautiful cedar leaves with a poppet and then one of the beautiful geometrics. And we have got the geometric on the show actually, and that's in the background there. I just think that is magnificent. Her colouring in is phenomenal, quite frankly. But don't think you have to be a colourist in order to use these. This one, I've matched it with the bark that we have got coming up, but then I've used the leaves and I've just faded those out because I think that looks really, really gentle, quite frankly, and again, really natural. Another one of Lessia's, and you can see she's actually put those beautiful little magnolias in one of those little, it's like a little glass house, if you will, isn't it? Hanging off the tree that she's created. Beautiful. And of course the branches also from this collection. Now, if you would like that collection, it's only £25.99. That is such a good price. You're getting a lot of stamps there. And again, absolutely gorgeously detailed. 960348 is your item number. Now, next, sentiments. And we've got a lot of sentiments here, actually. I love the font that Leslie uses. It's a really... Oh, I'm talking sentiments and I'm standing behind the wrong one. Sorry. It's because I saw the card, which is a sentiment one. So I thought that's what it was. Sorry, card is... I have no idea where the sentiments are. I will leave it there for the second. OK, these are beautiful. Was there any... I don't think there was any cards for these, was there? Oh, but I did use that circle. Anyway, so what you've got here is your cicada. Or, yeah, and again... Last time someone did email in to make sure I was saying it right. So you have got your wonderful cicada. Now you've got the one with the folded wings, but we've also got a flying one. There was a sample for this one. Sorry, the samples haven't been moved again. With the cards. A cicada, that's the one. Cicada. Yay! So you've got the cicada. We've then got... Oh, no, it is the right sample. It's me being an idiot. We've then got Be Wild and Free, which is exactly the card we're looking at, and that does say free under there. Again, absolutely beautiful font on that one. We've then got your cicada with the open wings. Isn't that just gorgeous? The detail of that image is fantastic. So much you could do with these. Then we've got the circle. Now, the scribbly circle is one of those that is just a must-have. These are such handy stamps, and one of those that you can do so much with. The next one that we've got is a beautiful little dragonfly, and again, the detail on the wings of that dragonfly is just beautiful. It's such a gorgeous image. Last but not least on this, we've got the wonderful butterfly. Now, the butterfly, you can cut that separate from that lovely background, but it has got that really, really Beautiful script in the background there. This is such a big set. You've got so many stamps here for £16.99. Really good price, and some stamps that you'd absolutely use again and again. And that's your sentiment. See, that with me being daft. Be wild and be free. Now, 988727 is your item number. £16.99 is your price. Now, another one of my favourites, the geometrics. I love these. Leslie has brought us quite a few geometrics over the years that she's been here and at the craft store, and honestly they are gorgeous, and these will work. If you've got any of the others, these will work perfectly. Look at that image. Stunning, absolutely stunning. And what I love about these is whether you're using them as backgrounds, whether you're pattern building, they look magnificent. I mean, that is just a beautiful, beautiful stamp, isn't it? I just love these. Again, perfectly done. So your points are perfectly aligned. Absolutely magnificent. The next one, again, the detail of that is just sensational. I think that might be the wrong way around. Bear with. Yes, it is there. That'll show you better. That helps. There. That is, again, stunning. And, of course, pattern building. Please try pattern building with these, because, honestly, it gives you an incredible effect. The next one that we've got is Over the Moon. No, it isn't. Once in a Blue Moon. And this, again, lovely little sentiment for this collection. Now, again, have a look what Leslie has done. I mean, look at that card. How beautiful is that? It's been stamped and embossed onto black card and then coloured in. How gorgeous. Stamped and embossed just with gold, which does look superb. Really, really effective. I think it's gorgeous. It does look a bit like a compass, doesn't it? And if you wanted to, I mean, that centre image, that star, you could easily cut that out and use that independently. Gorgeous collection, only £20.49. Really, really usable stamps. And again, some you're going to play with there. 676816 is your item number. Next is your sentiments. Now, this is a lovely collection of sentiments. As I was saying, the font that Leslie uses, I mean, there is a few fonts, but she's definitely got her favourites, and you'll definitely see them in this one. So, first of all, we have got kind of a random wave, actually, but I really like that because it's another one. And I tell you what, that works with the sun and the moon as well, does the wave. But it's a beautiful, beautiful stamp is that one. So you've got the ocean wave there, which is lovely. You've then got the arrows. Now the arrows, when Leslie brought these out, she brought out a whole collection that were like, your tribe, all about your tribe. But these are just lovely. And again, it's the detail of those stamps. We've then got more of your sentiments. So you've got friend. Now with this one, let me pick it up because you can't actually see it. So you've got friend. I might have to turn it around so I can read it because I can't actually read that. Friend is one who listens. Say that again. Is one who listens, doesn't judge, and somehow makes everything okay. Well, all right, it says not okay. But how lovely is that? And again, absolutely gorgeous font. The next one, enjoy the moment and live in it, which is wonderful. The next one that we've got, we will always be friends. I think that's lovely. I mean, it should have a little sort of unless, you know what I mean? Or hashtag, well, maybe. Or not. I'm only joking. That's really bad, isn't it? I don't treat my friends like that, I promise. We've also got at the bottom there, don't worry, be happy. Not. See, this is why, you know, I definitely sometimes shouldn't do positive stamps. And then with all my heart, I really like these ones with the open kind of lettering because it's really nice to be able to colour those in. Looks dead effective. And of course with these you can use these on so many of your beautiful cards. Now, have a little look-see. So I did use the Friends one there, and as I was saying, colouring that in, which does look really effective. We've got this one, and again, using that beautiful sentiment at the bottom. That one, enjoy the moment. So colouring that in, making the most of that. And then one of your little arrows. Have courage and be kind. See, aren't they beautiful? I love the way she's coloured that in, obviously, because she's amazing. 048133 is your item number for that huge collection of stamps. Now, do check out the website. We've got loads on the website. If you have any questions, do email in. But if you've got any of these before, because a lot of them we will have had on, so I know a lot of people have already bought these. If you've already got them, we would love to see what you've created. So please do send your photos in. And show us what you've actually been designing with these incredible stamps. I mean, at the end of the day, things like this, because you can do so much with them, they're just the gift that keeps on giving. And obviously, so many beautiful images. I would love to know now, with well, from our customers, because we have had Leslie on quite a few times. I'd love to know who's got the most Leslie stamps. You know, how many Leslie have you got in your collection now? Because she has brought out a lot of stamps now. And I know that people will have been collecting them, because you get a little bit addicted to like designers, don't you? And I know Leslie is absolutely one of those. Anyway, email in. How many Leslie Zagada stamps have you got? Okay, let's start. So I'm going to start with that incredible geometric. I really like these. The first one I'm going to show is a pattern building side of this, because it's cool. That's why. It's just cool. Now, I'm going to go with 2 different colour ink pads. So, first of all, I'm going to go with a blue. Roll your sleeves up for this, kid. So, let's go with a nice blue. Now, the beautiful thing about this is that detail. I adore these stamps. So let's go central first of all. I like that it's got the triangle in the centre as well there. It's like your sacred geometry, isn't it? I mean, look at that image. Just exquisite. So if I layer this up now, so again, pattern building. So you might be lining it up point to point. So I've got my point there, like so. So I can literally go point to point. That were good, weren't it? Look at that. Showing off me stamping. Look at me stamping. You should never do that, because you know this one will go wrong. Should never show off your stamping. Never be big-headed when it's live telly. Boom, though. I mean, straight away, how beautiful does that look? That is just stamping an image 3 times, and it looks absolutely stunning. Now, let's bring it again. And bring it over this side. So again, lining up my points like so. Use a nice clear block. It'll help you see where you're going. Stunning. And then, you know where I'm going. Going over that side as well. I love things like this, because I enjoy pattern building. So these just fit the mark for your pattern building. I mean, how good does that look? Imagine that just on, like, you know, paper. You know, a beautiful background paper. Or maybe you're creating a wrapping paper. Again, it's one of those that really does give you so many options. Now, I'm wondering if I bring this in to 1/4, but I think it might be a bit messy like that. But I am wondering there. Right, okay, because this is why I love the geometric designs. Now, remember what that looked like? Because this is when Leonie goes off on a tangent and plays. It might look awful, but we're going to try it. So, remember how good that looked? Just in case the next bit doesn't look great, okay? Never forget that. So, I'm going to take a different colour. I will wipe this stamp clean-ish before I go on with a different colour. I want a different colour because I want you to be able to see the variation and to see the actual pattern. So, I'm going to go on with a pink. I was going to use purple, but it'd be too close. So the pink, hopefully, you'll see the variation. Now, when I bring this one in, what I'm doing is lining up that point, and that point. So I can line it up there, I can line it up there, and I can line it up there. So that's where I'm going with it. Let me just twist it a little bit and go for it. Might be slightly out, but... Right, fingers crossed. Oh no, I quite like that. Do you? See, sometimes it gets a bit busy. That's all I was worried about, if I were going to make it a bit busy. But I want you to, it's one of those you just have to experiment. And that's the thing, because it's so cool, just see what it looks like. If it's too busy, well, you won't do that again. But it might be that you do something and go, oh my gosh, that's amazing. See, I do love that, to be fair. I think that looks phenomenal. It is busy, but the detail in that is incredible. And again, doing exactly the same. So it's that point, and that point. So you just hover over, see where your points are, and then when you're happy, pop that down. I'd highly recommend using a light, I mean, I'm using an AALL Create acrylic block here, because it's a really light acrylic block. By that I mean it's a thin one. Don't use a weighty acrylic block, because they can be difficult when you're doing this. They can be difficult to hold and just position before you actually put it down, because you've got the weight of the acrylic block. And I mean, they're not heavy, but you know, you want to use the best tools to make it easy for you. Now look at that. You see, I think that when that's cut down, how cool does that look? That is absolutely phenomenal. I think that is beautiful. And something like that is actually easy to do because of the stamp. When you look at that, that does not look easy, does it? I mean, that looks such an intense pattern. What you could do then is actually, because you've got that many points on this, you could then quickly-ish take this stamp again, move that to one side, bring on a bit of card. Oh, I might bring on that one. Okay, so you could, because again this stamp has got that many layers. I love it. I've gone off piece, you know. This isn't what I'm going to do. It is busy for this one though. If you do want this geometric, please check your baskets out. It is adorable. But then look, now, when you look at it, look how many points you've got that you might want to cut out. You might want to cut out the circle. I mean, it's really good, not just for creating patterns, but it's really good for decoupaging. And I love, do you know, this is why I adore stamps. I love looking into a stamp and seeing all the different possibilities. And when you've got something like this, it just gives you so many different angles that you can use it. And my stamping was a little bit dodgy there. I've missed a bit, but that's because I'm using, I think this is a watercolour card, so it's got a texture on it. All the excuses. So bring this in and look. So that now I could pop there. And if I raised that so it were decoupaged on it, that would be like the centre element. So you're really lifting the centre elements. And that, I mean, imagine colouring that in now. That would, can you imagine when all of that is coloured in, how cool that's going to look? Now, that's one way of using that geometric, which is beautiful. I mean, beautiful. It's one of those stamps, isn't it, that when you get it home and just play, you'll find so many ways to use it. Okay, what I am going to do, however, with this one, take a little bit of card. This is actually the demo now. Take a little bit of card. Not me playing, this is now demo. I'll put another little card behind just to make sure. I do it a lot where I work on dirty glass mat. That doesn't help your stamping. I do it all the time because, you know, it is what it is. But work on clean surface or on an embossing mat, or of course your stamping platform, and that will make sure that you're going to get a clean impression. Now I'm using my embossing pad here. I haven't re-inked this. I'm making excuses for myself because, oh, have I plugged in my gun? Yes, I haven't. I'm making excuses for myself because if it doesn't stamp properly, it's because I haven't inked up my pad. But I'm hoping it's okay. I'm trying to get it relatively central because I've actually cut my cardstock down. Normally I don't cut my cardstock down. If you don't cut your cardstock down first, it means that you don't have to worry about positioning. But if you've got a stamping platform, it's fine. Okay, now let's just get a little bit of copy paper, and I've got white embossing powder. It is one of those techniques that I absolutely adore. Murder for TV, because it's white on white and you can't see a thing. So, sorry, for now, all you can see is it's like the, you know, the white rabbit in the white snow. And, you know, it's one of them currently. It doesn't help that me. Hold on, bear with. Off she goes. Just plug that in. There. But it is a cracking technique. Now, obviously, you probably can't see anything. Hold on, Leon. But maybe you can. Maybe. White on white. Oh. Then again, can we see a little bit? I'll just move the card around because that's my fingers. I don't normally do it from behind, but I thought let's try and show you something, or else this demo doesn't come to life for a good 10 minutes. Right, I think we're about right, like that. And then, you know, white on white, it always looks good. I'm going to keep the paper behind because I am going to use some of my brushios, because we can. And brushios are one of those, aren't they? They're just such good fun. And with something like this, you never know what you're going to get, and we like that. So if I just take my good old brushios, I'm going to get that lovely little paintbrush that I had before, pop a little, oh, way too much on there, but hey. So that's the gamboge, which I can never say proper, and then I'm going to put a little bit of the cobalt blue as well, just a tiny bit this time. I'm not going to do what I did just then. Tiny bit of the blue, like so. Okay, that should be enough, she says, getting carried away again. And then let's go. So let's give it a spritz. Now I've put paper behind because with the brushios, as you will see, loads of little elements go off the main paper. So rather than wasting them, if you've got cardstock behind, when you spritz that as well, you'll get colour from that, and it just means that you've already started a background back there. Now this is always a favourite because the white obviously it resists, and you those colours just start mixing and merging in there and looking absolutely beautiful. See, doesn't that just look adorable? Now I have got and this is some of the gold brush oil, so I'm going to pop a little bit out like so, because this I want to be more, I want to know where I'm popping this one, so I'm going to use this more as a paint. You could use a paint, you could use a pen when it's dry if you wanted to, but I'm going to go in with a water brush, so as soon as it hits the water brush it's going to start being activated. And I'm just going to add a little bit of the gold. It is mixing with the other colours that I've got on there, but it'll just give me, oh, there you go, I'm picking up colour. I do like this as well though, because as you're working that in, you will pick up other colours and stuff, but it does look really interesting. Obviously, while there's still water, the brushes will be activated. It's only when they start, either there's no left, or when it starts drying, that it doesn't, that it stops moving. But yeah, I think that's fabulous, and I just adore that image. If you wanted to dry it sooner, you could either just pick up the excess with a paper towel or heat gun it. I must admit, with brushes, I love leaving it to do its thing, because I think it looks really interesting, and that's when you get all those beautiful little elements. Well, that's drying off a bit, because as I say, I like it to do its thing, so I'm going to allow it to dry for just a few moments. Well, that's doing its thing. Let me show you the other geometric that we've got in here, because again, this is just equally beautiful. And again, it is another one where you can do your gorgeous designs. So if we take this one, and with this one, let's go in with the blue again, like so. So if we get the blue, I'm going to put it in the middle of here, and then let's pattern build. And look at that stamp. I mean, stunning. So this time pattern building, you're taking that straight line and you're looking where that line is. whew, I'm doing all right today. I am glad I wore my glasses. It's a game changer. If I had my contact lenses on today, there's no chance I'd have done that. Tell you, #50. It's such a sickener. It's like, I know now that if I wear my contact lenses, I'm great, I can actually drive, but whew, doing this, it's different. It's a different level. Trying to actually, I need to take my contact lenses out just to do my stamping. I might need to just go and have an eye test, quite frankly. Right, okay. I can't blame lockdown anymore for not doing anything sensible. So, see, as you start layering those up, all the things that you avoided from lockdown, and blame lockdown when really it's just because actually you're really avoidant and hate doing those things. Oh, good. Now, sometimes I'm brave and I actually reline that and go back in. Am I going to be brave? Oh, she's trying. Boom. Good grief. I am doing all right today, even though I say so myself. Whew, I'm on fire. I am joking. It just makes me giggle because now you know what'll happen, don't you? Now I'll do something like knock all my paints on the floor. Should never ever get boastful, because you know I can't say the expression I want to say, but it means your bottom's going to be over your top. It's that expression. If you don't know what I mean, just ask me on Google and I'll tell on Facebook. Shut up, Leonie. Okay, let's have a see where I'm going to line this up. So you've got points there. See, I like looking at these stamps now, because what do you want? You can see the points in there. So you could either take that and create a square on it. Oh, that's interesting. Do you see what I mean? So you're creating, that one comes in with this one, so you're creating the square. Shall we see what that looks like? I'm not sure what it lines up with the others. Oh yeah, square there. Square there, let me just see. So if it's central like that, pretty much. Oh, let's see, let's just go for it. See what it does. Again, I've changed the colour. Oh, I like that. So you can see you've created a square there. You've got your square there and a square there. Does it look too messy, or is it fabulous? It's all quiet in my head. I don't know if it's messy. He needs to see one or two more before he's convinced it works. He's a taskmaster, is this one. It's that. I'm not telling you if it's good or not, Leonie. I'm staying quiet. And then it's like, no, you're going to have to do two more, at least. And if they're wrong... See, look at that. What do you think? I mean, I'm forcing you. Because now, it's that thing where you can start seeing the different patterns in it, can't you? Once you start stamping it, it's like, oh, these other patterns start emerging. And that really sings to me, does that? I did hear someone other day, I think were they dyslexic? I can't remember, but they saw things in patterns. And it's like, oh my gosh. Because, you know, sometimes, I mean, I'm not that good. I can't see everything in patterns. But when you look at things like this, and it's like, oh my gosh, all the patterns start, maybe there. Look at that. That's well good. Well good. I love that. Oh, I love these stamps. These. Do you like it, Adam?
It's like a kaleidoscope.
Isn't it?
You know, the old...
Yeah.
That you put a little pen in and you go round and round and round.
Yeah. So see, if you start spinning it, your head will go funny. Oh, but look at that. Oh, I love these. These stamps they just sing to my heart. Right, that was me playing. Moving on again. Oh, I tell you what I was going to do. Oh, shall I do that? I was going to mask it off and put colour on it. Because look, you could mask that off now, just that central one. So the other one, gone off on a tangent again. So the other one, you know, obviously I cut it out and I decoupage the other one. With this one, if you mask it like so, you could then bring in, let's do brush shows again, seeing as I seem to be on a brush show thing for some reason. Let's bring brushes in. I've used my VersaFine Clay, so obviously permanent. Perfect. And then spritzing it a little bit. I know I've used a masking. Now, my masking one is a paper, so I'm trying to be careful not to absolutely saturate it. Trying to be careful. Because, you know, there's only so much those little masks can take if they are paper ones. Do have a look on the website. I know we do have masks on the website, and I really recommend having lots of masking material because it's just dead handy. Popping that on, it's gone really, where I've put more water obviously. There, and let's pop another colour. Let's have a cheeky bit of sea green on this one. With brushes, I'm really impatient. Like, I'm not very good at putting a little bit of water. I'm one of these who gets really carried away with the water with brushes and just goes for it. So eventually mine are just, they're always swimming, are mine. You don't need to. You can be really, really delicate. I were with Amanda the other day when she was doing Lavinian. Amanda's so good. She just does a little spray of water and it's all perfect. Me, can't help it. Before you know it, I've just created a river. And I just get really carried away. I mean, look, love it though, because I like seeing all these veins of colour coming out, you see. I just think they look phenomenal. And the more water you put on, the more you get that movement. I told you, can't help it. I can't, it's like one of them, it's like, just stop, Leonie, stop. Can't. And I mean, I've gone too blue there, so you can't really see the image. But, let me just take my rice paper. Sorry, I'm zooming off and trying to find some rice paper on the floor. Bye. Back. Okay, now the cardstock I've used, not sure what that is, but it's okay. So then when we lift this one off.
Oh, yes.
Boom. That's well cool, isn't it? And yeah, I love that. Boom. Bear with though, bear with. Because, yeah. I think I preferred it before I put brushes on. But anyway, what I was going to do with this one, just take this. Now, it's still got some of the water, so all I'm going to do with the excess, see, this is when I don't go mad with colour. That's much nicer, isn't it? Much more subtle. Oh, I love that. That's beautiful. Such a beautiful image. I've then stamped my Cicada. I've then stamped my Cicada, and I will show you how this stamps because I've already stamped it and cut it out, but just to show you the quality of this image. I actually did stamp mine, so the first time I stamped it on not decorative cardstock. It was cardstock that I just cleaned my ink pad or my paintbrush, or, you know, just picked up the ink. So something like this, essentially, where I just got some splodges that I thought were quite interesting, stamped the actual image on the top of there, and then cut that out. And I really like doing that because, again, it changes the background, but also it means you're using it and you don't have to spend any time colouring in. Hurrah! So, brought that in. So he's going to sit here like this. Now, I am going to bring just a little bit of gold into there, and I have got a gold pen that we had on the other day. This is one of the Staedtler pens that we had on the show, and these were super, super busy actually. But again, check the website out. You might find some of the Staedtler pens still on the website. Really nice pens are these. And well, we had loads of really nice pens and pencils. But this, I just wanted a tiny bit of gold. And it's nice as this gold because it's not in your face. You know, it's not so super shiny. It's got a really subtle sort of shimmer to it. So bringing that in like so. Just a bit more. Stop faffing. And then I will mat and layer this up. That one's going to go there like so. It will be 3D'd, but then for the centre, to make the centre pop, I've stamped it again and cut the centre out. So that is going to sit in the middle and that sits like that, so it pops a lot more. And actually, all I'm going to do with that centre element, I don't want to bring too much colour into it, because I think the background it's quite heavy in colour. So if you brought too much colour into that, it was just going to fade into your background. However, if I just bring in, and again, these are the beautiful pens that we had on the other day, but if I just bring a tiny little bit of colour into the body, it'll just take the edge off it being too pale, it being too, you know, creamy. There we go, like so. So just a little bit of colour, and then a tiny bit of your dark blue there as well. I think that's enough. It's one of those, I don't want to put too much on that. Just a tiny bit of colour. Maybe his little eyes. Like so. And then that will sit in the middle of that beautiful image. I'll finish it off. I will matte and layer it and 3D him on, but doesn't he look gorgeous? So we've done this one, we've done this one, and then we've messed up that one. Oh yeah, I've done all that. I think when it dries, that'll look kind of cool actually. And then you could start picking out some of these as well. No, I reckon I reckon that'd be all right.
It's savable.
It's savable, is that?
I did go
a bit mad with my brushes.
No, but you cut it down and make it slightly smaller.
Yeah. Yeah, when you cut off the excess.
Once you cut out all the excess white paper on the edge.
Yeah. Be well good. But the pattern building element is amazing. Anyway, love, over to you, innit?
It's worth having a little look if I was you too. There's so many things on this show. You just have to... It's really bad, but don't see them for what they are. You need to look into them a little bit further to go, oh, actually, you can do that with it. Oh, actually, you could do that with it as well. It's like the first bundle that we looked at. The first bundle with your little houses that you've got on here, £18.99, 123722, where 50% of the stock now has already gone on this one. You're getting all 5 of the stamp sets that you're seeing here already. You're getting 28 stamps in total, down to the tiniest ones of your little houses. Then you get all your little elements. These two work together really, really well. Really well, because they're the sort of same scale to each other. So I can see these, craft card, new home, little star on top, Merry Christmas or Home Sweet Home, because you've got the sentiment in there. They are your little notelets and Home Sweet Home cards already done. Then at the top, you've got your beautiful foliage that's in here. But your little house would also work with your banner. So then you could put for you, Home Sweet Home for you, things like that in. And then you've also got all your flowers, so you can start making your wreaths and all sorts. 123722 is your item number. £18.99 is what you are looking at for these ones. Then, pressing on down, you've got your little magnolias that's in here. I like this as well. I like the little magnolia tray, the little branches that you're getting, your little blooms and your ferns and your cedar leaves that you've got in there. And also this element here, I think there's so much you can do when you get all of this, especially the branch. That branch is absolutely beautiful. And they sort of look like, I know they're not, but they sort of look like water lilies, but just a smaller version, these ones here. So you could go down that sort of water lily route if you wanted to. Then you've got the 2 ferns along the bottom and also your cedar leaf. So this is your cedar leaf, there is your fern. Once again, I reckon you could turn those into feathers if you're clever enough. Bit of brush those on there, sort of rounding the edges on there. £25.99, 960348 is your item number. Pressing on down. This is the one we've just used with the little bug on there. Cicada, weren't they a band?
I don't know, love. If they were, I didn't follow them.
I think they were a band. They're not on Radio 2. I've heard it by the youth. But, you know, they know... I don't listen to... Steve Wright don't play them, but Cicada...
I listen to Radio 4. They do not play
they do not play Radio 4. Don't play. Other radio stations and all that are available. Christmas, Heart Christmas is on now.
Is it?
In the car.
Oh,
yeah. He listens. So you've got all your little bugs in here, and you've also got your circles as well. Really handy, this little circle. If you're scared of white paper, you can really condense everything down, because you could sort of go down the microscopic route and sort of make it into a little microscope, so you could look in to a little tiny world. Imagine doing that with a little tiny house on the inside. That'd be cute. Oh, we think we did that earlier. I think I'm just playing back in my head. I think I'm on rewind in my head. But you could do a little tiny house in there, like a little snow globe scene.
Yeah. Yeah, we did do that.
Did we?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Fancy that.
988727 is your item number for all your little animals. And then your sentiment. We've not got the fox, but you've got your little sentiment. Really works. Be wild and free. Go on, treat yourself. £16.99. 22nd of November is when, 24th of November is when they'll all be dispatched to you. I thought I was clever then, just going straight out with it. It didn't work.
So close.
This next one, this is the one the owner was using. Now this one here, I see a compass. There's a compass in there. You go in your north, south, eats and wets that you've got on there. There is a map. There is a beautiful little compass. There's also stained glass you could do with that. But in theory, it's like 3-4 stamps in one that you've got there. This one reminds me of the Crystal Maze. You could go quite crystal-esque with this one, so you could go quite Christmassy as well if you wanted to with this one, which would be absolutely beautiful. And then you've also got your sentiments in there as well. £20 and 49 pence, 676816. 40% of the stock of that one now has already gone. Worth having a little look at. Moving on down, we've then got our sentiments and your little cheeky wave thrown in. I like the little cheeky wave that you're getting in there. Do we think the wave would fit into the circle of the bugs? I'm going for it might do.
I can try for you.
It's just a little thought, isn't it? So that you can do that little wave in the circle with your little bugs around, turning it into a little leaf that's in there. It could be a little flourish. It'd be a beautiful little flourish that you've got. Then you've got your arrows in there as well. Then you've got all your sentiments. With all my heart, don't worry, be happy. Enjoy the moments, and we'll always be friends. I like these. Then you can do cards that look like these. I love a terrarium. There's your little terrariums, look.
Oh, is that what it's called?
Oh, yeah, I love a terrarium.
What a lovely word.
I love that. There's one that Leonie did this morning. We do terrariums now on the channel.
Do we?
Yeah.
Fancy that.
Oh, we do a lovely
Cheeky terrarium.
From the Terrarium Company. £17 and no, that's what they're called. £17 and 49 pence. Mine's in my bathroom. 048133 is your item number.
You and your terrarium.
Eh?
Get you and your terrarium.
I know, and I put little fairies in it.
Oh,
I put a little fairy and a little hedgehog in my terrarium. It sits in my bathroom while I sit in the bath, pondering my thoughts, looking at my little
terrarium.
Looking at my little fairy world. Beautiful. I'll have to take a picture and show you. That's the terrarium, not me in the bath.
Not when you're in the bath.
Let's put that out right now. Not while I'm in the bath either. Let's move on. Flowers. Flowers. Let's look at the flowers here. Let's look at the flowers. We've got lavender. That's in there. You got lavender. You got your cherry blossom. That's in. Now this one, really handy because it's like 3 stamps in one. Because you've got 4 stamps in one. It all layers up. So you've got the centre, then you've got the outer petals, and you've got your inner petals. So you sort of work your way out with this one. Then you may have some of your other ones in a little jar. I know I've got some stamps like this knocking around somewhere in the house with all the little jars that you can get. Then you've got your lavender as well, and then you've got your big wood. This would be nice for weddings. I'm seeing that little wedding blocks that you've got on there. £23, 99 pence, 588726 is your item number on that one. Then we've got the water lily next up. Now this is an actual water lily and your buttercup as well that we're looking at on these. So you've got your water lily along the bottom, and then you've got your beautiful buttercup along the top. But I reckon once again you can turn that sort of into a dandelion, that sort of 1 o'clock, one of those that you want to go down there. And then you've got, I love this, absolutely adore this. You stamp this a few times, really give it some depth. You snippability into that as well, so you could really go quite 3D. £11 and 99 pence, 029898 is your item number for them. Then we've got Christmas. It's never too late for Christmas, is it? Never too late for Christmas. It comes back every year. Oof. Then you've got, this time though, you've got your Christmas wreath that's in there with your bells. You've got your Christmas. Now that could be a bauble, or it could be a terrarium, so like a little vessel to put your plants into, if you want to do it, or a little snow globe. Yeah. I'm being told. Then you've got your little jar. That could be a little milk churn. It could be full of cookies. You could pop a little fairy into it if you wanted to.
You could actually.
Little fairy house and put a little handle on the top and turn it into a little. Imagine doing a little string of lanterns. That you could do with it. £23 and 99 pence, 420456 is your item number. Then last but no means least, This is your the next set of Christmas Part 2 is what you've got here. You've got your tree in this one. You've got your dog in this one as well. I love this. Look at these. Oh, let me show you that first. There's your dog. There's your envelope that you've got. Then you've got, oh, how beautiful is that? A little bit of festive imagine that coming through your door. Like, who's put all this in an envelope? It would be. You'd have to pay extra for that. And you're going to dog and the candy cane with his little scarf on. You've got the little sleigh. The sleigh would work with cardio stamps that I bought you yesterday as well. If you're going with those ones, then you've also got the letter and then season's greetings. £23.99. 652475 is your item number. Let's go back to Crafty Corner with Alione.
Crafty Corner. Right, quick demos. So, first of all, the arrows. Now, these are interesting. I think the arrows are with the sentiments, aren't they? And as I say, when these were first brought out, they were brought out with the tribe stamps, which went beautifully with them. They're really nice stamps of these. They're really interesting stamps. And again, it's a Lesia stamp, so you have got that beautiful delicacy. So if I pop the little arrow on there, making sure that it is actually straight, otherwise you'll have a wobbly arrow, and then just, no, careful with that. Careful with your wobbly arrow. And then stamping it on there as such. And see, I really like that. I think that is quite a beautiful image. We had pencils the other day with these, and you could, I mean, just a tiny bit of colour. I'm not properly colouring these in because I'm very aware I've absolutely no time. But with something like this, just bringing a little bit of colour into this, it just starts to highlight it. 5.5 minutes, Leona. See, on your craft card, a little bit of white on there just to highlight the image underneath, and then a tiny bit of brown for the actual arrow, and then there at the back, and a little bit more brown. Again, these are the Staedtler pencils that we had on the show. I'm going to stop colouring in because I can feel myself getting carried away before I even start. Where's the red? Just do a tiny bit of red there as well. But see, isn't that a beautiful image? I want to do grey now to finish that off. There. Beautiful. And then, but what I wanted to show you was, with these, how well that arrow goes with your sentiment stamps. So, we got the friend one. I really like this one. I think that is such a beautiful image. And again, it is one of those, because it's such a big stamp, or a solid stamp, you can mix up your inks. So I've put a bit of green on there, but then I can put a little bit of brown on there as well. So again, it's really natural. I'm loving all the kind of natural tones today. So now, just stamping that, and then look. Isn't that lovely? So you've got your friend, and then underneath the lovely little arrow, you can pop the rest of the sentiments. And this is so delicate, but it stamps beautifully. Really like that. So when you're after just simple cards, that is exquisite. Next. Okay, so we have got that lovely wave. Now, the wave is too big for our circle. I did have a little look-see. However, look, your beautiful wave, and I'm going to use black at the moment for this. So bring in that lovely detail stamp, like so. And again, using this with your sentiments, it really, really works. Because it's got that lovely arch, it means when you bob your sentiments in here, and just for, oh, come on. Let's use, and I like this one. It's actually a Christmas one, but there's loads you can do with this because you've got magic in there, you've got great in there, you've got festive, you've got peace, you've got moments, so it's a magic moment. So there's loads you can use with this, but the reason I really like this little wave is, look, you can sit that right inside which I think looks really, really beautiful. And it's one of those, yet again, that you can use with loads of different ways. If you brought in then, you know our stars, my favourite one. If you brought in then your little stars, and look, you could have your little stars on there as well. And before you know it, you could create quite a sweet little card with that. See, for creating just teeny little cards, I think these are marvellous. How cute does that look? A little wave and all those, because it's very, you know, it's all about kind of the earth, isn't it? You know, your stars and your moons and the sea, all your elements, your earthy elements. Okay, the other one I wanted to show you because we haven't done this, and I know I'm absolutely pushing my luck now, but it is that floral. Now, the way that you use this one, or the way you can use this one, first of all, what you'll be doing is taking... Ooh, I'm really pushing my luck. Take the solid image first of all. So, with that one, you're going to go on with your light ink. So, go in with my light ink there. And then you take the next one, which is your more, it's got a little bit of detail on this one. That one, I'm going to go in with my next colour. 1 minute. Oh, that might not be quite strong enough. Sorry about the colour combos that I'm using. That one there. Like that. Like that. And then the last one. You've also got detail ones that sit in the centre. But the last one, ignore the colour combos. You'll use better colour combos. I'm just really, really rushing. So the last one, you pop that over the top and give you that detail. Which looks really cute, doesn't
Look
it?
at that. You've also got
know,
stamens for the middle as well, haven't you?
Yes, you've got stamens for the middle. And if you are, if you're using all your other stamps, you know, like all your other little leaves and twigs and stuff, that'll go with it perfectly.
Beautiful. You've still got 6 seconds to spare.
Hooray! I'm back up later on 5 o'clock with Art Inspiration. See you then.
Don't do that. Don't miss it. I'll tell you what's coming up in the next 3 hours. Well, I never. National Button Day today.
Oh, is it?
National Button
Well,
Day. We're
fancy
dragging
that.
Gina B as well. Who else would you want on
Gina
National
B.
Button Day?
Gina B's the answer.
Of course it is.
Hi, I'm Paul Church from Clarity Stamp. I've been fortunate enough to turn my hobby into a career and joined Clarity Stamp in January 2016. My background has always been in crafting, and I enjoy making things and sharing things. That's what crafting is all about for me, making things and sharing with others, and also learning all the time.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dyes in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. We aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watt and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration.
Hi, I'm Sarah. And I'm Vicky. We are the Stamping Sisters from Stamp Addicts. We'd started our family-run business in 1992 when we were importing rubber stamps from the USA.
But now we design and manufacture them all here in-house in our shop in Bedfordshire.
We make grey rubber stamps and we make them as deeply etched as we possibly can so that you can use them in many different ways.
We like to give you lots of different techniques to use with the stamps, different ways that they can be used and ideas.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hello everyone, yes we are celebrating National Button Day, yes, and of course we have got Gina with us, Gina B Silkworks, that's what it's all about this hour. Amazing samples you've just seen there, we've got so many more buttons to show you. Let's say a very good morning to Gina, she's here for the hour, good afternoon.
Hello.
National Button Day, who would have thought?
Who knew? I think it has to do with button collectors, and so a day to appreciate your button collection. And obviously, like many of these days, it started out in the States.
Yeah.
But, I mean, if you like buttons, you got to have a day, so we may as well have the same one.
This is a great combination because I am a big button fan myself, as I think everybody knows. And actually, we are celebrating because we've got a little gift for everybody. Well, not for everybody, for somebody who's purchasing from this hour. Everybody who purchases from this live hour is going to be entered into a prize draw to win this. This is Gina's own jigsaw. This is fabulous.
Yeah, it's almost all of the buttons that I did on my One Button a Day 2016 challenge. So
Really?
a collage of all of the different buttons. Yeah, some of them are cut off around the edges, but yeah, more or less they're all there.
There we are. Look at that. That is just incredible, isn't it? Absolutely. Now, we will close the prize draw about 10 to the hour because we need to draw someone this hour, so make sure you check those baskets out. Don't hesitate. I do know you've been shopping ahead as well, but yeah, I can't wait to announce the winner on that one then, Gina. Absolutely fantastic prize. Love it. Now, you have found our new today. I do know that because you have been purchasing already. And why would you not? This is set number 4. This is our mid-century modern button set. Tell us about this then, Gina.
So, a bit of 1950s, 1960s, a little bit of abstract and space age, and I love the color palette of this one as well because it's just that little bit different. So you can either follow the instructions to do my suggested stitches, or you can just stitch whatever you want. You've got quite a bit of thread in there. Obviously, if you started changing colors up too much, you might find that if you then wanted to go back and do the same one in the same, then you might have to add some more of your own, but you do have quite a bit. You're only using 1 or 2 strands of cotton on most because they're buttons, so you're working small. You've also got, with all of the embroidery kits, you've got a little frame, so you've got a slate frame so you can stretch your fabric, get it nice and taut, stitch really, you know, so that the fabric doesn't pucker at all while you're stitching. You could choose not to use it if you really wanted to, that's not a problem, but keep the slate frame. You might find it comes in handy for take-along little embroidery projects.
I'm intrigued. What is this, Gina?
That is to hold your threads.
I did wonder. And then I thought, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's a very special
just
gadget.
a nice little, because you're going to be separating your threads. You've got cut lengths. There are DMC threads, but you've got cut lengths. So that'll help you to keep them nice and tidy when you're taking them about. You've also got, with each of the kits, a little piece of elastic, so you can choose to make a bracelet if you wish, but you could obviously use the buttons for anything else that you want to use them for. The great embellishments, you can make brooches really easily with these, just pop a pin on the back. You've got felt so that they will be backed as well, so you can finish them off.
Even the needles in there as well, isn't it? Full instructions. You can make all 6 of the buttons that you can see on display here. They're absolutely beautiful. I'm not surprised we're busy because lots of you are collecting these as you go along, of course. Over 10% of the stock has already gone, only $15.99. 477-764. Now, we've got our original button kit here, so this must be number 1 then, is it?
Yes, number 1.
Now, I am wearing, actually, a bracelet created from these buttons. Now, I have seen these before, but I haven't seen them in such close detail, because I don't think I've seen them on a show that I've presented. I'm drawn to these straight away. The colours attract me.
Yes,
the
yeah.
design is
If
beautiful.
you like your vintage and you like the pottery, the blue and white pottery, then this is definitely it. So it's inspired across between the blue and white pottery and the Georgian 18th century buttons, which didn't tend to be in just one colour tone, but by then knocking the two together, I think they work really nicely.
Now we have got an absolutely stunning sample here. Who did this?
That is from Anne.
Isn't she
It's
clever?
really fantastic, isn't it?
Isn't
But
that
I think that
beautiful?
it's really important because we think of buttons as fasteners, and yet many crafters will stick a button onto something else as a decorative item and don't think about making the button to be that decorative item.
Exactly.
You know, if you've got a
The middle of a
bag
cushion.
yeah, bags, cushions, anything like that, you want a nice focal point.
I just love
This
that.
is a great way to do it. And I think as well, the thing about making buttons is that it's a little thing. It's not the end of the world if it didn't work.
Yeah.
You're not wasting loads and loads of materials.
That's very true.
And
Very true.
you can take it anywhere that you want, and you're not investing too much time. You know when you've got that really big project, but you just need something to unwind with?
Yes.
Yeah, a button is perfect for that because it's just a little thing.
Do you know, and I think once you get going, these are going to be very addictive. If you've not seen these before, give one of these sets a go. You will not regret it, I'm sure. Now, I want to show you the little earrings as well, just to show you what else you can create. So think, you know, away from just buttons, as we said, for using for fastenings, there are lots of other ways of using them as well. 992727 is the item number if you are looking at this particular kit. Again, only $15.99. Very busy on that one. Again, almost a quarter of the stock has gone. I am not surprised if you've never seen that before. I knew you'd love that one. Now, the next one is another one that absolutely drew me in because I love anything with florals. You've got pretty colours here. Oh, I've missed one out, haven't I, have I? No, I haven't. I'm on the right one. I'm on the right one. This is your 1930s. This is set number 2. Again, I've never seen this one, Gina.
This one is inspired really by all of the lovely tablecloths that I've inherited from my late mother-in-law and her mother. So it's all that period. It's those color tones. It's the sort of they really first started doing a lot of printed fabrics that you could buy to embroider. So you used to be able to buy the whole sets. And that's really what this is inspired by. And the color tones on it are exactly on one of the tablecloths that I actually have. And so it's a really nice, you know, as you say, it's a floral, it's light, it's feminine. It's quite, you know, goes with just about anything this does. And these are particularly nice, I think, as brooches as well, because of the different florals.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. Again, $15.99, 017706. The contents of the kits are the same, basically. It's the design that you're looking at here. So you're going to get those threads, you're going to get the buttons, you're going to get the charts, you're going to get the embroidery sheet, your instructions, everything's there for you. Now, we have got another one for you as well. We've got Deco Days. Another striking one, I've got to say. Absolutely gorgeous. Look at the colours in this one.
Yeah, so a real sort of Clarice Cleaf sort of things, you know, that sort of period in art and design. And again, you see, because of the different palettes, it's nice to be able to experiment, I think. Again, it's back to the smallest. I mean, when I'm making buttons, I tend to go for, a lot of the times I have to force myself out of a different color range. So for me, being able to choose when I'm designing to say, okay, here is the focal point. Let's look at what those colors were fashionable. You know, a bit like 1980s and gray and pink.
Yes.
You know, you automatically see certain things. And so if you work to that, it might take you out of your comfort zone, but you might find that you really enjoy certain colours and ranges.
And I think once you get going, as we've said, you're going to be addicted to this. You will want to collect all of the sets. So we've got an opportunity here, not just to go for the new today that we saw at the beginning, but maybe fill some gaps as well. This particular one, $15.99, item number 394756 is the item number there. So lots to think about, isn't there? Now, I do think we're going to go to the website and have a little look. We've got lots more available as well. Check out Gina's books as well. Don't forget, everybody purchasing before 10 to the hour will be entered into the prize draw to win that wonderful jigsaw. Now we've got Yorkshire buttons on here, we've got many different loom kits available, there's Christmas for you as well, that we're going to take a look at that a little bit later. We've not seen it on the counter yet, but we will do, and I do want to get to Gina as quickly as possible. So much there for you, some great 5-star reviews as well. So, are you checking those baskets out? Don't forget, to be entered into the prize draw, you've got to have checked your baskets out. Let's head over to the demo area and see what Gina's got in store for us. Right, Gina, what we're starting with?
Right, well, I'm going to show you with the new kit something a little bit different, so it's not actually sort of in the instructions, except for the start off. So you'll cut out, and this is with all of the kits the same, you will cut out along the black line initially, okay? And then in order to fit it into the frames, it goes through the instructions all the way through. You will fold this down and then you will stitch it onto the frame. But what I'm going to do before I do that is I just want to show you something a little bit different. Remember that you can add different mediums into this. You don't have to just stick to the embroidery as I've sort of suggested, that it is just suggestions. So what you could do is take a pencil, you could take any of your colored pencils, and just add a little bit of shadow and doodle. Now, of course, it's not going to be washable, but these aren't going to be washable anyway. They've got a wooden mold inside them.
Yes.
So you're not going to wash them anyway. And so you can go ahead and just add some shadow, just as you would with any other piece of paper, basically. You could spray inks onto them, anything else if you want to add a little bit of something different, something your own. So then we would stretch it onto the frames, and it will look like this, and we can work the embroidery. And again, I have not followed my suggestion on the embroidery here. I've just basically worked some outlines, and so kept to 2 colors as opposed to all of the different colors that I show in the example. So again, it is just something so that you can have a start off. Follow it through or add your own colors, do whatever you like with it. Although these are the colors that are in the kit. So now before we take it off and we make it into a button, you need to cut 2 pieces of felt. So you'll take your button mold and draw around it.
Okay.
And we do that first because obviously we can't do it once everything's all put together. And then just cut, if you can, a little bit on the inside of the line. It'll just help you later on when you're putting a backing on.
Yeah, because you're naturally making it slightly bigger with drawing the pencil line, aren't you?
That's right, yeah. So if you can just go inside a little bit, it doesn't really matter. You can always trim them later if you need to, but it's so long as you've got the basic shape and size there. And then we're going to take the embroidery off of the frame. So to do that, we'll just cut through the stitches.
Lovely. You can see how useful that frame's going to be if you do keep it, as you said.
And you can use this for any of your embroidery you want to take away with you. You know, it's stretching your embroidery onto a frame like that, as opposed to clipping it between 2 hoops, is actually the oldest way.
Is it?
Yeah. So,
do you know, I didn't know that.
Yeah, the embroiderers used sort of frames that they could adjust. They're 4 pieces.
Yeah.
But then you stretch it over, and it gets it's a more consistent stretch.
Yes,
you can keep the grain correctly, and it stays tighter. It doesn't loosen up the way that the drum frames do.
Do you know, now you explain it like that, I can imagine, you know, because you've got the weave of the fabric. So
Yes, so you can keep it straight. So if you're doing couture and stuff like that, they still all do it like that. They don't put it in the little hoop frames.
Yeah, the waft and weft, that's right, isn't it?
Yes.
I was going to say waft, and then I thought, I forgot that.
Yeah, warp, waft. The warp is the one that actually changes depending on where you are. It's
the warp and the weft.
But I know it as the warp, and then it's woof, and There's all sorts of, depending on where you are.
Really? Oh,
yeah.
we could keep guessing then. We'll probably just keep getting it right
So
then.
warp is what I think the most common is, and official is warp. So, like a warp drive. So I always wondered why they did that. So then, in order to create your button, you have a grey line that's in a circle.
Okay.
So we'll cut out all this excess fabric, which was only there so that we could stretch it to the frame, along the grey circular line. And that, of course, also gets rid of our loose thread ends, most of them.
Joe, it's making me feel really relaxed just watching you, Gina, seriously.
Well, it shouldn't be rushed. It should be relaxing and should be enjoyable. I'm going to take a long length of, you've got a white skein, and that's what you'll use 2 strands of that, and you'll use that to stitch onto your frame and to do your stitching.
Okay, so that's not used in the design itself.
That's not used in the embroidery.
Right,
that's just to put things together, which is why it's not the DMC. We'll keep the DMC for the nice stuff you see. So then you've got an inside dashed line. I'm going to start with a back stitch, because we're going to do a running stitch along this inside line. So try to keep your stitches fairly small. It will just keep for a neater button at the front. If you take really big stitches, you'll have larger puckers, which are harder to fix.
Okay.
Okay.
And basic sewing, is that all you
Basic
need
sewing,
for
just
these?
in and out, in a line, going around, because we're going to gather this up in a moment. Help if I only held onto the needle and not to the fabric and tried to pull.
What was the first button you ever made, Gina? Can you remember?
The first button I ever made was a really complex one.
Was it?
I was working on some woven trim for a reconstruction of a suit for a museum. For a costumer was doing a reconstruction of a suit. And I was working on some woven trim. And she sent me a photo and she said, and I also need, I don't know how many of these buttons. Can you do it? I don't know, I'll try. And the first one I did wasn't the correct method of doing it, but it was really, really a long-winded way of doing it until I figured, and it's a lovely button and it's all swirly and lovely, but it wasn't right. But about 2 weeks later, I figured out how to do it, and they were my first real sort of push into it. That I had, like, I don't know, 100 of these buttons to do.
100?
Yeah, because it was for a suit from the 1620s. So they were a bit button crazy. So yeah, that's really the first sort of proper.
Are they still in the museum now?
Yeah, I think so. Perth Museum and Art Gallery up in Scotland.
Really?
Yeah. As far as I'm aware, it is.
Oh, I'd love to see.
So that's all gathered up. We're going to just gently pull that a little. So we make a little sort of pouch, okay? But not too tight yet. And then one of those pieces of felt is going to pop inside. And this is just going to add a little bit of padding, take away the harshness of the wooden mold. Then the wooden mold is going to go in, and we'll gather up the rest.
Could we, Gina? Could if we wanted to pad it a little bit further, would it allow enough room?
Yes,
to put a little bit of wadding
have a
or
bit.
something?
Yeah, definitely. And another way that you can pad it is if you cut out a small piece of felt and then the large piece of felt, and so you put the large piece of felt next to the fabric, then a small one, and that gives you a little bit of a dome without having a line. And you could even do another one, so it really sort of comes up dome. So you can play around with it quite a bit, depending on you know, the look that you want to achieve. You do have some excess fabric at the back, so you've got a bit to be going with.
Oh, that's good.
So the next stage is to now tighten it up. Now the way that you tighten it up is that you grab a bit of the fabric
now,
and then pull down.
Oh, sorry, Gina.
Yeah.
No, we can see that clearly. Beautiful.
Okay, and it's a good idea to try to take any of the depressions of a pucker when you're pulling and going back and forth, and you go around in a spiral. Not if you take the actual pucker, you'll often make it pull across.
Got you.
Whereas if you go to a depression, you can fix any of the bits that are showing on the edge, and that will help you to get a smooth edge, and just work back and forth and around until the edge gets nice and tight.
Do you know, I've just learned something new, because I've covered lots of buttons for dressmaking in the past, but I didn't ever think to do that.
Yeah.
It makes so much sense, and we can see it on the screen.
You can,
how neat it's becoming on the edge.
if you're using sort of the snap-in cover buttons, and you gather first as well, that will also help those snap-in buttons to be nicer. They never say on the instructions to do it, but if you do, you can often get a nicer edge. But yeah, you can do this then to cover any plastic button with any fabric that you want, any embroidery, any little bits.
Of course, upcycle all those plastic buttons that you don't really
yeah.
want.
If you turn it round, because often the front of a plastic button will have some type of depression, but the back will be flat.
Yes.
So you turn that round and have the back to the front, and that is what our mothers and grandmothers have done for years. You'll often find covered buttons, and if you pick them apart, they will have another button inside it.
Oh, how interesting.
So it's just so that they could change.
Well, because it's National Button Day, we want some button facts, Gina. So do you know how the button originated? How did it all begin for the button?
That's actually, the history of the button is quite some people say that it's like forever ago, ancient. It's touch and go. It's argumentative about which, how far back buttons really go. But you do have periods in history where they have, sort of big popularity, and then others where you don't see very many buttons at all because they're not fashionable to wear. So it depends on what type of buttons that you're talking about. I mean, there's, for instance, the Roman and Greek peplums have little knots. You'll see on the statues, you'll see these little knots, and they could or could not be buttons. A lot of things that they find in digs could be buttons, but are more likely to be decorations.
Right.
There's a lot of button-like things that are actually decorative. So is it a button or is it a fastener? So is it actually a fastener?
Yes.
So
yeah, totally. Well, we don't ever want to see buttons disappear, do we? That's why it's important to keep doing these shows, Gina.
I really don't think that they will.
No,
There's a lot of button collectors out there. Right, now what I'm going to do is show you something a little bit different now. Before I put the backing on, and incidentally, you see I didn't trim in quite enough on there. So you can just go back once you have covered your button and just trim off a little bit of your backing. If your backing is a little bit short, that's better than really being too big. Okay. Now, so for something a little bit different, I'm going to show you how to do a bookmark. Okay.
Oh, wonderful.
So I've taken a piece of ribbon, like the ribbon that you get inside of tops.
Your clothing.
Yeah.
That annoying ribbon that you
always end up cutting ribbon out. That you really don't know why it was ever there. But anyways, if you cut one of those out, keep it. I've just put a little knot in one end. And I'm going to stitch this to the back of the button without really caring what it looks like.
Okay.
Just so long as it's there, nice and strong. And this you can do with any thread fabric button. You can put lots of different ribbons on it, and in actual fact it is inspired by medieval bookmarkers.
Really?
Which used a button, and
you are such an interesting lady, Gina, honestly.
Interesting is a nice way of putting it. Sometimes I can really bore for Bored for buttons.
No, I honestly don't. I think it's fascinating. Every time you're on the shows and we ask questions and you tell us about the history, you know, and it doesn't matter what you're talking about. I have never, ever considered anything you've said to be slightly boring at all. If I've got so many questions I'd love to ask and there's just not enough time to ask
There's
them
never
all.
enough time, really, is there?
No.
No, because the thing is there's so much to learn. You know, I know something and then somebody asks something and I think, I have no idea. I've got to go and look that one up or figure that one out. So for the backing, I'm now just going to make a small, the backing is felt, so I don't have to worry here. I'm just going to make a little slit. I'm going to thread that through so that comes out nice and tidy. And now I can stitch the backing using a simple ladder stitch to the button. And then this little ribbon will hang down and can be the bookmarker, and that can sit on the top of the book.
What a lovely idea.
And so they're really quick and easy to make. And as I say, you can do this with any of your, you can do this with your thread buttons, with your Dorset buttons, any of the buttons in the kit. You know, I do include the elastic just so that you can make a quick bracelet if you wish, but I know so many people, for instance in our Facebook group, they've made hangings, they've used them to decorate handbags and, you know, all sorts of things.
We have got some beautiful samples in the studio as well. I believe a lot of them, Gina, are from previous kits as well.
That's it, yeah. Well, the thing is about the buttons is you'll get something with one from one kit, one from another kit made up. Anne and Chris really come up with some lovely ideas for different ways to use the buttons. Sometimes I don't know where they get all of the ideas. I'm so busy making the buttons.
Yeah. Do you know, as you're stitching there, Gina, a couple of things actually. We had an email in, didn't we, as well, from Kim. I love this. This is from Kim. Kim has purchased, and she agrees the show is very relaxing to watch. They're looking forward to it for days. Now, Kim, get well soon, because I know you're recovering from surgery, and Kim cannot wait to get her kits and start to create the buttons. So thank you. Thank you very much for emailing in. That's lovely, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's always nice to hear from people. It really is.
Definitely. We've also had a lovely email from Tracy, and Tracy's included some pictures.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you.
Look at these. Are these Tracy's then?
Oh, fantastic.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I do like how you've mounted them up. They're beautiful. The one with the stars, that is a kit that is available on the website today. The star, big button star kit.
That
which is a brooch
absolutely
kit.
beautiful. And you can see set number 1, of course, there as well. Oh, thank you for sending those.
Thank
lovely
you
to
so
see that
much.
you're displaying them as well so beautifully. While you're just stitching that, Gina, can we have a little bit of a recap as well? Because we are very busy. Let's have a look at our new today. Now, if you have been collecting the sets, this is set number 4. Maybe this is the first time you've seen one of Gina's shows and you think, do you know, I really do like what I'm seeing here. Then you've got a choice, haven't you? Maybe the one that appeals to you most. But the new today is the one we've just seen there. $15.99 is the price. A third of the stock has gone. $477,764. You can see in front of me here the whole of the kit. This works regardless of which set you're going for. You're going to get, of course, the beautiful embroidery sheet there. That's all pre-printed. The frame, the buttons, the thread holder, the wonderful DMC threads there for creating your design. You get your white thread for attaching to the frame and, of course, for gathering the button. A little bit of elastic. You've got the felt, you've got the needle, you've got the full instructions there as well. I don't think I've missed anything out, but there's so much in that kit for $15.99. Do you know, it takes a while to get through it, doesn't it? As I say, 477,764 is the item number for our new today. Now, another favourite, I am not surprised, it's the blue and white kit. This is set number 1. If you have never seen this one before, I'm thinking a lot of you haven't, because this is so busy as well, and the fact that it is our first kit, it just makes me think, yes, we've definitely got a new audience in today. $15.99, you can see those beautiful 6 buttons that you can create there. 992,727 is the item number. A third of the stock has gone. That beautiful sample again from Anne. And I'm going to bring those earrings in again for another reason, because there's something else I want to tell you about if you are going for this particular kit. Now, if I bring the earrings in as well, oops, let me just make sure they're sat nicely. you'll notice that you've got the birds facing each other. Oh, depending on how you hang them on your ears, Gina, they could be flying away from each other.
Exactly, they could be having a
How do you do that? Because you get the printout of a bird facing one way in your kit. Well, I can tell you how. If you watch out at end of call, hopefully you'll be able to find this little stamp set, which is absolutely wonderful, and it works so well. You can see you've got the birds flying either way there. So you can stamp out and create your own embroidery as well. Regardless of whether you're going for this kit or not, you can get this at end of call, no extra postage. We'll show you how you can find that as well. There it is, only $6.99. These are your photopolymer stamps. Just pop those into your basket. It'll add nothing else on, of course, for your postage there. There's a few other add-ons, so maybe you want to have a look at those as well. Always worth looking at the end of calls. You can find some real gems there. I love the fact that those stamps are there to go with that kit. I think many of you will probably go for those. Now, Christmas. This is proving a popular one as well. I'm not surprised. This is the first time we're seeing it live during this hour. It's a whole Christmas kit. This is your Christmas button journal kit, and I do have the little journal here. What a lovely way to display the buttons that you're going to create. A lovely project. It's one of those items, again, Gina, that I just imagine, I can visualise it now, I can just visualise in years to come someone finding this in a little treasure box and looking at it and thinking, you know, a great-grandma or great-great-grandma, or, you know, anybody in the family may have made this, or maybe it would be a home that someone's inherited, you know, from someone else or purchased, and this has been left behind. And they will appreciate the work that's gone into it. I just absolutely adore this.
They came about, we've got a whole series of journal kits, and they came about because when I teach workshops, obviously everyone is so proud of their first buttons using a different technique. And so they wanted some place to keep them. And that's where the whole idea of the journal came about, is that, you know, here it is, these are the first buttons you made, so it's like a sampler. You can look at it, you can remember, you can embellish those samplers any way that you wish. And then, of course, you know, you have to do something with some Christmassy buttons. But once you've learned how to do them, you can then do them again and again and again. You've got those instructions, so you can make, you know, Christmas ornaments, anything like that as well.
I've opened again on a particular page. Look at that, there's a penny in there.
Yes, you do need to have your own penny. I didn't supply the pennies.
I think we can afford that. I think we'll afford that.
So that's your New Year lucky penny.
Could we, if we've got old coins, could we use those as well?
The principle works the same. You can add a coin. There's a fantastic, Yoko, a fantastic button artist in Japan who does fantastic work with bottle caps.
Really?
Yeah, because it isn't another thing, the bottle cap button. It's the same principle. You bend the edges, and you can put anything in there. You put charms in.
You'll have to tell me where to find that later, Gina. I am intrigued. I certainly am. Very, very busy on this kit. Oh my goodness, a quarter of the stock gone already. 487113 is the item number there. You can see everything that you're getting in that kit, those different shapes and sizes for those different buttons there, and of course the fabric to create the journal itself. 487113. Now, we've got two different books to show you as well. If you've not seen these before, definitely something I'll be popping into my basket. I've got to remind you again about the prize draw. Make sure you are checking those baskets out. Now, the first book we're looking at is the thread wrapped buttons. Now, there are 72 individual button designs within this book. Now, I've got some gorgeous frames here displaying each of the buttons. So all of the buttons that we're going to see are part of this book. Tell me about these then, Gina, because they look so intricate, some of them. They look very difficult, but I presume that they're not as difficult as they look.
They're not. It's about technique, and that's the sort of point of the books, is that I'm working through different techniques with as many different designs as I can. The ones you're holding up at the moment is the thread wrap buttons.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of weaving on a few buttons, but not too much. Most of it is how you lay the thread over the button mold.
We've got one more to show you as well.
So
there we are.
They are surprising. Wow. Once you get the knack, it's surprising how well they sort of come together. But this is a button technique that dates at least to, say, the 1570s earlier, really. There are some possible 15th century buttons, so you're talking 1400s, using this technique. Wow. So it's a really nice way of covering a disc with thread, basically.
What a great price as well, just $16.99. In fact, we've just worked out, because there are 72 projects in there. If we class each of those projects as a little pattern, because you get the instructions, it works out at just 24 pence per button. Oh my goodness.
And you've got there's a bookmark that comes with it, which has got an extra button.
Really?
And same as with the Dorset Ring Buttons book. So you've got a bonus button on the bookmark.
Even better value.
So,
oh, do you know, I can imagine making a little advent calendar of buttons.
The things you can do. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that when you see them laid out like that, when you color tone them as well, you know, you can just make hangings.
Yeah.
If nothing else, you can just make hangings, do a square patch background, hang them, or any of the art quilts, you know, something that's not going to be washed, go right ahead and
amazing. Do you know, it is fascinating, isn't it? 725760 if you want that particular book. Now, we do have another one for you as well. This is your Dorset ring book, so completely different, because you haven't got a solid button, you've got a ring to create.
That's right. You're basing these around a ring, and they also are stem from a specific technique and tradition, basically. It is romantically believed that the Dorset button industry started in 1622, so anniversary next year. There's no real sort of documentary evidence on that one, but certain types of the Dorset buttons have certainly been around for a very, very long time. And then around 1700s, they got into, the late 1700s, they got into using a ring and making the flat buttons. And of course, originally they were white on white, because they were meant for your undergarments or your shirts.
Really?
Yes, that's what they were. And it's really as you come, which is why a lot of them are single color, because it's about the patterning.
Wow.
So, and the stitches there create different patterns. So white on white looks really great with most of those.
Yeah. Amazing. It's 76 buttons in this one, $16.99. What does that make it per project then? 22 pence per project, and freebie as well. There you are. 711282 is the item number. I honestly find everything about these shows absolutely fascinating. Now, even more buttons. It's National Button Day. We saw Tracy's sample. If you want to have a go yourself, here is the Star kit. This is your Star Big Button Brooch kit. Makes 3 individual brooches there, $14.99. Another technique that you can learn. You can see all those components are included in the kit. 158058 is the item.
That one's actually
there.
really good for a beginner.
Is it?
Yeah. It looks like it isn't, but it really is good for a beginner.
Yeah, you would think that looked very, very difficult, but not at all. Now, the Dorset kit we've got here as well, so if you want to go for the journal kit. So you saw the Christmas one, same idea, but this is your Dorset button journal kit, $14.99, 771352. Now then, the Christmas journal kit. We've got that back for you here as well. I think we're going to see this one in demonstration. I'm so happy about that. Can we hand it over to you, Gina?
Yes, certainly. Now, I'm going to show you the hexagon star, which is a woven star. I'm not using the thread that's in the kit. I'm using one that's a little bit thinner.
Okay.
Because I grabbed the wrong one. But it doesn't matter. This is the nice thing about doing any of these buttons, is that you can adjust for what's in your stash as well.
Right, okay.
Obviously, it's the technique that you're learning, so you can develop it. Many of, you know, if you go to the traditional buttons, were made either out of linen for the shirt buttons or silk for the fancy buttons. So something nice in between. So this one, you start out with the hexagon mold. And we're going to wrap at the center. I'm going to do 2 because I'm using a slightly different thread than you get in the instructions. And then I'm going to rotate anti-clockwise to the next side and lay another 2 wraps. And again, another 2 wraps. And again, and now it's 2 on the other side of that one. So that should be about at the center.
Yeah.
repeat again, and repeat again. So this gives us a sort of central grounding for our star. And now I'm going to start working rotate, lay one, rotate, lay one, rotate, lay one, all of the way around. So I do all 6 sides, and you can possibly see that there's a little tiny star just developed in the center.
So quickly as well. Oh,
okay.
If you are able to show that to camera 1, Gina, we'll get a really nice close-up. There we are. Look at that. Has just come together in seconds, hasn't it?
Exactly, exactly. Thread wrapping really does come together in seconds. So I'm just going to hold that in place. Usually you can sort of hold with your fingers because I want to cut this thread.
Right, okay.
And thread a needle. I'm going to use the 3rd hand tool tin. That just keeps it straight, because otherwise if I let go that would just all come undone.
How clever is that? Look at that.
It is so simple, but honestly it is so worthwhile. It really is.
Oh, everybody needs one of those, don't
So that is on the website. So actually, I've cut a little bit too long.
I've never seen that before, Gina. I didn't even know it. No, I didn't even know it existed. I know what I'm shopping for later. $12.99 for this. Oh, this is brilliant. 121360.
The fact that it has a magnet as well means it holds. It stays onto the tin, you see. But
that is brilliant.
So
I love it.
Very handy. So take that back off, and then we're going to continue doing the wraps, but this time, that little triangle that made a point, I'm going to weave underneath it. Okay, so I've threaded up the end of the needle. Now, when you first get started, because you're using a longer length of thread, you have to take care that you're not getting a tangle. Rotate anti-clockwise to the next side, and then I'm going to go under. And I'm going to also go under the one I just laid down, but then above those. Okay, so let's see if I can turn that.
Yeah. I'm going to let everybody know, Gina, that half of the stock of the Christmas journal is now gone.
Oh, thank you. It's a fun, it's fun. It goes a lot of different techniques as well on this one.
I can imagine a nice handmade button on the top of Christmas stocking.
Yeah, definitely. Each person can have a different one.
Where the hanger is, perhaps. You can
yeah,
attach
that'd be
there.
nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Especially on some of those gorgeous handmade ones. There's some of the patterns that come here for the stockings have been just amazing. And so basically, I'm just going to keep doing this. And just keep weaving under the point. Oop, not let go. That would help. And rotating. And then weave under the point and rotate.
We've also put at the bottom of the screen the details for the star, the big button brooch kit, because great for beginners, as Gina said. Very similar techniques in a sense, because of the wrapping?
Sort of, but there's no weaving.
Okay,
just
wrapping.
That is all about wrapping. The order in which you wrap is how you get the different designs, and that's the nice thing. You see, you learn thread wrapping, you've got sort of an arsenal of patterns. Then if you learn to weave as well onto those thread wraps, you've got, you double, quadruple the design possibilities. Yeah. And the thing is that a lot of people learn how to work button making, and then they just go with it and make up their own, and it's a little bit like doodling. Really,
I'm just fascinated seeing that star getting bigger.
It comes together so quickly, doesn't it? And I'm not trying to get it sort of too tidy, but you can see that if you keep your tension good and weave underneath there, just weave under that point, you can see that it's making a complete star. I love how it catches the light as well.
Beautiful.
You use this is what's in the kit is a perle cotton. So again, it does catch the light really nicely.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Gorgeous. Do you know what? We're going to give a little bit of a recap on that Christmas kit because it is very, very busy. Let's have another look at the journal, actually, because it is a whole kit for you. So you do get the fabric to make the journal, but look at the buttons. Yeah, just everything that you need to get going here, of course, to create this. The threads are in there, the needles in there, the instructions, of course, just the penny. That's all you need to provide. Could be a sixpence if you've got one for Christmas.
Yes, if you've got an old sixpence, wouldn't that be fantastic?
It would, wouldn't it? Most definitely. Really, really busy on this one. 60% of the stock has now gone. It's rapidly jumping up. I'm just looking at the clock as well. Got to remind you about the prize draw. Do not forget, if you check out your baskets, by 10 to the hour, you will be entered into the prize draw. One lucky person will be winning Gina's fantastic jigsaw. 487113 is the item number you need if you're going for our Christmas button journal kit. 2/3 of the stock gone. It really is just jumping ahead now, this one. I think lots of you love to watch, don't you? You like to watch. You get caught up in the moment because it is very relaxing watching Gina. And then suddenly it's like, oh, I need to check my basket out. Make sure you're doing that right now. Make sure you're in for that prize draw.
Right. Just had to add a little bit more thread.
Okay.
Because I cut it off so that I wouldn't get in a tangle on TV before I started. And I'm going to go fairly close to the points. The points won't be completely covered when you're using this method on a hexagon mold, but that's all right because really you won't notice them anyway. If you're ever doing something where you're planning ahead and you think, oh no, I don't like that, you know, you can always put a bit of color on that mold at the points. Or in this case, you're working a star, you could put a bit of glitter. You know, mix it up, use some other materials as well.
Definitely.
So I'm going quite close to the edge. I think I've gone uneven at some point when I put down, but that's all right. I don't think it's going to be
it looks good to me.
Too much of a problem. And then that looks about right.
Do you know, it looks perfect,
Hasn't that
Gina?
come together really quickly as
If
well?
you needed to, would there ever be a point where you could push the threads a little bit?
Yeah, you certainly can. So, best thing to do is to use your nail. And you can just spread everything out, straighten it up. You can use a blunt needle to do the same.
Yeah.
You can just get everything straightened up. It's always best, when you're working any thread wrapped button, it's best to not put the threads really, really close together anyways, because with time the threads will relax. If you bunch them up too close, you run the risk of overlapping, and then you'll have a loose thread, which will look messy.
Yeah.
So it's best not to do that. Now the other part for the
Can I just give a bit of an update, Gina? We really have seen a surge, particularly in our Christmas kit. I was about to say we've gone limited stock, but actually I didn't even get a chance because we've technically sold out. Oh, I've got the sample to show you again here as well. It's absolutely beautiful, isn't it? I love, love, love it. If we get any bounce backs, I'll let you know, but I don't think that's going to happen. $15.99 was the price. It's an absolute bargain. Oh,
you can see how easy that one was then.
It really, really was. I want to give you a reminder as well of our new today kit again, because this is proving popular. I am not surprised. Set number 4, we've got the mid-century modern for you here. That whole kit, as you can see, just laid out in front of us here. Everything ready to get going straight from the box or the packaging, and you can create 6 beautiful buttons. However you decide to work with them, what projects you put them on, whether you just want to display them in a gorgeous frame, that is entirely your choice. 477764 is the item number on that particular kit. Now, moving on to the blue and white, another one that has been proving so busy. I am just wearing the bracelets. I'm just going to pop my hand in again and just give this a little bit of a spin round so you can see all these different buttons again as I give you the details. I am not surprised this has been a popular one yet again. It is absolutely beautiful. 6 individual buttons again. Do watch out at the end of call for those stamps if you want to create further little embroideries. But of course the kit, you've got those pre-printed embroidery pieces, all the thread, everything that you would want absolutely in that package. Once again, $15.99 is the price, $992,727. Now, the 1930s, another one of my favourites, I've got to say. I just love the delicacy of these, those beautiful florals, the colours of the threads in here. The kit, the same components. It is about the design. $15.99 is the price once again. 017706, and that is set number 2, being the 1930s. And then if you like your deco, how about this one? This has been very, very busy. Half the stock gone on this one. Absolutely beautiful. You get everything again. Look at the designs here. And if you want to improvise a little bit, you certainly can do. We've spoken about that earlier on. Another one at $15.99. Item number is 394756. Now, something else. Oh, you see, I'm a Yorkshire lass. I have actually got this kit, and I have made buttons with it. I love everything about this. This is your Yorkshire button kit. So you can see, look, you've got those little perspex, they look like little cogs, don't they? But that's for wrapping, of course, your thread around. You've got DMC thread in there again. Some beautiful ideas that you could create using the Yorkshire buttons. I mean, tassels, buttons, you know, decorative elements, jewellery again, bag charms. It just goes on and it goes on and it goes on. I do just want to show you very quickly this sample here, because the smallest button has been used as the buttons on this cardigan. How sweet are they? Oh, I just love this kit. It's always been a favourite.
It's a really nice kit. It's something you can sort of take with you anywhere, and you could use, you know, your really fat threads, or you can work down and take the smaller one and use your finer threads.
Perfect. And all you need is that item number 971888. That is the one you need. Check those baskets out right now. We'll be cutting off that prize draw any second now. Only $14.99 for that kit. I think we're going to see the Yorkshire button kit. Yes, aren't we?
Yeah, we are.
About 6 minutes, Gina.
Okay. Oh, well, I can even undo some of this then. Basically, you choose what size you want, and you start out by wrapping the threads around every other spoke, okay? And then as we come around, we go back to fill every spoke. Now, the full instructions are in there. The only one that you don't do and every other is the very, very tiny one, okay?
Right, okay.
And then we basically take the thread around and work a back stitch. And depending on how you do this will determine your patterning. So if I want to have ribs on the outside of my button, because what I'm basically doing is I'm currently working, this is the inside of the button, so the bit that you won't see. I think my fat needle is perhaps a little too fat. I also need to say, to remind you, that when you are wrapping your threads around this loom, don't wrap too tightly, because if you do, you're not going to get your button off of the loom, and that's the point. These are reusable, so you can make whole sets in the same colors and everything. This is a tool to keep in your basket. You can use these buttons, you can cover a button mold, you can cover a plastic button, or you can use them as they're sort of first meant to be, and that's soft buttons. So things for your knitted, your cardigans and your knitted and your crocheted things, they work really, really well for that.
And so I'm just going to come on some of my crocheted things, Gina.
Yeah.
A little hint there.
Definitely. Little noses.
Oh, I never even thought of noses.
Yeah, you could do
noses.
You could do little noses.
Oh, now.
Or
now
use a
you've given me
fluffy
an
wool and do
idea.
little tails.
Oh. Oh, you see, I've just used them as buttons so far, but now that's food for thought.
Now you're thinking of all the noses and
am.
eyes.
Yes, the
you
eyes
could do
as
the
well.
soft eyes with them, couldn't you? So
especially in kits for younger children as well, where you don't want to use the actual plastic eyes.
They also, if you work the largest one, you can stuff them and sort of sew a whole group of them together and make like sea urchin pincushions.
Yeah, that would be lovely.
And so it really is as easy as this. I'm just working around and around these spokes, and you go as far to the edge as you want.
And again, you can see how quickly this is coming together. Joe, we've got to announce the winner of the jigsaw. I recognise this name. I don't know. I don't know. I think it's a customer here who must buy quite a lot from the channel. I just think it's a name I've seen when I've packed orders. It's Mrs. Carol Harding. Well done,
Congratulations.
Carol Harding. There might be a lot of Carol Hardings out there. It might not be the same one, but well done, whichever Carol Harding it is. You have won the jigsaw. Absolutely fantastic. You'll enjoy that. Oh, let us know how you get on with that as well, Carol. I'd love to hear how long it takes you to put that together. How are you getting on, Gina?
All right, so I've come around. This is probably as far as this particular, I do one more stitch, I think. This particular needle will let me go. And so now I'm going to pop this off of the loom. So I'll turn it round.
Oh, you're going to time this to perfection, Gina.
Pop it off. And then really what you should do is that initial length of thread pull through, but for time I'm not going to. I'm just going to put a little piece of wadding into the center here, and then I'm going to go in and out through these loops. Now of course that also makes nice flowers if you want to do flowers on like an applique, so not make them up into a button.
Oh,
and
just to remind everybody, it is National Button Day, so make sure
we have to all appreciate our buttons.
Yeah, exactly. Appreciate your buttons. Never thought I'd say that on live TV.
And then
look at that.
Gather it up.
That is a perfect centre to a flower.
It is a really good centre to a flower.
With thread, just the centre.
Yes, they do actually. They're great for like sunflowers and stuff because they've got so much texture. And so really, as it is, there is a button. So great for a cardigan or something else. Don't fasten this off and sew it on separately. Don't use any of your tail to sew on any of your buttons that you make, because I will come and yell at you.
Twist that around a little bit so we can have a proper good look at those. Aren't they beautiful? Beautiful. A minute left. That's all we've got this show. This show, like all of them, has absolutely flown.
They do fly by. That one has got a hard mould inside of it.
Yes, I can feel that. Yeah. Yeah, beautiful.
So you can just cover plastic buttons with it if you like.
Everybody, go searching out those buttons now. If you've got any clothing that you're going to get rid of, cut all the buttons off and recover them. Another popular kit, actually, the Yorkshire Button Kit. Make sure you get that one. Pop it in your baskets as well. 971-888. Gina, as always, an absolute delight.
Lovely. Thank you all very much.
Oh,
happy Button Day.
Yes, happy Button Day. Hurrah! Where have we got buttons all in the studio? That's what I want to know, apart from on this counter. Now, we've got much more ahead as well. Have you got another show today, Gina?
No, just the one today.
Just the one?
Just the one today.
That's not enough.
We've split them up. Instead of doing 2 in a day, we're splitting them up every couple of weeks, you see. So keep me busier.
Then. Gina will be back. Keep celebrating those buttons, everybody. See you soon. Coming up next, we have the 12 o'clock hour for Karen Davies Moles. That's the one-day special. Then we're stamping with Sweet Poppy. Oh, I've not seen Lucy in ages. Then back making with Mrs. H.
Hi, my name's Mel and I'm from Crafty Devils down in Devon. We are a family-run business and we've been established for about 16 years now. All of our MDF products are produced in Devon, in the UK, and we have a wide variety of products to inspire you.
Hi, I'm Jenny Mays from Hobby Art. Hobby Art's a family-run company and we've been designing and manufacturing stamps for over 28 years now. We have an extensive range of clear and rubber stamps and we're proud that they're all manufactured in Britain. Whatever your style, there's always something that will interest you with Hobby Art stamps. Crafting is my passion, and I love teaching. I love sharing my ideas with other people because I have the time to share my ideas, maybe open a door for somebody and give them the confidence to start stamping.
Hi, I'm Jo and I have the pleasure of demonstrating for That's Crafty. That's Crafty are a family-run business that started online in 2005. Initially as an online business, the company has grown and Graham joined the business in 2015 and they now produce their own surfaces and stencils. That's Crafty have a wide range of products including stamps, surfaces, stencils, paints, inks and mediums, all geared up for mixed media and papercraft alike. I hope I can inspire you by bringing along my experience together with the That's Crafty products. So make sure you don't miss the That's Crafty shows.
Good afternoon. Now it is the penultimate live hour of our brand new one-day special. Now a third of the stock has already gone, but if you haven't yet seen this, perhaps you were out last night and you were sensibly in bed this morning. So we have got here brand new supplier, Karen Davies, her moulds. And you're here for us demonstrating, Anthony.
I am indeed, yes. Yeah.
So for anybody who did miss the show so far, if you could just tell us a bit about Karen.
A recap about Karen Davies. Well, Karen Davies has been always very well known in the cake industry, and she has been for the past 14 years. So she's probably one of the oldest manufacturers of cake moulds here in the UK. She uses premium quality food grade silicone, so that means that it makes it really, really easy to actually release, whether it's fondants or cookie dough, or indeed what we're using on today's show, clay. So it makes it really, really easy. All of the designs have actually been sculpted by Karen herself and also her daughter Alice. So when you actually start to create things, you'll know and instantly recognise straight away that all of the items that you make actually look as though you have sculpted them. And that's, like I say, in the detail of the hand sculpting of the original items from both Karen and Alice. So they really are a beauty to work with. You can get really creative. So although we have flowers on the show, you can see we've got on the screen at the moment the owl. That's actually been created using one of the moulds from the one-day special. So they're very versatile. You can indeed be using them for mixed media. You can also be using them for cake decorating. They're even going to work for card decorations as well, or just like embellishments for any type of project that you have.
Lovely stuff. So let's look at what we've got, and those are brilliant samples as well. When did you do this one?
That one was this morning as well.
Oh, you've been busy. This, honestly, the samples are just brilliant. And what you've done, which I think is excellent, is you've done You've made them look all different styles.
Yeah, this is the really great thing. Although, yes, you're getting a rose mould there, and you're also going to be getting the peony mould, as well as the bigger mould that's got 12 elements on, you can actually then further embellish them by actually like thinning out the petals. So every single leaf or petal that you actually manipulate will make that rose or that peony look completely different from the previous one. So you've got a rose there, on the top of that one. I've got two here, and although yes, obviously the actual shape is the same, but then it's all the finities of actually going in there and adding all of that extra detail just using your fingertips. So they look like two different roses.
They do, don't they? Amazing. They're so pretty. Love that. Gorgeous. Right then, so what you are getting, the 3 sets of moulds. Now there's 18 elements, if you will, in each of them. Well, in all of them put together, that's what I mean. So you've got your rose, your fabulous rose, you've got your peony mould, and then you've got your buttercream flowers mould. So there's a lot here, and they're lovely focal point pieces.
They really are, but as well as being focal points, you've got all of the other little filler flowers in there as well. So you've got little flower heads, you've got the ranunculus there, you've got another smaller rose, you've also got a little simple daisy there. So there's something that's going to create the most beautiful, or decorate the most beautiful projects. And as I said, because they're all sculpted by hand, seriously, you are going to or people who look at your projects are going to think that you have taken an awful lot longer than you actually have. You never need to tell them that you've used a mould, obviously.
Absolutely, I like that. So if you want to go for your one-day special, there's an £8 saving. It's £54 and some change, or you can spread the cost 2 payments of £27.49. Item number is 792942. Lovely. We've got more moulds. Now, we've got the tropical leaves. Now, this has also been very busy, and almost half the stock has gone. And I know I was banging on about this last night, but this is stunning.
You wanted to wear it, didn't you?
Oh, I should put it on.
You should. You should, yeah. And that has just been created by using just one of the leaves, actually, from that mould. And quite simply, I've just pierced a hole through it, and a friend of mine, Karen, has actually made the actual chain to go with that. So it just adds to it. But you can see all of the amazing detail that is just simply brought to life just by using some metallic paints and some dry brushing.
Lovely. Now, obviously not just that mould that you've got, because you've also got the ferns on here.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the
you've also
leaves.
got and you can see the actual size of the clay pot there is over 20 centimetres in height. So you can see the scale of these. They're not tiny elements. So they're going to be really, really great for upcycling things around the home, making really statement pieces of wall art, and they will work particularly well if you love doing your power texting.
Yeah, good idea. Because we were asked a lot about different things you can use.
Indeed.
Last
So,
night.
yes, you can be using the clay that we have on the show. So we're doing 2 different types of clay. We're doing the hearty clay, which is basically a paper pulp and a glue. And then we've also got the polymer air drying clay, but you can also be using it with things like plaster of Paris. You can be using it with resin. And then if you buy yourself a second set of moulds and use it exclusively for the other type of craft I'm going to mention, which is cake decorating, you can be using that for fondants, and you can be using it for things like cookie dough.
Amazing. Lovely stuff. $19.99 then for your tropical leaves, 586277. Then we've got the trailing leaves. Now, 3/4 of the stock of the trailing leaves have gone. This one's been a very, very popular one as well, hasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And this goes hand in hand, really, with the tropical one. They work just so beautifully together. So on here, you're going to be getting ivy leaves, you're going to be getting rose leaves and others. I don't know what the others are, I'll be honest with you. But they all just make for a really beautiful mould, lots of different elements. Again, as I say, whenever I use a mould, don't just look at the mould in its entirety or the elements. Look at them and think, well, actually, I can just, like for the rose one at the top there, there is the 5 leaves. You can quite easily just take all those elements and use them individually. So just think outside of what the actual mould looks like and then go from there.
And I'll have to show this again because I think that's just way fabulous. Stay. Because made a bracelet out of it. Which clay was this one
and
again?
That's the air drying polymer clay, so that's the Medina clay that's on the website as well and on the show.
Looks good, doesn't it? I think that's fabulous. Okay, $21.99 for your trailing leaves. Item number is 233351. Then we've got the palm spear leaves. These are These are corkers as well.
They are indeed. This is a real statement piece. You know, when Adam did the show this morning, he was saying, you know, what else can you use them for? So I said, you know, they could be a heart. You can actually quite easily cut a heart into those as well. You could be using them as big feathers. Yeah. You could be using them as a massive flower. If you were to make lots of them and place them all in together, you could be doing them for that. Wings on an owl or a bird. So just, again, think outside of the mould, and you can quite easily just let your imagination run wild with this one, which is the palm spear mould.
See, on this sample, I see, you know the fans that you waft.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, back in the day.
Yeah, indeed. Right.
Yep. And again, that's the sort of thing is. But a palm spear, I do believe you can also then cut into each of those as well, and actually separate it so it looks like a true palm leaf.
Wonderful.
Okay, so you can do that with it as well.
Good stuff, and the bottle sample is just beautiful as
well. Again, this is just like upcycling an old bottle, but that could be a lamp stand or something as well. So again, just think about all the things around the house that you could upcycle and make pretty.
$22.99 for your palm spear mould. Item number is 093186. Then we've got, so these next three are really adding lots of texture to your project.
They are indeed, yeah.
So we've got the wicker mould. And again, it's a lovely big mould. I love the sample that you've done here because you can make it look so realistic.
You can make it look so realistic, but so easy to achieve as well. I started off with like a yellow clay, and then once it had actually dried, I then just dry brushed on a really dark colour brown in real deep crevices, and then just dry brushed a lighter colour brown, and then finally white. And I glazed it just to give it that shiny look that wicker actually has. But seriously, it's really easy to achieve that look.
Excellent. That's $19.99 for that mould. Item number is 373224. Then we've got the driftwood. This is another favourite. 60% of the stock has gone.
Wow, I'm not surprised. This, I've got to admit, I think, we shouldn't have favourites, but this is one that's I've looked at and thought, there's so many things you can do with this. We made a little door for our fairy house last night with this one. But then it can be used for going round. So if you've got a three-dimensional project, maybe you're upcycling a tin. So very similar to you would actually decorate a cake. You could put those all the way around your tin. So again, just think of all the things. You can make them longer, you can make them shorter, narrower. You can use just sections of that texture there to add texture to your clay, and it hasn't even got to be a piece of driftwood, like again we did last night by putting a door frame around the little door. You've also got the rope in there that is absolutely beautiful. You can see every little thread of the rope there, and then you've got three beautiful looking seashells.
Yeah, I love those. $21.99 for that mould. Item number is 061354. And then last but not least, we've got the woodland bark mould. Have I got the right sample for this one?
Indeed, yeah, that's in the background there. So again, this is all down to dry brushing to make it look really realistic. Again, it's very easy to achieve. It took me about 10 to 15 minutes to actually paint that. So when you actually think about it, that's actually not too long.
No.
Again, you do have to wait until the clay's dry, but then you're good to go, and just keep on adding up, starting with a really dark colour and just getting lighter every single brush stroke, and that's the sort of effect you're going to achieve. The reason it's so realistic is because it was actually cast from an actual piece of tree bark.
See, that's so cool. I wonder if Karen goes around sort of foraging for different things.
Well, admittedly, I look at things and think, God, that would look really good as a mould. So I'm sure Karen thinks in a very similar way to as I do.
Lovely. All right then. So for that last one, $19.99. Item number is 025058. Here's the website. That's your fastest way to order at thecraftstore.com, and then you can peruse all the rest of them. I've just realised that out of the one-day special as well, you can get them individually, just in case there's one that you've got a favourite for. We've also got some lovely liquid metal pots, and that, again, that's for your dry brushing.
Indeed, yeah, we're going to be using that on this demonstration, and obviously we're going to be using the clay. We're going to be using the Hearty clay, but there is also the Medina air drying polymer clay as well. If you want to make objects like a key fob, or indeed sort of like jewellery, a bracelet, that's the clay that you're going to be wanting to use for that. So that's the polymer air drying clay.
Right, there you go. Also, just to say, if you do want to become a Freedom member, it's really easy to set yourself up. 88888 is the item number there. Okay, let me hand over to you then, Anthony.
Right, so we're going to be using the largest mould in One Day Special for this particular one. So we're just going to grab some clay that I've already coloured. Now, all the clay on the show does come to you white to start with. Then, depending which option you have, you can buy the one that has the 4 different colours that are black, cyan, which is a blue, you've got magenta, that is like a red or a really deep pink, and you've got the yellow. Plus, you're going to get a bag of the clay, the white clay, that's 200 grams. Now, when you buy that particular pack, you will not need to buy any other colour clay.
Cool.
You don't need to buy green. Yes, they sell green, but you don't need to buy green. And all the purple, you don't need to buy a purple. All those colours can be achieved by just using the chart that you get in that pack. And also this little mould here. So, for instance, if we want to achieve this type of colour here, that's like a cream, then you just sort of like look along the chart here, and then when you find something that's very, very similar, okay, then you just go for it. So you just mix up the colour it tells you, pop the appropriate colour in the appropriate little dip there in this mould, pull them out and then mix them together, and you are going to achieve the perfect colour every single time. It is so simple, so foolproof, and believe me, you can't go wrong.
Good.
So I'm just going to take a little bit out. So we're going to use the little daisy mould here, and I'm just showing you how to make 2 different colours, or use 2 different colour clays in just one mould. So we're just going to press that down. Now, if you've never ever used moulds before, then you just need to dust them out with corn flour. Okay, and corn flour just make the clay release that a little bit easier. So I've just put 1 piece of colour clay. Then I'm just going to go for a lighter colour here.
Little daisy.
Okay, so a little daisy, and this is how easy they are. So just press that in with your fingers. I'm using a Dresden tool, which is a cake decorating tool. But you can just use your fingers, or indeed you can use a ball tool, as long as you don't use a tool that's really sharp, because obviously if it's sharp it will cut into your mould and damage it. Where it comes to storing the moulds, you know, the majority of them are actually rectangular in shape, so you can put them on a bookcase or bookshelf if you wish, and actually write on the side what they are. So for storage is really, really good as well. So just press that down, and then because, like I was saying at the very beginning, this particular silicone is just so flexible, it does make it really nice and easy to push out. And you can see already that is just falling out. Okay, so you can see, pop, there we go. Didn't need to force it, and there is the beautiful little flower there. Okay, you can see. And because it's been done by hand, it's not like the same all the way around, where you'd expect it like if it was done by a computer. So that is the joy of using something that's been hand sculpted in the first place, because now it makes it look as though I've actually done all the hard work, but really we know it's the mould. But that's what it's about. So I'm just going to place that aside. So another one we're going to be using on this particular demonstration is this beautiful one here, which is the tropical leaves.
Lovely.
Okay.
Just while you're doing that, we've had a question from Christine.
Oh, okay, Christine. I think Christine last night as well, wasn't it?
I think so. You're keen. We like this.
We
But
do
good questions.
indeed. Yes.
So, what was it again? You cure the polymer in the oven with the moulds?
No, well, if you're using the polymer that's actually on the show, then no, you don't need to, because that is air drying clay, so do not put that in the oven. But there are other types of polymer clay out there. One of them being that I know of is the Viva Decor jewellery polymer. Yes, you will need to put that in the oven, but with that type of polymer clay, once you put it in the mould, it really doesn't stick at all, so you can actually pop it out and just put your polymer clay in the oven. If you want to keep it in the moulds, then yes, you can. Just check the instructions, but I'm pretty sure it goes up to about 210 degrees. So, yeah, they're good to go in the oven, and you can also put them in the freezer as well.
Lovely. One more.
One more.
I know.
like this.
Good questions. Using embossing powder.
Yes.
In them.
Yep, you
with
can
a heat gun.
Yep, that's fine.
Oh.
That's fine as well. So, back in the day, there was it was a pot, I think it was a melt pot or something it was called.
Yeah.
And people used to put all their embossing powders in there, melt them all together, and then pour them into moulds. Yes, you can do that as well.
Great.
So basically, as long as you can pour it, whether it's hot or a cold medium, you can pop it into these moulds. But we'll just clear up the question that a lot of people ask, you know, do we need a second mould if we're going to be doing cake decorating? The answer really is yes. Although Hearty clay is not toxic, okay? You still, you know, it's just not the done thing really to cross-contaminate between the two. So I always recommend, if you're a cake decorator and a crafter in this sort of sense, then do get yourself a second mould.
Do you have a favourite, clay out of the two that we've got on the show?
Well, they're both used for different things.
Right.
So if I'm doing a project like we are at the moment, that is basically going to be a piece of wall art, then I'm going to be using the Hearty air drying clay. But if I want to make a project where it's going to be a piece of jewellery, or like I say, something that's going to be handled a lot, then I'd definitely go for the air drying polymer clay, because that's far more robust.
Got you.
So I've just quickly just popped that in. I'm going to use the section of it, and because the mould's just that great, just curl them up and you can get all of the amazing detail straight away, okay, with that. So that's those elements there. Then we're going to bring another mould into play as well. I've just got to go and dig to find this one, so just bear with me one moment. Here it is here. So this is the trailing leaves, okay. So I'm just going to quickly pop this back inside here. Now I'm just going to use a random colour that I already have mixed up. And as I said, you know, if you're new to this, then just grab yourself some corn flour, just dust that in, okay. So even the most detailed moulds, you are easily, for somebody brand new to clay and moulds, you're easily going to be able to achieve this. So just going to quickly just pop that in and just really, really press down into there. Obviously, you know, some of these are quite detailed, so you will need to take a little bit of time to actually press that clay in. But you can see, even so, this is probably one of the most detailed. It's still pretty quick to achieve. I'm not going to go the whole length of this. We're just going to cut it short there, and then just push that clay back. So where you've got the top part of the mould there, just be sure just to drag the clay just inside so you can see the full shape of your mould, and then it's going to be far easier so your clay doesn't stick. So just go on to there, and then again we're just going to flex that in half like so, and just quite quickly, okay, just go that way and just lift that out, and that's all the detail you can achieve. Now when it's in this state, okay, now is the time to actually do your further posing of it. So for instance, maybe we wanted to do like a wreath style design, so now is the time to just go in there and just manipulate that clay. So however you leave it now, it will dry like that. Cool. So that's a really important thing just to realise. So the next one we're going to be using is the massive, the palm spear. Okay, we're going to be using the smaller version here. Okay. So again, just pop the clay in. And you will notice, depending on what mould it is, I will flex the mould in a different way. Okay, so you will get to know which way to flex every single mould that you have in your collection. The great thing about the paper air drying clay is, even if it does stick in the mould, you can just pull it out and you can scrumple it up and you can try again. So there is really no going wrong whatsoever.
Lots of wiggle room, as we like to say.
Yeah, exactly. So with this one, it is open-ended, so you can actually put a florist wire actually in there.
That's cool.
So you can then pose it later, and you could just have these almost like a dry flower display.
That's it. And we were asked a question yesterday about resin. So with this one, you need to
just
buffer it.
Buffer it up. Basically, just put a piece of tape or a piece of plastic over there, just to stop the resin from actually running out of your mould. So
I love resin.
It's brilliant, isn't it? Yep. So just press that in. Okay, so this time I'm going to flex the mould sideways, because you've got this sort of like decoration going there. It's best to actually flex it that way. Okay, and you can see again, that's how easy it is to pull that out. Now this particular one, this is the palm spear. Yep. If you want to, you can actually make a palm leaf. Okay, and the way to do that is basically in the valley part of the mould, just cut it using a craft knife. Okay, and then just go around this side, and then you're going to create almost that palm you see on palm trees. Okay, so just cut that down and then just start to spray it out like so.
Oh, I see, yeah.
So it gives you that. I didn't cut that one. Let's just go back in there. Okay, and again, you're going to want to do this when it's wet. So again, you compose it. So don't think that the palm spear can just be used like that. So that's a sort of, you can just really fan it out quite nicely as well. So again, entirely up to you how you use that. So I'm just going to scrumple it up. We're going to use that on another show or another demonstration a bit later on.
Yep.
So we've got all of our elements that we've made. So here is what we're going to be sort of like positioning together. So we're just going to do a little bit of dry brushing. So we're going to be using the paint that is on the show. It's like a gilding paint, and this is the one from Pentel. So I'm just going to give that a little bit of a mix. Okay, it's got a ball bearing in there, so just give that a good old mix. Okay, and then we're just going to paint that one up there. So again,
here are the colours, just to let everybody know at home. You've got the antique gold, the silver and the copper, $14.99 for the set of 3, and they are beautiful, beautiful. 134602. Do you always use them neat, or?
Yeah, I do. Just out of the lid, I normally do, and then just onto my glass, so it's not too heavily loaded on there. And obviously around the sides here, it's not so much dry brushing, it's literally painting. Okay, but we'll just dry brush onto the top just to bring out some of that detail that's actually in there. But I just love this combination of like the teals and the gold. I think it works really, really, really nicely. So now we're just going to go, and then we're just going to just start brushing inside. So we've got hardly any of the paint on our brush. Now with dry brushing, you know, a lot of people make the mistake of they want to just like do dry brushing in one stroke. That's not the case. You have to basically just build up that colour, okay, and just keep on going in there. So the idea is to have very little paint actually on your brush, but just to build up the colour. So there we go. You can just keep on going around there.
It's looking both opulent and vintage now.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, it is such a beautiful colour. And this is the gold out of the 3, but like I said, you're getting the copper and you're going to get the silver. So just keep on going. Okay, just dry brushing.
This would make a real statement pendant, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would, wouldn't it, as well? Yeah. So there's so many things you can use these moulds for. Originally, they were obviously just designed purely for cake decorating, but crafters being crafters, once you get your hands on them, you'll know what to do with them.
Yeah, nice.
So that's the centre part there, and I'm just going to literally just grab another brush, and we're just going to do a little bit of dry brushing on the outside, or sorry, the inside out, just with a little bit of white. Okay, so just literally just a dab of the white, and we're just going to go from the centre outwards. Okay, again, just don't have hardly any paint on your brush, and just keep on just going outwards from the centre point, and you're almost like brushing it not quite into the gold, but it does give that sort of almost seamless transition from the white into the teal into the gold. Okay, so there we go. That is our little palm leaf or palm spear that we've just quite quickly just painted.
Yeah.
So going back to our little project we've got on the go here, we've got all these elements here. Again, we can just go over with the paint again from Pentel. I always put a lid on, okay, because they are solvent based, so if you leave them open,
will they dry out?
They will dry out. So
and
just
are
make
they
sure.
not savable?
Probably not, I would say. So it's best to put the lid on.
Okay.
Yeah, best to put the lid on. So let's just quickly just go and do a little bit of the dry brushing with that. Again, just onto there. And literally I'm just going to, these ones aren't actually stuck down.
So this is, you've just sort of got a little cheap MDF, well it might not have been cheap, sorry.
This
Anthony.
is,
MDF
that's
box.
right. This is actually from That's Crafty.
Right.
Okay, so it's what they call their chunkies, and it's like a 3D frame. I had them on a show back in October when I came, and I fell in love with them because it's just something a little bit different. They've also got a hanging hole in the background.
Oh, that's good.
So you can actually hang them on the wall, landscape or portrait. So they're probably on the website somewhere, I would say.
Cool.
So just going to go in here and just add just that little bit of detail just on there.
So I will correct myself, reasonably priced.
Reasonably priced.
Yes.
And you get 3 of them as well
cool.
in the pack.
Right.
So they're 3 different sizes, and like I say, it's just a nice addition. It's just something a little bit different.
Do you know what, that fern one that you're painting?
Yeah.
I'm just looking at it from this angle, and because you've shaped it, did you know it almost looks like a fossil as well?
Absolutely, yeah, you could do that. The other way you can actually use it, I'll just quickly say which one is dry, which is that one. If you actually want to create that type of effect, just very quickly I'll show you.
That's all right, we've got plenty of time.
I'm dreadful, I always skip from one thing to the next. But
it's all good.
But as you said that, so we have like the fossil effect that you want. Okay, now obviously fossils, they're never normally a dimensional. They sort of like go into the clay.
They do, don't
they? So just roll yourself a bit of clay.
Okay.
Okay. We have this one. This one is already dry, by the way. You can just pop that in there. Okay. And then we're just going to roll over like so. And then we're going to take that out.
I like
now
that.
you have your fossil. Okay, so that's the way to actually do that. So yeah, even the clay, once it's set, then you can actually use that as a mould in itself, sort of like to do a reverse. So that's another great tip. Great tip there. So let's just pop that back in there, pop the zip on. So just getting back to this one here, we're just going to keep on going over there. But that's the thing, once you have a look at these moulds, you start to see other things in them.
Yes, definitely.
And it's always nice just to experiment. So you can also, with the polymer air drying clay, if you've created like a canvas with real nice texture that you maybe want to repeat on something else, then quite simply just cast that using the polymer clay. Okay, and then you have made your own mould, which you can then press in as well. So that's another use for that particular clay. So let's just go over to that a little bit.
Do you know if Karen minds us whatever we've made we can make to sell?
Yeah, because basically they hold complete ownership of all the designs, yet you're quite free to go and just make whatever you want.
That's cool.
That's a really great thing. So
because we're getting lots of Christmas craft fairs soon as well.
Oh gosh, yeah. Right, so there we go. We've just added that. I'm probably not going to stick this down, so we can hopefully do another demonstration. But basically, we're just going to pop that one there. We're going to pop this flower just up there, and just have them so that they're overlapping one another a little bit. Hopefully, I've got this the right way, like so. And then another one down there. So that's a sort of project. Like I said, I'm not going to stick it down because it's going to take quite a long time because they're quite dimensional. But you can see just by adding a couple of the little trailing leaves there and the tropical ones, you've got the one-day special of the 2 little daisies just in the corner there for a hint. Yeah. But you can see how nicely it works and how quick and achievable a project like this actually is.
Yay, thank you very much, Anthony. Right, I'll do me bits and then I'll come back to you. Right, so we have the one-day special. You've got the 3 moulds. There's 18 elements to the collection. You've got your beautiful rose. See, I was thinking with the rose as well. If you once you're dry brushing it, maybe dry brush it with a bit of frosting or like some holographic, so it looks like a Christmas rose.
Yep, quite easy.
Thought that would be quite nice. So you've got your large rose mould. It's beautiful. Roses are my favourite flowers. And then you've got your peony, and of course you've got the leaves to go with it as well. And then last but not least, you have got your buttercream flowers, and as you can see, surrounded by beautiful samples. I love how they grow throughout the
They do. Just another one.
Yeah, they're so pretty. So I mean, isn't this so nice? I'll give this a little swirl if I can. Don't want to knock that off. There you go. What jar is this? What is this one?
That is basically a peanut butter jar.
Is it?
Yep,
it's so clever.
Because it just slightly goes in at the top.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that a lot. A little alcove. And then we've got the fairy house, so I'm calling it a fairy house anyway.
So that one was just a jam jar that was upside down. So that's a really cool project. And we actually did that, I think it was at the 8 o'clock, wasn't it? So
it's a lovely
have
one.
a look at that one as well. And as I said on the show last night, it really is in the dry brushing, but you'll easily be able to achieve something like that. So even though You know, this is the one we did last night. So at the moment it doesn't look anything like it, apart from like the shape. The colours are quite in your face on this compared to that. But you can just dull that down quite simply just by going over with a dry brush. You can see we started to do the door, so it's like knocking that solid colour back and just adding a little bit more interest. But quite easily you can achieve something like that. Have a look at the show from last night, 8 o'clock, and that would give you a little bit of inspiration on how to actually achieve this. But that was done within the hour.
It was,
so I even surprised myself.
No, it was great. It was lovely. Okay, then you can spread the cost as always. 2 payments of £27.49, and you have got an £8 saving there. 792942 is your item number. Then we've got the tropical leaves, and I think we're half the stock. Yep, half the stock gone. I think it's a thing of beauty, and I love that. And I love that when the clay is still wet, you can, or not, it's, you know, it's not dried, you can mould it.
Yeah, you can sculpt it. Basically, with that one, I actually laid 2 pens either side of it and just laid it in the middle, so they like draped over the pens. And then it sets basically once it's finished. And that's what then, when you put the metallic paint on, that's when you get the real great shimmer effect, because it's not flat. So it just really brings up the highlights of the little cast piece.
Oh, so on this piece you were using those liquid metals?
Something very similar.
Okay.
Something similar.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Okay then, 19.99. And I was just looking, what's the little square? Is that like a little sentiment?
That is actually...
I was just curious.
Right, okay, well, this one here, that's actually their logo.
Oh, is it? Okay.
But then in the other one, you see it's got a little curve there. That will actually tell you the artist. So Alice actually did this particular design. So that's why I say have a look, and it's quite personalised actually. I think it's quite nice. Like I say, it's a family-run business in the northwest of the country for over 14 years, and Karen and her husband work there, and also the daughter, and also Karen's sister-in-law as well. So it's a great little family-run business.
That's wonderful. Love that. What was that one? Or was it a little angel? Oh.
Yeah, so it's a little. So yeah, that's their little logo.
That's fabulous. Okay then, so if you'd like the tropical leaves, it's £19.99, 586277. Then we've got the trailing leaves, and 80% of the stock has gone. This is obviously your favourite at home. I mean, just loving that, you know, bracelets, napkin rings. This is a beautiful sample that you did, and it's got the, looks like ivy and ferns and everything in there.
Yes, everything on there. I think one of them is from the tropical. The ferns is from the tropical, but all the others are from the trailing leaves.
Cool.
But they do work just hand in hand. And obviously, you know, if you're going to be popping the one-day special as well, it just works so beautifully with either it's the rose or the peony. You know, the whole collection works together. And then if you want the backgrounds, you know, you can be going for some of the larger textures like the bark and the wicker.
Love it. £21.99 then. Item number is 233351. Then we've got the palm spear that Anthony's just been using. Oh, I want to turn this packaging around actually. You do get inspiration on there. But can you see these? Hang on, if I just move that slightly. Look at that. That's amazing.
Absolutely amazing.
And around the candle.
Yeah. So although the mould is actually shaped like that, your palm spears don't have to be, because you can work within that shape, if that makes sense. So you can make all different sizes as well. So although there's 2 in the mould, you can make something in between if you should so wish.
That's good. Love it. Right, £22.99. You're going to stay. There you are. A third of the stock has gone, 093186. Then we've got the wicker, the rustic wicker mould, which it's so realistic. It really is once you see what you can do with this. That one is £19.99. Item number is 373224. Then moving along, we've got the driftwood. 70% of the stock has gone there, and those are real shells that have been moulded, real bit of rope, real driftwood. It's cool, isn't it? £21.99, 061354. And then last but not least, we have got the rustic woodland bark mould, and again it's so realistic. Love that. There it is. £19.99, 025058. We're going to have a look, because Anthony's done so many wonderful finished samples, so we're going to have a look at this video that you made.
Indeed.
Christine, we've had another message from you, but we love it, don't we?
We do, absolutely.
Because
yes.
I'm learning along with you as well
Yeah.
at home. So she wanted to know about plaster of Paris.
Right.
If she's using that, do you have to prepare the moulds in any special way?
Well, do you know what? I have used plaster of Paris in the past, and I'll be honest with you, I'm not really a plaster of Paris person, but I have used it in the moulds, and it does work. And I didn't know whether you have to prepare the moulds or not. So me being me, I just stuck it in the moulds and it came out. So the answer to that is I've used plaster of Paris in there. I haven't had to prep the moulds in any particular way. I just made sure there was like no grease, as I normally would. I didn't obviously put in any of the corn flour that I would do with clay, because I know it's very similar to my technique, as I said earlier on, that when I have tricky moulds, okay, that are really, really fine, and I found that the air drying clay actually sticks in them. And what I do, I load my clay into my mould and then put it in the freezer, especially if it's like a frame or something like that, where because the hearty clay is soft by nature, when you actually take it out of the mould, sometimes it would distort it. So maybe your mould has got like a perfect circular frame in there. Once you actually take it out of the mould, that perfect circle is no longer a circle, it's an oval, and it looks a real mess. So what I do, I actually stick the clay into the mould and then both into the freezer, wait about 15 or 20 minutes, then take it out. But your question for plaster of Paris, personally, I have used the moulds for that, and I haven't had to prep them in any way.
Brilliant stuff. Great questions. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Keep
thank
them
you.
coming in, because Anthony's still got one more hour as well at 4 o'clock.
Indeed, yes.
Right, what are we making now?
Right, so I'm going to sort of like show you what I have made, and I'll show you all the different moulds and how to achieve the different looks. So what I've got here is an old tin. So we're going to upcycle a tin. Now I was saying about frames, this is basically, it's the rope. Okay, now the rope size is just that little bit there, so you can keep on just continuing taking the clay out, popping it back in, and quite quickly you're going to achieve a long piece. And then basically what I did to get the shape was I basically just had like a big lid from something. I just stuck it down to a piece of paper and then just went round, and that gives you the perfect finish on that one. This is actually a brown clay. Then quite simply I just used a black wash over it just to bring out some of that detail. If you want, you can obviously go with the gilding wax, or you can use the gilding paints that we've got on the show to really, really highlight all of that beautiful detail. So that was that mould, which I'll show you in a bit. Then we got the rose. You know, you've seen the rose already done, and as I mentioned, you just take the mould, the clay out of the mould. Then if you wish, you can manipulate that mould a little bit more just to give it all of this fantastic dimension, and you can roll the clay actually over, and it's going to give you a different rose every single time. That's what's really great. So we've got another flower, another rose there, but then the filler, what I call the filler flowers, or filler leaves, and these are the trailing leaves, and these just work so beautifully. So if you want them to go over the rope, okay, what I basically did, I just used a pen or something like that, so when the clay's wet, just let it dry over that, so then when you bring it into your project, it's going to go over things, and it just adds to it. It gives even more dimension. So I've just built that up. A couple of these, which are from the tropical leaves, again, just to pop those in there, and quite quickly you're going to be coming up with your own little placement of all of those beautiful flowers. So it's up to you how many roses you want in there. I'm just going to pop the 2 in there. We've then got these ones here that are also from One Day Special. Let me just grab that mould. So it's actually this flower here, which is like almost like a really tight rose. So what I've done there, I've just marbled the actual colouring, okay, just so it looks a little bit different. I'm just going to just tuck one of those behind there. Then we've got little daisies. You can't go wrong with those. They're just so easy to pop out using the 2 different clays as I showed you on the first demonstration. So we're just going to pop those there, and also in with the big mould in the One Day Special, which is obviously this one here. You then got some little elements here like buds as well, so we're just going to pop those like either side of the rose. Obviously you're going to paint that if you should so wish, just to give it a little bit more dimension, but that's basically how, you know, you can be decorating or upcycling something in your house.
Right.
but now how to use some of the moulds.
Okay.
So
Yep.
particularly the rope one there. So I'm just going to place that aside. Again, I'm not going to glue it all together because you guys know how to do gluing. You don't need to see that. You don't need to see that. So I'm going to take that mould there, and then we're going to try something a little bit different. Okay, we'll see how it goes. It's either going to work or it isn't.
Oh, no, let's try it.
So first of all, we was on about marbling. Okay, now obviously these are marbled little flowers, but you can obviously marble the shells as well.
That would be lovely.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that's what we're going to do. So two different colours, quite contrasting colours as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you do get shells that colour.
But you do, yeah, absolutely. So I'm just going to roll two bits of clay together. Just make sure we're going to have enough in there. Okay. And then what we're going to do, we're going to start folding it in on itself. Okay. But we're not going to mix it thoroughly into itself, if that makes sense. Okay. So there we go. And I'm just going to leave it at that.
Okay.
And I'm going to pop that into our mould. Okay, so this is the same technique as I've used for the flower. Okay, so just really press that in there. And then we're just going to take off some of that clay, like so. And again, just tuck it inside just to make sure that it's going to be nice and easy to get the clay out.
Do you know what? When this comes out, it's going to look like a certain brand of chocolate.
Yeah, it could do, couldn't it?
Yeah.
And if you want to make your own chocolates, you can do in these. So we're just going to pop that out, and you can see that's sort of like the marbling effect you can quite easily get. Just literally by colouring with maybe 1 or 2 bits of clay. Okay.
And Katie's just saying in my ear she's going to have to go to the shop and hope that they've got the chocolate version of those after the show.
Oh dear, sorry about that.
No, it's all good.
So if you've got little spare bits left over, then just pop it in the next mould as well.
Yep.
Okay. So, and again, just press that in and just quite simply just pop that out. Okay. So.
Oh yeah, look at that.
So easy to achieve. Right. The next one is the piece of rope there.
Yeah.
Now you can, if you want, just use one colour. Okay. So to do that, and I'll be good, and I'll put some corn flour in, even though, like I say, once you get to know just when to use the clay, you won't need corn flour, seriously. But I'm just going to pop that in. So I've just rolled up the clay a little bit. We're just going to pop that into the mould. Okay. And again, I'm just going to use my Dresden tool just to really push that in. Okay, and then once you've got that small piece there, okay, then just quite easily just fold the mould in half this way, and again you'll see that's how easy it is. It falls out so easily. But if you want to make it larger, then just quite simply put it back in the same way as it went in, such, but move it along a couple of steps. Okay, so where each section of the rope is, then just open the mould up again, like so, pop that back in, so it almost clicks into itself.
Like a little
and
jigsaw.
Then you can add the next piece. So you can see, even though that little piece of rope, it's not that long, quite quickly you can be creating quite a large piece of rope. So whether you're going to be creating a frame or another element to your project, it's quite simple. And again, just fold that mould in half, and again, you just keep on going.
Yeah.
It is. And the great thing about it is, because it is from an actual piece of rope, it does give you, you know, that beautiful texture there, just as a real piece of rope would be.
Absolutely, yeah.
So,
you almost feel like if you touched it, it would be...
Yeah, it always makes my nose tingle, that sort of thing.
It?
Yes, it does. But it's, yeah, it's sort of like that. So again, we're just going to pop that in once more. So you can see, just in a couple of minutes, you can achieve quite a long length of that rope. Okay, so we're just going to go back in there, and then we're just going to see if we've got enough to actually then join it. Okay.
That would be cool.
So let's see if we can actually join that together. Obviously, we've got to be a certain length so we can do that, but we may be near enough there. Let's have a look. Now we'll go for one more bit. So again, just stick that back in, just bend the mould, slot it in there, and then just add a little bit more clay. And you can't see, you know, the joins really at all, which is great. So just go around like so. Now, because this clay is a little bit on the dry side, okay, and it's perfect for putting in the moulds. When it comes to actually sticking it together, you may need to apply just a little bit of water.
Yeah.
Okay. So once we've got that, then we can start manipulating it round. Let's see. When I'm doing this, I'm not applying actually any pressure to this, because if I did, I'd squash the clay.
Yeah.
Okay. So just be a little bit mindful of that, and then just do it in little small sections. And then when you see where the join's going to be, I'm just going to cut that section off like so, and then I'll just put a little bit of water on there, and there you've got a perfect little circular piece of rope, and you cannot see that join at all.
I was thinking if you did that long enough, you could even put it into a pretzel shape.
Oh, absolutely, you could. You know, we did the heart, which is on the sample right at the very end of the bench. That one.
The heart, on
yep,
the driftwood?
That's the one. Yep. That was the one we actually did the heart using the rope. So again, you can create any shape you so wish.
It's good, isn't it? Look at that.
Actually on there.
I love that. Now, by the way, of the driftwood, 3/4 of the stock has gone.
3/4. Shall we just have a look at that as well?
Yeah, that would be lovely.
That is growing. And do you know what? We'll do a marbling technique on that as well,
sure,
because that would be quite nice. Because although we're saying about you can do dry brushing on it, you could also be using 2 different clays. So I'm going to scrumple that up, just so we can use that. So again, what I tend to do, I put both clays side by side like so, and then just start, like I say, it's not completely mixing them in together. Because otherwise, if you did that, then you'd get another colour.
Yeah.
So you just want it so it's that sort of effect, like the director said, very similar to that certain chocolate brand out there. Okay, and let's just have a look what this is going to look like in the mould. And you can keep on turning it round, sort of think, maybe that looks right. You know, that looks complete. Yeah, that wouldn't work. But just sort of like there, and you can keep on like pulling the clay, the colours in together until you're happy with it, and then just pop it into your mould. Okay, just quite quickly into there, and let's just push that in. So again, I'm just using my fingers here. Let's just move that out of the way. So just press, and really press to get all that texture. In actual fact, it looks really nice that side now.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah.
But can you imagine these? If you just pour chocolate in these, you've got little chocolate bars of driftwood.
That would be amazing.
That would be amazing, wouldn't it? Oh dear.
Katie's just said, what about making your own Yule log then?
You could, and so easily.
Yeah.
You could actually be using the bark to do that as well.
That's a good point.
You could be using that one as well. So again, it's just so easy. So let's just release this one from here.
Yeah.
So again, just flex the mould in half, and look at the effect.
That looks so cool.
That you get.
That actually looks quite gnarly.
It does, doesn't it? And look at that. Just by pure luck, the actual knot is just there as well.
Oh, that's good.
So you can really go to town with this particular mould, just having a play with different coloured clays inside it. But that is basically how we drifted. Dare I say? Big pun there. So we drifted from the flower there on marbling, and that's what you can do. So we've got the shells as well. But just have fun with the clay, experiment, step back from the mould sort of thing, actually doing a project, and just see what you can achieve with your paint techniques and also the marbling of the clay. But you're going to have loads of fun, and you're soon going to be able to create some really beautiful projects that people are going to think you have taken an awful long time to do, when really you've been using the moulds from the Karen Davies One Day Special.
Oh, that's lovely. And we should just point out once more, I know you were up on it about getting, because we've been talking about chocolate, get two different ones.
Yes,
if you're going to use clay, leave it for clay. If you're going to use chocolate or foodstuffs, leave it for that.
Yeah.
Cool. All right then, just a few minutes left for us to take another look at what we've got on the show today. So our One Day Special, we have got our beautiful rose. I love that. I'd wear that as a brooch.
Yep. So you'd be using the Medina polymer air dry clay if you wanted to do that.
That one. Okay. Is that because it's a bit more sturdy?
It's a bit more sturdy, and it's almost like a plastic, so it's going to last a lot longer.
Yeah.
With this clay, if you were to continually rub it, like with sandpaper or something, it would basically you just sand it back to nothing.
Oh, I see.
Okay.
Right.
But even, and let's just say that actually, with the hearty clay, once you've actually sculpted something, you can actually then sand it down to smooth it. But all those little pieces that you sand, you can then use like a flower type product with a little bit of glue.
Okay.
So you can then sprinkle it on so it looks like little flowers.
Oh,
so that's another little tip as well.
I like that. So yes, you have the large, beautiful rose. You've got your peony that's also, I mean, that's a whopper, that one.
It is.
And then you've also got your buttercream elements, if you will. You can spread the cost, 2 payments of £27.49 with an £8 saving, 792,942. Then we've got the tropical leaves, which has been really, really busy. We're now over half the stock gone. And I just love how you can shape them and mould them. It's just beautiful. You've also got the ferns in there. And look how different the two samples look.
Absolutely. This is the great thing about these moulds. Just different colours and different finishes. You look like as though you've used a completely different mould.
Yeah, you do. Yeah. It's amazing. $19.99. Item number is 586277. Then we've got our trailing leaves. Now these ones, they may well not last for the 4 o'clock show because we are approaching limited. So in here you can see you've got like the ivy leaves and it's just so pretty. And I love we've got the logos as well because I hadn't realised that. Yeah, that's really beautiful. £21.99, 233351. Then you've got the palm spear. And then don't forget, you've also got inspiration on the back. So there we go, there's your palm spear, which is their real focal points, aren't they? $22.99, 093186. Next, we've got the wicker. Ah, lovely. And that one is $19.99, 373224. You've got the driftwood. This one is now 80% of the stock gone. So again, that is doing really, really well. And you've got those fabulous shells. Please make them out of chocolate and do what, because that would just be absolutely stunning, wouldn't it? If you can put it in the freezer as well, what about little shell ice cubes?
You could do.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, because as we've been saying, your moulds can go in the oven and they can go in the freezer. $21.99, 061354. And last but not least, we've got the bark mould. And it's just absolutely, it's a real, they're all stunners to be fair.
Yeah.
So $19.99, 025058. And then just really quickly, wanted to mention your YouTube channel.
Oh yeah, so I've actually painted the bark there, and that takes about 10-15 minutes. And if you look on YouTube for Mixed Media Arts and Crafts, it will be on there. Thank you.
Lovely. Good stuff. So, yes, you'll be back at 4.
4 o'clock with Adam.
Excellent. Okie dokie. Please do check out your baskets. They are beautiful moulds. And also don't want you to miss out on the £8 saving that you get for the one-day special. Right, as always, we'll see you after this short break. We have got stamping with Sweet Poppy stencils and then later bag making with Mrs H. And then I'm back with the lovely Lucy from Sweet Poppy as well.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom Members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hello, my name's Catherine Sturrock and I bring my company Character Crafts. Character Crafts brings to you our laser cut designs. Each design is designed by myself. We cut them on the laser machines here in Doncaster and bring the products to you at home. Character Crafts is suitable for all ages and all abilities, so I hope that I can inspire you and help you along with your crafting. I like to show you how to use different paint techniques and different techniques to bring the characters alive, and use various mediums to decorate, and I also use air dry clay for decorating with the flowers. I hope to see you soon.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design.
Hi, I'm Donna and this is my brother Simon, and we're Pearly Winks Craft Supplies.
We have a good selection of inks. We started with our Winks, which are just a water-based ink, and then went on to the pearls. We've added some chalks, we've got some glitter sprays, and then we've added some beautiful stamps to complement the inks. Our pearl sprays and our Pearly Winks are loaded with mica, so they give you amazing results on your projects.
Good afternoon, I hope you are well. Yes, another live hour, and this hour we're talking Sweet Poppy stencils slash Sweet Poppy stencils slash stamps. Brand new stamps. We are dipping our toes back into the stampy world again. So it's everything you know from Sweet Poppy stencils, but this time it's everything you also know about their stamp range, because this is brand new. So shop ahead of me on the website, first of all. Jump ahead on the app. I've got something for all year round. I've got something for Christmas, and I've got some returning favourites on the show as well. And I am not alone. No. I am not alone when we talk Sweet Poppy stencils. There is only one lady that we talk about as well, and it's Lucy. How are you, love?
I'm fine. Nervous, but fine.
You'll be fine. You'll be fine. So why have we now branched out into stamps? What is it? Have you always been into stamps, or how does it work?
So obviously with the stencils, we've always given to the team and we've said, do your magic. Come on, show me what you can do. So they've dabbled and they've mixed other people's stamps in, and I've looked and I thought, oh, beautiful. And then customers would ask, oh, have you got that stamp? Have you got that stamp? And when you're at a show, it's frustrating because you're going, oh, very sorry, it's not available. So it was trying to branch out a little bit, put our feelers out a little bit, and grow as a company, really, because not everybody loves stencils. I don't know why, but not everybody does.
But this is the thing, but everything you have done in the past is now going to work with your stamps as well. So it's all going to work together. And the first four, now they're all individually, but I would say the first five are all year round. Now the first four, though, are absolutely stunning. They really, really are. Let's start with the hair first of all that we've got on here. This is a huge stamp. If I put my hand there, it is a massive A5 stamp, and the detail you are getting on these stamps are remarkable. Now, not only are you getting the stamps, you're also getting the sentiments thrown in there as well. But what I absolutely love about them, I love about them as well. And I know if Tina Barnett was about, no doubt she's watching, she's good at the old cross stitch. And the old stamping these on calico and then stitching them would be absolutely divine.
That would be beautiful. These four stamps are designed for us by a new designer to us. She's come on board onto the Sweet Poppy family, and her name is Amy Rogers, but she likes to be called Designs by Amelia because that's her middle name. She's a tattooist, and she is the hair. I was travelling on the motorway, chit-chatting on WhatsApp, and said, oh, I would love it. She's done a collection of flowers we've not released yet. So I said, oh, I'd love your flowers, but with a beautiful hair, because we're in Lincolnshire, we're in Spalding, you see the hairs running along the fields. And I just love them, they're so graceful. And I said, oh, could you do one? Within hour and a half, she'd sketched it. It was like, oh my gosh. I know, she's amazing, talented.
Not a fan of people, are I? You know, you just do this and they whip it up in 10 minutes and you're like, oh, it'd take me weeks, months to do that.
I think I squealed in the car. I was, oh my gosh, they're amazing. And she's just so down to earth, genuine about her talent. She is so clever.
You're absolutely adoring these. £17.99. 140591 is your item. Already 10% of the hair has already gone. So not only do we have the hair, we then also have the fox as well. Now, it's a different item number for the little fox that you are looking here. Once again, the detail in his face. I'll show you some samples as well as we go through. £17.99 for your A5 fox that you're getting in this one. It is truly divine. And look how well they all work together. So you imagine having all 4 of these maybe down the stairs or in a child's nursery, or they've got that sort of feel to them, a storybook feel.
You don't need to do much to it. So if you're not a colourist, and I'm not a colourist, you can stamp on black and white just on a very faint background. They work a dream.
But if you are a colourist, this is where they come into their own.
Yeah.
If you stamp in grayscale, so stamping your grey, stamp 2nd, 3rd generation in your black inks, it's going to give you that really subtle faint line.
Yeah.
But then, now obviously you don't take the credit for it, but it looks like you've drawn it.
That particular sample, that one is done by Amy. That's how she sees her image when she drew it. They are just beautiful.
I adore, look, exactly the same, but just the vibrantism of some of the stamps that you have here are absolutely stunning. They really, really are. At £17.99, and already 10% of the stock of the fox now has already gone. 245750 is your item number that you are looking at on the fox. Then, from the fox, I think this is the first time I have seen a raven in stamp form.
I adore ravens and crows. There's something about them. They are just magical. And, you know, even my sister, she's a white witch, she adores ravens. And they're just so beautiful.
But it's just majestic with the big jewel that you've got in the middle. Because you could go quite Tower of London-esque with this if you wanted to, with the jewels there. Or the snippability in this one is amazing, because you could snip all the way around the raven and just be left with that beautiful jewel and the feathers with the leaves that are underneath, and then have the raven sitting elsewhere if you wanted to. But I think it's the way you colour the raven in that really does bring him to life that you've got there. I've got some more designs just to slip in as well. They are absolutely stunning. And then you're thinking, well, that's all well and good, Adam, but I'm no colourist. We've just had this conversation, and you said if you can't colour, you can still use them. How about going in with your glitter? Literally emboss with your glitter. It still gives you that sparkle, that shine. Amelia's done all the hard work for you on this one, because all the shading is already there.
Yeah.
You just have to follow the lines that you are using with this one. £17.99 is what you are looking at for the Raven, the A5 stamp Raven. £17.99. 928004 is your item number for the Raven. And last but no means least, the owl. Look at this. How beautiful. You can see every individual feather. The rose. Now imagine taking the rose from the one-day special and placing it over the top of the owl that you've got here to give it that 3D look that you've got. Also the snippability around the face that you're looking in there. Snip out the face and then decoupage it on top. So once again, it really does bring it forward. And I think the sample at the top really does show what you can do with this stamp once you get it home. How beautiful is that?
Isn't that gorgeous?
And it's the background that really does the work on this one.
It does, yeah. It's the background. The stamp, she's stamped over and she's highlighted in white and pinks, but it is just so detailed. And I know, because Amy draws in pen and pencil. Okay. She's not computer, so she sends them over and I have to sit and lovingly clean the images up to then produce them as stamps. And they take a labour of love, but they are worth every hour.
They really, really are. £17.99 for your owl as well. It's worth having a little think about with this one. I reckon if you went for all four, what'd that be, 40... Just under, I'm sure we'd be over £60. So you could open up your flexible basket with this one. £71.96 for all four of them. Divide it by 2, £35 today and 98 pence is what you're looking at for all four of those stamps. £35.92 for all four of them today on 2 interest-free flexible payments. Well worth having a little look at that. If you love your animals and you love your hand-designed work, this is the way to go. We will be demoing these all the way through. I am hearing, though, at the moment, the hare is in the lead. You're absolutely loving them. It's very close with the fox and the raven as well. 140591 is your item number for your hair. Now, let's move on to the musical tree. This has been busy as well, the musical tree. It's the first time you've seen it. It's another brand new stamp to the collection that you are looking at here. Once again, I feel the musical tree, the way we've done them here, I use the royal way, I've done nothing, I just stand here. The way we've done them here, look at me taking all the credit. We've gone quite Christmas. But we were just chatting, me and Lizzie were chatting just before we came on air, where we were watching the end of Alex's show, that you could use this musical tree all year round, I feel.
Yeah, you could if you're, snippability, things like that, taking sections of it, not using all of it. It was designed as a tree, but don't just look the way I look at it, experiment, play. It is beautiful, simple, but beautiful.
It is beautiful, and there's so much more you can do with the snippability. Again, cut it down. If you've got stamps with musical instruments in them, or people playing musical instruments, you can have this coming out of the trumpet or the piano or whatever you've got with that one. And there's so many different designs, and this is where the stencils come into their own.
Yeah.
Because the stamp does all the work for you, you only need that delicate background that you've got there. This would work wonders with the snow globe stencil that we've got on the show, because you could sort of make it like a magical musical box.
Yeah.
That you've got, so it plays music that you've got there, and we'll come to that later on in the show. Do not worry about that. You are loving this for £12.99, and already 30% of the stock has already gone. 106956, 40% of the stock now has already gone. £12.99, 50% of the stock now has already gone. This is the first time you've seen it. We are already making phone calls to see if we can get some more. 50% of the stock now has already gone, and we are 11 minutes and 3 seconds into our first of 2 live hours, and it's the first time you've really seen it. You've only seen it on the website, so well done, savvy shoppers out there. £12.99, you really can't go wrong. Right, let's go traditional. Traditional Christmas. Now, I know what you're thinking, well, I've already made a Christmas card. No, this is going to last the test of time. This is something that will never go out of date. It will never go out of fashion, and you will use it year in and year out. I think I said it a couple of days ago. You tell me, or ask the question to yourself, what did your neighbour card look like last year? What did your closest family member card look like last year? I can't remember. All I was concerned if he had money, not, to be honest. And it didn't, so I put it behind the lamp. I think it went. But that's the thing, no one knows, no one can remember. We're too busy to remember what Jean from down the road sent in a Christmas card to me 2 years ago. But with these, it will work. You could batch make these. What's the angel policy on these? Could we batch make for Christmas cards?
Yes, you can. So the musical tree and the traditional tree, they are both licensed designs.
Lovely.
The traditional tree didn't just take hours, it took weeks to clean up. When it came over. Every single present, everything, it took hours and hours and hours and hours to clean, so you got a beautiful crisp stamp on it.
And I just love the way it's just stamped in black and white.
Yeah, plain, simple. Sometimes over fuss it and you lose all the details and that, and the whole idea was keeping it nice and simple.
Now, your musical tree now, I was meant to tell you a minute ago, it went from 60 to 70 to 80, and I just thought I'm not giving all them numbers out. It's now sold out. So we're just waiting to see if I can get some more. So leave it with me. The musical tree, I will see if I can get some more of, okay? But if you want to go for the traditional tree, I absolutely love the traditional tree in gold. Look at that in gold. It is absolutely stunning. I might as well show you all my samples. Look at these. How beautiful. And once again, you can tell that's a real tree as well. That is going to be a real Christmas tree that you've dragged through the forest loft off the needles on the back, but it still looks good. Still looks nice. I love it. £12.99, worth having a little go on that one as well. 363285 is your item number. Now, Christmas deer up next. Now, there's two of these. I'm going for male and female.
Male and female. So you've got Christmas deer, which is the female. She's got poinsettias in her hair, in her antlers, not hair. And then you've got the winter stag, who's very majestic, and he's got holly with him and a little robin and things.
I love it. Well, so we'll change the details for the stag first of all. So this is this one. The details on the screen at the moment now. £12.99, 395857 is your item number for your stag. Once again, the detail in the stag is absolutely beautiful.
So these are designs by Amelia again. So yet again, Amelia has designed these.
She's
clever. She is. Uber clever.
Uber clever. We should be watching.
I hope so. I hope so.
Amelia, if you are, email me in studio@thecraftstore.com. Email me in. Just say hello. Just say you're watching. These are beautiful. Let me give you the details as well for the. So that's the ones for the stag. Let me give you the deer as well that you are on here. Christmas deer. Then I'll show you some samples. They do remind me. And before the lawyers, solicitors, whoever's watching, it's nothing to do with what I'm about to say, but I'm going to put the point across anyway. They do remind me, if you've ever seen that well-known parade that runs either in Paris or America with the 10-foot mouse, Disney. They look like the reindeers that pull Santa's sleigh there that walk on 2 feet.
The original ones that came over were all beautifully shaded and everything. So. She is new to stamping. She's never created stamps before. So between us, we're learning. So these were her first ones with a collection of beautiful flowers to come. And then she's now gone into the pointillism with the beautiful hair and fox and everything. So she is growing and growing and growing.
Absolutely. And there's the stag, there's the, you can see how well they all work together that you've got here. It's worth having a little look at these as well. £12.99. Individually, the details on the screen at the moment are for the deer. You've also got the stag as well. We've just been told we are moving back to the musical tree because we've managed to get some more, I'm hearing.
Ooh.
Now.
He's feeling generous.
Barely any. I'm just being told now. He's not that generous, let's say, by the sounds of it. If you want it, you've got to be quick. There is not many at all. Tell me how many there are. Do we know how many there is? No, there's not many at all. So, if you want one, it's going to go limited quick. I can tell you that right now. I can't tell you the figure, but I know how many we've got now. We haven't got many of these. If you want them, I would get in quick if I was you. It is on extended delivery from the 18th. It's only 2 days. Not long to wait, to be honest. It's only 2 days, but it's unextended. Already, 50% of the stock is already gone. We'll just wait until it sells out. It won't be a minute. 12, it's gone. There you go. It's all sold out. So if you've got it in your basket, start checking your baskets out now. Remember, it's not yours. It's about to go as limited stock. And we've only got a couple left. £12.99. Down to single figures, 106956 is your item number for the musical tree, and it's sold out. There you go, look. I knew. We'll let you know if any bounce back, but I don't think we'll be getting any more whatsoever of the musical tree. We've already had our max. So well done if you got it. If it is in your basket, definitely start checking your baskets out now, if I was you, okay? Because I don't want you to miss out on the musical tree. Now, other stamps, I'm guessing there'll be more on this range, I'm guessing. Right then, what else we got? We got Robin. Robin up next. Robin and Holly. This is cute. I like the Robin. I like this one a lot. Because we were saying once again, it doesn't have to be for Christmas if you don't want it to be with this one. Because we do have Robins all year round. We have Holly all year round.
We do. I think it's just elegant and just so detailed. It's beautiful. Again, I put my wish list into her. Could you do? She just made the magic happen again. So it is just beautiful, and it works so well with the snow globe. It's almost made to fit into it. It's gorgeous.
Look at this though.
Isn't that beautiful? That's Martine.
I said it yesterday. You put a little black bow on that. It's so Joe Malone.
It's just beautiful.
So
isn't it?
classic, so classic.
Little bit of grayscale on it, and it is just gorgeous.
This one's nice as well. This is what you get when you don't flick through samples
Eileen,
before a show.
so that is cutting out and then layering it over, and isn't it beautiful?
Look at that.
So you can go to town, you can just... Martine's well known for all her paper, flower, gardening. You know, she just creates magic. Gorgeous, isn't it?
Oh my word, £12.99, you can do this too. And if you're thinking, well, yeah, it's all about the colouring. No, you can. You can practice. You've got 360 days to practice till next Christmas. So go on, give it a go. £12.99. It's worth having in your collection though. And once again, if you can't colour, stitch. Free motion. Stamp it onto calico, stamp it onto shrink plastic, colour it in and then shrink it down to do charms. Would look absolutely stunning. It really, really would. 004314 is your item number. Right then, let's go through your stencils as well. It's where we all started. Now, I've got a couple of stencils to show them. We're going to go to our first demo of the hour as well. So up first, you have Elegance. Up first, which is this one, Just Her. Loving these, absolutely love. Look at the detail that you've got in there. Now, with them being metal, that gives you a bit more...
It's... I'd like to say it's sturdier, but they're still fragile, so if you bend them...
They're going to stay bent.
Yeah, you drop them, they're going to... Yeah, so you still have to look after them, but just store them flat. And they'll last you a lifetime. I've got the originals from when Sweet Poppy started 12 years ago, and I've got metal stencils previous, so 16, 17 years ago.
I always think metal, I always think this about Sweet Poppy when I see it on my roster. Sweet Poppy stencils remind me a bit like screen printing.
Yeah.
It's that sort of, they
Definitely.
are a stencil, but they're more like a screen print, how you would look after a screen print.
Yeah, because that's how I work. I tend to, if I'm using our mediums, I screen print with it. And that way you don't overfuss it, you get a nice clean print, and that's what you want at the end of the day. You want what is shown on that stencil. You don't want bleeding and things like that.
It's worth having a little look at this as well. And could we, as well, with them being metal and not made of Mylar, could we still run them through our die machine to emboss?
Right, they would emboss, but the problem is they would take the shape of your plates.
So if your plates are bent, they're going to go with the plates?
Yeah,
okay.
So maybe a solely flat pair of plates just for your machines, and then I would always alternate them every time I ran them through.
It's worth having a little think, though. It's worth having a little think, because we say it every time, but it's worth having a little look. So if you have got flat plates, it's worth having a little go at this as well. So that's your one, £10.99. That is your Elegance. This next one I adore. Absolutely adore it. This is your ornate snow globe that we're looking at now. Now, you can always tell a decent stencil from the amount of samples as a presenter that you have to show in less than 40 minutes.
This is an Emma Cronin one. She's our in-house designer. She is amazing at designing stencils, and this sold out within 7-8 minutes last time we brought it.
It's going the same way again. If you want it, I would get in quick if I was you. How beautiful. Already a quarter of the stock has already gone on this. And once again, I don't know if we can get some more, you know, how quick the musical tree went, but you haven't got to use it as a snow globe if you don't want. Using the top and bottom is absolutely beautiful. Then, a little bit of old school paper folding.
Iris folding.
Look at that.
How different is that? That's Tracy.
That is our
always
Trace.
Thinks out the box, yeah, always.
Well done, Trace, that's beautiful. Lovely, loving it. There were all my samples as well, yes. £12.99 is what you're looking at. 730979 is your item number. Up next, this is your Harmony stencil. Now, I am going to try and attempt to lean this forward without everything falling over. Oh, I know I did it. I like this one because this could be anything. This could be flames. If you've got things like a stamp of a phoenix or a mould of a phoenix.
Yes.
I know Zuri do a phoenix that is beautiful. This would look beautiful behind as a backdrop.
It would be beautiful because it resembles, it's just all the swirls and beautiful. And it is one of my most used. it's a licensed design, and when I saw it I thought, oh, that's beautiful, and when it came I started playing, and it's always on my desk, always.
It is one that you can do so much with. Because I also see a lion's mane in there. You could go quite Snow Queen if you wanted to with it. You could just use it on its own with bits of glitter. Adding it behind your robins or your hair would also work. Clean and simple cards would work as well. There is so many things that you can do with a decent stencil once you get your hands on it. Gilding flakes, nice. £12.99, 564998 is your item number. Then last but no means least, this is totally triangles. Now, I see something different in this. Yes, I see triangles before we go there. But I also see, you know, when it's been icy and all the cobwebs have just got that little twinkle of ice on them. That's where I see with this. And I've no doubt there is so much more scope that this has got as well.
Yeah, definitely. It is very much, it can be a little hint of a backplate for you. It can be the focal part of your stencil. The backplates are the biggest stencils that we do. And we try and keep that price as low as possible. They're the most expensive because they use the most metal. But it's so elegant.
I love it.
Male, female, any.
Well, it can be anything, can't it?
Anything.
Even in the background, like you don't even notice
Any
it
season,
in there.
yeah.
But it is there, look, it is all there for you to see. I absolutely adore it. £12.99 is what you're looking at. Right then, enough chitty chatter. Let's go over for a demonstration, shall we, to see how these beautiful stamps, I'm guessing it's the stamps we're using first. Are we using the stamps first?
We're going to use stamp and stencil.
Nice.
Yeah, so we're going to be doing the beautiful hair. And what we're going to do is we're going to give it a little bit of a background. So rather than being beautiful and plain, which works if you haven't got backgrounds, then give it a bit of, so it all pulls it together. So
it does. That plain one was beautiful.
Yeah, yeah.
But with that background in it, it brings it forward.
Yes, exactly.
It's like a matte layer without a matte layer.
Without having to think, well, what cardstock have I got to mat this stamp and everything? You don't necessarily need it.
I like it.
So we're just going to use, I've actually pulled two very similar, so we're going to use, I'll use oxides. I've got the rest of what's already on my brush, which could be any red.
Okay.
And I'm just taking off, and I just want just a hint. I don't want it in your face or anything. So we're just dragging over, and it is gentle. So you don't have to push your inks in or anything like that. Just moving with a blending brush. If you've got a smoothie, it is very much paints in.
Okay.
Don't rub over the stencil because you'll shear your smoothies, because they are sharp, they're metal. They will cut you. So we're taking off, and we've just got a little bit of a hint. So pop that to one side, get rid of my brushes, because I don't need those for the moment. And then in with the stamp. Now, I cannot stamp, not to save my life. That I don't use my blocks, because I'm a rubbish stamper. But
No, I won't have it said. I won't have it said.
We can't be good at everything,
Not
can
on
we?
my watch.
So we're taking the beautiful hair, and she is beautiful. I call it a she because
40% of the hair now has already gone. 40% of our hair has now already gone.
Right, I'm going to emboss her. So, because I'm using Burst Fine Clay, I've got a little bit more time. And then we're just going to tap her up. So gentle taps all the way over. Because I'm on the stamp press, if I don't catch her the first time, I can always go back in. I don't know what we did without stamp presses before they came.
No, I'm the same.
Oh.
Exactly the same.
So
we've been lost. They are essentials. There is one on Studio Light, I want to say.
Ooh.
I think we sold out of the other one. I think we sold out of John's. So I know Studio Lights have got one. And there was a brand the other day and I totally forgot. Look, you say you're not a stamper. Give
Isn't
over.
it?
Look at that.
Isn't it? The stamp does the work for you. Amazing. Absolutely beautiful. And you don't have to be an expert stamper.
Creative Crafts. You have to be careful how you say that. Has also got one as well on the website. Check our website out. The Craft Store. The best place to shop.
So, clear embossing. It's just easier to do clear embossing than do black embossing because you're not going to get your speckles.
That's true.
So just give them a quick check. I think we're all right.
Oh.
And then we're going to heat her up. So pop that away. So get rid of that. I'll clean that up after. I am trying to be very good with my stamps and clean them up.
But then I hear so many things. Apparently you're not meant to clean your stamps because then you get a bit of...
I know.
I don't know what to do.
Well, Tim Holtz doesn't, does he? But
Well, exactly.
I know,
John Lockwood
so-
doesn't, but then everybody else does.
I know.
Our Phil Martin, he cleans everything. The worktop.
yes, but he always looks spick and span though, doesn't he? He
does,
always
but
looks beautiful and
That's
spick
not
and
him, though.
span.
That's a makeup team he hires in. You want to see the Winnebagos when he's here. Oh, he's really on green screen. He's not really here.
You are cruel.
Look at this, though.
So you don't have to emboss her. She is beautiful either, but you don't lose any detail when she's embossed. And I keep saying she's got eyelashes.
She's got eyelashes. She's also got daisies in her hair as
Yeah.
well. I'm saying that. I know a few boys with daisies in their hair. That's another story. But have they got names?
No, they haven't. No, gosh. I didn't even dream of naming them. I should have made Amy name them. It's so hard to name stencils and things like that.
Would you like to name the hair? Shall we do? Shall I put it to the people?
Should we put it to people?
Email me in studio@thecraftstore.com. It's got to be decent, otherwise I'm not reading it out. Studio@thecraftstore.com. Look how beautiful the hair is. I don't want no silly names like Roger. Nothing like that.
No, it's not Roger.
So give me the good names. Studio@thecraftstore.com. Let's name the hair. I'm going to put you on the spot now as well, and I really should have asked you this during the break. Obviously, this is the first line of stamps that
Yes.
you've bought us.
Yeah.
But do you think there'll be more in a range? Are we buying into a range of stamps now? Will it be something that's...
Do you know
I'm not
what?
saying every week.
No. Amy, obviously I've said she's got the flowers that will be released. She sent me a message yesterday. What next? What next? And it's like, I can't keep up with her. I went, oh, I've not even thought of it. I know deep down I'd love a squirrel. A red squirrel.
Or a badger.
Oh, I don't know.
Little
Let's
badger.
see.
You could have a squirrel, badger.
Right,
What else could be in
okay.
the sequel?
What other... Well, give us some ideas.
Email me in studio@thecraftstore.com. It's your show.
Don't put the pressure on me.
What other animals would you like to see? Lucy's very busy. She hasn't got time to think about this.
No,
Christmas
I
is coming up.
can't promise that they'll be produced.
No, but the ideas are there.
Yeah,
The more ideas
yeah.
you get, the more ranges you can get.
Exactly. I think you can see what Amy creates, how beautiful her detail is, and we're open to ideas. Customers will say, this is how Sweet Poppy started. Customers coming to us and saying, well, have you got this and have you got that? No, we haven't, because we dealt with an American company that did beautiful stencils. And then Sweet Poppy started. So we now have Lavinia Stamps on board, who designs for us, the amazing Tracy Dutton. Emma designs for us. She is just amazing as well. And now we've got Amy on board, so we're growing. We're getting there.
You're getting there.
Yeah,
I
we're
do need
getting
to
there.
tell you, though, because you'll be missing out, the stencils snow globe. I've just been told, first of all, once it's gone, it's gone.
Wow.
Second of all, it's limited stock. £12.99, 730979 is your item number. If you want it, you better be quick. It's now gone. I'm here. It's gone. Has it gone limited? It is limited stock. It just won't look. We just can't put the green on the screen. That's how limited it is. That's how limited we are. Even the computer's gone. Yeah. I can't do it. What's the point? It's going to be selling out in a minute. So I'm not doing it. I'm not wasting my time. It is limited stock, is what you're looking at for this one now. £12.99, 730979 is your item number. Let's get back to demo.
So we've whizzed on ahead.
Oh, it's sold out.
Oh, wow.
Sold
Wow.
out.
And I know we're not back this year.
Well, you're not back. This is your last time before Christmas.
This is our last time before Christmas. Yeah, we're now working on. I now have to really sort myself out for the new releases in Jan. So we'll be back in Jan. I've just got to sort my date out with Scarlett, and then. Yeah, and we'll be back all next year, but December is, I'd like to say it's our shutdown period, but it's not our shutdown period, it's just when we get everything ready for 2022, which is so scary, isn't it?
So this is your last time. What a way to end a year with new stamp. What a way.
Go out with a bang, isn't it? And there you go. Oh, we're going to put a little, because I've got one of my favourite sayings on this stamp set, and it is so beautiful. So if you don't buy it, for the hair, you've got to buy it. We're having customers buy it just solely for the wording on there.
Oh, which one's your favourite?
I love...
Is it choose kindness and laugh often?
No. No, this is so apt. This is just what you need to be for someone. So let's take her off.
Oh, be a rainbow in somebody else's cloud.
Isn't that beautiful?
Oh.
I know. It is so apt, and I seem to use it a lot because I think we should be. We don't all have good days, and
Very
sometimes you need to be a rainbow in someone else's cloud.
I love that.
There we go. Nice, clean,
My
simple.
director like that as well. I just
Did
have a nice
he?
little,
Oh, he's not gone all weepy on me, has he, like a lady did?
He's gone all weepy.
And there you go. Just mount that little bit
That
of
is
3D,
beautiful.
send that to someone, and they'll be chuffed to bits, wouldn't they?
And in the nicest possible way, it was also very simple to do.
Oh, massively simple. I'm
But
not
I mean,
a colourist,
but
yeah?
anyone can do. Anyone at home could get those results.
Yeah, anyone can do that. It is so simple. And if you haven't got, I use clean colours, we use a little bit of your oxides or your distresses.
I love them. Absolutely love them. Because sometimes you watch things on TV and you go, not in a million years would I be able to achieve that at home.
Do you know what? It is pointless me doing something and going, wow, that's amazing, but not even.
It's not achieve, yeah.
Yeah, it's pointless.
And you don't need a lot, which is what I like
no.
as well. Because if you're just starting out, you may have a few bits and bobs.
Yeah.
Maybe you haven't got the craft room, or maybe you haven't got space for everything that you need. Yeah. So all the colours, all the inks, but you've got a few. You've got a few of your favourite things that you like. And that's all you need with these. You only need a decent background, as you saw from them. And all 4 of the animals would work on the same background.
Yeah.
So it would all work really, really well. The hair is flying out of the door. 80% of the hair now has already gone. Shall I show you some more samples? Let me show you. I'm so sorry for sniffling and scuffling. I can only apologise. These are some of the samples that now I'm going to do my usual trick. I'm going to whip through them. You can watch me back on rewind and you can pause your favourites so you can get more inspiration. But I just want to show all the design team because they work hard. Bless them. Look at that. That's cute.
Do you know what? They're amazing, an amazing bunch of ladies. I sometimes drop things on them at last minute and they pull it together for me every single time. They're all very different. That's what they were brought on for, to be different, because not everybody wants to seem the same old. And they will just keep posting and sharing, and they are our backbone at the end of the day. I
love them, absolutely love them. We've had some names in for the hair.
Oh, go on then.
Pat said Harvey.
Yeah, but Harvey is...
Is it sort of boy?
We know who Harvey is, don't we?
Who's Harvey?
Oh, it's my era, isn't it? Pipkins, wasn't it? Oh, you never did? Did you not? No, I'm a lot older than you, see? Ooh, how cruel.
I know most things, but I don't know Harvey. Yvonne says Heidi.
Oh, Heidi.
Heidi. Harvey. Stella says Mabel.
Oh, I like Mabel.
I like Mabel.
I like old school names.
Elaine says Amy Longears.
I don't think Amy would like that.
I don't think Amy would like that either. Have you seen her work? Amy Longears. Well done, though. Thank you. Anyone? Jeannie says Bew.
Bow. Is you sure it's not Bow?
Is it Bow? B-E-A-U.
It's Bow, isn't it?
Bow.
Yeah.
Where are you from? A glass or glass? I like them. It's got to be Bow, because it's beautiful.
Oh, bless her.
Mabel. Oh, Marilyn's emailed in. Horatio.
Oh, Horatio.
Ooh, Horatio.
That's posh, isn't it?
That is posh, isn't it? But it's terrible for a presenter to say time and time again. Limited stock now for Horatio, Mabel, Amy Longears, whatever we're going to call her. She's limited stock and she's about to go. £17.99. Keep them coming in though, I absolutely love them. Sold out. It is now sold out.
Bless her.
We're ringing to see if we can get some more now. You've got to name the others as well. Not just the hair, I meant the whole collection. So keep them coming in. I need the fox, I need a raven name, and I also need an owl name as well. Let's move on to the fox. Mr. Fantastic himself. How beautiful. It's the detail in these. Once again, let's go through some of the samples so you can see them all in their glory. I like the fox. I like this one.
I love the fox. Hopefully that'll be an afternoon demo. Well, it's not afternoon, in an hour's time, isn't it?
It is, but look at these though. Did I hear right? Half of the fox?
Oh, wow.
Half of the fox has already gone. True beauty comes from within. So true. So true, it really does. Beautiful.
I've spent a long time searching these little phrases and quotes, yeah, so they're very meaningful.
What you can imagine, you can create. I like that one as well. That's true. I love these. Because you could just use these. Imagine using these just as a background with like a third generation so you can roughly see them.
Yeah.
True beauty comes from within. And then you've got, oh, my little beauty. There you go, beautiful on there. Absolutely lovely, £17.99, but 50% of the stock has now already gone. 245750 is your item number that you're looking at this. Then we move on to That's So Raven that you've got here. Love this. I really, really do think this is beautiful. We've had another email in, so we'll call Ross the Raven. I think that email's from my producer, not going to lie. So, what's the name? My director's emailed in, call him Hugh. Okay. Hugh the Hare. Ross the Raven, Hugh the Hare. That would work. I don't know an F. Or an owl. Janice is an owl. She's wise, isn't she?
Oh, she is.
Janice is
she
wise.
likes to come out with lots of quotes and things, doesn't she?
Yeah, she always is.
A lot of facts.
She's quite philosophical, Janice. Oh, look at that, though. That's Halloween. Got written all over it.
Love it, don't you? It's just gorgeous.
I'm not going to lie. I don't actually know how that's done. Because it's all flat. I thought it was stuck onto glitter card, but it's not. That's amazing.
I don't know. Who's that one by?
I'll pass to you,
okay.
and you might be able to work it out, because that's beautiful. Oh, look at these. These are absolutely stunning. I couldn't work it out. I don't know.
Okay, I could be wrong.
Go on.
Is it... Sometimes you can get a spray sparkle. Susan will have to tell me. Has she sprayed it first and then stamped, or sprayed it after? I don't know. I'll have to find out.
Either way, look at that. They're all beautiful, don't get me wrong, but that is just...
Rich, isn't it? Very rich.
There's something about it quite opulent, especially with the raven as well that you've got there.
Yeah.
It's so opulent. £17.99 for Ross the Raven. 928004 is your item number. Then last but no means least, our little wise owl that we have. Love this. Absolutely.
Beautiful, isn't it?
It's just the I've never seen this detail on a stamp of these
feathers,
size.
the detail, if we enlarged it, the detail on the feathers is amazing. You know, the pointillism that she has done, and she is new to stamps, creating stamps. She has really picked it up so quick. It's amazing what she has created.
These are beautiful, absolutely stunning. This is for the owl, £17.99. Remember, you haven't got to use all the owl either. Before I get into that, you haven't got to use all the owl if you don't want to. £17.99, 479133 is your item number. Now I've got to go back to Horace the Hare, that we've got here, Hugh the Hare. Now we've managed to get some more stock, but I'm going to tell you now I've not got many. Okay.
He's not being very given
today. He's not being very given at all, to be honest, Apple. Not giving in the slightest. I haven't got many left. I've got under 20 is what I've actually got here. £17.99. Everything will be dispatched on Thursday the 18th, so a little bit long to wait, but not that long. What, Thursday? What's that, a day away, isn't it, to be honest?
To be quite honest, they will, rather than hold it, they will get it sorted. So although we do the extended, we don't like orders waiting with us. We will work
so you
through
may even get it, so you may get it with the rest of them.
Yeah, we work late to get the orders through.
Oh, that's worth having
yeah.
a little. Yeah. They've got to sleep and eat, you see, people. They've got to sleep and eat at some point. £17.99. It's not going to be here for the second show I'm hearing now. So if you want the hair if you want Horatio, if you want Hugh, if you want Harriet, if you want Amy Longears, you can get them now. £17. That's the best one, yeah. £17.99. 140591 is your item number. I've got less than 20, so you better get in quick if I was you. The Christmas tree. It's also been very, very busy this hour now as well. A third of the stock has already gone with the beautiful Christmas tree that you've got there. £12.99. 363285 is your item number that you're looking at for the Christmas tree. From there, are we doing the deers? Okay. So you've got the deer. Let's do the deer individually this time. So you've got the little deer first of all that you've got. And I'll show you some of the samples of the deer this time, because I didn't really show you them last time either. So the deer is this one. This is the one you're currently looking at the moment. This is what the details are currently on the screen for. This is your Christmas deer, £12.99. 005671 is your item number that you're looking at. How beautiful. I love that.
Different, isn't it? Very different.
That is beautiful. And once again, these work so well. Just the creased white card on there, little cheeky matten layer that you've got. They are absolutely stunning. And they've been also nice in a mask technique. If you'd stamp one, mask them off, and did them like 3 in a line. That'd be cute. Just my idea. £12.99. 005671 is your item number. Then we've also got the stag. Love the stag. Loving the stag with the joy.
Beautiful. He is so elegant. He really is. I love it, and he works just a little bit of grayscale. Again, that's Martine. You don't have to be, you know, uber colorist and talented, but she shows with a little bit of grayscale, which is what Hazel Eaton has done before, just dragging with a blending tool. And how elegant and beautiful is that? A little bit of red hint. I'd be chuffed to bits to get that for Christmas.
I would as well. Like the stamping on that is absolutely stunning. There's 3Dness on that one. Look at that.
It's amazing, isn't it?
So it does show. It does prove that don't take a stamp as a 2D stamp. There is so much more that you can do. Who's this one? Oh, Suzanne. Suzanne's a very good colourist. Well, they all are.
She is, and she likes to colour with not only like clean colours, things like that, but she'll take re-inkers for your distresses, put them, and she'll paint with them. Over the top, so she does a lot of doing in a very pastel colour, very pale colour, and then painting over the top.
So if you've got your re-inkers, maybe you've got your little dinky inkies re-inkers, they've got the sparkle in there as well, that would work well with this. £12.99 is what you're looking at. 395857 is your item number that you are looking at there. And then the Robin and Holly, very, very busy as well. It's a very busy hour. I'm going to point that out now. We're very busy this hour. It's the first time Sweet Poppy Stencils have moved into the world of stamps. They've dabbled. First time they've gone all out. It's the last show of the year as well. They've got one more this afternoon, but this is the last time they'll be on the craft store. Not forever, just till next year before you start getting on the book of face. Start the rumours off. Oh, did you hear? They're coming back. I wonder where they're going. Nowhere. They're just taking December off, okay?
Well, we're not taking it off.
Well, they're not off. They're off the air, as it were. I'm digging myself an even bigger hole. Let's show a Robin. They're coming back. Let's just point that out now. Let me make it clear. They are back in January. But this is their last show of the year. Quick Hugh, thanks. Beautiful little robins that you've got in here. £12.99. Love these. Absolutely adore them. These as well. Now, does this open? If I open this up, will I ruin it?
I think you might ruin it. I'm not sure. You could slide the little bow down. Let's have a little look. This is Dot. So Dot says, she put a little note on there for me. If you're not very good at colouring, then stamp in lots of different colours. So stamp it in once in red, stamp in green, stamp in brown, then cut it out and layer it.
Oh yeah, that's what she's done.
Yeah.
Oh, Dot, it's beautiful. Obviously, Dot was very busy because inside's empty. But she had a busy day.
There's no fiver in there.
Yeah, there's no money in nothing, Dot. You want your sample shown? Now, well. No one pays. I'm digging myself a lot of holes this hour. Let me show you the rest of these and I'm done. You've got beautiful robins like this one. From these, I love them all. All of them are absolutely beautiful, absolutely stunning All of them, £12.99, 004. There was a fiver in that one, you see, that's why it got longer on telly. There wasn't. Let's go back. Go on, Liz, what you're to this time.
Okay, let's do, I don't know if it'll work, but let's try it.
Let's
got a square piece of card under here, and I have put underneath the stencil a ring of tape underneath, so a frame of tape.
We've got tape on the show, have we not?
Yes, you do. You have it in the stencil kit. So the Essential Tools kit. So you have the spreader, you have 2 reels of tape and a magnetic sheet. So we try and always bring it with us. So we are going in with the spreader. I've put translucent at the top. It's one of my favourites. Now we'll give it a go. Let's see if we can get this to work. So on and up. I'm going to pop that back in. Let's check that we're all covered.
We've got the pastes on the show as well.
And we're going to go on and up again. This is one of my favourite techniques. So I've got a little bowl of water to one side. And I just wanted to really show how beautiful this stencil is, because it is, again, one that is always on my table, one that I've had lots from the girls, sample-wise, to play with. It's different. It's a different one for us. So we're taking off. Oh, mucky stencil. So always clean your stencil. So it's given me a different look to what I wanted, but let's have a go. So we're taking off. Now we're going to take our tape away. So if you'd washed your stencil, not like I've done, you wouldn't have that colour behind. So I've now got a frame there. So pop that to one side, a little bit kitchen roll. Because I'm a bit of a clean freak. I do like it nice and clean when I work. So pop him down, and we're going to go in with wow powders. So give them a good old shake, because the wows tend to be mixed with glitters if you get the embossing ones. So, oops, there we go, a bit grey. There we go. So I've got 3 mixes there. So in with the brush, and we're going up and we're tapping over. So just all the way over, and then we're going to go in with our pink. Now, what you have with your embossing powders is you have 2 ways of finishing it. So you can finish it with a heat gun whilst the paste is wet, or you can finish it with a heat gun once the paste is dry. They'll give you slightly different effects. So again, we're going over, and then a bit of a card, and we're tapping off. So you would save all your waste, not like I do, and throw mine away, because I tend not to have a pot ready. So just make sure you've got a pot ready. So pop that to one side.
The hair, just while we decant, the hair has come back on extended delivery. It's now completely gone again. It's now, Amy Longears has now sold out again. £17.99, 140, I don't know why I'm reading that out, it's gone. You can't buy it. So it's sold out. There you go. Sold out. Let's go back to Deborah.
She will be over the moon, bless her. She's as nervous as what I was, because stamps are very new to us.
You say she'll be over the moon. We've just called her Longears. I don't know how pleased she will be, to be
might
honest.
leave me now.
You might have another text going, you know those other stamps I said I'd make? Well, I'll find somebody else.
Thanks.
Never. I'll draw for you. I can draw a caterpillar.
Oh, great. That'll sell.
Oh, it will. They're very big this time of year, caterpillars are.
The girls will be so pleased. So we're just heating it. And this is just playing with your mediums, giving it another texture, so it'll start to bubble.
Wow, it's like broken glass.
So you're moving it along as it cooks. And it just gives you such a 3D effect.
Just so you know, we've got about 4 minutes.
Okay. So we'll cook this side.
To the end of the hour. Well, this hour's flew by.
It has, and I've got a
lovely time.
Little bit of a break, and then we're back on again. So hopefully I'll show some more.
Robin and Holly are now limited stock as well. So if you want the Robin and Holly, I'll change the details on the screen. But if you want the Robin and Holly, the details are there now. £12.99, 004314. We've got no more.
No.
Oh, no more?
I knew that one. He definitely did not have any more stock of that.
We've not even bothered ringing Paul because we already know. Once that's gone, it's gone as well. He's not very giving anyway today. He's not very giving at all. He definitely wants December off, doesn't he? He's like,
he did tell me. I had strict instructions: do not cave, do not give any more. Tell him to phone me. There we go, and that's most of it cooked off.
Amazing.
But it gives you such a dimensional look. Instead of using your glitters, you can do the same effect with mica powders as well. It'll give you that beautiful, almost a metallic look.
I love it. Absolutely love it.
There you go. And that gives you such a beautiful background. And there you go. That's my magic done.
I love that, but then you could go over the top. Then, if you stamped maybe the fox or the raven or the owl onto some super smooth, and then fussy cut it out, you could stick that on top and really make something of it.
Yeah, you could do the whole thing as a backplate or cut sections up and use that as your backing.
It's absolutely beautiful.
Such a beautiful stencil.
It really is. And there is so much going, because now I see them when you do, if you do that in greens and dark greens and light greens, you could then fussy cut those out and use them as trees if you wanted to in the backgrounds of
We've
things.
got aperture stencils on your website. Amazing. They don't look much, but they're an amazing tool. If you've got that behind an aperture stencil and you ink through it, you've got the most amazing Christmas tree.
I think it would work. I really do. It's worth having a little look at these stencils as well. They're returning favourites. They're returning favourites for a reason, because you are absolutely loving them. We're going to start off. We've already sold out of one. We're going to start off with your Elegance down here. Let me tilt it forward slightly for you, just so you can see. There is your Elegance that you're looking at there. £10 and 99 pence. 225826 is your item number for that one. It's worth having a little look at. £10 and 99 pence is what you're looking at for this one. A little choke then, I'll be able to swallow it. Then you've got your Harmony. Love your Harmony as well. Let's tilt that forward.
Love Harmony. It is a stencil that's always on my desk, always.
I love it. I really do. You go in with your oranges, your yellows and your reds. You can really turn that into like flames and a phoenix and those sorts of looks. £12, 99 pence once again. 564998 is your item number. And then the one Alice has just used. These are your triangles. Loving these again. And remember, they're all metal. They are all metal stencils. Some people don't believe me though, but they are. I have a lot of emails going, are they really? Yes, they are. Triangle stencils, £12, 99 pence, 855231 is your item number. Let me quickly splash up the details for the mediums that you've got here. How beautiful are these? You can pick and mix any two of the mediums that you are looking at the moment. You've got gold in there. You've got pearl white in there, you've got glossy white in there as well, and you've also got your translucent in there. Then you've also got your little starter kit that you're looking at with these ones. You've also got your essential kit as well. We've only got 45 seconds left, to be honest. Thank you, this is always a pleasure. What time are you back?
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock with our Alex.
Yes.
3 o'clock with Alex, so don't miss that. But to be fair, what's going to be left? Who really knows? Paul's not that giving. He wants December off. He's not giving me any more. Alex is going to have to sing and dance for the hour, I feel, at this rate. People will buy after the hour as well, so definitely start checking out your baskets if I was you. Right then, start checking out your baskets, the first one. If you want to watch anything back, you can do so also on Rewind for the next 60 days, half an hour after the show comes off air. Don't go anywhere. There's so much more to shop for here on the wonderful world of the craft store. I'll see you in an hour's time. I won't see you in an hour at all. I'm not back on till 4. I'm going for another lemon sip and a lie down. Bag making with Mrs H next. You don't want to miss it. It's amazing.
Did you know you can watch the craft store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player on Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Craft Store channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how you do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select Settings. Select your network and select Set up Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Craft Store app. Simply press your home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the Channel Store. At the top of the Channel Store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter the Craft Store into the search bar and this will take you to the Craft Store app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the Added Channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Scroll down to the Craft Store app and press the star button on your remote. You can use the arrow buttons to move the Craft Store to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it! You can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your favourite TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Abs from Woodland Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers, colours, textures and creating depth and dimension. Woodland Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world. Make sure you don't miss the Woodland Create shows.
Hi, I'm Lucy from Sweet Poppy Stencils, the Craft Station Limited. We're a craft retailer and we specialise in stainless steel stencils. Our stencils are manufactured in metal. This allows us to have designs that are intricate. We know customers like seeing the demonstrations, so make sure you tune in and don't miss the Sweet Poppy shows.
Hello again everyone, welcome to the Craft Store if you just joined us. Now we've got lots of variation today and I'm pleased to say we've got a lovely sewing hour ahead. This is all about Mrs H and her bags. Very wonderful designer, I've got to say. And of course we do have a guest with us. I've never worked with this lady before, so it's an absolute delight and joy to announce it's Lynn here with us today.
Hello.
Hi Lynn. I think we've seen each other across the studio once or twice when you've been guesting.
Yeah, you've been presenting other things and I've been doing the bags.
I have, so it's lovely to get to work with you today. Now, obviously you're not Mrs H.
No.
But you're representing Mrs H today.
That's right, yeah.
Tell us how you found yourself here at the Craft Store.
Well, firstly, it's because I live quite near, so that always helps, doesn't it? But no, I've known Mrs H, who is Samantha, for quite a number of years now. We met at one of the bag retreats that she runs. And then I became one of her bag testers. So she
what
basically,
an interesting job.
Yeah, she has a team of testers, all different abilities. And whenever she releases a new pattern, she calls on us and says, can you do this? This is the time scale. And she wants lots of feedback on how it's gone and what we think, you know, what level the bag is and what fabrics we've used. And then she uses all that information. And then
So
she
you
publishes.
get to choose the fabric that you test the bags with, do you?
Yeah, yeah. We use our own supplies.
It must be so interesting. You must get so excited as well when there's new designs.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I bet. Oh, my goodness. Now, we have got some news to show you today as well. So we're starting right here with Mrs H. The 6-piece bag pattern bundle has just disappeared because we're going to come back to that. But this one is part of that bundle. This is your button lock bag. Now, if you're going for this one individually, you can see a glorious sample here. Of course, you're paying for the pattern. You can decide on the fabrics. I'm going to ask Lynn a little bit more about the fabrics that are recommended in a short while. But if you're loving the look of this one, $11.99. 470-671 is the item number. Now I'm going to just remove this from the stand just so I can open up the fastening. Now this, we think this is a little bit like a child lock one because it's, you know, you're not going to have anybody pickpocket out of that. I've got to say, we have got hardware available on the show for you. We'll give you details in a little while. But the hardware, the quality is absolutely incredible. Now, obviously, we've stuffed this out a little bit with some yarn. But I'm going to take those out just so you can see inside the bag. How beautifully made is this? Absolutely gorgeous. So all of the patterns include pockets, linings, everything you need to give that professional finish.
Yeah.
each bag will generally have at least one zip pocket and a slip pocket, but often more pockets than that because we all like lots of pockets. And each bag has different features. She likes to design them so they use different hardwares and they each have different features on them. And you can mix it up a bit. If you've made one before, you can maybe change it up a bit. But yeah, this one, the button lock bag, she actually did base around that specific lock, which is why it's called a button lock bag, because it really is a nice. It's really heavyweight. It's really good quality lock.
It is beautiful. You do have a zip pocket in there. You've got that slip pocket as well. A lovely size, I've got to say. A nice sort of everyday size. But again, regarding to the fabrics that you want to use, you can change it into an everyday, into an evening bag. It can be whatever you want it to be.
Absolutely. It's best, I think, for that particular bag. I would tend to go for a quilting cotton, definitely for the lining. For the outer, you can use cotton linens or, you know, an upholstery fabric. You can even try your hand with a faux leather or a vinyl, although those tend to be harder to use.
Okay.
So you might not want to start with those.
Yeah, so start, you know, with the cotton maybe and then progress into a different fabric. Can I just ask about ability on this one?
So that one is, a beginner can do that bag. It's what we'd call a beginner intermediate, so it's slightly harder than a beginner. If you've done a bag before, it'll be easy enough.
So maybe a confident beginner.
A confident beginner is a good way to describe it, yeah.
Right, there you go. Now, absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? And once you've got the pattern, then you can create as many as you wish for £11.99. That pattern on its own, 470671 is the item number. Now, if you do want the hardware, and I can't say this enough, I am absolutely blown away with the quality of the hardware. I'm just going to bring this over because it is quite difficult to sort of show everything, but you can see everything that you need. That button lock there is there as well. And I'm saying about the quality, Lynn, because it is important, because you know, you do get various different qualities. Everything's been thought about. If you're making a professional job, you want the professional finish, and that's exactly what you can achieve with the hardware.
Absolutely, yeah. Mrs. H always uses Emmeline hardware, which is, I would say, it's the best you can get, the best quality out there, and I use a lot of hardware, so I know my onions when it comes to hardware. When you get, for instance, a lock or a piece of hardware from Emmeline, you'll also get, if it uses screws, for instance,
right,
you'll always get a little extra one, just in case. Things like that are thought about, because it's very easy to lose a screw and they're very tiny.
Do you know, I think for $11.99 for that kit of hardware is absolutely incredible value. When you feel the quality of this at home, the weight of those, I can tell often by the weights of things, you know, the quality of them. $11.99 for the pattern, $11.99 for the hardware. You would pay far, far, far more than that for one bag. And of course, once you've got that pattern, then you can create as many as you wish. If you want to go for more than one set of hardware, you can also do that as well. But I would say for the very first one you make, treat yourself to that hardware. You will not regret it. Now, the next bag we've got for you, or the pattern for the bag, is the duffel backpack. So I'm just going to turn this around so you can see. I like how the straps work on this because they cross over.
Yeah, it's quite nice to wear, and that's quite a nice, easy bag to make. So if you're, if you're starting off, but you don't want just a bog standard flat tote, but you do want a beginner bag, that's a nice place to start, because it has a sort of rounded, well, it's an oval flat bottom, so it sort of teaches you how to put a bottom on the bag, and also there's a magnetic snap inside to close it. Yes. I think there's a zip pocket in there.
There is. I can just spy the zip pocket.
There's probably a slip pocket in there too.
There is. Let's take the yarn out so we can have another good look. Now then, I've just seen the zip. Where's it gone? There's two little pockets in the front. Let me just tilt that down. Can you see the little pockets there? Absolutely gorgeous. Again, you decide on the fabrics. There we are. I think you can see those. Very handy because you want to slip your little mobile phone in there, or a notebook, or something that you need to not be rummaging around in the bottom of a bag for.
Yeah, it's a nice shape. I actually made that into a picnic bag. I think it's behind you, on the shelf behind you at the top. It doesn't really look like that at all.
Oh, of course.
But I used laminated cotton for the exterior, and then inside I used that like insulated wadding. So you can, pop your bottle of wine in there and a sandwich and off you pop. that sort of thing.
That is such a good idea, isn't it, with the laminated fabric? I love that.
It's a little bit more tricky to use laminated, so I wouldn't do that straight away if you're a beginner. It can stick with your machine foot. So yeah, you have to know what you're doing.
So again, start with the fabric that you know is going to be easy to work with. I just want to make sure I show you that zip pocket in there as well. Really, really lovely. Again, the size of this I absolutely adore. When it comes to bags, I always look at the size of everything because that's important to me, you know, depending on the use I want it for. Absolutely beautiful. For a beginner, $11.99 for the pattern there, 831711. Now, another one that everybody has fallen in love with is the next one. I've got to make sure I get the name right now. It's the Holy Mayoli.
Correct. Well done.
Yes!
First time.
Apparently, I'm the first presenter to pronounce that right.
First time, absolutely, yes.
I did practice beforehand. Now, this, again, look at this, the price there. $11.99 for the pattern to make this glorious, glorious bag. I love the flap on this one, Lynn. I love how that the handle just works through the little gap there. It's beautiful. It looks very classy. I'm going to take out the yarn again. We spent so long filling these bags up so that they stood beautifully, but it's important, I think, to see the linings and the pockets as well. Yeah, it does show you the size, doesn't it? We've got four 100-gram balls in there, and I think we could have fitted another one in. Absolutely beautiful. Again, you've got that zip pocket in there. What sort of fabrics would you recommend for this one then, Lynn?
Well, the one that I used on that bag, actually, the exterior fabric, the floral fabric, that's a cotton linen.
Okay.
And it feels quite nice to the touch. And then the one you've got hold of now, that's a cork fabric.
Do you know, I would never have known that was cork until you said.
It feels nice, isn't it? It's quite soft and it's nice to work with. And because that bag itself is got quite an interesting shape, because it's got that hole in the front, it's quite nice, it's quite sculptural and it works quite well with the cork. But you can use any fabric you like with that bag.
It is absolutely beautiful, it really is. So stylish. Again, size-wise, perfect. Now, there is another one I want to grab as well. I'm just going to grab something from the back of the counter. Now, this is why I fell in love with this one straight away. Now, obviously, you can choose your own fabrics, but as a sample bag, there's no clasp on this one either. You don't have to put the hardware on if you don't want.
Well, that's the beauty of bag making, you know. This is an intermediate bag, and so by the time you're making something like this, you know what you're doing, and if you don't want to use the suggested hardware, you don't have to. It's like the fabric, it's entirely up to you what you use.
Wonderful. Now, we do have the hardware available. Let's give you the details for the pattern first of all. I just want you to see that because, you know, to see the different fabrics, it can change your perspective on something as well, because we're drawn by colour, we're drawn by design. The pattern on the, well, the front cover there, the image that you can see is absolutely gorgeous when it comes to fabric design as well. But for the pattern, only $11.99 once again, 611050. I know you're loving this one. I am not surprised. It's absolutely beautiful. Now, if you do want to go for the hardware, we do have that available as well. So I'm just going to bring the little plate to the front. I know it's hard to see, but seriously, you would be treating yourself so well if you went for the hardware. What do we call this clasp again? Is it a tongue?
There's lots of different names. Yeah, a tongue clasp. What's the other name? There's I can't remember. I'm on the spot now. I've totally forgotten.
Honestly, as soon as you pick that up, the weight of it, you can tell the quality of that. It's just such a wonderful component. If you're making your own, the professional finish you're going to get with the hardware. All the little rivets are there as well, which are beautiful. Create what you can see here. You know, finish it off perfectly. $9.99 if you want the hardware for this one. 758880 is the item number there. Now, there is another favourite when it comes to the staff here, because myself, Megan, who was producing as well, absolutely was drawn to this next one. We love this one. This is the bowler bag. Everything about it, again, the shape of it, the size of it, you know, fabrics that you can choose. I adore the fabric that has been chosen for this particular sample. But again, Lynn, you can change the fabric that you use. What else would you suggest?
I mean, a lot of people who've made this bag have used leatherette or vinyl. I really like, again, I'm quite a fan of canvas and linen fabrics. I think they feel really, really nice. But the bag you've got in your hands, it's like a fleecy fabric she's used, and it's kind of autumnal or wintry.
Yeah.
It's just, you can change up how it looks. It can be a summer bag, it can be a winter bag, and it's just a really nice size. It's got quite a big capacity in there as you pull out all the balls of wool there.
There we are. So the zip pocket, we've got the slip pockets as well. I'm just going to spin this around so you can see.
Yeah, that one's got, on the exterior, they're actually 2 slip pockets as well.
Yes.
So there's lots of room in this one.
Yeah, front and back. Beautiful, with those little rivets in between there. If you want to apply those as well. Absolutely gorgeous. Adjustable handle. I'm going to pop those yarn balls back in because we've got another 400 grams going in here. And I know there's spare room. Definitely with this one. Our Meg's just said something, I think she's quite right. This would make a really lovely overnight bag. If you're just going away for one night, just to put your essentials in, you know, you've still got some room in there. You can fold up your clothes, pop them in there, t-shirt and a pair of leggings or something. Absolutely beautiful. Now we do have another one, so I'm going to grab that as well. In fact, we've got more than one of these. So I'm going to show you some different fabrics just to give you more inspiration. Obviously, you can decide, no rivet in the front of the pocket here, so you can have that deeper pocket or that wider pocket there. Love the sweep on that.
It's nice,
Isn't that lovely?
Yeah.
Oh, this fabric's nice and soft. So you've got a corduroy there, you've got another sort of linen. Isn't that beautiful? And then let me show you this one. Cork has been used again on this one, Lynn.
Yep, absolutely. That's
isn't that lovely? Look at this. I like the binding on there.
Yeah, put a bit of piping on that one. Again, it's one of those bags you can just add to if you want to. Just put your own little mark on it. Bling it up if you wish.
Definitely. Oh, how wonderful is that? $11.99 if you want to go for the pattern for the bowler bag. 325460 is the item number. We do have hardware on offer for this one as well. This is a really good bag of hardware for it as well, because there's a lot going on with this one. Look what you're getting there. Absolutely fantastic. $18.99 if you want to go for the hardware. 758204. Again, it just makes that bag, doesn't it? It looks so professional. So treat yourselves to that in your basket along with the pattern. Now, the next one, we've got a 2-in-1 because we've got a convertible bag. Nice size again. This is lovely. I like the fabric here. That is very, very nice indeed, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, how is it a 2-in-1, we're asking? I'm going to let Lynn explain.
Well, basically, the strap on the back, if you can show that strap, there's a little channel at the top. And if you thread your strap through that channel, you can wear it as a backpack. However, if you unclip those little lobster clips at the bottom and remove it from the channel.
Let's just take those undone so we can just demonstrate that. And take the strap out from the channel.
Take the strap out of the channel.
Okay.
There are 2, I think they're D-rings on that bag at the top of the bag, and then you can just clip it back onto there and wear it as a shoulder bag or a crossbody.
I've just taught myself a lesson, I think. Thread it one way, not the other, because
pull it
of
through
the
when you
buckle
don't
on
have
there.
to
It
get
makes
that.
it easy to take it out the other way.
Yeah.
There we are. So the strap is now out. Let's just fasten onto the D-rings and you can see the difference then. Nice that you can change it around, because depending on what you're doing with your day, you might need both hands for carrying shopping or babies or holding hands of toddlers, you know, and so you might want the backpack. Then there might be occasions where you'd rather have this on your shoulder, and you can certainly do that as well. And you've got a lovely little zip pocket on the back there as well, which is beautiful. Let's have a little look inside this one. It's nice to see them all, isn't it? Oh, I didn't realise that was a pocket
It's
there.
a pocket on the front, yes.
No yarn in this one. We can see right inside. Let me just take out that one out there. Look, another little zip. We've got slip pockets in this one as well. Really nice. Any good for a beginner, this one?
Yeah, that's I think that is a sort of beginner intermediate. So again, you know,
Confident beginner.
Confident beginner could have a good go at that. It wouldn't be a problem.
And lots of different fabrics again can be used for this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't go anything too thick if you are a beginner. But that fabric they've used there is a home deck fabric, and that looks like it went quite well. It looks really good, doesn't it?
I really
like
like
nice
that.
Fabric.
Do you know, it works beautifully, doesn't it? Now, we do have hardware for this one. Let me just give you the pattern details. 399573 is the item number there. And then the hardware, we'll just bring that in. I think it must be this one here, because we had a picture for the previous one, didn't we? I'm going to pop this in front. I think this must be the right one because I can see the D-rings. Is it the right one? It looks pretty, yeah, it looks like the picture we've got. We've got the lobster clasp in there, we've got the D-rings, we've got the adjustable buckles. You know you're going to get everything you need if you're going for it. $15.99 is the price here. 384866 is the item number there. Now we've got a gentleman's wallet next. In fact, it doesn't have to be for a gentleman. We're calling it gentleman's wallet, but it could be for a lady as well. Let's have a little look at these. Another wonderful pattern to go for. Again, you can decide on the fabrics. Could we use a faux leather and suedes and things like that for these?
You can. I wouldn't advise it to start with because
Okay.
it's got a lot of layers in the gentleman's wallet.
Ah.
So I'd start off, if you're a beginner, I'd start off with a quilting cotton for that, which is what that one's made of.
Okay.
And these make really good Christmas presents.
They do, don't they?
Yeah.
There's lots of pockets in here, actually. When you start looking, there's lots of little places to put your cards, driver's licence, obviously your money, photographs perhaps as well. Let me just show you this one so you can see the difference inside.
And if you look at the shelf behind you, to the left of the screen that says Mrs H, right on that far end, there's a bag on it as well, a brown...
do you know, I've spotted a few now. Can I run off? Just bear with me.
There's one there and then there's two over there. So there is a free extension on the Mrs H website that shows you how to put a zip in it like that and a fastener as well, if that's what you prefer.
Look at that.
And that one is cork. And that was quite hard work to sew.
Was it?
But
it looks
done.
wonderful. Do you know, it's nice to see the difference in the fabrics, isn't it? And see how the inside's been put together, the linings, the little attachments in there as well. All adds to that inspiration. Again, only $11.99 for the pattern. 545879 is your item number. Now, I know it's very difficult to choose, it really is, because I think people are looking, oh, I thought I had a favourite, but now I can't make my mind up. Well, I'll tell you what, we've got a little surprise for you, because we've got a whole bundle with all of those patterns. Now, there's no hardware here. You'll have to go for the hardware separately if you want it. But as a bundle of patterns, you've got something for everyone. If you are liking to make to gift, or if you just treat yourself, you know, to a wardrobe full of bags for different occasions, then this is for you. $64.94 is the price. You've got a £5 saving. Do you know, that's almost half price for one of the patterns, isn't it? 813582 is the item number. We've got this on Flexi as well. We will make sure that we give you those payments. Let me think, £32.47. That's right, so pay that today. Everything will be shipped to you, and then you could be making those bags before you've even paid your second instalment. 813582 is the item number. Now we're going to head over to Lynn now for the first demonstration. So Lynn, what can we see?
Okay, well, I was actually going to go through the button lock bag today because we're going to install some hardware. I don't know if, can you see over
we
here?
will have a good look at that for you, Lynn.
I put out a little array of hardware. I sort of went through my drawers this morning. I was like, this, and this, because you can see there's so many different types of hardware that you can buy, but they're all generally based around the same thing, so that they will be installed in a very, very similar way.
Okay.
So, the button lock bag, this is my button lock. The first button lock bag I made, I didn't actually use a button lock because I didn't have one and I only had a few days to make it in. So I actually put a turn lock in it. This was the closest thing I could find to a button lock bag. So it's installed very similarly, but obviously you turn it like that.
Yeah.
So, the button lock bag itself, I was just going to show you how to install this hardware. And just to help me, and so I don't mess up the partial bag that I've already made, I've done a sort of a dummy flap and a dummy front of the bag. So, to start with, what you'd think about is this button lock, you actually squeeze it and it comes into two parts.
Oh.
And it has the base part and the top part that goes onto the flap.
Okay.
So that's going to slot in there like that. So what you would do for the front of your bag, let's just take that out there. Normally, this is 3 layers. So I've got the fabric that's on the exterior, and then I've got a layer of interfacing that's on the back of my fabric, and then foam. and I'm showing you this just so you can see what's going on inside, because you can't see what's going on inside the actual bag. So where we put our locks, we tend to stabilise it. Obviously these are quite heavy, they're quite weighty, and if you put it onto a piece of fabric like this, it would just sort of flop. So I've got quite a stiff piece of stabiliser here, which is, this is called 72F, and it's, you can see it's quite sturdy and it adheres to the fabric. So just pretend, I haven't shown you that, and this is all sewn together. I'll just clip it for now, because we don't need to see me sewing it. So then what you would do is you use the pattern to measure whereabouts you need to place your base bit of your button lock. This is the back plate, and that's how you secure it. She says putting it on the wrong way, like this. So we use that as a template. I believe in the pattern it's 6.5 inches from the top of the bag. You need to make sure that that is sitting on top of where you've put your stabiliser. So you would basically, you can see I've put markings on already. These pins mark the centre. You would measure your 6.5 inches, and Mrs H says that's where the top of your base plate goes, which it is. And then you would use a marker. I've got a Friction pen here, but whatever is handy, to make your marks.
Oh, just through the little slots then where you're going to make the holes.
Absolutely. Yeah. Now, when you're making your holes, this is the scary bit, obviously, making a hole in your beautiful bag that's already constructed. So if you want to be super careful, sometimes what I would do is take a pin and put it right at the top of where your slot is going to be.
Okay.
So that when you're using a blade, it won't cut right through further than you want it to.
Yeah, you've created a stop for it, haven't you?
Yeah, you're blocking it off. Personally, I use little embroidery scissors to make my hole. Obviously, I've already made a hole here, but just push it through. You could also use, what do they call? An unpicker, quick unpick.
A seam
ripper.
Yeah.
They have a little blade in there too. Some people prefer to use those. Some people might prefer to use a scalpel, but my tool of choice is the embroidery scissors. So you make all your 4 holes for your slots. At this point, you would get your button lock base. I'm going to do it in this bag because I don't want to waste the button lock. So I would turn it inside out so we can see what we're doing.
Okay.
This is exactly the same as this piece here. I've just prepared it already. One I prepared earlier. Slot your lock, the base of your lock, through your bag.
That's it, so you can clearly see the 4 prongs there.
So then you would put your base plate on. Sometimes, if you feel it's not secure enough, you might want to glue it. I'm not going to in this instance, but I would use a fabric glue and glue a little bit away from the edge because you don't want any seepage.
No. And so that would be just extra security.
Just extra security. It would keep it attached to the bag. I'm not going to do it right now for time purposes because I tend to wait 3 or 4 minutes because then it will become tacky more than liquidy, so it can fit it better. Pop it on your bag, put your base plate on.
Now's when you check that you've definitely got it the right way up as well, isn't it?
Yes, a good idea. Double check it's the right way up.
I think we've all had little accidents like that before.
I have plenty. And then push down your prongs. Make sure they're nice and flat. Sometimes I'd squish them down with my trusty mallet, but not too hard because you don't want to damage the hardware on the other side. What I would also do at this point, top tip, bit of gaffer tape.
Oh.
Because if you think about it, there's 4 metal prongs here, and those metal prongs will be resting against the lining of your fabric. And over time, it can, I've never found it to happen, but I think it could wear away a little bit. So we always advise that you put a little bit of gaffer tape.
That's the fanciest gaffer tape I've ever seen.
It's probably a bit much. I think plain might be better. You don't want it to show through. But yeah, just so you can see what's going on. We've got our gaffer tape on there. And when we push our bag the right way out, hopefully the lock is on the correct way, which it is. I know it is. Definitely is. So I'm just going to put that out of the way just for the second, because as you can see, I'll just put it back, I've already cut out the shape for this bag, just in case I mess up the demo. So this is our dummy flap. Where's the piece? So before we sewed this flap together, we put another bit of stabiliser inside the flap. You can't see it, but it looks like that.
Yeah.
And again, that's just giving you something for your hardware to grip onto. There's already a layer of foam and 2 layers of interfacing, as well as your fabric in here. But because it's such a hefty lock, we need to make sure it doesn't sort of crumple. Okay, so inside there, we've already applied that. Another tip I would give, you don't have to do this, but I do it. We top stitch around flaps. Generally, it just gives a really nice finish. It holds the fabric in place. But what I would worry about is that obviously you're going to cut out a hole from this fabric.
Yeah.
So what I do is, if I know that's going to happen, I mark where my lock is going to sit. Here, you can see I put pins there, and then I only top stitch to where the pins are. That's what the pins are there for. You can top stitch all the way around, and then afterwards clip it and just pull those little bits of thread back to where you want them as well. That's the other way of doing it. So, and then I've also, the pin is here just to hold the fabric in place as well.
Got you.
So another thing that I do, and it's generally will not be given in the pattern books, I tend to sew around where I've marked my cutting points. So Mrs. H provides a little template, so we know where we're supposed to cut out. But if you all just sew around it, again, it pulls the fabric together before you cut it, so it's not shifting about and you're not cutting all over the place.
Is that what's referred to as stay stitching? Is it the same sort of thing?
That's not how I think of stay stitching, but actually that would be a useful term for this, because you do use that in dressmaking, don't you, to hold things in place. So it's a similar concept, I guess. It's just holding
it's a really good tip.
all of those layers in place. So I'm just gonna, I'll just remove those pins now, because this was just showing you where the top stitching was. I generally would sew about 1/8 of an inch, an 1/8 of an inch, which is a few millimetres, away from the line that you've just drawn ready for your lock.
Okay, just as you're doing that, Lynn, if we may, just have a bit of a recap, and then we'll come back to you as soon as possible. We will give you a recap because we've got so many different patterns on there, and we've got the bundle, but also we want to show you some more inspiration as well, so that's where we're heading right now. stunning designs. And did you see the quality of that hardware as well? Don't forget to treat yourself to that hardware. Now, lots to think about, isn't there? Lots of patterns. Don't forget, we have got the complete bundle as well. But something else that we've got complete is a book. We've got the complete bag making masterclass. Now, $16.99 is going to get you this amazing book. There are 8 different projects in here to create bags. The bags are completely different to the ones we've got on the counter as well. So if you are going for any of the patterns, you want to add this into your basket as well, you can be assured that you are going to get different patterns and different projects. Now, beautiful photography right the way through here. Lynn, if I may ask you, I mean, it covers everything. It is a masterclass. So talking about the tools, the hardware, the fabrics, you've got those projects as well. You know, it's a beautiful book, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah, I love it. It's a really good reference book because it, as well as giving you the patterns, obviously, all the different techniques are described in this book. So the way that it works is you would go to a project, find the pattern that you want, and the instructions are quite brief because they reference other sections of the book. So it would say, you know, go to this page to add the hardware, and you would do exactly that. You would find the right page. For instance, this page is a twist lock page, which we have a twist lock over on the table. So you would just follow these instructions, and because they're very in depth and you have the nice photographs, you can see exactly what's going on. There's a press lock page, the bag feet page, and it goes on and on. So as well as getting those patterns, which are included, you get a reference of all the different ways that you can add pockets and, you know, piping, and how you would add your zips and your hardware.
Do you know, it's well worthwhile popping that into your baskets, isn't it? 8 projects, 8 patterns to make those projects, of course. $16.99, all that knowledge in there, all that photography. It is definitely a masterclass, isn't it? Let me just show you again those patterns. They're in a little pocket at the back there. We did see it with Lynn, but, you know, just to make sure that we can see where they are, go right to the back of the book, and they're safely tucked away. 638074 is the item number if you wish to go for the book. That is a lovely gift for somebody. Now, if you've got kits on the go, perhaps you do sort of go to friends' houses, maybe you have a chance of doing a little bit of work in your dinner time, take it to the office. Perhaps you do, maybe you do keep a sewing machine at work, who knows? Now, we've got these available as well, a set of 3 project zip pouches. So I think you could use this for anything. It doesn't have to be a sewing, does it?
Well, it doesn't have to be, but it would in my case, because that's what my house is full of.
I love these, a little bit, you know, a little bit tongue-in-cheek, so to speak.
Yeah.
A little bit quirky. Work in progress you've got there. Let's look at the next one. We've got, oh, there's one definitely for me, the unfinished objects. I've got loads of those. The project half done, they all work, don't they? These are great fun. These really are great fun. $19.99 is the price. £4, so you're getting all 3 of those. Really do like those. 108265 is the item number. Now we're going to go back to Lynn and carry on with the demonstration. So where did we get up to then, Lynn?
Right, well, I've sewn around where my opening's going to be, and now I'm going to cut into the fabric, which, as I've said, it's just a demo. So it's all right if I don't snip it right. So I find scissors are a lot easier to do this. There are different ways in which you can cut bits out, but as you can see, I've just snipped straight into there. Let's just try it. So that isn't quite deep enough because the lock doesn't push right up. So I would just keep snipping away at that until it was actually the right depth. I'm not going to do it because that could take me ages. This is a part of it that you know, you have to take care, take your time about it. It's not ideal for showing you on air. So after you had snipped away, and I know this one fits because I've tried one I did earlier on the flap. Use a little bit of fray check, which does what it says on the tin. It just stops the fabric from fraying. And just, if I'll do it on this one, just pop it in all the way around that opening and let that dry a bit. So that is your flap cut. Obviously this one isn't cut. Pretend it's this one, which is cut.
Okay. Can I just ask, Lynn, what sort of stabiliser you've used in the bag?
Well, in this particular bag, there's interfacing, and I use woven interfacing.
Okay.
And there is also foam, which gives it the nice soft feel.
Yeah.
And then I've also, with the little thing that I showed you before, I've just got scraps of this. This is called 72F, and this is a firm stabiliser, which we'd use for doing a very structured bag, or for what I do, for putting on the back of locks. So on the pattern, what does it say? Yeah, foam stabiliser, medium weight interfacing, and ultra firm stabiliser, and they've suggested Decaville or Peltex or S520. This is the Peltex 72F. So then what you do, you pop your lock on just to double check that the top bit fits, which it does, because I did it earlier. And then again, you would apply your glue, which you would insert into the channel. I'll do it now quickly, although it's probably a bad idea, but just all the way along.
Okay.
Not too much, although when it dries, and if it's on the metal, you can gently scrape it off. If it's on the fabric, not so easy.
Okay.
So try not to get it on your fabric.
So
you would
don't
normally
apply
wait.
the glue over the top of your fabric either then?
No.
Keep it to one side.
You would wait maybe 3 or 4 minutes, and then, she's going to do it now without waiting, slot your
That looks easy enough
top
to do,
piece
though.
on. Then, for extra security, obviously you might want to wait till your glue's dried, but there's always little screws. I don't know if you can see these because they are so tiny. There will generally, if you buy Emmeline hardware, there will be an extra screw, because if you're like me, you drop one always. So I've got a little stash of spare screws for when I lose one, and there's also one included. And then you use a tiny little screwdriver. These are generally the ones you get out of, you know, the glasses kits. That's the sort of size. And I always have a Phillips head and a flat head just to try, and then I would insert one of the screws, which I'm not probably going to manage now because my hands are shaking a bit and I can't quite see what I'm doing. But you can insert your screw into there, fasten it, there's 3 of them, and that completely secures your bag lock, and then hopefully it will slot nicely. So it looks like that, and that's your button lock. So that is complete. This one is actually slightly higher than it shows in the pattern, because this bag is for me, so I wanted to put my tablet in it so I know exactly where I want the flap to be. So if you know what you're making it for, normally the flap would be a little bit lower down.
Okay, so before you get to that point then, make sure, you know, you've thought about it a little bit in case you want to make those adjustments.
Yeah, but
perfect.
So that's the lock. I can also show how to do a mag snap if we've got time.
Oh, yes,
Magnetic
please.
snaps. Okay, so, right, this
Well,
is...
Lynn, do you mind if we have a very quick recap just as you're getting that ready? Is that fine? Is that okay? Because, just want to, well, we've got a star of the show, haven't we? It's this one. I'm not surprised, the Holy Mayoli. It is absolutely beautiful. Cork has been used at the top of the bag here. You wouldn't have thought that was cork, would you? You decide on the fabrics. You decide how you're going to use your bag. What occasion is it for? Because that will determine the sort of fabrics you go for. Wonderful that you can go for the hardware as an optional extra. If you don't want to do that, then that's entirely up to you. But, oh, there's a secret pocket in this one. I've just found it. I didn't even realise that was there before. If I just turn that around, because you've got the flap of the bag. So I thought, oh, that just opens up, but no, look, you've got a really nice deep pocket there as well. Then inside you've got a zip pocket, you've got the slip pockets as well. Such a stylish bag. I'm not surprised this is a favourite of everybody's. And of course, just depending on the fabric you work with, as I say, you will change that to suit yourself. $11.99 for the pattern price there. 611050 is the item number. Now, if you do want the hardware, we do have this on offer as well. So I'm just going to bring that little plate back in. I've got to keep saying it because it really is exceptional quality. And if you're making the bag, treat yourself to the hardware as well. Only £9.99 for this one. 758880 is the item number. That will finish everything off beautifully, and it will also, of course, keep that bag nice and secure for you. Really lovely. Now, there's lots more on the website as well. Don't forget, we've got the book, we've got the bundle, we've got lots of bags to choose from. There are some that are beginner friendly. In fact, the duffel bag was probably the easiest one, and then we've got a couple of confident beginners available as well. All the hardware is there for you for the appropriate kit, so do have a little look. Don't forget about those 3 project zip pouches. Very useful indeed. There we go. Let's get back to Lynn. Okay, Lynn, so what were you going to show us?
Right, well, I've just remembered something, so we'll quickly run through that.
Okay.
Because I just wanted to show you, when I was talking before about cutting holes in the fabric, I said there's different ways that you can do it, and I prefer to use scissors. But I also have these little cutting dies, which I just got cheaply, you know, auction site or wherever. And these come in different shapes, as you can see.
Okay.
And quite often they are very useful for when, for instance, you need a specific shape cutting out. This is a turn lock, for instance.
Yeah.
So you would hunt through your little box of shapes and try and find the right shaped hole. And it's a little bit easier. You might still have to take the scissors to it afterwards. But as you can see, an example, I used this one. You would just place the blade down. I say blade, it's not particularly sharp. Make sure you've got something underneath it, so you're not actually whacking a hole in your table. And then, again, trusty mallet, give it a whack. It may not cut through, give it a few more whacks.
Perfect.
And then that provides a nice, neat hole, and it might not be exactly the right shape you're after, but it's a good place to start. So that's just a tip. They're quite handy to use.
Lovely.
Also, what I was going to say is, if you aren't keen on cutting holes in your beautiful flap, there are alternatives. Tongue locks or press locks, you generally don't have to do that anyway. So the Holy Mayoli and the convertible bag both use this kind of lock. And it doesn't involve cutting a hole because you just slot it on. So if I take an example of a little flap, for instance, you would just slide it on there and use the screws and a little bit of glue, and you don't have to worry about ruining the flap that you've just made.
Okay.
Also, you can get little locks like this. This is actually a flip lock. But again...
There's so many different ways to fasten bags, isn't there? It's
amazing.
amazing.
You don't really realise, but, you know, it makes them look so different, the same bag. And this one, again, it just slides on, so you don't have to worry about cutting a hole, and this makes a little feature of the fabric in the middle. And again, the screws on the back. So that's a really nice way. And the other way is you can use a magnetic snap, which we showed you before in the duffel bag. And a magnetic snap can either be a simple snap. Let me just show you what I've got here. These are 3 different kinds. They all look very similar. They're all circular. But here we have the slim type.
Okay, yeah.
So they don't take up too much room. And then the slightly thicker one, these are more old school. These are what we used to use back before they made lovely slim ones. And then there's a smaller one there. So I think these are sort of 18 millimetres. These are the standard size we'd use for a bag.
Got you.
These are a bit smaller, so you'd use those for a dinky bag. And let me just pop those over there.
Yeah, who'd have thought? This amount of hardware, the choice you've got is amazing.
It's a bit bonkers, to be honest, and it's just getting more and more. This is a mag snap that doesn't quite look like a mag snap because it's the same sort of functionality, but again, you would slide that onto the edge of your bag and fasten it on, but then it's still a magnetic snap. So those are very pretty. And so I'll just quickly show you, if I put that out the way. This is a button lock bag that I modified slightly. I'm not sure I'll have time to show you how, but I wanted to put an edge trim on this flap, which is another way to bling it up. So once you had sewn it all together, you would just insert that onto there, and it looks a bit, again, a little bit blingy.
Yeah,
But
again,
for
very
now,
professional looking as well.
Yeah. I'll just show you quickly, as quickly as I can. So this is the exterior of our flap, and this is the lining of our flap. So it would sit like this. Let me just put that out of the way for now. And when you use a magnetic snap, you would always attach it to, obviously, the pieces that are facing, so the lining which is touching the exterior bag. Some people don't know which way round you would put it, so obviously one side has an indent, one side has a protrusion.
Got you. Yeah.
I prefer to put the protruding bit on the flap, personally.
Right.
That's my preference, because I think the other part is a bit prettier. So that's the part that you'd see when you open the bag. It doesn't really matter, it's not a biggie. So for your flap, you would get the back plate and make your marks again.
So again, that's your template.
Yeah, you just use your back plate as your template. I'm just using a pencil here. You would, again, if you're not doing it in a hurry, maybe put your pin in there to block it.
Well, it's a good idea to take your time always, isn't it? Because, you know, when you've got your own time at home and you're not worrying about, obviously in the studio it's different because we've got a time limit, but yeah, definitely take your time with it.
So I've put a bit of fray check on there as well. And my other hint, and it will probably mention it in the book as well, it's best if you've got a piece of fabric that is only interfaced. Again, you need a bit of support for your lock or your snap. So I just use offcuts of foam. You can also use your stabiliser if you want to. And you would do the same thing. So you would mark on it where you want your slits to go and cut them. And if you want to glue that to your fabric, you can do that too. And then take your magnetic snap, slot it through. If you want to glue that on, again, it's a good idea to do that now. Glue it on there. Pop your bit of foam or your stabiliser on the back. Then pop your plate on, squish down. Again, the way that you press in your prongs, I prefer to press them to the inside. Some people prefer to press them to the outside.
Okay.
It's whatever works for you. Then you would take a little bit. Oh, look.
That is such a good tip. Because I can understand, you say you've not known it to happen, but precautions always, because you never know, do you, depending on the fabric that you're working with.
It depends, you know. If you're using that bag a lot, then it's going to be, you know, wear out. When you put things in, it presses against that fabric.
Exactly,
and that friction
friction against you and your clothing as well.
So I'd rather do that and be safe than not do it and then have someone say, oh, my bag's got a hole in it now. So that would be on your lining of your flap. You would then sew all around the sides of the flap. Have we got time to do that, or have we not got time to do that? I think we'll just put that to one side for now. Then this is your exterior, so we would have the other part, the slightly prettier part with the indent, and we do exactly the same thing again. We'll speed through that. Look, we shall pretend to put some of that on there, just because we're doing this quickly. Now, if your exterior actually has foam on it, which it would do if it's a button bag, you don't need to worry about stabilising the back of it. So you wouldn't need to put one of these little foam pieces on if the foam is already there. So let's pretend we've just attached that in exactly the same way, and there is already foam on the back of here. And we are pressing it down, and we are using our tape to secure it, and then you would obviously sew your flap. Shall I quickly do that if you're going
Fantastic
to
work, Lynn.
demo?
Fantastic.
I'll quickly do the flap and then I'll show you in a minute.
We've got time.
Is that all right?
That's fine. That's absolutely fine.
Okay, I'm just going to sew around here.
Do you know what? I want to remind everybody about our bundle as well, because if you still can't decide between those bags, you can go for the bundle and go for one of each. £5 saving. We've got all 6 projects here. Let's have a look. Now we've got the button bag. That's, I believe it was this one. We've got a different clasp on there. The button lock, I should say. You may or may not have seen exactly the same sample before. We've got different ones around the studio. We've got the gentleman's wallets that were just disappearing off the screen there. The duffel bag pack. Now that one, if you are a beginner, is probably the easiest one for you. I know which one this one is. I love this. This is our Holy Mayole. It is absolutely beautiful. It's been a little bit of a star, that one, during this hour. We have the bowler bag as well, which is another Fern favourite here in the studio. Love this. Absolutely love it. There we are. And, of course, we've got our convertible as well. 2 in 1, because you can create from a backpack into a shoulder bag as well. So just by taking that strap out of there and changing how it fastens to the bag, absolutely beautiful. Have we done 6 there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 with the yeah, I think with the wallet there. Hopefully we've covered everything. Item number is 813582. You're almost saving half price on one of the patterns because you've got that £5 saving there, and we've got flexi as well. 2 payments of £32.47. Let's see how Lynn's getting on.
Okay, well, I've sewn all around the flap and I'm just pushing it out now. I've got a crochet hook actually here because it's got a nice smooth curve on it to help push out the fabric, because we need it to be nice and even all the way around.
Can you think of any fabrics at all to totally avoid it with any of these bags?
I'm going for anything, to be honest. All I would say is if you are quite new to it, just be wary of anything sticky, so the laminates or the vinyls, you know, just because they can be nice to work with, but not all domestic machines like them.
Got you.
So you quite often need to buy like a special Teflon foot, and you need to use bigger needles, and you need to get your tension right. So you need to be confident about what you're doing if you're going to use the fabric.
Do you know,
like
that's
that.
really good to explain. That actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, they can be tricky, and also, for instance, if you're sewing something thick, like you've got a strap which is folded over quite a lot, then you've got to get your needle through all of that fabric. And if it's a quilting cotton, obviously it's easy. The machine will be like, yeah, fine. But if it's a vinyl or a leatherette, some machines are just point blank. No, sorry, I'm not doing that. So you have to have a little practice before you take
And of course, everybody at home, you know, we have different budgets. We have beginners, we have more advanced sewers. But all you need is a machine that will do a straight stitch, is it?
Yeah. I mean, this machine has all the bells and whistles in the world, and I never use them. I just use my straight stitch. So, what are we doing?
We've got a couple of minutes left, Lynn.
I'm just going to quickly, I'm going to top stitch, probably not super neatly, all the way around, as you would.
Okay.
For this one, because I am using a magnetic snap, not a lock that interferes with my top stitch stitching, then I don't have to worry about stopping in the middle. I'm just going to go all the way around. And when I top stitch, I use a slightly longer stitch.
Okay.
And sorry, sometimes you might want to use a thicker actual top stitch thread, but I'm lazy and I'm leaving my thread in. I'm just using a bog standard thread to top stitch with. You can also top stitch using 2 threads at the same time if you want to make it look thicker without actually using a thicker thread. Lots of different, that's probably another show, isn't it? Top stitching and stuff.
I know this will be covered in the book, I presume, as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There'll be
make sure you go for that book.
this.
Do look it up. It's an absolute treat. Joe, we're in the last minute. Who would believe it? Where has that hour gone? Yet again, we say that all the time, but it's so, so true. Just finished with the top stitching there, Lynn.
Yeah, and we would at this point slide on our hardware if that's what we were doing. But without doing that for now, just to show you, that would be an alternative way of doing your flap. So just using a magnetic snap there instead of using a button lock.
Absolutely beautiful. Do you know, I bet everybody's got their favourite fabrics that they've been waiting for a special project for. Maybe this is it. Maybe you're going for the big bundle. Maybe you've got a favourite. It's entirely up to you. Thank you so much, Lynn. That was very interesting, actually, and I've learnt so much about hardware today as well. We're being counted out, but I've got to say, round of applause to our floor manager, Bernie. She worked so hard. If only you could see. I'll see you very, very soon. Credit where credit's due. I can tell you, if you could only see what happens behind the scenes. Stamping with Sweet Poppy coming up next, then Karen Davies, the final call, then Stamping with Art Inspirations.
Hi, I'm Gina Barrett from Gina B Silkworks. We're a family company specialising in traditional crafts for the modern maker. Mark and I work hard designing the kits and developing innovative tools to make all of these traditional crafts more accessible to the modern user. I hope you'll be able to tune in to the Gina B Silkworks shows.
Hi, my name's Mel and I'm from Crafty Devils down in Devon. We are a family run business and we've been established for about 16 years now. All of our MDF products are produced in Devon, in the UK, and we have a wide variety of products to inspire you.
Hi, I'm Paul Church from Clarity Stamp. I've been fortunate enough to turn my hobby into a career and joined Clarity Stamp in January 2016. My background has always been in crafting and I enjoy making things and sharing things. That's what crafting is all about for me, making things and sharing with others, and also learning all the time.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dyes in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. We aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration.
Good afternoon. Now, Lucy is back for the second instalment today. Hi, Lucy.
Hi.
I feel like it's a long time no see, actually.
It is a while since we worked together,
Yeah, I've seen, we've passed like ships in the night.
I think in the spring, was the last time. Spring.
I know.
I think in the spring was the last time we were together.
Right, and am I right in saying, have I got this right, that this is the last time we'll see you for this year at the moment?
This year, yes. So for me to come and guest, it'll be the last time this year.
Okay.
I'm not taking a break. It'll be just hectic, busy, getting ready for 2022.
Yeah, excellent.
Scary.
Now, I can tell you at home that we had a supremely busy hour earlier on. We had loads of sellouts, we always do. So please get ahead on the website if there's anything that you've got your eye on. Now, we're going to start off with a whole stamp range, and we have our wonderful
wonderful fox, yeah. So these are, we have a new designer on board, and she draws our stamps, and she is very new to it, like we are. And the more she gets into it, the more detail, and this is just an amazing collection. This is very much pointillism, so tiny little dots, So she draws by pen and pencil,
right,
and then sends it over to me, and then I have the joy of cleaning up. And then we have a fabulous stamp manufacturer, so they're beautifully deeply etched. And the whole point is getting Amy's amazing detail that she creates. She's uber talented. She's a tattooist.
Is she?
Yeah, she's a
I could see
tattooist.
that.
Yeah, so these are just amazing. So she has to pull back on a lot of the shading, otherwise it's just all grayscale in the stamp. So it is just a joy to work with her.
But it is also nice where she's put the pointillism, that it is still a guide for if you're not sure about shading.
And if you're not, I'm not a colourist at all. I wish I was, but when the girls create, you know, they just do all the beautiful shading and everything. It's amazing. That was actually done by Amy herself.
Oh, beautiful.
So that's one of the samples that she sent over. So that is what is in her head when she created.
Oh, it's just stunning.
They are beautiful.
Yeah, if they've got names on, I will try and say them. So this one is by Susan. There we go.
So beautiful.
Yeah.
And the girls were really, you know, it was very much, for some of them, they know us as stencils.
Yeah.
So when we threw stamps at them, it was, whoa, oh, this is a little bit different. So they have absolutely, you know, come to a peak, and they've just, thank you, the whole team. They've been amazing.
Wonderful. Well, I promised, as I always promise, that when we have our little breaks, I'll show loads more. It's just I'm aware we've got lots to show you, so I'll show you lots more samples later. £17.99. Item number is 245750. Then we're moving on to our raven. I love ravens.
I love ravens as well.
Yeah.
My sister, she adores them. I adore them. They're such clever birds. And I sort of threw it at Amy and said, what about raven? You know, with your beautiful, because we've not released the flowers that she's done for us yet.
Oh, okay.
So I said, what about with your beautiful flowers and the jewels? And this is what she came up with. You wouldn't believe how quick she draws as well. Yeah, yeah. This was on a journey up to the airport for holiday. I couldn't believe it. Yeah.
Wow.
She's so amazing.
Oh, and again, look at these samples. Haven't they been beautifully coloured?
Amazing.
This one's by Amanda. And I actually love the blue shades going on
I
in
do,
there.
because when you see the crows and ravens, they're not black.
No, they're not.
The reflection, it's like blues, isn't it? So it's beautiful.
Absolutely stunning. This is another one that's by Amanda. And just different in the greens. And she's put something like a glossy accents over the top there just to lift that jewel. And then let's do one more for now. Oh, this one. See, this one's spooky. I like this one.
This one I need to find out how Susan's done it, whether or not she's sprayed a sparkle over it, because there is no texture to it when you run your fingers over it.
Oh, no,
so
there
it's
isn't.
very strange, but
Ooh,
beautiful.
That one's by Susan. Yeah, there we go. £17.99. Item number is 928004. Then we move on to our lovely owl. Half the stock of him has now gone. They're all really good sizes, aren't they?
They are. So if you're not where you don't want the flowers, you can easily take away the flowers and you can just use the animals, the heads, so you don't, or vice versa, you can have the flowers. I think to do them justice, we had to have them big stamps.
Yeah.
Looking at them to go on to A6s, they wouldn't have worked. We wouldn't have got the detail in them.
Yeah, I guess you'd lose some of that pointillism, wouldn't you?
Definitely.
So this one we're looking at is by Susan. And then I've got this one by Janet, like that, popped in the corner. It's like he's got rays of light coming out, isn't he?
Definitely.
And then this one is by Rosemary. That's a lovely big card, isn't it?
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, beautifully coloured. £17.99 for the owl. Item number is 479133. Then we're moving on to our Christmas tree, because we sold out of one of them, didn't we?
We did. The musical tree, that's gone. Brought a little bit of stock back, that went as well. So this is a classic tree, I think.
Yeah.
A classic Christmas tree. Hence, no, you won't get no pine needles from this, so that's great.
Yes, absolutely.
But it is so detailed. It's a licensed design. When it came over, it was so mucky dirty. It took hours and hours to clean up every little sprig and present.
Right.
But it was well worth it. It's beautiful. I think it's never going to date.
No.
Never going to age.
No, I agree. And that one I think we were looking at was by Mary.
Right, okay.
I think.
Yeah.
And then not sure who's done this one.
Oh, that's a little me one.
Is it you?
Yeah, I never put my name on anything.
Oh, right, I've got your number now. There you go, and a lovely little bit of sparkle, that's beautiful. And let's do one more for now. This one is by Tracy. Lovely stuff, isn't that gorgeous?
It's beautiful.
So that one is £12.99 and your item number is 363285. Then we're coming on to our lovely little Christmas deer. I just love all the
ornaments,
Thank
isn't
you.
it? All
Yes,
the little
that's what I was trying to
ornaments,
think of.
yeah, in her. She is just beautiful. We asked for a deer and a stag.
Yeah.
And with the deer, we wanted poinsettias, so she's got flowers in her antlers. The most beautiful little sentiments with her as well. So, you know, the amount of people that like the sentiments as well as the... And I think it's important, if you're going to get a stamp, sometimes you do want that bit of extra with it.
I'm going to have to pick it up to see what it's me and the monitors and my eyes. I'm always going on about that. So, oh, I've picked up the wrong one. 1 second.
So next one along.
Next one. Don't wreck the pack
So you've
shop, Alex.
got...
That's it.
I remember.
So you've got Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas on this one. And it's the most wonderful time of the year on this one. Yeah.
And she is so pretty. She's got her little eyelashes and everything. She is just very, very, very dainty and pretty.
Yeah, lovely. And again, I've got a few samples to show you. So this one is by Rosemary. Oh, and it looks like there's some stencils in the background as well.
Yeah, so we've got an old stencil that we've brought to you before, but it's showing that you can layer your stencils with your stamps and things.
Oh gosh, got to show this. Psychedelic.
She is pretty, isn't she?
That's by Susan. Love that. She's cute. Okay, £12.99, 005671. Now, if you can stretch to it, it would be lovely for you to go for the stag as well because they go hand in hand.
Definitely. They are just so... They were literally drawn one after another.
Yeah.
And, you know, these were the first ones that Amy did for us. So she was very much... The shading she initially sent over, we had to sort of say, no, it needs to be pulled back a little bit. So allowing you... with the guidelines to do your colouring if you want, but you don't necessarily have to. Sample in your hand shows that you do not have to be, you don't have to be a colourist where you've got to put lots and lots of colour on.
Absolutely.
Just this beautiful grayscale is gorgeous. That's Martine.
Ah, thank you, yes.
Yes.
There you go. We'll just have a little look on this one. And you've got Joy and Peace in this one as well.
And a little robin as well there.
Yeah.
So you've got your robin and holly. I think you've just got Joy, so that's a different stamp that she's put on there.
Oh, I see.
But you have Joy on there, and then you have a little robin, separate robin and a holly as well.
Nice. Oh, and this one is by Pauline. Pauline's done this one. There you
and
go.
using one of the backgrounds, so very psychedelic.
It is, isn't it? It's good fun. £12.99. Woo! Nearly. £12.99. Item number is 395857. Next then, so just to say, the robins have now sold out just while we were chatting. So we'll move straight on. So yes, we move on to your stencils. Yeah. And this is the Elegance.
I love this stencil. They're very difficult to sort of take pictures and things of, but they're made of metal, so they're a stainless steel mix.
Yeah.
But the detail that you can get is extraordinary with the metal stencils.
Yeah.
And that's what you want when you're actually crafting or making your home decor, cake making.
Yeah.
You want what is on that stencil. You don't want the bleeding.
Nice. So here's a lovely finished sample, just in the monochrome. That works really well.
That's beautiful, isn't it?
It
just
is.
a section of it, not using all of it.
And then look how different you can make them look. This one's by Eileen. She's done this one.
Isn't that gorgeous?
Yeah, that's really nice. And then I've got to get me a bit of sparkle. You know what I'm like. Did you do this one?
Yeah.
Ah, yay. Look at that. Beautiful. All right, £10.99. 225826. Then we have Harmony. So this is sort of quite undulating, isn't it?
It is, yeah. You know, Adam said, you know, flames from a phoenix and things like that. It's what we call a backplate, so it's the largest stencils that we do. And you don't have to use all of it, you use sections of it or all of it. It's one that I have found since it came in September, it has not left my desk.
Right.
So we got them in September to start playing with. We brought them for an hour last time we were on, and it's just beautiful. I love it. I love layering with it.
Yeah, stunning. And then we can see this one here, teaming it up with the bunny. I think I remember the bunny, or the hare.
The hare,
the
yeah.
hare, that's it. That one's by Pauline, and this one is by Janet. Lovely, sparkly, sparkly. $12.99. Item number is 564998. And then we go very geometric on this next one. Totally triangles that we've got. And here's the, so it's very detailed, this one.
It is massively detailed, and again, you don't have to use all of it, you can use sections of it. There's a couple of samples that have been behind the musical tree.
Right.
It fits perfect, you know, with the triangle aperture stencils that we do, or just square off a piece of card and use just a section of it, you know, sending that just to make someone smile.
Yeah, lovely. So that one is by Janet. Lovely. And then we've got this one. Did you do this one?
I did.
You did. Perfect. It is. You could frame that. You literally put it in a frame.
Yeah,
I think
definitely.
That looks great. $12.99, 855231 is your item number. Now we've got the essential tool set, and it's a must-have this because it really helps you when you are using your mediums to spread, and so that you don't get underneath the stencils, and so it helps you get a lovely crisp image basically. So you are getting your spreader, you've got 2 stencil tapes, and you're getting the magnetic sheet, which is just perfect because obviously it'll hold your metal stencils down in place. That is $12.99. Item number is 683492. Okay, so shall we come over to you?
Yeah. So what we'll do is we'll play with the fox.
Yes.
He is just so beautiful and so detailed. So I've got my little piece of cardstock already in, and I'm going to stamp in Fallen Leaves in Versafine Clair. I think with Versafine Clair, I tend to stamp Amy's stamps and our recent releases because of the quality of the detail that you want to pick up. It just seems to pick it up perfect for you. I'm not the best stamper by far. I'm very new to it. I've sort of dabbled over the years that I've been crafting, got put off because I can't use the blocks. I just find them very difficult to use. My hands shake. So with the platforms, it's just perfect.
They're a godsend, really.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
So many people have said how they've come back to stamping.
Very much so, and that is very much the case. I don't think I would have dared bring on stamps if I didn't have it.
Yeah.
So just letting it soak into the card. Now I am using the Live in Your Stamps multifarious cardstock because I like it.
Okay.
It is very good. So.
Perfect.
It just stamps such a dream. So I've kept it very simple.
He looks such a sweet little fox, like he'd make friends with the chickens rather than chase them.
So we've got one already stamped and dry because Versafine Clair takes a little while to dry.
Yeah.
So I've stamped it again, and then I've coloured in some of my blossoms. So I'll just pop a little. Now, I'm normally a tape girl, but you can guarantee I never get anything straight. Not on TV, I don't. So, I'm going with my glue.
Yeah.
So, just stamp it. And then, oops, lay up. That's a good job, isn't it?
At least you got your wiggle room.
Yeah, thank goodness. There you go.
Okay.
Stick that one down. Lovely crafty devil's glue. It is good.
Oh yeah, that's framed.
There we go.
I like that.
That works better, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So stick her down, and then Because I haven't got my 3D glue, that's fine now. You're just going over the top.
And those flowers, those shapes aren't too difficult to cut out?
No, I'm not a good cutter either. I'm good at stencils, I'm just not good at much else. Right, so there we go. So you've got some little extra blossoms on there as well, but they're slightly smaller so that you could really frame or stamp around the edges.
Yeah.
That would be nice. I never thought of that one,
Oh, yeah.
actually. So yeah, come up with ideas once I'm done. Otherwise, I just look at paper and I think, what am I supposed to do? So, true beauty comes from within,
right?
Which I think is very apt.
And that comes with him?
That comes with him, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we're just, let's see if we stick him down. And there you go. Nice and simple. And there you go.
That's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
So like you were saying, you don't have to be a colourist.
No, you don't have to overfuss it. If you wanted, you could maybe do your little sprigs, but you don't have to worry about his shading and where his line. To be quite honest, the lines are there for you to guide you.
Yes. Oh, I just can't stop looking at his little face.
He's smiling, isn't
You want to give him a, well, I don't know if it's a him or a her, but you want to give him like a little just there with his fur. Brilliant.
But he's beautiful.
Good. I'll show you some more samples then. Now, the fox getting really busy. We are 60% of the stock gone. Remember, we had loads of sellouts in the previous hour. You were on at 1 o'clock, wasn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't long ago.
Nice. I'm just going to just quickly scooch around here because I want to read them. So you've got beauty, you've got true beauty comes from within, and what you imagine, you create. There we go. And all of those lovely little flowers. Do you know what? I reckon you could actually, if you wanted to, extend his little smile even more with a little micron pen. Just a thought. Anyway, so you've got those beautiful florals. This one is done by Rosemary, and look at all of that shading done beautifully. So with the, who's the designer again?
It's Amy Rogers.
Amy Rogers,
she is the daughter-in-law of Rosemary, but she goes by the name of Designed by Amelia.
I see. Right, there you go. But like you were saying earlier, with all the pointillism,
yeah.
however you pronounce it, it does just give you that area where you go, okay, that can be slightly darker, that can be slightly lighter. So definitely don't be nervous with colouring. But having said that, I mean, just could you imagine, what about to make them look really dramatic, black card and stamped in gold, something like that, so it look quite
or
opulent.
copper.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that'd
like
be
that.
nice, wouldn't it? Never thought
Would.
of that one. See, I have all these ideas suddenly.
Gorgeous. This one is
copper.
Also done by Rosemary. And then, yes, let's get this one. Oh, look, this is a lovely composition actually. This one has been done by Tracy, but we've got the true beauty comes from within all the way around. And he's popping with that little bit of a background there. That's really nice. And this one, oh, who's this? This is Tracy, and I think she's also possibly used a white gel pen just to highlight a bit more.
Brighten him up, isn't it?
And on the eyes, I think. There we go. And the next one is by...
That's Dot.
Dot, thank you. Yeah. So yes, she's, instead of using ink, she's embossed in the black, so you get that little sheen and shine.
It also helps keep your colouring in. If you're not very good at colouring, it will guide your colouring for you.
Because you've got a nice resist there, haven't you?
Yeah.
Lovely. This one, did you do this one?
No, that is actually the designer, Amy.
Oh, that is Amy.
She has designed that. It came over without a mount on it, so we just mounted it for her.
Yeah.
But yeah, because that's important. That's from the designer herself. They're all beautiful. They're all important, and I keep every sample.
I know.
I've got boxes and boxes of
where
samples.
Where do you store them? I don't know. And last but not least, we've got this one by Susan. That's kind of got more of a
smile, isn't it?
Yeah, and a watercolour effect as well. So sweet. So for your stamp set, it's $17.99. Item number is 245750. Now, If you've been trying to get through on the phones, they did just drop out temporarily, but I am being informed that we're all back up and running now. So apologies if you're trying to get through, but try again. Or of course, if you can go to the website, thecraftstore.com, that would be jolly marvellous. Let's come back to you then, Lucy.
Okay, so we'll use Harmony.
Okay.
Okay, we'll show you a nice, quick, easy. I've got some blending brushes. I do use blending brushes more than anything, I have to say. I do use the odd smoothie for my black silhouette animals and things like that, but I do love brushes. I just find that, you know, you don't have to have much work at it to get colour over. So all I'm doing is I've got distress inks and I'm not going anywhere in particular, but I want a lot of colour down, but just in a little bit of a place. So we're dragging down. So I'm then going to go in with a little bit of red. So taking off, so you're controlling what you're putting down. So again, I'm taking, and this is such an easy, quick card to do as well. You know, sometimes you've got to whip a quick birthday card, but you don't have hours and hours to play around with it. You could use, once you've done this, clean your stencil, line it back up and go over with mediums. So the translucent medium you could go over the top with. Or you could go over with the white mediums, stencil off, let it bone dry, replace your stencil and go over with your inks.
Okay.
You've got so many different opportunities with stencils. They're not like a one-trick pony. They'll do a lot of things for you.
Yeah.
So we're just, again.
And out of interest, what made you decide to go down the
metal route?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very different. It's not something that most companies will go. One, because it's so expensive to produce in. It was more, we'd used Dreamweaver stencils years and years and years ago, and we used to, as a shop, sell them.
Right.
And I fell in love with the quality of the product and fell in love with how crisp the designs could come.
Yeah.
So when we used to be at the shows, people would say to us, well, have you got this and have you got that? And we go, oh, I'm really sorry, no. And we'd end up with, because it was very an American company, you know, in the new releases, it tended to be mousse and Happy Hanukkah and very, very Americanized designs. So we dabbled, and we're very, very good friends with Lavinia Stamps.
You are indeed.
Yeah, and Trace could see our frustration, and she sort of said, well, I'll draw some for you.
Yeah.
She gave me 15 designs, and I remember getting these designs. We were at a show and we were sat chit-chatting, and they were stunning, her beautiful fairies and everything. And she said, well, which one do you want? And I went, oh, I'll have them all. Yeah. And then we had, we went to a show, it's got to be about 7 years ago, and Emma approached us.
Yeah.
And she said, oh, would you be interested? And at the shows, you're massively busy. And I said, well, just send me something. Let me have a look. And I got the most beautiful images that night from her. And it was stunning. And that's how we sort of evolved. And now we've got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of designs. Which, you know, some are licensed, some are by Tracy, some are by Emma. And it's lovely because they're very different and it reaches so many different people. So their styles are so them. And I can pick out their styles. And we have customers say, well, you know, I can tell a Tracy style and I can tell an Emma style. But yeah, we just love, because the quality of the product that we're cutting, we're not interfering with their designs. So it's really important for us. So we've got our colour on there. So let's have a look. We'll go with From the Fox, because that's what we've got out already. So we just want a little stamp on there. And I'm just going to pop him sort of in the middle, but not completely in the middle. Sometimes it's nice to be off centre. And even with my OCD, that I sort of I can't do jaunty angles, I can't do unstraight lines. I can do slightly off centre. So letting it soak in. And again, we're on the multifarious because it is good cardstock. But I have used pink frogs
Yep.
as well, and it's beautiful cardstock. So, you know, I think with your stenciling and stamping, it's all to do with cardstock. It's
Right.
got to be good quality. You know, if you're not getting the images that we get, look at what you're using. You know, inks, cardstock, they all do matter.
What's that old saying? I always refer it to. I always refer it to clothes. You know, it's much better to buy one really great skirt that's going to last than four that aren't.
Oh, definitely, definitely. So we on there, and then little fingerprint. So let's take that off. As I said, the versifying clairs do take a while. So let's just, there we go.
Is that just a normal rubber?
It's a sand eraser.
Oh.
It's a godsend. You can get them online, search around online. It's a little Tombow sand eraser, but it does the trick. It's amazing.
Yeah.
You know, because I do get mucky fingerprints everywhere. So we're just, because we do odds, we're just a couple of little dots. Don't need many.
I love those finishing touches.
It does pull a card, you know, a splatter, a few dots. I do have to sometimes steer clear of them because I do get a bit OCD, a bit manic with the old dots, and I know Eileen will be looking saying she's using the glossy accents again. And I do love them.
I love them. I've just got to watch I don't put my hand in it.
Yes.
I'm terrible for doing that.
And there you go, nice and simple. And you can send that off to someone and you know, make them smile.
Yeah, love that. Thank you very
You're
much,
welcome.
Lucy. So, we're starting with this one, aren't we? Right, so this is the... Am I on the wrong one? This one? Oh, sorry. Right, so this one's the Elegance, apologies. And it's it really is a beautiful stencil. There you go, look at that. And I like that on quite a few of the samples, they've gone over and over again in different colours. So just check that one out. That's so pretty. I would definitely pop fairy stamps with these as well.
Work perfect. I think that's why our stencils work so well with the Lavinia stamps because Trace designs for us. It's almost like a harmony, you know, and a lot of my girls are on Trace's team and vice versa. And it's just a joy, you know, stick a little fairy on that and it's beautiful.
It is. That one's by Karen then. And then we've got some gorgeous, funnily enough, there's one coming up. Right, so this one is by Janet. See, just that, and I love the colours they've used.
It's beautiful, isn't it? Summertime.
And everything starts with a dream. Here we go. See there. I was
Eileen.
psychic. Yeah.
And that's using, showing whoever's got the globes and is a Lavinia stamps, you know, they work so well. And with the elegance in there as well, just giving you that little bit of the floral aspect. It's just beautiful, isn't it?
Nice. And then, is this one of yours?
No, that's Eileen's.
Oh, okay.
Yep, that is Eileen.
Beautiful. And then we've got this one with a little bit of sparkle. Stunning.
So
okay.
That's using embossing, our embossing mediums, and then using the wow powders on top and heating it. And then that will just melt and meld. It's just beautiful.
What a lovely idea. Okay. So if you want to go for this stencil, £10.99. Item number is 225826. Then we're moving on to Harmony. That's that middle one there. Sorry, sometimes it's a bit difficult to see with the monitors and everything, but there you go. Yeah, that's better, isn't it? Cool. And let's see some more samples of this one. This one is by Karen. And then just the thanks at the bottom. That's all you need.
Yeah.
That's all you need. And we've got one by Tracy. Lovely full card. Is that a stamp you've brought to us?
No, we've not brought it. We'll bring it in Jan. It is the Peony, and it's by Amy as well. So we will bring that to you.
Sneak
definitely.
peek.
Yeah.
So Tracy, you're lucky to have got your dibs on it first. This one is by Janet. There we go. So, oh yes, piecing with the robin. This one's also by Janet. Oh, with a lovely
Yeah, the little carousels. We brought those last time. They are available, I believe, on the website still in a bundle.
Yeah.
And we brought, we have a reindeer, unicorn and a lovely little fox. And again, they're by Amy as well.
Right.
So they're beautiful little carousel set.
Yeah.
Fit perfect in the globes. So if you've got the globes, perfect.
Excellent. £12.99 for that stencil. Item number is 564998. Then we're moving on to the triangles. Again, let me just see if I can. There you go. Just tilt it forward a little bit. It's got loads of detail. I was saying to you before we came to air, I really love geometric shapes.
Yeah, they are so good. They really do fit well with the team because they like to use them as focal and as backgrounds as well. And a lot of layering. They're all doing a lot of layering at the moment, so it just works perfect.
Yeah, that one's Tracy's. This one is by Zoe. Just making sure I don't get them confused. Is that the one that sold out earlier?
This is the one that sold out. So if you've got the music tree, then get yourself the Totally Triangles because that is showing. Just create your triangle and then you've got your music tree on top. It just works perfect.
It's really good. This one is by... Is it Mary?
Yes, Mary.
It is Mary.
Yeah.
And there you go with the tree again. This one, love the composition.
Love that. Yeah, it's very different, isn't it? So using it and then why not cut it out and layer it?
Absolutely. So that's by Janet. And then let's do one more. Sparkle, sparkle. This one's by Janet as well. Just that. I mean, I think that's super cool.
It is beautiful, isn't it?
Good for gents' cards as well.
Perfect, perfect. You know, how many times do we struggle for a teenager or for gents and that? You know, just use your colours over it and then put whatever you need in stamp on top and you're done.
Excellent. All right then, that's £12.99, 855231. Now, with our mediums, if anybody's not seen these before, what are they, like a mousse?
So they're more like a cream. So they are a glue, so they're acrylic base and they've got a glue content inside them.
Right.
And then a thickener and a hardener. They were designed for us. We didn't find a medium and then had it branded. It was actually made for us because I'd used mediums that I was allergic to when I was at shows, doing the shows. There were some that just didn't do what we wanted it to do.
Yeah.
So they took about 2 years to evolve and work with the chemists and everything. And they've been with us now. So the stencils came first.
Yep.
So we're looking around about 8 years, 9 years they've been on the market and they're still going strong. We tweaked them slightly to help them dry a little bit quicker.
Yep.
So you've got an open time of about 5 minutes getting your sprinkles on if you're sprinkling it with anything. But why not paste them and let them bone dry and then just paint over them or colour over them with your pro markers. You get amazing effects.
Do you have to make sure, though, you get your stencil in water pretty quick?
Yeah, I would always say have a little bowl of water next to you
Yeah.
and just drop it into the water. The stencils, they're not going to rust. They're a stainless steel mix. I've been known to leave mine overnight at a show and come back in the morning because I've forgotten, and they're perfect. So yeah, it doesn't hurt them. It's all water-based, non-toxic. So it's fine. But it is a glue. You've got to remember, you've got to remove your stencil.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it will stick to your card.
Well, we don't want that. So you have got. You're choosing any two. You've got your gold, glossy white, pearlescent white, and translucent. There we are. So you're choosing any two pots, and they're large pots. They go a long way. It's just £18.99. 741231 is your item number. And then the tool set. I know it's such a useful set because it helps you get the crisp.
It is. I don't cheat. I never ever cheat. So I always, whether I'm inking, pasting, I'll always use the magnetic sheet. Why wouldn't you? It'll hold it down tight for you. You've got stencil tape there. So it's not masking tape, it's stencil tape. It's not going to tear your project. Nothing worse than sticking something down, creating something beautiful, and then you pull your tape off and you've torn your card.
Yes.
And then you've got your spreader. So it's screen printing. It helps you screen print.
That's a good way to describe that. £12.99 for the set. I would thoroughly recommend you popping that in your baskets if you don't have it so far. You're getting the spreader, you've got the 2 stencil tapes and the magnetic sheets to hold your stencil down. £12.99, or keep it in place, you know what I mean. 683492 is your item number. Now, if you would like to become a Freedom member, I say this all the time, but I've been a Freedom member since the very, very, very beginning. It's 6.5 now, it's ridiculous. It's flown, hasn't it? It's well worth it, and here's Leonie to tell you all the benefits.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with a craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Please do, if you can, check out your basket. It's very busy, another very busy show. We've already lost another one on this show. The robin has gone. But I think we're going to look at the Christmas tree now, is that right?
Yeah, we can do the Christmas tree, show you how beautiful it stamps. So it doesn't need much to it. It's so detailed. So I'm just popping him on centre into my plate. Pop him down and up. And then we'll go in with the Versafine Clair. But you can use any colour you want, really. It's up to you. So gentle taps. Press them on, let them soak in.
So you were saying it took a long time for this one to get the...
Yeah, just cleaning it up because we enlarging it and then clean every single speck of it.
Wow.
Yeah.
How long does that take? Especially for
Took
something
weeks.
like this. Does it?
Yeah, this one and what was the other one that we did? It took ages. The owl.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the owl took a long time to do. And then my husband's terrible. He'll say, make sure you save your work, make sure you save your work. I'm like, I have. I said, I'm just saving it now. And it was very late at night. Pressed the wrong button and it went. Gone.
Oh, no.
I know.
That's
And
just one of those things that you just like...
I could not believe it.
No.
It was like devastating.
So what, that was 2 weeks worth of work gone?
That was, yeah, for the owl, 2 weeks worth gone. And I just had to... I was on a deadline. I had to get them sorted. Bless her. And he said, I'm sorry. And I said, it's not your fault. It's me. I'm the fool. I was doing what I think I was so tired as well. So, yeah, it's just one of those things. But it was worth it. The owl is so detailed and so beautiful that we knew we had to have it over just spot for the manufacturers. And it was worth it. So we're going in with 25th. So we've got the Christmas tree was in a bundle that came, but a small Christmas tree.
Right. So
we've got a large Christmas tree and a small Christmas tree in the bundle that's still available, I think, on the website.
Oh, okay.
And they're both as detailed, they're both as beautiful, so they will work for you. Gosh, fingerprints again. So let's give that a quick blast. And you could colour your presents if you wanted, you know, it's up to you. You don't have to think, oh, that's it, it can only be naked and...
Naked.
Naked tree.
We had that one year.
You've got a cat, haven't you? Well, mine, we had a cat, but he was good.
No, this was years ago. We used to get real Christmas trees at my mum's, but we put it up way too early.
No.
It totally,
disappeared.
You
had a twig.
Well, it was also that the carpet because we had to drag it out because it was like a 7-footer, big fat tree.
Oh gosh!
And the carpet was just covered in pine needle. It took us like 2 weeks to get them all up.
Oh no! I'll pop that there, and then add a little bit of sparkle. So little quickie glue pen.
Oh yes.
Because we've got to have a little bit of sparkle. So we're just going on the beautiful chains. And just highlighting all the little chains.
Nice.
And the thing is, when you're doing your Christmas cards, it's hard enough having to make, you know, some people I know make hundreds of cards, you know, for charity and things like that. So you want to be able to do your quick batch making and and no fuss and everything. And I think that'll do for that. I think I've got them all. I can't see with my glasses or without my glasses. I think COVID has been a nightmare.
Say that again, sorry, Lucy.
I think I can't see with my glasses or without,
Oh,
since I've not worn them for shows and things like that, because with your mask you can't see, can you?
Oh no, they steam up.
And there you go, a little bit. Ooh, let's give it a good old flick. There we go, a little bit of sparkle. And there you go, nice and simple, so simple.
Actually, would you give that a little wiggle to camera one, just so we can see the bit of sparkle as well?
Okay.
Yeah, that would be lovely. Just so elegant, so effective, clean design, isn't it?
That's it, just your backgrounds and that's it, that's all you need on there, isn't it?
Yeah, beautiful, thank you. Let's have a little look at the tree then. Our beautiful tree, and it's only $12.99, and it's a nice large stamp. And then you've also got 25th on there. What else have we got? We've got Happy and Merry Christmas, because some people only like one to the other, don't they?
Yeah, we find with the stencils, some people do not like a Merry Christmas, so we put on a Happy Christmas, and then we've also got at the bottom wishing you a Merry Christmas or Happy Christmas.
Yeah.
So we try to cover all bases for people, you know, so they didn't feel left out.
Yeah, I think that's really good. Oh, and there you go, there's wishing you a. That's a lot of presents under that tree. Somebody is very lucky. And they've also got a lot of baubles. They have been to a very expensive garden centre and treated themselves. Love doing that. Okay, and then samples-wise, let's have a little look at what we got. Let me just pop that there like that. See, now, again, so effective. Just in the gold. Oh, it looks lovely with the gold embossed, doesn't it?
Very rich, doesn't it?
Yeah, love that. Is that one of yours?
Yeah.
Is it? Oh, you're always so modest. They're fabulous.
You never
Beautiful.
like your own work, though, do you?
It's true. It is true. Yeah. And then we've got this one by Dot.
I love that.
Yeah, just a elegant matting and layering. And this one is by Tracy. So that's a nice inky background there, but still works really, really well. Is that stencil in the background?
I think
she spritzed through, possibly.
It possibly is,
Yeah.
it could be.
Yeah. Okay, that one's by Tracy. Did I show you this one? Did I? Can't remember. Yes, I did. Hang on, we've got another one. Here we are. This one's one of yours.
Yes. Yeah.
Lovely. Now, £12.99 for the stamps. Item number is 363285. Moving on to our deer. She's very pretty, and I love all the ornateness that she's got going on in her antlers. Love all of that. I love she's got her Christmas bow on with the bell. Lovely, that's so sweet.
As my husband keeps saying, the deer with the earrings on. It's not earrings, it is baubles and things in the antlers.
Yeah. Oh, actually, you can really see it on this one because Tracy's highlighted it. I like that with the Merry Christmas on all four.
Beautiful, isn't it? Yeah.
And again, it's been beautifully coloured, but really lovely, clean, elegant card. We've got this one by, I'm not sure.
Not sure who that one is. No, I don't know who that one is. They'll have to ping me.
And then this is by Susan with the
I love
psychedelic
that.
one.
Yeah, so
Just
different.
Thinking outside the box, isn't it?
It is, isn't it?
Yeah, and we've got this one by Rosemary, beautiful. £12.99 for our dear. Item number is 005671. And then these two hand in hand. So if you're going for the deer, oh, go for the stag, so they're a happy couple at Christmas. So he's also got that lovely set of ornaments. That's the word I couldn't think of. But the birds, the little birds.
The little robin in the antlers, yeah. Very majestic, I think he is.
Yes, I like his collar with his bells.
It was, yeah, when Amy sent the first draft over, we said, something's not right. So it went back to her and she sent it back. We went, that's it.
Yeah.
The collar, she hit it right on the nail. And it's, you can imagine all beautiful red with gold bells, yeah. Beautiful.
And you've got all those extras there too. And I have more samples. This one that we've got is by Rosemary. So not going for your traditional red there, going for a little bit of blue or grey. That's nice. And Susan's done this one. And now somebody's done some fussy cutting here. Debbie, who's done that.
That is a lot of fussy cutting.
Wow.
A lot of patience.
Look how far, it's worth it though.
It's beautiful, isn't
yeah,
it?
you can see that. It just really elevates it. Martine's done this one.
I
and
adore
just
that.
In the, yeah,
just
in
in the
grey.
monochrome grey with a little bit of red. How stunning is that?
Yeah, so effective. And a couple of pearls on there. One more. This one is by Pauline. Yay. £12.99. Item number is 395857. Okay, which one did you go for in the end?
I'm going to stamp with the owl. I've not
Sure.
stamped with him yet, so it'd be nice to see how he stamps. So he's been in my stash, and I haven't had a chance to play with him.
Oh, right.
Because we've been away at shows again, and...
Oh, where have you been? Which shows?
Oh, gosh, where haven't we been? We've done Glasgow,
Oh, you
Exeter.
did?
Yeah, we did Exeter, Glasgow, Harrogate, NEC.
I missed these.
NEC was so long. But it was lovely to see people. And then we did Newbury at the weekend, which was fab. So it's been absolutely amazing seeing customers again. Yeah, I have missed our customers, even though over COVID they kept us going, you know, and they were amazing and still are. It's been lovely seeing them and saying hello again.
Yeah.
But we're getting too old for the show larks now.
Oh, no, don't say that.
We're stepping out of a lot of the shows. We're still coming, Hachanda, the craft store.
That's all right.
I've done it. We're still coming here, and we're still about, but we're just getting too old for it. Do you know what? Going and putting the first show stand up was so hard.
Oh, really?
Oh my gosh, yeah. Both me and Paul, we were exhausted. We could
By
hardly
the end of it,
speak.
yeah.
So it's we forgot how hard it was doing the shows. So we said we'll still do a few, but we're not going to do all of them.
Oh.
Never again. No, it's.
Did you get to catch up with Tracy though from Lavinia Stamps?
No,
Oh,
I
you
have
haven't?
not.
Oh.
No, and if she's watching, she knows. At this rate, it's going to be 3 years till I get to see her. But we have promised we're going to catch up. Hopefully, if not December, we'll catch up in the new year. So
Yeah.
his stamps beautiful. You've got all the beautiful detail of the feathers, and to be quite honest, you wouldn't need to really do much more to him. That you could if you wanted, you know, with your pencils or whatever your bag of tricks are.
Yeah.
You know, you could just put so much detail into him. But I think he is. Amy has gone above and beyond. I think she really has.
And I love the flower in the foreground as well.
It just works, doesn't it? But you know, don't be scared. As you've seen by Janet and a couple of the girls, they've taken the flower off. They've just, you know, you could easily put a beautiful border on there or cut it off. You wouldn't have to put flowers on if you didn't want the flowers.
Sure.
Don't let it, you know, hold you back from getting him. He is beautiful. His face is gorgeous, I
Isn't
think.
he? Yeah, he's so wise.
Yeah.
And his eyes, because they're so bright and wide-eyed, aren't they?
Yeah, they're beautiful, you know, and, you know, what's next, I don't know with Amy. She messaged me and said, well, what else would you like? And I went, oh, I don't know. So
Bless
we're
you.
open, you know, we did say with Adam, you know, let us know if there's something that you think, we can't promise, but, you know, we will have a look and maybe this is the start of a collection for them.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, so
there he
beautiful.
is. Lovely. I'll do a quick recap then towards
Lovely.
the end of the hour. Shall we start with our Mr. Fox? Yeah, let's start with Fox. Now, 3/4 of the stock of the Fox has gone. You get that beautiful look to his face. You've got the flowers surrounding, and you've also got the sentiments. That's the one. Sentiments. And then we've got the this one by Susan, and you've got the beauty on there. Very nice. Look how they've been coloured in. Isn't that glorious? And that one. Then we've got this one. Look at all of those gorgeous colours. Look at that. But like we've been saying all along, don't worry if you're not a confident colourist, because the shading has been done for you. Oh, I love his little face. My mum has foxes that come into the garden, and she like they have the little babies are there. It's really sweet, so sweet, and they skip about.
They're so beautiful, aren't they?
I think they're majestic. I love them. £17.99. Item number is 245750. Then I adore the raven. He's just so cool. He really is. What are the sentiments on this one? Sorry, I was going to go around there. What's that say?
It's an Edgar Allan Poe quote, because he did the raven thing. There is no beauty without some strangeness.
Yes.
Very
I
true,
like that.
isn't it?
That's cool. And then loads of lovely samples. Spread your wings and let your spirit soar. I love the colours on this. Oh, yeah, let's have a look. He's carrying a jewel. Do you think he's nicked one of the crown jewels? Maybe.
Possible.
So we have got this one by Rosemary. Oh, wait, you didn't see this one coming up either. Dot's done that one. Oh. And Pauline has done this one. She's made the jewel look so real.
So real, isn't it? So beautiful.
Yeah. Gorgeous.
If I had to choose.
Yeah.
Oh, the hair. I just adore the hair.
Yeah.
But then the raven.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think ravens are my most favourite birds.
They're, yeah,
beautiful.
I agree. £17.99. Item number is 928004. And you're going to show us the detail.
I'm going to show you the
this.
detail of it. He is just... And I can't thank Amy enough. You know I'm demanding. And poor Emma, bless them. And we know what's coming sort of for the start of the year. So we're so excited. You know, it's just a joy, it really is. So, right, pop that down. Okay, so stamp them in black. I wish I had blue. Blue would be beautiful.
It would, wouldn't it? Nice.
So, and I think what I would do is I would stamp, if I wanted to emboss him, I'd stamp him in blue and emboss him in clear. I don't think I'd emboss him in blue because you get all those speckles. It's just easier on yourself.
Okay.
So, I'm hoping I haven't got any muck on my stamp, because I know I was playing with him at NEC. So.
When was the NEC?
Oh gosh, it was beginning of November.
Was it?
So 4th to the 7th, I want to say.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Gosh, seems such a long time ago.
I don't know what month I'm in, to be quite
I know. The year has gone so quick. I can't believe it.
Yeah.
It's December already. My little granddaughter, bless her, she's got 3 catalogues on the go where lots of ticks.
Is this for Christmas?
This for Christmas,
right,
yeah.
right.
She's done her Christmas cards. She did all the carousel animals.
Oh, wow.
So she stamped them with a platform, bless her, and she's coloured them in. But she wants sparkle on them now. But there you go. How stunning is he?
Yeah.
and all his feathers, and I just love that big jewel at the front of it.
But he's very majestic. I say a he. I'm assuming it's a he. We haven't worked out. I think the hair definitely is a she. She's too pretty, but let's have a little word on there.
Fabulous.
Just to finish him off. But I would blues, and he'd be beautiful. I know my sister wants this one, so she's a raven lover as well. There you go.
Cool.
There you go. Doesn't need much.
So spread your wings
and let your spirit soar.
Yeah, that's so nice. And you could leave him as he is, and then just get some colour on the gem, and then make some glossy accents, and then that would pop.
That would really ping it, wouldn't it? Yeah,
it's
definitely.
Really nice. Lucy, thank you as ever. It's been a pleasure.
It's been, and just thank you everybody for the response to the stamps. I was very nervous.
Yeah. Bless you. And Merry Christmas then. I know it feels weird saying that, but Merry Christmas.
And you as well, Alex. Thank you.
Good stuff. Please do check out your baskets. The Raven is, like we've just seen, absolutely stunning. $17.99 for him, 928004. Right then, it's final call time of the one-day special, so we'll see you after this short break. Yes, it's the Karen Davies Moulds one-day special. After that, we're stamping with Art Inspirations with Leonie, and later Clever Prints Misfits one-day special.
Hi, I'm Sarah from White Gecko Craft Lounge. We have a little shop in Dinas Powys, which is between Cardiff and Barry, so right by the seaside, and we were established 6 years ago. There's three of us that run the business. It's myself, Sarah Jane and Sian, and we have a host of volunteers and community members that help out too. So don't miss the White Gecko shows.
Hi, I'm Emma.
And I'm Pam.
And we're from Quilters Trading Post. We've been open since 2007, so we're coming up to 10 years now.
We've got lots of people who now come into the shop and tell us that they've seen us, and that they've enjoyed the demonstrations, and they've watched us over and over again.
Make sure you don't miss our shows.
Hi, I'm Catherine and I'm the guest presenter for Zora Designs. Zora Designs are based in America and they bring to us their exceptional quality silicone moulds. Zora Design moulds are used in all areas of crafting, not just for your clays and your resins, but also they're food grade silicone as well, so used for your cake decorating designs. Zora excel on the detail in their moulds, and the designs range from animals through to fantasy and much further beyond. If you watch the Zora shows, I will share with you lots of hints and tips. I will show you how to use different mediums, ranging from your clays and your resins through to things like even your hot glue. So make sure you don't miss the Zora shows.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
A very good afternoon to you. I hope you're well. The time has just struck 4 o'clock, which can only mean one thing. It's time to look for the final call of our one-day special. Now, what is final call? It's your last live hour of the day of this one-day special before the price goes back up at 5:59 or 6 o'clock this evening. And then you won't get the £8 saving that you see just here. You'll be paying full price to it, and it won't be on flexible payments either. And what is the one-day special? We are talking a brand new company with a brand new, and their very first one-day special is what we're looking at. This is the Karen Davis, a range of beautiful, and they are beautiful moulds. Now, they're not just any old moulds, they are handcrafted moulds is what you're looking at here. So each individual flower that you see in there has not been pulled from a computer. It's not been laser cut, so everything is the same. Each individual petal has been sort of manipulated, hand-drawn, really looked at to give you that handmade finish. And every single time I look at them, I see more detail than I saw before. Now, obviously, they're food grade safe, because Karen Davis is well known in the sugar craft industry, very known in the cake industry as well. Maybe you know her, as in her brand in the cake industry. But as we all know with moulds, they're not just for cake. They're really they're like waffles. They're very versatile. You can use them with cake, you can use them with chocolate, you could use them in soaps. Do your own research about soaps, because apparently you're not allowed to gift soaps, but do check that out. Yeah, you're not allowed to gift soaps. But with things like candles, you could use these for, bath bombs, you could do these for as well. There's so much scope, but you could also use your clays. You can also use your resins. Now, obviously, we do say if you're going to use them in food and you're going to use them in your mixed media in your craft world, to go for 2 separate moulds. Do not cross-contaminate. But whichever route you're going to go down, there is so much detail. And you can see from the finished samples that you see here, they are absolutely beautiful and stunning. And each one literally looks handcrafted. And we think, well, of course they're handcrafted, Adam. They've come from a mould. No, but I mean, each one looks like you haven't used a mould to do them. And I've got so much more on the show as well. Some things on the show are limited stock that you are looking at as well. So it's well worth jumping ahead of me on the website for all of them. And I'm not alone for this hour as well. We have the Karen Davis brand ambassador. I've upgraded you this afternoon. He's the brand ambassador. It's Tara Anthony. How are you, bud?
Oh, I'm good, thank you, Adam.
Busy little day.
Yes, not too bad at all.
What do you think it is about these? Because let's be fair, it's the first time we've seen them on the channel.
Absolutely.
She's a big name anyway in the cake
Very
industry.
big name
So
in the
why
cake
do you think
industry.
people are absolutely loving these moulds?
I think they're loving them is because there's something different to what people have possibly seen in moulds before, and also I think this hand sculpting thing has really hit home with people. That, as you said, you know, all of these look as though they have actually been done by hand. They don't look like they've been done by a mould, and that's really, really good. So you can be fooling all of your friends by just saying that yes, you actually created these from start to finish. So I just love them, the fact that also that they're really easy moulds to use, because the food grade silicone that's actually used at Karen Davis is really, really pliable, flexible. So even if you've never ever used a mould before, and I'm not just saying this, you'll be able to produce the most amazing casts from them. So whether you're using your clay, and we've got 2 different clays on the show, we've got the Hearty air drying clay and the Medina polymer clay. Whether you're using those, or you're using hot glue guns, or you're using the UTs in there, or indeed you're using resin, you are going to get a fantastic result every single time using these particular moulds.
It's worth having a little look at. £54.97 is what you're looking at for this bundle as well. But why pay that when you can split the cost onto 2 interest-free flexible payments of £27.49 today? 792-942 is your item number for your one-day special. Something really that goes hand in hand with your one-day special is your tropical leaves that we've got here as well. There's so much scope with these. Once again, it is a decent sized mould. What's that? 2/3? 2/3 of the stock already gone here as well. How beautiful. Once again, deeply etched that you're getting in there. You're going to get that precision every single time with these. And if we flip it round, I just want to show you the back of what you can actually achieve once you get these home. How beautiful is that? It's sort of like what you see on the front of the pot. Now, it's using the trailing leaves as well, which I'll show you in a moment. But how well do they all work together? They really, really do, whether you're using your hearty clays and things like that. Because no doubt, because it's in clay, and it sort of fits in resin as well. You can manipulate the shape of these
Absolutely,
to
yes,
make
you
them look
can.
really realistic.
Yep, so if you're going to be manipulating the shapes when you're using the Hearty air dry clay, before it's actually set, that's when you do the manipulation. If you're using resin, then you can take it out of the mould when it's still slightly soft and you can manipulate it a bit. But even if your resin is set rock hard, you can still manipulate it by just using a heat gun on the back of it, and then that'll make it a bit more flexible so you can then manipulate it to whatever you want.
I adore this because, in theory, I show you the back for a reason. For the sheer fact, that's what the pot looked like, okay? That's what you could do. You can do that. You've probably got a terracotta pot weathered currently in the garden as we speak.
Yeah.
But taking your clays, taking your Hearty clays, letting them dry, maybe you're going to use them on resins, you can go from that to that. I know which pot I prefer as well. £19.99 is what. That is beautiful. That is now home decor.
It absolutely is. Yeah. Well, actually, even the weathering is actually fake on there.
What?
See, so I actually did that as well. So the inside of the pot is actually what it should look like. Yep. But
the magic of telly ruined once again.
Seriously, that is just basically whitewashing it, okay, and then just drying it, and then just wiping away. It's as easy as that to do. So that then really brings out the emphasis of the tropical and the trailing leaves on there just by doing that.
£19.99, 586277 is your item, and remember 2/3 of the stock has already gone here as well. Worth having now. This next one has been flying out the door. We are approaching limited stock with our trailing leaves. Now, you can sort of see why, because you sort of get a bit of everything in trailing leaves. You get a bit of rose leaf in there. You get a bit of, I want to say, eucalyptus that's in there. Is it eucalyptus? Or have I just made that up?
I'm not too sure, but definitely ivy.
You definitely get ivy in there. I know
Yeah.
my ivy. I don't know what this one is either.
I don't know, they're just like little berries type thing. I'm not too sure what they are.
Oh, so you get succulents. So these are succulents.
Oh, they could be, yeah, right,
You
okay.
get eucalyptus, ivy and rose leaf.
There we go.
Well, I never.
Yeah.
Someone actually researched. £21.99 written down for us. It's now limited stock. Is what we're looking at on this one. It is now limited stock. It's not going to last the hour, apparently. It will not last the hour, but working it with our last set that we've just seen on there. How beautiful. If you want to see how we did this, 8 o'clock this morning. Seems like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
It does.
8 o'clock this morning is what you're looking at for this one, where we put this together. We actually did the wood on the bottom, but it will show you how to do all this. But it really does work with that previous mould that I have just bought you as well. 233351 is your item number that you are looking for your limited stock trailing leaves mould. 233351, £21.99 is what you are looking at on that one. Right then, let's move on. These are your palm spears that we've got. These are your palm spears leaves. New to the collection as well, added in 2021, so not that old, sort of new is what we're looking at with these. And what I also like about these, if you're doing them in clays or resins, more in clays really, you can put rods in these because there are space to rod
Yes,
them.
you can. Yeah. Well, in actual fact, you can do it with resin as well.
Oh, can you?
When the resin's sort of like half set, just sink it in. Or just have it sort of like balanced at the edge of the mould. So yeah, you're still going to be able to do that as well. So where we're saying you have to dam the edge of the mould so the resin doesn't pour out, then you can just like if you're using like a plastic or tape, you can actually just put the wire actually through that as well. So yeah, you can set the wire in there.
I love these. It reminds me of those paper fans you used to make as a kid.
It does,
where you folded one side and then rolled them back and rolled them back again. They are absolutely beautiful. They really, really are. There's a lot you can do them. We were saying this morning, if you turn them the other way around, you've got beautiful hearts in there because you can sort of manipulate them down a bit to turn them into hearts. You've got that beautiful spray fan in there as well. But I also see shields and things like that you could use them for.
There's so many things. You know, your imagination has now gone wild with this particular mould. And like you say, the more you look at these moulds, the more you'll actually see into them. We said about wings as well. And you also said, you know, if you had lots of them, you could make an extremely large flower as well. So you don't obviously have to use the stalk every time. So just have a play. Just have a play. And it's a really deep mould, this one, a really substantial one, great, without a doubt, for making home decor plaques and things like that. It's a real statement piece.
It really, I see peacock feather tail.
Yes.
If you had the front of a peacock, you could use that on the front and use that as display.
And I showed earlier that you can actually cut into that as well and like actually spray out the leaf in its entirety. So, yep, you can do lots of things with that one.
I like this one as well. £22.99. 093186 is your item number we are looking for on that. Right then, the next three are my favourite of all time. I've seen a lot of moulds in this gig. I'm going to put it out there. I've seen a lot of moulds. These ones are the most realistic I've seen in a while. They really, really are. First of all, we're talking your wicker basket mould that you've got here. It doesn't look much in the mould, I'll give you that. It looks like a badly rendered wall. But when you hold them, what you're actually getting and what you can actually do with this, how beautiful is this? It looks so realistic.
It does indeed, and the thing is, unlike wicker, because wicker is actually quite heavy, using the air drying clay is as light as anything, and all I've done there, if you actually open it up, you can actually see the colour, the original colour there, so I've purposely not coloured that on the edges, so you can see that's the colour I started off with. It's yellow. Okay, so basically in the very deep crevices I just did a little bit of dark brown painting, and then I just built the dry brushing up with then lighter brown again, and then just topped it off with a bit of white acrylic paint, and that sort of effect you're going to get, and then just varnished it just to give it that nice shine as wicker would actually have.
It really works though, doesn't it? It really does work. You imagine having that, a little handle on the top. Oh, it'll be like Paddington Bear's suitcase. £19.99. 733224 is your item number for your wicker. Love the wicker. Really, really do. There's so much scope with the wicker. Then you've also got the driftwood on the show, which is our next one. Now, remember, these are food grade safe. Is what you're looking at. If you're only going to use them for food. The shells at the bottom remind me of those very expensive chocolates that you can get in shell form.
Indeed, especially when we did the marbling earlier on. Yeah, they do. So there's no reason why you can't also do that if you're going to be doing like food products, mixing in both white and dark chocolate. So you're going to get a nice mix there, and you're going to recreate those special chocolates that you can buy in the shops.
And then you can make a little wicker basket to put them in.
You could do indeed, which is also edible. So there we go.
Oh, win-win. Win-win. £21.99. Not only do you get your wood, though, you also get your 3 shells. And this bit here, which I thought to start the hour was a shell. It's actually not. It's your sailor's rope, isn't it?
Indeed it is, yeah.
It's that thick. I can show you that on this one. If I drop that in, there's your sailor's rope just there. Which I genuinely thought was real rope.
Yeah.
At 8 o'clock this morning. It does look like real rope that you've got there. Absolutely love it. £21.99. Then last but no means least, you've got your bark, your wood grain bark on this. Like this as well. Absolutely adore this. This one would look, sorry, but the go back one, that's a little bit nice for a trifle. You know, when you set of fingers down the side, you have a little chocolate. I've noticed just on the back of the packaging. I'll show you that look.
Look at that.
So imagine that in a little trifle for Christmas.
Ooh.
Delightful. Then, I'm just hungry, I think. Then you've also got your wood grain that's on here. I like this, and I said that about everything so far, I know that. But I do, because this is not only wood, it also reminds me of slate.
Indeed, yeah. And you know, if you're doing like model villages and things like that, maybe your husband or even your wife does model railways. This, in particular, this particular texture here is just great for landscapes. It really, really is. It could be the side of a cliff.
It could,
or
yes,
something
it
like
could
that,
be.
some mountains. You name it, you're going to be using this mould for it. And it is completely continuous, whether you go left or right, up and down. You can extend the size of that particular cast very, very easily.
And I'm also thinking, if you're clever enough with this, which I think you are, I saw it this morning on the old TikTok while I was having a couple of hours off. If you put the resin in, if you go blue resin, and then you let that sort of cure, and then you put the white resin on the top and you blow it with a dry, it looks like waves. But you would get sort of the seabed with this.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah,
which would look, so if you are into your modelling or stuff like that, this would look absolutely phenomenal. So you're going with blue resin and you're going with white resin, blow it with a hairdryer, so it gives you the sort of mottled blue effect.
Yeah.
Look at me. £19.99. Something else though, it's all right having the moulds. You've got to have the clays to go with it, and I've got that as well. This is the Hearty Bundle. Now, this is, if you're just starting out, would you say, I know it's a sort of a class as a considered purchase for clay, but it's the best way to go because it gives you
It
everything.
absolutely is. And when you consider we've got Christmas just around the corner, if you know somebody who wants to try a different craft, then this and maybe a mould is going to be the perfect Christmas present for them, because with this particular set of clay, you're going to get 5 colours. You're going to get the blue, the magenta, the black and the yellow. You're also going to get the white there. So that's a 200-gram pack of the white, 50 grams each of the coloured clays. So in total, you're going to get 400 grams of clay. You're also going to get a little mixing or little weighing, sort of like mould, for want of a better word, in there. You're also going to get this fantastic chart modelled by Adam at the end here.
I like this chart.
You're doing well. And that basically will guide you through all of the different combinations of colours you can make, because with those 4 colours, it's actually a bit like a television screen. Okay, television screens are made up of 3 colours. This, you've got actually 4 different colours. They will make every single colour under the rainbow, and this chart will help you do that perfectly every single time.
They will indeed. If you're thinking how, it's all very easy. It's all alphabets on there. You just put certain amounts in the little ball tool that you get on there as well. All the clay is currently at the back. You get all the colours that you need. You're also going to get the white in there as well, and you also get the little measure stick. Stay there, viewer. Don't go anywhere. I'll show you the measure stick as well. Here it is. Look, so you put all your little clay into there. You're going to get the perfect amount every single time. You're going to get all the right colours you need, so you always know, oh, I want that blue, but I don't know how to make it again. Go from this. Go everything from here, and you're getting that included in your kit as well. £36.63. 152535 is your item number. Right then, it's all right seeing it. If you've got any questions as well for our Anthony, email them in. This is the last and final hour to get your questions in, studio@thecraftstore.com. We have had an email. Have we had an email? Oh, from Christine. Go on.
Christine, wow.
She says, hi again.
Hello again, yeah.
She says, what I love about these moulds are they're so tactile and useful.
Yes.
For people with sight problems.
Well, yeah, there's also that as well. Yeah.
These moulds look excellent with their depth of detail.
Yeah.
Oh, very nice email. There you go. I never even crossed my mind. Love that as well. Because we are coming to you for a demo now, but they are super thick and super chunky, but they're really malleable.
But they're so on. That's what makes them so easy to use. So, you know, I keep on saying the fact that if you've never ever tried moulds before in your crafting, these are by far the very best moulds to start with, because even though the thickness, they are just so flexible. There's not many moulds I don't think you can actually do that with when they're that thick and that sort of like, they look pretty rigid, but they are, as you can see, really flexible.
It's all yours, Andy. What are you showing me first?
So we're going to go to the one day special. We're just going to make, we're going to go through a couple of moulds, probably all of them, to be honest with you. So let's just make a little daisy to start with. So this is the colours that you actually get. Now, normally, okay, the recommendation is you don't actually use the coloured clay in a large element. Okay, the reason being, it is designed to actually mix with the white. Okay, so if you've ever used this in the past, you will know exactly what I mean, that if you make an entire flower, so something, say, this size, okay, this one just here, okay, if you make this one here out of just the coloured clay, you will know that if you do that, it will actually be quite brittle. So I'm only using a very small element, and I'm going to pop that in the middle of our little daisy. Okay, so if
it's
you
the
want
white clay that makes it more rigid.
It is. They're actually 2 different grades of clay. Okay, these are just really purely for pigmentation. That's basically what they are. I'm not saying you can't use them, but if anyone out there has used them, they will probably, you know, have found
brittle.
exactly the same as me. And I spoke to the professional who basically imports this into the country and sells to the craft store. And 84-year-old lady, absolutely lovely. She knows everything about clay. And so we had a very long conversation, as you can imagine. But that was one of the things she actually said to me, and it was a question that I had asked myself, why is this so brittle? And she answered it. And that's the reason. So it's just purely, really, for colouring, not for popping in the mould direct. So just press that one down, okay. Now, because I know that my clay is good to go straight away, I haven't bothered by putting corn flour in them. But if you're completely new to clay, and you find that you stick your finger, you've taken your clay out of your pack, you stick your finger in, and if your finger sticks in there, then you know that that is then too sticky to actually put in the mould. But if it's a little bit tacky, then just simply dust in some corn flour just straight into the mould and tap out the excess, and then that's going to work. Even if that fails, okay, and you're having sort of like major problems, which I very much doubt you're going to, then my next suggestion is pop your clay into your mould and then put both of them in the freezer for between 15 minutes and half an hour. And then once you pull it out, the clay actually sets quite hard. You then demould and then just leave it to dry for 24 hours, okay, and then you're going to be good to go again. So I'm just going to pop now the white clay over the top there, okay, and just really push that down. And because these are so flexible, okay, they will literally just fall out, as you can see. Okay, so what I'm doing there, I'm just flexing all the way around, so it's lifting that up. And every single cast in here, you'll find a slightly different way to manipulate the mould to get them out really easily. And you'll easily find that out. And you can see how quick, how easy that is to produce just a little daisy like that. Okay, so moving on, that's that particular mould there. You also get the rose, you get the peony, but then you're going to get some other moulds that are also on the show. We've got the trailing lead, which I do believe is very popular.
Super limited stock now, though.
Indeed.
It's about to go.
That's this one here. I'll just quickly show this one. We're just going to use some purple on some of the actual vines. Now, again, I was saying about the cornflower, just dust that into the mould if you're new to it, okay? Just pop that in and then just tap out. I'm just going to roll a little bit of a sausage here just to make it a little bit quicker to pop that into the mould. Now with these moulds, you know, you don't have to use the entire mould. You can just use a section of. So that's exactly what I'm going to do here.
If we don't have a trailing tool, what else could we use?
Yep, okay, indeed. You could be using the end of a paintbrush.
Fair enough.
Okay,
we've all got one of those.
So we've all got one of those. My preference is a Dresden tool because it's got that slight bend to it, but absolutely, yep, you can be using a Dresden tool. You can be using a ball tool. The only reason I mention it is because if you're just starting out, you're probably not going to
have a Dresden tool.
No,
I've got a bit of clay and I've got a mould, but I don't have a Dresden tool.
But you definitely have a paintbrush.
I've got a paintbrush.
Yeah. Or indeed, you know, good old fingers. You know, it's literally, the only reason I use it is because I want to poke it all into those little areas like that, and because I've got fat fingers, you know, it don't work particularly well. So that's why I use it. But you can see, a paintbrush works exactly the same. So whatever tool you have, the only thing I'd say don't use is anything that's sharp, because obviously if it's sharp, it is going to cut into that silicone and you're going to ruin your mould. Okay, so just pop that in there, and then just make sure the clay doesn't sit on the top of the mould, okay, and then you're going to be good to go. So again with this one, because it's going this way, then we're going to flex it that way, okay, so it's the opposite, and you can see, there we go.
Look at that.
Pops out as simple as that.
So that is your succulents.
So that's one of your succulents in there. Let's go for one of the actual leaves themselves. Which one do we want to go for, Adam? Your choice.
Let's go for eucalyptus. You've not seen that yet?
That one. Yeah.
Well, I've not seen it.
So just pop that into there again. We've just mixed up some green clay. So we've used the colour chart and we have done that. So to mix up a green, there's different shades of green actually on that chart. So it will perfectly guide you and tell you which little holes in your sort of like mixing mould to actually pop those different colours in to achieve the green of your choice.
Details for the clay is now currently at the bottom of the screen at the moment. £36.63. I'm just hearing now from my producer. It's very busy, and it's always time to stock up if you're already down, if you've already been using it.
Oh, absolutely. And also another thing is, without doubt, I've done my research here. Now, as you said earlier, the one pack of the white clay, $9.99.
Yeah.
2 packs, $17.99. That's a very good deal indeed. So if you want to colour the clays yourself, because obviously you can paint over them, you can be doing that as well. But that is an absolute brilliant price. You know, I've done my research. Most people are selling that clay for $11.99.
Well, there you
okay,
go,
for
look.
one pack, $11.99.
You can have 400 grams in total. That's 2 packs for £17.99. 040721 is your item. Now that is just the pure white that we're looking at now. So that is the white air dry moulding plaster.
So here is the eucalyptus.
Yes.
Isn't it? You said, so literally again, because the cast is going that way, we're going to fold it the opposite. Okay. And there we go.
Opposite to the stem.
Yeah, and that works really, really nicely. So you can see, again, just how quickly you can use these moulds. Okay. Let's go for another one. Let's just pop that aside. We will go for
Oh, the
this
wood.
one here, which
Driftwood.
this is
love the
lovely.
driftwood.
This is absolutely amazing. So again, just going into that, we're just going to press that clay directly into that mould. You can use your fingers here. Now there are 3 separate ones. You know, have a look at some of the previous shows we've done, because you can make these longer, you can make them shorter, and you can combine even the 3 different moulds just with one piece. So you can have lots of fun to create really different looking pieces. So basically, if you were to combine these in different ways, there's probably going to be quite a lot of different combinations that you're going to get.
85% of the stock now has already gone of our driftwood at the moment. 85% of the stock.
I do love that. This morning, or was it this morning, midday, we did some marbling, okay, and that's the piece of driftwood we created.
That's nice.
So that's just using 2 different colours of clay, not quite blending them in. So that's on the back of it. You can see it's all beautifully marbled, but on that side, when you've got a texture going in there, that's something else you can be doing.
So if you use blues and greens as well, you could do like the like you're in space, you know, looking down on the world.
You could do,
with little planets and stuff.
Yes, you could.
Just the way I think.
So we're just pressing this one down, you know, really, really push in and get all of that amazing detail. Now, the one thing, Adam, with the air drying clay that we're using here, the Hearty clay, when you actually cast something, okay, I can leave this out of the mould. When I come back the following day, I can put it back in the mould, and it will probably be about that much shorter.
Okay.
Okay, don't worry, you haven't done anything wrong. It's just because the moisture has evaporated from the clay and it's just shrunk a bit. So again, you can see, look how easy that is to achieve the results so easily. So I'm going through every single mould near enough here just to show you how easy they are to use, and then we have a mega project at the end to just like place together. So that's that one there. We've then also got the rope. Okay, now the rope is beautiful as well. So literally I'm just going to dust that out, so we've got a little bit of muck in there. Okay, so just pop that in there, just pop your clay in. Again, as you were saying, you know, not everyone's going to have a Dresden tool, so we're just going to use a paintbrush. Everyone's got a paintbrush. I would go for, if you have got one, an acrylic one. Okay,
yeah,
the reason being, exactly, yeah, with wood, if you ever see me use a rolling pin, it's always a nylon one for exactly the same reason, because it then gets stuck in all the wood grain otherwise.
We've had a question in.
Go on.
Asking, is there a certain way to clean our mould? Should they get dirty? Should we always brush them out beforehand if we've got dogs, cats roaming about like stamps?
Well, I'll be honest with you, because of the air dry clay, there's virtually no residue.
Okay.
The only residue that you will get, and I'll show you on this mould here because it shows it beautifully. This one here, I actually used just the yellow clay in that one. Okay, so you can just see a little bit of residue in there. Literally, if you want to clean that off, then soap and water. Simple as that. Yep, simple as that. But make sure it is dry before you use it. That's really important.
I suppose if they're food grade safe, yeah, soap and water would work anyway because you'd wash them.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we're just going to take some of this clay out. Okay, so this is the rope. So just quickly going to show you how to extend that. So I'm just going to grab some more clay here. Okay, so this morning we actually created a little circular border, so that's how easy that one pops out. And again, just look at the amazing detail, every little strand that is in there. And the reason it looks so natural is because it actually has been cast from a real piece of rope. So we're just going to pop that back into the mould. Okay, so just be mindful of which way it came out of the mould, push it just along there, then just open up the mould and it almost locks into place. Okay, and then you can just extend that really easily, and you can make that short piece into a really long piece. Okay, so again, let's just pop that into there like so, and just press that down. Just make sure that your clay tucks back inside the mould so you can see the entire shape of the outer part of the mould, and then literally just flex again. So this is the direction, so we're going in the opposite, and there we go. It's really that easy.
You can't even see the joy.
No, it's virtually, you know, yeah. Well, I didn't actually, you can't, can you?
No, you can't.
So you can just keep on building that one. Right.
I wouldn't have said if you could. I wouldn't have mentioned it.
Right, next one is we're just going to make a shell,
Okay.
like we did this morning. So let's try for white in there as well. We're going to go for 3 colours here, okay? Just because we can.
Leave it on the edge.
So we've got 3 colours. Okay, pop them side by side. A little bit of white in there as well. Okay, that should be enough. And then we're just going to start just by mixing that clay in, but you don't want it to mix it so it's a completely new colour, if that makes sense. Okay, so almost something like, let's have a look, just keep on going, something like, well, keep on turning it around, seeing which is going to be the best side. We're going to go for that, I think. Just tuck that in there, pop that in your mould, give it a press down, and now you've created, and the great thing about this particular technique is every single shell, and I did it on a flower as well, okay, you can do it on a flower, every single one is going to be completely different. So that is another great advantage of this particular technique, is just press that down, and again, because the cast is going in that direction, literally just fold in half, and you can see, boom, there we go, and there is the sort of shell that you can be producing really, really easily. So we're not using any metallic paints or any gilding wax, but once you start to put those on, that's when everything really does come to life.
Does that mean, though, if we made 2... I was just thinking of the question, because I was trying to work it out in my head if it worked. If we made 2 of the conch shells, we could put them back to back?
The other ones...
Either of any of them?
Yeah. Yeah,
so you know, like you have a little clamshell that opens and closes. If we want to make like a little pearl to go on the inside.
Let's see if it works. Let's see if it works, because they're that quick and easy to cast. So we'll just do a solid colour. Okay, so that's one.
I hope it works.
So we're just going to. So do I. That's one there. It's probably. I don't know. It seems not quite symmetrical, but you'd probably be able to get away with that actually. I do believe. Let's have a look. And you can actually hollow them out as well, so they look even more realistic.
Then you could put like the pearlescence on the inside if you got your pearly wings or something like that.
Yeah. So just pop that like so. Just flick that one out. Let's see if they do. You know, they're not a million miles, but yeah.
But by the time you've opened them, you'd never know the join was there.
Yeah,
you see, it sort of works.
Yeah, it sort of works. So there you go. So there you go. Yeah, that one's on you.
There
well
you go.
done.
I'll have that one. £21.99 if you want the driftwood, though. But also, if you want your one-day special, we are very, very busy for your one-day. But this is your last live hour of your one-day special. Now, the price will go back up at 6 o'clock this evening to £62.97 is what you are looking at on this one now. I absolutely adore it. You've got all the flowers in there. You've got that little daisy in there as well. I think that's a little tiny rose as well. There's so many different flowers in that bigger one that you've got that you can really start building absolutely stunning flower displays, especially coming into the summer and things like that for the fronts of your cards if you're doing from your air dry clay, because they're really quite lightweight. 792942 is your item number, £54.97. Let's have a look at some finished samples that we've got. Because you've got loads actually around, even down from the little L that you've got here is made of little leaves and half of flowers that you've got, which I absolutely adore, to some down to little tree houses, little fairy houses that you've got as well. How stunning are all of these at the moment? I absolutely adore them all. I really, really do. And they can all be yours for £27.49 across 2 interest-free flexible payments. 792942 is your item number for your one-day special, is what we're looking at for this one, with that £8 saving as well. From there, though, something else that's busy are the leaves. Now, you've got your succulent leaves in there. No, you haven't. That's the next one. So this is your tropical leaf that you've got. Succulents are tropical, to be honest. 70% of the stock now has already gone here. £19.99. 586277 is your item number for these ones. Like this one. This one you could sort of make smaller or longer, whichever you want. It's sort of your choice of where you want to go with that leaf look that you've got on there. It is very, very busy for this one. I like these as well. Imagine doing these with little tiny little black ants on. It'd be beautiful. Then your pot. Imagine that is so like a home decor. That is a garden centre pot. I'll give you that. So that's garden centre style. That is now top of the stairs worthy. Well, you have everything at the top of the stairs, don't you? On your landing with a little fake planting, because you can't have real ones because you never water them. So that's my house. But that is beautiful. It really, really is. And if you want to change it, you could change it, because it is all your clay. So you could change the style of all those. £19 and 99 pence. 586277 is your item number. Trailing leaves. This is now. I'm surprised this has not gone yet. I really, really am. It's your trailing leaves. It's literally clinging on. You've got your succulent leaves in there, you've got your rose leaves, you've got your eucalyptus leaves, and you've also got your trailing ivy in there as well. How beautiful is that? How beautiful. From your little napkin holders to little bracelets that you want to use them for. Imagine around the Christmas table all the little ivy leaves that you could have. You could also pop a little fake little candle on the inside of all those, should you want to. £21, 99 pence, 233351 is your item number for your trailing leaves. Then we move on to your palm spray leaves that you've got here, new to the collection, released in 2021. These are the ones that you can pop in. Well, you can pop in any of them, but these are the ones that you can put wire in, because there's no end that you've got there. So you've got all those beautiful little wires that you could be able to pop in to make sure they're all open. These are little palms, turn them upside down, and you've got little hearts that are in there as well. Palm sprays, they're everywhere. They are everywhere these days. You'll always find them in a fake bouquet of flowers, always at the back. It opens it out, mate, makes it look fuller. You can do that with your work as well. Look at me like a florist. £22 and 99 pence. And they'd also make good lollipops. If you
Oh, yeah, can you imagine that?
Gummy bears.
Yep, dipped in chocolate. Oh, jeez.
Anthony woke up there, didn't he?
Yeah, food.
Oh, I like that one. Little gummy bears in there, melted down. Oh, how beautiful would that be? Oh, I like that. Liking this one
Just
a lot.
talk food. Just
talk
food.
food. He's there. He's all over it. £22 and 99 pence. Absolutely adoring it. From there, you've got your rustic wicker that we've also got on the show. One of my favourites is what we're looking at here for the rustic wicker, because this is what you're creating. You are creating that so real, and it is really realistic that you're looking at here. Wicker basket. Well, it could be wicker anything. You can make hot air balloons out of it if you wanted to, if you're a little modeller, because you haven't got to use it all. You can use little bits.
Yep.
So if you were into your modelling, you could make a beautiful hot air balloon, let's put it that way. It would be absolutely stunning. Imagine little hot air balloon, little teddy on the inside, dangling from a little child's bedroom. Beautiful. £19 and 99 pence. I know you. Quite nice, isn't it? 373224 is your item number for this one. Driftwood is up next. Limited stock. Limited stock is what we are for your driftwood. Remember, it's not just your driftwood, it's your rope as well, and your 2 shells and your conch shell thrown in there. £21 and 99 pence. All 3 of these, by the way, they're all different. So you're going to get a different look every single time you put them in there. £21.99, 061 354 is your item. And then last but no means least, you've got your woodland bark on top of this one. So many uses. So many uses for your woodland bark, I feel. If you've got little pencil cases and things like that, the hard cases that you want to sort of jazz up a bit, this could be the way to go. Could be the way to go that you were looking at on this one. These would also work, and I now see what Ali meant yesterday when Ali Roos was in doing her little townhouse, those secret storage boxes. This would work well to go on the side of your storage boxes for texture.
Yeah.
It really, and because obviously I didn't see it yesterday, so I was like, oh yeah, of course it would have. And then I forgot to look. But this really would work so well with those little houses that you've got there. £19 and 99 pence, 05025 is your item number. Right then, would you like some inspiration? Would you like some inspiration of everything you can do? When you can amalgamate everything together and put it in one pot? Well, luckily, I've spent all afternoon making one. Watch this. relax. Oh, of course you can with this. Of course you can relax. We were just chatting during that as well. I know you think we watch them, but we don't. We chat, we gossip. There is another show of this coming up. So with, we'll give you a little sneak peek. Well, not a sneak peek, we'll ask the question.
Yeah.
Will what's coming up on the show in December work well with what we've got here?
It absolutely will, but it is Christmas themed. So Karen will be here herself and she'll be making some cookies. Yeah, you want to do that show now, don't you?
4th or 5th? 4th or 5th, did you say?
I think it's on the Saturday, so what would that be?
Saturday at 2 o'clock, Crafty Kitchen. Of course it will be.
Yeah.
Is that us? I'll leave it with you, Ross, while we wait for a demo. Saturday the 4th, we're thinking now.
It'll be the 4th then, it must be the 4th.
And it is our shift. It will be us, it will be one of us.
So there you go. Cookies all round. Yep.
I want to say it is. I think it is me.
And,
Crafty Kitchen.
And these particular cookie moulds, okay, they're perfect also for Christmas decorations. So if you're going to be using them for craft, then go and do that as well. But you've got to catch that show. Karen is only here for 1 hour as well.
Is she?
Yep, just for that, I do believe.
Has anyone told her she's working with me? She may change that. She may only do 15 minutes.
I'll call her after.
Right then, are we going back to demo? Let's go back for another demo. Let's squeeze another demo in.
So what I've actually done here, whilst we weren't watching that video,
nice video.
We were actually, or I was, shall I say, I was actually just putting the clay in this one, which is the Fern. Okay, so this is the tropical leaves, and I've said before that I've got many moulds from many different companies, and the Fern one I had before. Do you know what? It's in the bottom because I just of the drawer because I can't use it. It's not that easy. This is absolutely so easy. Literally again, just fold and there we go. It just drops out. The detail is absolutely amazing. Can we do a little bit of colouring?
Of course we can. Can we do colouring, Ross?
So,
yes, we can do colouring.
We have the piece of driftwood. Okay, so that's sort of like it's almost like almost a skin colour, isn't it?
It is.
Well, it depends where you've been, I suppose.
It depends where you've been, and yeah.
Yeah. So let's just pop that. Okay, there we're going to add lots of water to this. Okay, so we really want it more of a wash. And this, I think it's something you were saying this morning, wasn't it, about how much water to put in there.
Yeah, is it more of a wash than painting?
It definitely is. Yeah, the more water you can get in there, obviously, the more it's going to get into those little crevices. So literally, this is about the right colour. Okay, so just paint that straight over. Obviously, you do want a base colour, so I've gone for it's almost, I say, skin tone, but it's sort of like, it will look like driftwood, honestly. So just go in there, but make sure you press that colour right down into those crevices. Okay.
Look at that now.
So we're just going to let that dry for a little bit with the help of a heat tool. Don't put the heat tool too close to the clay because it will tend to bubble up. Okay, so just go onto there, and then we're just going to use a piece of kitchen cloth. Okay, no baby wipes allowed because Leonie's in the house. So we're just going to quickly go around there, and to be honest with you, just use an old rag. I know I do when I'm at home, and then just wash it every so often. When it basically stands up by itself, that's when you know you need a new cloth. So yeah, it's true, isn't it? So basically, just go over that, and instantly you can see how we have changed the look of that. If you want to go back, maybe you've taken too much colour off, then just do that. Just dry it again. Okay, like so. And then just wipe over just lightly. And I've taken even more colour off there, but you get the idea. So just keep on. In actual fact, that doesn't look too bad.
No, it looks really realistic.
It does. The more, there you go, I'm dragging a little bit more colour off because it's not an even finish, which is great. Then what you need to do then, if I just dry that a little bit more.
If we wanted to put holes in it.
Yep.
To make it like proper driftwood, or we want to make it like rivets, like a frame. Would we do that once it's fully sort of cured and dry, or would we do it halfway through or before we were doing it?
You can do it either way.
Okay.
Either way, it doesn't really matter. If you want to get really clever and you want to join it to another piece, then I would definitely say do it afterwards, so you can line them up and then pierce through both. So yeah, entirely up to you.
But you can pierce straight through. You don't have to drill or anything. You can just pierce with this.
We'll show you how easy that is to do that as well. Okay. So just quickly onto there, we're just going to go for a little bit of white because the white is the finishing touch to this. Okay. So I'm probably going to dry brush this on. So I'm going to use my manky old dry brushing brush.
Okay.
And I've used this I don't know how many times. but it's just, it works, okay? And you'll also notice that a lot of other people, when they do dry brushing, they have a cloth next to them and they're wiping the paint on there. Well, I personally can't see the point in that, because you're then putting the paint on there. So I always keep it on here, so you can rejuvenate the paint, okay? So literally, you can see, I'm just going to add a little bit of white here and there, and all of a sudden, you're getting that sort of like grey tinge look, as you would to a piece of driftwood. So just keep on going on there. I always say, when it comes to colouring, then what you need to do is just build up the colour. Okay, you don't want to do it all in one go, because you're not going to be able to achieve that. So just go around, just keep on adding that up. Okay, so just keep on just building up that colour, and then before you know it, okay, we are good to go. So there is.
Look at that.
Okay, so that's just a really simple use. Right, so we've got all those elements, so we're just going to quickly pop them all together. So we've got a little plaque that we've got here, just to show you the majority of the moulds all in play all at once. So you can be creating this sort of thing at home or smaller, entirely up to you. So let's just bring it all in. So these are all the elements that we've made in this demonstration. I'll just clear them all away, see if we can do any spelling mistakes as well. I'm renowned for them, I tell you. Let's have a look. Relax. So we'll just pop that on. Then you can see I've pre-scored some letters in there. Okay. So just with the back of a paintbrush, Dresden tool, whatever you wish.
Look at that.
Okay, like so. So this actually is the sample that was in the promo video.
In the end of the video that we all watched.
Yep, I didn't stick it together, I just
did
took
you
a picture of it. So,
see, more telemagic you've ruined now as well. I thought it was
so,
all glued together.
Oh dear.
The pot's not really aged.
No, no. I feel aged at the moment. That's another story. Let's just pop that in there. But you can see how...
This would be nice for like a tiki bar in the garden or something like that. It
would, absolutely. Kids' room, that could be the kids' name.
Yeah.
This is where you really have fun. Once you've got all these popped together...
It's a very modern kid's name, Relax, I must say.
It could be, couldn't it? But yeah,
it could be Rex.
It could be
Rex. If you wanted it to be.
There we go, Rex. Yep.
Alex. ALEX.
And then have them going over. So this is the great thing. So you can start to add dimension. Now, all of these leaves have been made from different colours of green. How do you mix up those different colours of green? Go for your chart that's in with your 4 packs of colour clay and your white clay. 400 grams of clay, £37, just under.
Yeah, 37, £36, 63 pence.
Bargain.
That was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm going to say shades of green that you've got in there.
There's plenty.
There's a lot in there that you can do.
on
That's
there.
all going to mix and match really, really well. And you've got enough clay to do them all as well. So don't worry about that.
Oh gosh.
Do have enough clay to do. Look how quick this comes together, though.
But you can see. Now, I'm obviously not going to stick these down, so I want to take another picture of. But you get the idea. You know, keep on looking at things, and this is what I actually do. This is my top tip here, Adam. Whenever I do a big project like this, I start playing with the layout, and then when I've got it perfect, I think, damn, I've got to take all this off. But what I do beforehand, I take a photograph, so I know where it's all going to go back in place. So maybe we just want a couple of days, and like I say, this is where you can really start to build things up. You can start to layer things, and that's when it gets all the more interesting. So we've got a couple of the seashells down there as well. Again, we just pop them behind. The succulents, they can just come down there, and again behind the leaves, just adding to everything all of the time. Maybe another daisy down here, different colour one, and with a purple in there. But you get the idea of it, and all the seashells there. And the great thing about this is, if you were to make this actually out of driftwood, okay, and maybe MDF pieces on there, that's going to be a heavy, substantial piece. You can now put this on the door, and you know that if it does fall off, you know, it's not actually going to hurt anyone as well.
But then in theory, if you're going to make it from real wood, as per se, yes, fair enough, the driftwood, that's going to be heavy, but how are you going to get the leaves to be shaped, to be moulded? If you're doing them in MDF, they're going to be two-dimensional. You think, well, I'll do them out of foam. Well, if you're doing them out of foam, they're not going to last as long as if you're doing them out of clay. They're still going to last. With this, it will take all the elements. It will take the sun and things like that if you're having it in a bar. Obviously, if you're having it outside, you need to treat it to go outside, but you could then put this outside, and you've still got those 3D elements. Imagine doing things like this for summer weddings.
Can you
and
imagine?
summer balls,
Yeah.
table names.
Bar.
Yeah, or just, bar,
Yeah,
food.
food.
But those sorts of things. But maybe you have a bit of driftwood with everyone's initial on. And that's
Oh
going
my
to be their
gosh,
place name.
Absolutely.
And things like that. Because remember, you only do the mould, get your clay, push it in, and then pull it out, and you score your initial into whatever you want to be. And you haven't got to wait for it to cure.
No.
You can batch make these.
Yes.
What's the angel policy on this?
Yep, you can do whatever you like with them. Because
good.
they've all been obviously designed, made in the UK by Karen and her daughter. And we just got to say a big congratulations to Karen for later on in the week, because her daughter Alice is actually giving birth to their second child. So how wonderful is that? Like I said, it's a really lovely family-run business up in the northwest of the country, and believe me, they
Why
are
is Karen getting the congratulations? She's not done anything. It's the daughter that's having the baby.
For being a grandmother again.
Oh, for being a grandmother again. Just check. Well, let's also say congratulations to Alice then, shall we?
Well, we shall do as well, yeah.
Bless her. Congratulations to the entire family.
Absolutely,
let's say.
absolutely, yeah.
Karen getting all the glory then. She weren't even there, I'm guessing. And if she was, well, it's a whole new story, isn't it? Let's be fair. I should really stop. I've got cookie making with her in a couple of weeks, so
Yeah.
that'll be awkward. Remember me?
If I'm the one who turns up, you know,
she stopped coming in.
She stopped coming in. But you can just keep on playing with all of these elements and creating something really unique, amazing, and you can be proud enough to stand back and say that you did. You can congratulate yourself.
You can congratulate yourself. Well done, mate.
Using all of the fantastic moulds available from Karen Davis and her daughter Alice.
It works though.
And
it
it
all
does
works
work
together.
so well.
And
it really
this just proves that from your one-day special to everything that I've shown you down this entire counter, it all works together.
Works together, yes.
There's not one bit where you go, well, I don't really know where I'd use that.
Absolutely.
From shells. You would never put shells with tropical leaves in the normal world.
No, you
but
wouldn't.
Here,
But here,
it really works.
It just does really work particularly well. And like you say, I think for a wedding, can you imagine like the bride and groom's name on there? If it's like a tropical, and everyone wants a tropical themed wedding at the moment, don't they?
It's
They really
beautiful.
do.
But even if you took the word relax out, so take the word relax out, as it were, leave the flowers around the outside, that would be a beautiful table centre. You put 3 pillar candles on there.
Yep.
That would look amazing.
Or you could take the words out there and you could put photographs of a holiday. How amazing would that look? So you can get as creative as your imagination will allow you. There's lots of inspiration, you know, out there. Go and have a look on Pinterest and even YouTube and what have you, and just have a look and see what other people are doing with this sort of theme and other themes, floral and, you know, rustic, and even go to the Karen Davis Facebook page. I know it's all cake on there, but you can easily interpret what's in cake into craft so easily. So go and have a look at the Facebook page.
You might as well give your YouTube a plug as well.
So
As management are just leaving, they
oh,
won't
okay,
be watching.
they're left.
If they want to do the wood technique that's on yours, where do we find it?
Indeed. Okay, so that's youtube.com/c/mixed media arts and crafts. That is the actual address.
www and all that.
It is, yep.
Well, there you go.
There you go.
youtube.com/c/again.
Yeah,
/ mixed media crafts.
Mixed media arts and crafts.
Mixed media arts.
Yeah, that might take to someone else.
We'll give you that beautiful technique to how to do the wood. They'll make it look really, it's amazing. Absolutely phenomenal videos, worth having a look at as well. But your one-day special, very, very busy now of your one-day special, £54.97. This is the last nearly 3.5 minutes is all we've got left of our last live hour. The price will go back up at 6 o'clock tonight when a brand new one-day special launches this evening. If you want your £8 saving, you can get that with this, and we have shown you how well all these flowers work together. 792942 is your item number for your one-day special. You've also got your tropical leaves on the show. I'm going to whiz through all these now just so you can see them before the end of the hour. Your tropical leaves that I've also got on the show, so busy this hour. And it works. We've just shown you on that relax time. It works really, really well. £19.99. 186277 is your item number for your tropical leaves, is what you're looking at there. From there, I still can't believe this is here. I genuinely can't. Trailing leaves, clinging on. We're down to single figures is what we are on the trailing leaves, is what you're looking at here. It won't last till 6 o'clock, so if you want it, I'd get it quick. £21.99. 233351 is your item number for the trailing leaves. You have got your succulents, you've got your eucalyptus, you've got your ivy, and you've also got your rose leaves in there as well. If you're going for your one-day special, it's well worth popping this into your basket and splitting the cost onto 2 interest-free flexible payments for about £11. Then we've got the palm sphere, new to the collection for 2021. It's absolutely beautiful. It really, really is. That large sphere shape that you've got in there. I'm saying deck a couple of the small ones and put them as sort of fan shape. You're going to sort of get that lily, sort of water lily-esque look that you've got with these, that you could sort of cup around to make a small bowl and then once again pop a candle in the centre and use it outside or turn it into a coaster. That would be cute. I saw that. Oh, that's sorry, I'm sidetracking again on the TikTok that I was watching earlier. I love the TikTok. They take these, not this one, it was something else, but it was like this. They did it, put resin into it and put a wine glass into it and use it as a massive bottom of a wine glass.
There you go.
So then it was all coloured. So then it's more sturdy, saves you spilling it. So you've got that there. Then you've also got your driftwood. This is your wicker basket mould. So you've got your wicker basket mould that's in there. Loving the wicker basket because you can do so much with it. This is your wicker mould. Look, I love this. Absolutely beautiful. It really, really is. £19.99. You've only got a minute left of our live hour before the price goes back up. Then you've got the driftwood with the shells and also the rope. It's now limited stock. £19.99, I think, off the top of my head. Yes, I am. £21.99, sorry, £21.99. 061354 is your item number. Right then, it's time to say goodbyes. Where's this hour gone? It's absolutely flown by. Thank you. When are you back?
Don't know yet.
Okay.
Don't know yet.
But Karen's back in a few weeks' time.
Karen back is in a few weeks' time on the 4th of December with some fabulous Christmas-themed moulds.
So it's worth having a little look at those. 2 o'clock on the 4th with Christmas-themed mould. But it will work if you like what you see here. It'd be the same thing, but just Christmas. So you could use those time and time again. Right then, start checking out your baskets if I was you. The price will go back up at 6 o'clock tonight when the brand new one-day special launches. I will see you Friday morning now. Friday morning, bright and breezy. I'll tell you what's coming up next, shall I? Go on then. Yes, indeed. Art and Creation is up next with our Leonie and Catherine. Then it's Clever Prince. Misfits, one-day special. I like it.
Hello everyone, we're the Pink Ink Ladies.
I'm Kathy.
And I'm Mel, and we've been crafting for 30 years. We're passionate about fabric, so our main thing is to stamp on fabric or stencil on fabric. We can't wait to show you all our new hand-illustrated stamp and stencil designs, whether you're using them on cards or soft furnishings. Kathy and I get together at Pink Ink Towers and we can't wait to share our ideas. We choose all our subject matter together and then Kathy goes away and hand illustrates all our fantastic finished designs. All of our products are manufactured in the UK and we pride ourselves on the quality of our range. On our shows we're excited to share all our hints, tips and techniques for you to get the most out of our products.
Hi, my name is Maggie and I'm from Impressions Crafts. I've been running my business now for 15 years. It's a small family-run business in the south of Cheshire. We have a large craft shop. We sell all sorts of beading and jewellery supplies. I have a passion for making jewellery. I love working with the Lucite style flower beads, and we make thousands and thousands of angels and have been doing so for the last few years. We've been bringing lots of lovely beading kits, jewellery, for necklaces and bracelets and earrings, and we also bring a wide range of angels and accessories, beading accessories like bookmarks. And we also have our range of laser cut sun catchers and mobiles, all the lovely crafty beads.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. We specialise in high quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the craft store. Now, this is, I think, a third hour for our Leonie today. She's been a very busy lady. I'm going to introduce her in a second, and she's going to take you down the counter. We're going to see lots of demonstrations as well. We are looking at art inspirations. Maybe you've missed out on one or two items we've got available on this show. Perhaps you're looking at some good savings as well. I am going to be telling you to shop ahead on the website, and we can show you that website. I'm going to say goodbye and bring our Leonie in just as you're having a little browse.
Thank you, Miss Catherine. Absolutely. Have a little perusal now. Art inspirations. We have seen quite a few collections now from Art Inspirations. Under the belt, they have got, well, they've brought to us the beautiful designs from Wednesday, of course. We've also had Emily. We've also, of course, Brian Art, or Brian. And then, of course, the incredible Martina. So these are artists who are, this is what they do. You know, this is their artwork. If you go on to Brian Art's site, his Instagram page, you can buy his originals. And that, I think, is so exciting that we are able to work with their artwork, genuine artwork. Now, what we've got on this, and all hand drawn as well, you know, I mean, this is a real McCoy. But what I love, can you see that? Isn't that just super cool? I love Brian's artwork because he's so different. His imagination is ridiculous. I mean, that is, when you talk about motorhome, that's motorhome with a little bit of punch because it's actually built on a tank. Can you see the little tank wheels at the bottom? And of course, I mean, if you can't park somewhere, you're just like, yeah, I'm just going to knock it down then. Do you know, it's just phenomenal. But they've been deconstructed. So you will get a main image on a lot of them. You'll get a main image and then you'll get elements. So it means you could do loads with. This one is about the only one that hasn't been deconstructed actually, but the lighthouse. The lighthouse is one of the best lighthouses I've ever seen because, again, it's utterly unique. It's utterly different. Obviously, the little ship caught up in the tree there, it probably didn't follow the lighthouse. Or it's just a different kind of treehouse, quite frankly, because, let's face it, it could have been. That's probably what happens to narrowboats, you know, that I intend to live on. You end up getting washed around, and then when all the floods go down, it's like, oh, I'm in a tree. That's awkward, turtle. But I absolutely love this. And they've got sentiments on. Let me I'll spin it round. Oh, it'll go on there. Yes, thanks, love. If you don't get lost, there's a chance that you may never get found. See, I like that. I think that is very profound. Friends help guide the way. Isn't that beautiful? Lost with Friends. I think that is just fabulous. And then the next one, this is one of my favourite. I mean, they're all my favourite. I love this stamp set. It's just, again, his imagination is ace. So you've got that wonderful sort of massive castle, but then squidged right in the middle of all those beautiful turrets is that fantastic tiny little cottage. What came first? Was it the castle or was it the little cottage? You know, did that poor little guy who's living in the cottage, he was there minding his own business, and then in from down road who's earned quite a bit selling, I don't know, shares, but he's gone and built a castle round him. Do you know what I mean? I can't think. I was trying to think of the other ones, but I can't think and it won't come back to me. But it makes me giggle, does that one. You've then got, as I said, these have been deconstructed. So, with this stamp set, I mean, look how many stamps you've got. You've got 2 of the rocks, so of course you can build your own. And then you've got all of your beautiful little castle turrets. And then you've got your gorgeous little cottage. I love the cottage. That reminds me of like a little cottage that you'll find up in Wales. And then these are the bridges. So those little bridges, you've got those separate. It allows you to do so much. Now, this particular stamp set. You've got 22 stamps all in total in this, in the bundle. You're saving here is £11. That means when you look at this, so individually these should be £16.99. You're saving £11. That's a good chunk that you have saved from one of these stamp sets. I mean, again, you've got a flexi as well. That's a huge chunk taken off your flexis. The value for money is sensational. And of course, it's what you do with these. You know, we have got that fantastic tree, the rhino. I mean, that is so cool. And because it's so different, I mean, how many stamps have you seen like that? How many images have you seen like that? I'm pretty much going for none, because it is ridiculously fabulous. I mean, do you know someone who likes motorhoming? You know what I mean? And it's like, yeah, get this little motorhome. I love that it's got its own little boat as well. That obviously, if it parks next to a lake, it's just got a little ship. That one, beautiful. The lighthouse, the lighthouse you could use for all sorts. You know me, I like to do art journals and stuff, so I don't think cars specifically, but the lighthouse I think is beautiful. Maybe it's someone going through a bit of a bad time, you know, maybe it's someone who is feeling a little bit low. I think the lighthouse is really symbolic for things like that, but it's just a beautiful image as well. And I think because it's quirky, because it's different, and who do you know is quirky and different, you know, again with this one. Now that has actually been built, because this is the original. That's the actual stamp that has been built. So can you see how different it is? And this is what I love about it. So that's the proper one. That's the one that Alison has made herself. Again, absolutely fantastic. So much you can do with these. Now, this is your first collection from our wonderful Hobbies Art. Only £19.99 this month. One extra payment of £19.99. You know exactly what's coming out of your account. And of course, we don't charge any interest on that one. And you are getting some really super cool stamps. 866420. Now, the lovely thing about all these stamp sets is the way they work together, which I'll absolutely be demonstrating. Because you get so many elements, because it's been broken down, it means that you can create different looks time after time after time. Obviously, you get your main image. So this is Brian's main image. That is incredible. It's huge. I mean, look at that. That is a huge stamp. This is an A4 stamp plate. So it means, first of all, and look at that. That is fantastic. So this, when you look at the bottom of it, it's built on the stilts, okay? So your little shantytown. So it started as though, that's, you know when you go abroad sometimes and you see the scaffolding and it's just poles that are sort of tied together, kind of looks like that. But then I bet they just built one little house, but then they were like, oh, just stick another one. Oh, and then, you know, Auntie Maud moves in. Oh, will you build me an house? And then before you know it, you've got this big swaying structure that, you know, if you get a high wind on that, everybody just moves downstairs. It's just so cool. And this is it. It's such a story. You can do so much with them. And then they've been deconstructed. You've got a little washing line. You've got the lampposts. You've got, of course, some incredible little elements in here. You've got your sentiment, the spooky tree, which is amazing. Honestly, fantastic. Now, you are a storyteller. Create, invent and believe and make your story magical. Obviously, your story is actually your life, isn't it? And that's what I love about this. You know, this is what you want it to be, but the imagination that you can put in this is just sensational. I mean, this card from Alison is beautiful. Take time colouring these in. If you're into your colouring, just colouring the images alone is fantastic. I mean, look at that. It's beautiful. Absolutely. And that is literally just the image stamped out with the sentiment. Stunning. Just stunning. I love this, though, because you've got a really busy background there. Absolutely gorgeous. But this one, Look at that. And again, extending it. So she's given us the tree. See how cool is that? She's given us a tree. She put some ladders up to the tree so we can hang our washing on the tree. And there's a little extra washing line there from the tree. Isn't that cool? Just cool. Only £24.99. You've got a £5 saving on this one today. 224 715 is your item number. Now, next one. This has been a big favourite. And this one is already, but I love this one. It is a favourite of mine as well. It's just, again, look how quirky it is. It's just, this is something that you'll see in films, you know, in cartoons. It's something that you'll see. You can imagine it in all different colours. You can imagine the house coming to life in its own right. It's just full of fantastic, fantastic imagination. And then it's been deconstructed. So you can use these again and again and again to create something completely different. I love them. They're so ridiculously cool. And obviously with something like this, because it's such a big stamp, you don't really need much else. I mean, when you look at that one, I just think that is magical. It looks so, it just draws your eye in to that middle bit. And the thing is with this one, you've got a lot of elements that you can decoupage with this, because it's actually, even though there's a lot going on, there's a lot of elements that are dead easy to fussy cut out. So obviously tons you can do with it. I adore this one. And that's just the house in the 3 different colours, but deconstructing that, using it in a completely different way and using those separate elements, you create something completely different. You're getting so many stamps there. 24 stamps for £24.99. I mean, it is incredible. A £5 saving. And again, that is a big stamp. It is huge. 122467 is your item number. Do not miss out on these incredible prices that we've got here at the craft store. We've got pictures. Now, Angela sent a picture in, and this is from our incredible Wednesday. And I tell you what, Wednesday's artwork, I adore Wednesday's artwork. I love that. Thank you so much. Wednesday was the first artist that Art Inspirations brought to our fantastic scene. Oh, now, look at that. That is, of course, our Emily Ink and Earth, and that is gorgeous. I love what you've done with that, because I know you've created your own piece completely with that. You've used your stamps to create something utterly different. And don't you just love the danglies? The danglies are ace, and the clouds. That is beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. Angie, if you've got any of the Art Inspiration stamps, we would love to see what you've done. Send those in. I genuinely love seeing what you've created, because obviously it's all inspiration. And sometimes, you know, we demonstrate. It doesn't mean we don't get days where we go, oh, my brain's empty. So seeing what you've done is really, really nice as well. Okay, I've got inspiration today, however. So what I'm going to take first of all is the gorgeous lighthouse. Now, I love this image. As I said, I just think it's one of those that you can do so much with it. It's just such a cool image, and because it's different, I mean, you'll have probably seen loads of lighthouse stamps. Beautiful, but they're pretty samey, aren't they? Because lighthouses, we know what they look like. However, because this is Brian, he's just turned it on its head and created something utterly different, which I really appreciate. And it's so quirky. Now, if I ink this up, I've already got it cut out. So this one, just to show you how well they stamp, I'm going to stamp on just a little background that's already... I like stamping them on my inky backgrounds, because then they start becoming their own sort of thing, if you see what I mean. So if I just stamp that on an inky background, just so you can see the image. So you can see that beautiful image. And when you look at this, I mean, your little lighthouse is built up on the rocks. I mean, I don't know how he climbs up there. I think there must be them little points there. There must be a rope or something, so he can climb right up to the top of the lighthouse every time he needs to change the bulb. You've got the little the little ring thing that, what are they called? The life preserver. Get you. Mr. Baker knows all the words. Just recently, haven't you? You've been like font of all knowledge. That is your life preserver. So you can chuck that in if you see someone in trouble. Absolutely love it. It's beautiful. So that's your lovely little lighthouse. So what I've already done is cut this out. Now let me just bob that down there. In that lighthouse, remember, you do it, in fact, let me just do it. See, you get your lovely sentiments. And literally with this one, because this is just, you know, this is not the one I'm actually doing. It was just to show you. But look, it's not, yeah, it's not meant to be a sample. So, but if you put a sentiment on it, and then you put your little birds, because you do get your little birds in this. You put your little birds on. All of a sudden, within no time at all, you have indeed created a beautiful little card. See, how cool is that? Don't the birds finish it though? I mean, that's what I love about these. Those tiny little extra stamps. Can you see those teeny little birdies? Not sure if you can see it from up there. But can you see it? I can't. Do you want me to zoom it round? What I'd do with that one then is colour it in, obviously cut it out properly, matte and layer it, boom. You've done a card within seconds, and it's beautiful and it's different. However, what I've done is I've cut a card up, I've popped an aperture in this. I've already cut my little lighthouse up. So my lighthouse is going to go on front of the card like so. I'm then going to put, it's actually a piece of the jewellery or vellum. I couldn't find any vellum. So I'm going to put a little bit of that in there. Before I pop that, let's put a little bit of ink on here. I'm going to go weathered wood because I want it kind of stormy almost. And I think that weathered wood is beautiful for that. So let's bob on a little bit of weathered wood. Oh, here we go. Roll up the sleeves. I should just wear short sleeves for TV. I don't know why I haven't learnt yet. It's one of those. It's like, how many tops have I got that I've got, you know, really incurable sleeves now because I've just got everything on them. Even when I've washed them, it's like, oh. Do you do that, Catherine? Yeah. When I wrote home, when I nipped home in between shows, I were prepping for tomorrow's Let Leonie Loose, and both of my dogs were in the craft room. I will put the picture on because they weren't helping me craft in the slightest. They distressed one of the ribbons. I had it in my hand, and literally both dogs were trying to eat the thing I would make. I don't know what were we on today. They did grunge it up. It's like, what do you do? They were both really, really keen today on being part of the crafting. Little Indy disappeared again today, and I forgot to turn her tracker on, which I have had to buy my Indy a tracker because she hadn't done it for ages. She hadn't legged it in ages. She did it today, the day I forgot to turn my tracker on, and I got a phone call saying, "Are you missing a dog?" I'm like, "Yes, I'm missing a dog." She'd gone home. She'd taken herself home. I mean, it's like brilliant. I know. And it's like, what do you do? She was really happy to see my little baby. Oh, but it was like, for goodness. But I was glad she'd done that. I was glad she'd gone home. At least with that. Anyway, dog talk. Next. So, take this off, like so. It's a good job I've got my telephone number on there. It's a couple of times I've had a call about my dog. Are you missing a dog? Yeah. And then, you are. We're really impressed you're taking herself home. You were quite good. I mean, she was literally about 2 doors down. That's really good, isn't it? So, hey? Yeah, I weren't angry. You can't be angry at them, can you? Because otherwise it's like they're too scared to come home then. So you just have to tell them you just love them and thank you for coming home. And she did look really happy to see me. It was like, oh, Mum. She proper, she was fed her. She jumped up and gave me a cuddle. Yeah, like she does, my little baby. Oh, I tell you. And Lola were like, "Where have you been? Where have you been?" Like she sniffs her, literally, as I'd say, "Where have you been? What have you been doing?" Anyway, how dare you? How dare you go on an extra walk? You didn't take me. Lola, though, she must have known when Indy were running off, because that's when Lola came back and were like, and when I were sort of walking in the opposite direction, like Lola, like, she ain't gone this way, Mum. But I didn't listen to Lola, obviously. But she ain't gone this way. She's somewhere over there. She did, she knew. But at least Lola didn't follow her. At least Lola came back. Anyway, there you go. A little bit of dog stories there for you on this afternoon while I'm doing a bit of inking. Right, so doing a little bit of inking here because this is obviously the water. And it is a little bit sort of, it's a bit of a stormy day is this one, isn't it? You've got that really quite nice, like, blue there. I love the speckled egg. I want to put a H on it then. Speckled egg. The speckled egg is beautiful. And with that weathered wood, it just makes a really nice sort of blue-grey. And it's absolutely gorgeous. I'm then going to bring in just a little bit of water, obviously, because that's what we always do with this one. And just doing a few little splashes. I'm not sure what card I've picked up. Again, I keep doing this today. I keep picking up cardstock and not being 100% sure what I've actually got. So hopefully, let's see, no, I've picked up the wrong one again. It hasn't really sunk in, but it's okay. It's got a bit of texture there, so that'll do the job. Okay, so we've got that ready to go. So that's my my lovely little card, and it's... There we go. Now, because I've used Duralard, the lovely thing with that, because it's like a plastic, so you can actually just clean it off, so it's absolutely fabulous. I would normally colour this in just because of time. I'm not going to be, but I will colour it in later. So this is going to sit here. So I'm just going to pop a little bit of 3D foam there, a bit of 3D foam there, and a cheeky bit here, like so. So bobbing that down, oopsie daisy. Come on, like that. That'll, no it won't do. That'll do. Okay, come on. I've really slowed down on that today. I'm chilling out again. This is the thing, isn't it, sometimes? When you're demoing, you forget you're meant to be actually trying to show you as many as I can, and you slow down, chill out. I've spritzed this with water by mistake. Okay. There we are. So, bobbing that like this. There. So my little lighthouse, I just adore, isn't that a beautiful image? So that's my little lighthouse, sat on the front of the card, but on the inside of the card, what we're going to do, it's so funny, like all crafters are really neat and tidy. Mine are always really mucky. I've got ink everywhere. It does make me giggle. I'm not precious, as you can tell, but it's more of an idea as opposed to the finished work. You know what I mean? Because, I mean, you're never going to send a card that's got all that ink splodges on, but it makes me giggle. Now, inside, what I want is this little shipwreck island. This I love. Now, we haven't shown you the shipwreck island yet, but it's such a cool stamp. And when you look through here, you can decide which bit of this stamp you want. So it might be the end of the island, like this one. It might be the centre of the island, or it might be the other end of the island. I like this other end of the island. So what I'm going to do is get the bit I actually cut out of the card. So this is the aperture I actually cut out. Okay, now, because with this, it is a textured card, so I'm actually going to find, in fact, oh no, it's there, that's okay. So I'm going to use my stamping platform, because it's a textured card, and it's live TV, so I don't trust myself to stamp on it perfectly. So if you use your stamping platform, at least it's going to give you, you know, a bit of a chance to actually get that stamp correct. Now, I've decided, remember, that it's going to be this part of the stamp that I want. So if I pop my little base there, so this is the actual aperture that I've cut out. And this is easier, rather than actually stamping in the card directly, you're better doing it this way, because at least this way, I know that I'm going to get a perfect print. Whereas if I was stamping on the card itself, because again it's textured, you've only really got one go, you know. Whereas this, if this doesn't work, it doesn't matter, I'll just create another insert for it. But if I stamp on directly on my card, then I'm going to have to cover it up. So it's just a little bit of a get out clause, just in case your stamping doesn't go to plan. And let's face it, that happens with all of us. You know, I mean, some of my demonstrations, it's like, good grief, that wasn't meant to occur. However, that's perfect. I love this stamp. Now, have a little look what's on this stamp. Can you get, shall I turn it to number 1? Because have a little look. This is so cool. You can see this is only a tiny part of the stamp. So this is your shipwrecked island. So what you've got are different little ships, but because it's Brian, what they've actually done, I don't know if they're shipwrecked or if they found boats, dragged them onto the island and made them into little homes. Because all of those are like lovely little houses. Honestly, I love that stamp. Literally, I'd like to live there. That's why I just think it looks fantastic. If you're going to live on a desert island, you might as well repurpose a few little shipwrecks. Well, I cleaned this. Does our Catherine need to tell us about that stamp? Over to you.
Thank you. Do you know, that's recycling at its best, isn't it, with the shipwreck there? Let's have a look at that stamp set. Our little treasure, that's what we're calling it. You can see all of those wonderful details there right on the stamp set itself. 12 individual stamps is what you're getting here. I've got 1 or 2 more samples to show you as well. Some of them are the stamp in its entirety. Beautiful background on this first one, actually. And then I've got one where only a tiny fraction of the stamp set has been used as well. Isn't that wonderful? Who did this one? This is Rizella. Beautiful. Rizwana.
I'm thinking of our Rizella then. Sorry, Rizwana. I was thinking of our Rizella.
Well, she's a lady of many talents, so I wouldn't have been surprised. Absolutely wonderful. Oh, you can really go to town with the colours, can't you, as well? Let your imagination run absolutely wild. Love the fact that we've got the bunting in between the 2 houses there, 2 little islands. Perfect background for them again. Look at the sea there as well with those waves. You are my little treasure. Oh, now you don't have to do a full scene, of course. I love that. The simplicity of it is absolutely incredible. You're my washed up shipwreck. I like that as well. How often would you put that on a card? Well, if you've got this stamp set, I think you'd use it quite a lot, wouldn't you? I've got 1 more to show you as well. More colour on this one yet again, but you can see completely different to the one with the bunting. The 2 islands are being put together. You've still got the little houses there, but it's created that little village almost, hasn't it there? Very busy on this set. I am not surprised. Half the stock has gone. £12.99 is the price. You've got a £4 saving today. 265,621. You've got all those sentiments in there that we've mentioned as well. Yes, 12 stamps for that price. Incredible value. Now, you've been shopping ahead for the next one. It's another favourite, I've got to say, Ramshackle. Now, we've heard Leonie's little stories. I love to see stamps, and I often say it, you know, you do tell those stories, don't you? You can use your imagination, you can create as you go along and make those stories up straight away without even Leonie stamping anything out on paper. She'd made those stories up. You're going to create your own. Look at the balloons here, the hot air balloons. These are just wonderful. You've got your beer barrels there. Look what's in the baskets. There's no people in there. They are delivering. Or is it landing? Do you know, this is one of those. Are they taking it away? Are they taking it off somewhere? Or is it arriving at the pub?
Yeah.
Is it supplies?
Yeah.
Yes, maybe they're shipping out. I don't know. Just a wonderful stamp set. Again, great for your imagination. If you just want to go with those balloons. I know we've seen some in the past on other sets as well. If you want to break this one down, you certainly can do. If you want to use the stamp in its entirety, any excuse again there. Which part? Where would we be? I wonder if this has got to be a cellar in there, hasn't there? You can imagine us all here at the craft store in the Ramshackle Inn, can't you? You really can. 762-351 is the item number. £7 saving on there today. Only £22.99. You're getting 16 individual stamps. Now we're going to head right back to our Leonie now to see what she's up to. I can see she's got a lovely pencil or crayon in her hand.
Colouring in, doing a little bit of colouring in. These are so nice to colour in. I mean, because there's so much detail in them, and it's one of those, you know, you really can get carried away. There's just so much. And the thing is, they don't have to be perfect. You know, at the end of the day, with these gorgeous images, because they are all quirky and fabulous, it means you can, you know, you can add anything. They can be really, really distressed. You can just go for it. Now, I'm not colouring the whole thing. It was just, while you were doing that, I thought I'd just add a little bit of colour. And these are some of the beautiful Staedtler shows, some of the beautiful Staedtler pens that we had on yesterday's show. So do check that out. But just see a bit of colour, building that up, and it does bring those images to life, quite frankly. I absolutely adore these. So just bringing a grey in. So all my lovely little rocks, see. And you can leave a little bit of light there. So it don't do it perfect, just do nice scribbly colouring in. Because you want a little bit of light so it looks like it's, you know, it's not all solid, one solid colour. See, it just pops to life, doesn't it? As soon as you start adding colour in it. I adore these. There. I won't glue it all in because let's finish it off. She says, getting a hold of another grey. Literally. My brain absolutely doesn't listen to me. But it's really addictive, isn't it? And it's one of those you want to finish it. And it's like, oh yeah, but I've nearly done it now, I've nearly done it. And I haven't nearly done it at all. Because I'm just doing, the dark grey is just giving you, it's just darkening up some of those shadows. So it's just creating a little bit more depth to this. And it's nice actually because the cardstock, the more colour you layer, this one is a mixed media one, and the more colour that I layer on, because the ink's already wet, so it's actually blending quite beautiful, is that? Which is interesting. Every time I use mixed media card, I find something different. Anyway, that's what that is. And then, obviously, inside, we've got our amazing little... Oh, look, how fabulous is that? So, you need to get this positioned right, of course. What I'm going to do, I mean, that does look mucky. If I was doing this as properly, I would absolutely cut either another aperture and put that there, or just use little bits of card on the edge there. I'd cut another aperture and cover that up so you wouldn't see it. This one, just because it's me and I've got mucky fingers everywhere, with something like this, I'd finish it with extra stamps. So I will glue this in situ first of all. So I'll put a little bit of wet glue there, not enough to actually squidge out the edge, and then put this in the aperture, so where you need it to be, pop it there like so, and then just close your card up. And that, look, isn't it good? So then when you open it up, oh, I do, my card making, I do apologise, I do annoy myself. I shouldn't even point out the where I've gone wrong, but I've cut the card dodgily at the bottom, honestly. Yeah, go on, show some pictures. Oh, how exciting. Let's have a look. Di sent some pictures in. Oh, these are lovely. So, yeah, so the one, oh, these are the originals from our Brian. That's the front and the inside of the card. Di, they are well cool. Absolutely beautiful. So, she said the big stamp, people might be intimidated, but she says if I can do it, anyone can. And that looks ace. And I know what Di's done there is actually, again, built extra onto that, because the bottom of that, it didn't have all those wonderful trees. So Di has added those. And I think she's added an extra swing as well on there. Di, I love that. And extra clouds. That's absolutely beautiful. Thank you so much, Di. That's really, really cool to see. And again, please keep those coming in. I love seeing what you have done. It's really, really cool. And it's just so inspirational. And it's ace because everybody builds their own scenes. You know what I mean? Everybody adds things to it. It's so good. Right, okay, this one. So obviously you've got extras on the stamp set. So we've got things like the little birds. Okay. Now, the island... Is it? Oh, okay, so the island is now limited stock. So if you do want to get hold of this one, you have to be checking out your baskets. It is really, really cool. Look, and inside, you see, expand that image. So take your little birds. So on the outside, you've got your little birds, but you can bring them on the inside. You can even, on the inside, you can even, like, add little trees and things like this. But you're my, I do love the sentiments. Oh, it's technically sold out. I am so sorry. That has technically sold out. If it's in your basket, please check your baskets out. It's not yours until that basket is checked out. So please make sure you do that and get this winging its way to you. I'm going to have to put the sentiment on because this is obviously my favourite sentiment. You're my washed up shipwreck. Isn't that the best? You're my washed up shipwreck. It's my favourite one. It is a good Valentine's Day card. That makes me giggle every time. I think that's ace. And of course, look. Love that. Absolutely love it. What I'd do now is colour this in so you won't see all my inky splodges. Put an aperture there, so obviously that's finished, and colour that in so it really stands out. But I hope that's just give you some inspiration. And yeah, I mean, you're me washed up shipwreck. How many cards have you ever sent with that on? But all of them should have that on. Right, I will get ready for another demonstration. Over to you, Catherine.
Oh, thank you, Leona. Yes, I love that as well. Oh, I don't know. I've got to say, though, looking at Di's images there, I think she'd used her own words on her card as well. And that's what you can do with all of these stamps. You know, you've got some great quirky sentiments in there, a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but make your own sentiments up as well. They work so perfectly because you're telling that story. Now, what we've got here, right at the start of the counter again, we've got a lovely little bundle for you. £11 saving here. Now, you've got a lot going on because, let's have a look at this. You've got 3 A5 clear stamp sets. You've got the Castle. You've got Lost with Friends. You've also got Create Magic. 22 stamps in total. With that £11 saving, it brings it right down to £39.97. I believe we've got Flexi on this one as well, if I remember correctly. You can see that Castle there. You know, it's the same thing for me. Is it the cottage first or is it the castle? I'm guessing the castle was there first, but you know, it could be the groundskeeper, it could be, I don't know, somebody who just found some washed up wooden bricks on the pathway there and decided this is a good place to build a home. Who knows? Again, you tell the story. Yeah, it could be a troll. That's what our Meg thinks. It could be. It could. And you can extend the castle if you want to. You tell that story, as I say. Now, this set that we're looking at, the rhinoceros, I have never seen anything quite like this. This is just amazing. Let me just find the right one so I can... Do you know, maybe I'm the only person in the whole world that's never seen a rhino stamp that's actually a house. In fact, look at the front there. You can see the tracks. It's like a tank. You've got the tracks of the tank there. I have seen samples in the past as well where the rhinoceros head has been used separately, so you can definitely break this one apart as well. Absolutely incredible imagination from Brian. And then, of course, the one that was used in the demonstration there, we have got that for you as well, that lighthouse. I really want to live where the light lives, in that lighthouse, just so I've got a good view. Yeah. Everybody else can live in the cottage below. I want to live where the light is. Now, I wonder if I would get a bit seasick up there, though. £11 saving, 2 payments of £19.99, 866-420 is the item number. Do take advantage of that saving. That is such a good buy, isn't it? If you think about it, yeah, the stamp sets individually, £16.99 each. You are saving £11. That is an incredible deal. Now, we have got more to share with you as well and to remind you about. Now, there's lots going on this counter. There really is. So the more you go for, the more incredible those stories you're going to tell. Now, this is Head in a Shed. Head in a Shed. It's a shed on a boat. Why not? Why not indeed? And again, you can see this is deconstructed, isn't it, a little bit? So you can see there the boat itself, you've got the shed, you can break that apart, you can use the shed on its own, you could build up a whole nother village there as well. You've got some great detail in this one. I've got some more samples to show you. Oh, let's see what this one says. You are not a drop in the ocean, you are the entire ocean in a drop. I like that. I don't think I read that one before. I must have missed that before. That is fantastic, isn't it? Head in a Shed. And we've got more here. Do you know, again, break this one down. You don't have to use the entirety of the stamp. Love the background there. Just your inky backgrounds. I can see that's been done with the pigment powders. That's all it needs, isn't it? Just a little bit of black ink. There we are. A little bit more colour if you want to use it. Oh, look at that sunshine there. And then all in monochrome, look, the black and the white. Sail away. Sometimes we all feel like doing that, don't we? Just sail away and see where we end up. Yeah. There we have Paradise Island. Oh, Paradise Island. Now this is nice as well. Using your heat embossing powders. Beautiful. There's your head in the shed again, and a gorgeous background on this one as well. £12.99 for this set. 7 stamps, £4 saving, 520360. Now the next one has been busy as well. Now this one is called Serene. 10 stamps in this one. Another one that is great to construct together. It's kind of a main stamp deconstructed. Let's have a look at calm, serene, peace, tranquil, rest, dream, meditate, still, relax. Oh, all those words that we just can't sort of practice right at the moment because it's just always so busy here at the craft store, and that's the way we like it. But when you get home, maybe you will relax with these stamps. Absolutely beautiful. Let me show you some of these because this is a really clever set actually. Now this one, if I show you, this is just foiling. How amazing is that? The Sky Leonie in this is incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, it's beautiful. And I do, again, Brian's artwork is amazing because, yeah, the actual, the top of the stamp is the stamp. So he's done that kind of reverse thing where he's used the white space and it's just lines to create that sky. I love that image. I just think that is, again, it's just a little bit dreamy. It's beautiful, isn't it?
It is.
Absolutely
I love the reflections
beautiful.
you've got there. Are they in the stamp itself or are they drawn in separately?
The little wobbly lines?
Yeah.
I think they've been drawn on separately.
Have they been drawn in? Let's have a little look.
Yeah.
Doesn't that look effective?
Yeah, just to make it
Because
look
it
like
doesn't
it's...
have to
Oh,
be-
no,
are
they are
they
on.
there?
They are on. The little
Oh,
wobbly
so
lines,
they
I tell a
are.
lie, they are on. And that just makes it, it gives you the impression that they're in the water.
It definitely does.
Cool, innit? It's
Beautiful.
just so cool.
Oh, there's another one here. I love the colouring of this one as well.
Yeah,
a little bit
it's
of
beautiful.
sparkle in the sky.
It's one of those that it's... And can you see the birds as well?
Yeah.
It's just what I think that is such a really a serene stamp.
Yes.
You know, it's just so relaxing. Even though, to be fair, climbing up to it wouldn't be. But you'd have to get out of a boat and climb up.
You must have to go at one side, look, and walk all the way through to come down the other side.
Yeah,
Because there's no ladder on the middle too, is there?
Nope. Nope. I mean, you ain't got much privacy in that one. Unless it's all yours and then it doesn't matter.
Well, I'd like to think that's the case.
Yeah.
Meg says put a slide on there and slide down.
Yeah,
See, that's
that'd be
clever.
great.
You've got the 2 together with the ladders there and 3 sort of individual ones on their own.
That's
there.
like the worst naughty step you can ever imagine. It's like we've stuck you in the end house and we've taken your ladder away until you think about what
can
you've
you
done.
imagine?
You think about what you've done.
Brilliant. £12.99, a £4 saving, 490473 is your item number there. The next one, let's have a little look. This is Sail Away. Sail Away. Yeah, no, don't they just work so brilliantly? I can imagine whole frames full of images, and you could just keep creating. There's no end to you know where it will end because you can just keep going and going and going and going. And every single time they use these stamps, you'll tell that different story. You'll create something different. You'll deconstruct. Now, £12.99 is going to get you Sail Away. 10 stamps in this set, £4 saving, 014142, and we can see we are sailing away on this card as well. Another beautiful background. Look at that. Absolutely gorgeous. Oh. I love the water. Do you like the water? You do, don't you? Because you want the boat,
Yeah, I want to live on a boat. Yeah, I'm a fan of the water.
So am I. So am I. £12.99. Make sure you check your baskets out, everybody. If you're going for 1 set, 2 sets, or the whole counter, make sure you check those baskets out. Now, what about this sentiment? Cast your worries and fears overboard, so you may sail free upon a tranquil ocean. Yes, that sounds very inviting, that ocean, doesn't it? 014142 is the item number there for you. Now, we've got more collections. Of course, if you shop by brand, just go to the web shop, have a look for brands, look for A for Art Inspirations, and you'll find much more besides the items that we're showing you today. We've got all those different artists that have provided their lovely work to Art Inspirations, so plenty to choose from. There we go. Right, let's get back to Leonie because we've still got time for more demo.
Marvellous. I'm just still playing with that one. Yeah, I'm just colouring it in, to be fair. But I'll pop that one to one side. Now, something I love doing with art inspiration stamps, and with all of them, to be fair, but with Brijon, same, is obviously pattern building. These are made for you to create your own. So these are made for you to create your own scene completely. So the one I decided I'd work with is actually the this one, so the pub one, okay. The ramshackling. So fun and good times at the ramshackling. And it is, again, it is magnificent because there's so much going on here. And it's the different elements. Like you have got the ladder, you've got a little fence there, you've got the little aerial, the little lamp on there. I mean, there's so many extra elements that you'll use on the other stamps as well. And I love that. I love the fact that you can mix and match them. So the one I'm going to take, first of all, is the bottom. This is going to be the bottom of my little old. Which one shall I go for? Let's go for that. Now I'm using a cardstock that's that I've used as a background before. As I say, I kind of like doing things like this because you've already got colour on it, so it just makes it look interesting. Obviously, with this, it's one of those. It might end up that my splodge becomes something, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. So, popping that element on first, okay, and that one is ace. It's all about that detail again, you know, the little boxes, the little blinds, everything is very ramshackly. Do you know, everything that does look like it's been put together a little bit skew-whiffy, but it's okay, it works. So we're having that there first. We're also going to put on, and one of the things on this one, and when you look at the original, it's got these lovely little extra elements that have been added on, and you can just imagine, you know, it's like, oh, we need another layer. Well, we'll just stick we'll just stick a platform on. It'll be right. I know we've got our house on that platform, but it'll be right. So it's one of these little extra dodgy elements that have been put on, and then it's up to you where you go. Now, I've already created a mask for this, so I'm only doing 2 masks, but masking that one off, I'm masking this one off. Now, because I've masked those off, it means the stamps I use don't have to sit on that perfectly, because now they'll look like they sit behind that image. So where do you want to go with this? And now I'm going to go off pieced from the one I've already created because I can. So let's have a little look-see. I must admit, oh gosh, this is where it gets tricky, because I have got a lot of stamps and they'll all mix and match beautifully together, so the choice is yours. I do like, I must admit, from the Rhino set, there is a really nice one that looks a bit spooky actually. This one, these look a little bit haunted, and when you mix and match them with the tree, they look really spooky. So I'm going to take this one first of all, and this one. So this is from your little rhino head, and that one is going to sit. I'm going to pop. It is just, yeah, regular day at work. Your rhino head details are just there for you. And again, yeah, when have you ever seen a stamp like that? I mean, the imagination is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. So that's my first one. Now you could mix it up. You know, we've got, obviously on this one, we've got tons on this one, and they don't have to all be sort of ramshackly. You know, someone might have been building with wood, but someone might have found some bricks and stuck some little bricks on it. Do you know what I mean? So don't think you have to stick to the same design, because you absolutely don't. What I would suggest, however, when you're building these, is just look at them first of all, see where they, because I'm putting it on, but obviously it's the other way about. So see how they sit on, see what works together before you actually commit yourself to popping them on. I love that one, but before I pop that one on, I am going to go with this one because I adore all these elements. I think they're seriously cool. And I love the fact, like this one. So with my ramshackle in, let's have a see. I want to build this up so it's not just a little one. So that one. So someone has managed to find bricks. And it's like they're all a bit jealous about the guy who's found the bricks. So this one is going to sit just there like that. I don't need to worry about positioning because obviously I have got the mask on there. So that's going to go there. Again, with this one, because I've got a little platform there, I can build it up. So I might build it up and pop this one on. I love this stamp set. It's so, so cool. So this one is there. Like that. Boom. I mean, how cool is that? And see, they do, I mean, that and that look different, but don't panic. This is yours. This is your creation. If you want it to be different, you can have it different. And that's the wonderful thing about it. And then we're going to pop this little roof on, like so. How cool is that? I love it. Honestly, this proper makes me happy doing things like this. It's another one of those that it just entertains me. Now this one, let me see, I really like that one as well, but I think that one's going the opposite way. Yeah, that's going the wrong way. I need it to be going to the way about, So it can't be that side, it needs to be to the side. Bear with, please, hold the line, caller. So that one would be that side. Well, that could be kind of cool because that could be falling off a little bit, which I like, but no. Sorry, I am faffing, aren't I? I do apologise. I mean, I'm saying I apologise. There was no sincerity in that apology. It was lacking any depth, that one, wasn't it? Because I don't at all, because I'm enjoying myself. So I don't care. That's the truth. I am going back to this one because I do love this one. And this one overhangs just wonderfully. And it's funny, really, because when I'm doing this, you think about, oh, well, yeah, you know, if that's overhanging like that, how's that going to stand there? I mean, when Brian does these, you know, you get them at the most fabulous angles. So don't overthink it. It's okay. But, yeah, and it's possibly not real. But I just think that is phenomenal. But then it's adding the little extras, and this is where it really gets fun. However, I do want it to be stood on something. So this is when, you know, the little stilts that you've got on there for your houses. I'm all over the shop. I do apologise. I've basically used every single stamp set on the thing. So this is the one that's got that little boat with a shed on it. Shed in the head. Oh, I've got my head in the shed. I've got my head in a shed. Yeah, see, I tell you what, how many days have you got your head in a shed? Oh, today I've got my head right in a shed. Okay, now, this is a fun bit. Take these off. So now, boom. I mean, how cool is that? It's just so cool. And then, obviously, now you've got all your little elements. So, first of all, we've already learnt from Brian that if we take our little drawing pen, at the bottom, you just want to be putting little elements that will make these look like they're in the water. Okay? Just put a few little squiggles on, maybe circles around them as well, because that will make them look like it's in the water, like so. Okay? So that's our little thingy-my-bobs in the water. So now look at all the elements. Every single one has got elements. So you are now just left with so many things that you can pop on this. Like, for instance, we have got a ladder. So if you were thinking, okay, how are they going to get up? You could put a little ladder on it, which is quite cool. The ladder, this is the ladder that is in the ramshackle inn. So that's my little ladder from my ramshackle inn. I mean, boom, look at that. Doesn't that look good? It just looks perfect. And this is what I love about it. It doesn't look like I've made it up. Do you know what I mean? It's like, oh, that looks like it's actually proper, like that were meant to be there. You've also got, again from the ramshackle, if I take the light, look at this, if I take a little lamp, so I'm going to pop a little lamp off the top of this one. Look how cute. So that's your oh, is it? Okay, ramshackle is now limited stock. If you do want the gorgeous ramshackle in, please check your baskets out. The ramshackle in, I'm also taking the aerial. So one of my little houses has also got an aerial so they can watch telly. So that's your little aerial. What else shall we take? Let's take from, now, what's this one called? The one with the big building. You are the storyteller. Storyteller! So, from our little storyteller, on that one, you've got a fabulous little lamp on there as well. But this is one of your tall lamps. I'm not going to ink it all. So, if I just do that, pop it there, you've got a little lamp. How cute is that? And it is. And I mean, literally, there's so much on these. It's ridiculous. And I can keep going. I think I'm probably happy with that, though. I think I put so many elements on there that I think it will do job. Yeah, I'm happy. Shall I show it to camera one? So, look at that. How cool is that? And it is. I've created that myself completely, and this is why I love it. This is the other one that I did, and that one was the one I was aiming for, but obviously, you know, you do it different every single time, and that's why I love this collection. Every single time you can create your own artwork. Oh my gosh, can we see that picture? From Katie, that's well cool. Oh my gosh, I'm just nipping off to have a look at that proper. That's so cool. You've got the island in the back, that looks really good. The ramshackle in the middle. Okay, so your imagination is fabulous because you've literally created a full scene. You know, your little island, the boat's going to in, obviously, and she's used one of the stamps from one of the other collections because that's the little ice cream man. So they're having beer and ice cream delivered. Fabulous. Who doesn't want to go to Ramshackle Inn? Come on, we'll have our Christmas do there. Thank you ever so much for sharing that. That's so cool. We have had other pictures. We're so sorry. It does take a little while for us. I know, because I had to go up producing. It's really tricky to actually get the pictures and do stuff with him. But thank you ever so much. I really do appreciate those. So always keep those sent in. I love seeing what you've done. Anyway, enough of me, really, because are we giving a little round up or something?
We can do that. And we never have enough of you, Leonie. Never, ever, ever. Now, our star of the show has got to be the bundle, of course. This is incredible. You've got 3 stamp sets there straight away. So you've got the castle, you've got Lost with Friends and Create Magic. 22 stamps in total. £11 saving on the bundle and flexi as well. So it doesn't get much better than that, does it? 866 420 is the item number that you need. Do you know, watching you there as well, Leonie? I've said this so many times, but my favourite childhood book was The Enchanted Wood, the Magic Faraway Tree. And rather than being in the water, I was thinking I would build a land. I'd have the clouds at the bottom and another land at the top of the tree.
Cool. That'd be so cool.
See, you just look at the stamps and you're telling those stories. Check those baskets out. Don't miss out on those bargains. Leonie, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I'll see you tomorrow.
What a fun show. I loved that. Stay with us though. More to come. Yes, it's that time again. We're going to launch another one-day special. We've got Clever Prince Misfits, and then we've got a Pink Frog Happy Hour. Don't miss out on that. You need a card stock. Then back with Clever Prince at 8.
Did you know you can continue watching the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If it's not already connected, use your remote control and select Network Settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember, you will need your router's password at hand, whether you're on a wired or a wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type thecraftstore.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcasts and access to previous shows. Now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite TV shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Emma.
And I'm Pam.
And we're from Quilters Trading Post. We've been open since 2007, so we're coming up to 10 years now.
We've got lots of people who now come into the shop and tell us that they've seen us, and that they've enjoyed the demonstrations, and they've watched us over and over again.
Make sure you don't miss our shows.
Hi, I'm Donna and this is my brother Simon and we're Pearly Winks Craft Supplies. We've been crafting since we were very young. My mum got us into crafting and we've been loving it ever since.
We have a good selection of inks. We started with our Winks, which are just a water-based ink, and then went on to the pearls. We've added some chalks, we've got some glitter sprays, and then we've added some beautiful stamps to complement the inks.
We've got a fantastic design team who help us with all our designs for the stamps, and we've got a great range of inks which we manufacture ourselves here in the UK.
Our pearl sprays and our Pearly Winks are loaded with mica, so they give you amazing results on your projects.
Hello, good evening. It's 6 o'clock. It's that time again when it's a brand new one-day special launch. And we are talking, I love this, Misfits. Talking Misfits, that's what we're talking. They're really good fun. It's a really good fun collection. Without further ado, Charmaine is in the building.
Thank you, Alex.
You're welcome.
I'm in the building.
She's here. She's here. I was just saying, I really love the colour of your hair today.
Yeah, ditched the pink and went back to the purple.
Love that, love that. So, we've got a complete collection. There is a one-day special, but the complete collection has such a good deal on it, and especially if you're a Freedom member. So, we've got first off the DL stamps, haven't we, Charmaine?
Yeah, you've got 3 DL stamps and there's lots of filler-in stamps in there as well that you can mix around with, and they'll mix in with lots and lots of other different ones as well. I had a quick play with them. I thought, oh, I could use this with this. Oh, yeah. I could use this with this. Oh, I could use this with this. So you can stamp them out in various different ways and you can make umpteen different sort of designs with them. The girls have seen various different things between fish, monsters, octopuses, just, you know, they're very abstracty, so they're quite, you know, funky to work with as well. And then you've got one main feature stamp with a lady with one eye. To me, it's very, oh God, what's the artist called now? Van Gogh-y, but you know, that sort of where you can just splash colour at it and go crazy with it and mix all the stamps together.
Amazing. Here we go. I'm trying to turn these around. And I was never meant to be a floor manager. Never.
No.
But anyway, I do have the boards.
Yeah, so I've stamped out all the boards. So one of the first things that I do is, I mean, I don't like doing sample boards because they bore the pants off of me. But I've done you the sample boards. So the first thing that I do is I stamp them out onto paper and then I cut them out as masks.
Yes.
And then I'll stamp them out on paper and then I'll colour them in and cut them out and then move them all around and see what I can make from them.
Love that.
But I have done your sample boards because I've been a good girl.
You have been a good girl. So this is our Hearts and Flowers, and I like this because it's got a nice scribbly effect.
It has, yeah. It's very sort of doodly, and so you can just throw colour at it, or you can colour in if you want.
Amazing. And then we've got, here she is, the lady herself. What were you going to call her?
I've got a couple of names for her. We'll call her Big Bird today.
All right, fair enough. Love that. And then you've got the words, misfit artist, never fit in, wild child, perfect.
And of course, you can chop into the never fit in. I've actually chopped that apart, so I've got never and fit in. Right. Because if you want to put artist, never fit in, nah, ditch that one, artist fit in.
That's cool, isn't it? I like that. And then we've got this one as well.
And that's the one that the girls have seen as either fish, monsters, aliens, really, really funky. I've done it a few times where I've stamped it several times together and masked it off, and then just had a real good fun colouring in.
Nice. So those are the boards. Have I shown you this one? Oh no, nearly missed that one. Here we are. So this one...
That's my first demo.
Ah, your own hero.
Yeah.
Not everything needs to make sense. Be nice. Be your own hero. Lovely. And more scribbly bits there. So, the one-day special. Apologies. There you go. It's all of the stamps on the official one-day special. Now, there is a £12 saving on this, and that carries over to the complete collection, so bear that in mind. It's £49.96. If you're a Freedom member, you want to go for the complete because there is an even better discount. Now, we haven't seen everything else that you're getting in the complete. You're getting the 3 stencils and you're getting the set of dies. We're already over 10% of the stock gone of the complete. So you're saving just under £40, because remember that £12 saving, that one carries over. So how would you describe the stencils? Quite abstracty as well?
Yeah, they are abstracty. You can break elements of them down, or you can just use them as the whole image itself for a background, obviously.
Yeah.
Or you can just use little bits, like I said. The top one, the one that you're going to come to in a second, with my psychic abilities.
Okie dokie.
One of the girls, in fact, I think it was Kay, she's turned that into snowmen, the top part of it.
Oh,
so
really?
The bottom part, obviously, you can see flowers in that one, but the top, she's actually turned it into 3 snowmen.
Yeah,
it's pretty cool.
It
So
is
yeah,
cool.
you can use it as abstract backgrounds, or you can actually use it as focal pieces as well.
There you go. So here we go. There is the stencil boards that you've done for us.
Yeah, so the first one is just the full image using 3 ink pads, and then the next one is the mop-up from it.
There's the mop-up. There you go, and then we've got this one.
Same again, I've just used the same 3 ink pads, and then you've got the mop-up there. And I quite like the mop-ups because it gives you almost like I was going to say a stencil effect, but like a line art effect. And then you can actually go in and colour in as well, so you can pull the colour from it. Obviously, all I've done with that is just press it down and clean it up with a bit of water.
Nice.
Bit of water.
I know what you mean. And then look at that one.
I think that's absolutely amazing. I loved using that one. You can double it up by stenciling it twice. It doesn't make a circle, it makes more like an oval, and it doesn't pattern match perfectly.
Right.
But then if you add something to the centre, it disguises it.
Excellent.
And the mop-up from it is quite cool as well.
It is cool, I like that. I might put that upside down, we'll sort that out. And then we're still going here, and by the way, over 10% of the stock has already gone on the complete. We have got the dies. You've got 6 dies.
There's a die, yeah, there's a die board. You see the heart one that's in the centre there with all the little bits that are pulling off from it? If you were to chop into that, I looked at it straight away and thought, oh, I see fish, and one of the girls has actually done fish from it, you know, like
so
almost
clever.
like swordfish.
Yes.
Is it swordfish?
Yeah, swordfish.
With the big long sort of beaks,
That.
yeah. And I thought, oh, cool.
Clever.
Yeah, totally different. So once you start die cutting them out and chopping into them, and I chopped the bases off the flowers themselves, and they look like needles to me. You see the eye of the needle?
Yes, I can.
And then I turned one into, by using the flowers, I turned them into butterflies by just chopping some of the wings off.
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
the bit that I thought was a needle, I turned that into, I just chopped in what would be the eye of the needle.
Right. This
and
one
made,
here?
Yeah, I made it the antennae for the butterfly. And then, of course, I run on a video called to Lou Sims, and she said, well, why don't you just use that bit? And Robbie was there at the same time, and she could just chop into that and chop that bit away, and you got a butterfly with things. And I was like, oh, clever guys.
Yeah, there you go. And you've done a negative for us as well, because you could use those as stencils too.
Yeah, down at the bottom, you see down at your thumb and your fingers at the bottom, you've got all the little X's there, and you've got little V's. So if you multiply cut them out, you'll get all the bits that come out, which are the bits that you normally stick on, but then you're making your own stencil from your dies as well. So I quite like the things that are multi-use. And with a big heart one of the girls has just used that as a stencil as well.
Right. Lovely. Well, I think we should see what the design team have done. I'm just going to put
now,
those
they've not
safely
had
there.
a long time with these,
Right.
and boy, have they kicked out some samples. There's a pile behind us, there's a pile underneath,
Yeah,
and
they
there's
have.
piles on the counter as well.
Amazing, look at that. Now while you're looking at these, if you're a Freedom member, it works out that at these prices it's just £1.66 per element. Love that. I love all of these.
I love the way that that's been chopped up. So you do the main image and then just chop it up as abstract. It's great when you get stamps and things that you can just chop up and then put back together.
Absolutely. But look at all these. This lady, they're all completely different.
I've only seen these tonight.
Oh, really?
And on the counter in front is one that Robbie, he disappeared off. He took some of my dolly board and he disappeared off, and then he come back and he got some other bits and pieces. And the card that you've got in your hand there,
the gold one,
is done like an Oscar.
Yes.
And
So
the one
I'll
that he's
pick
done
it up.
on the counter, he come back in and he created the Oscar.
Let's show
and he's
you.
really pleased with himself.
Good, well, good for him. Hang on a second.
I thought, what is he up to? and he comes back and he's made an Oscar. He says, now what you've got to do is you've got to put the craft store best-selling craft supplies ever and all that, blah, 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 blah. I went, Robbie, why can't you do that? I'm on with this.
Yeah.
And I can't spell.
Oh, bless you. But
so it's an Oscar.
The award goes to Miss Misfit. There you go. I think that's brilliant. I think that really is. Also you've done some wrapping paper, haven't you?
You wrap. So I laid down, you know, the kiddie rolls that you get. Rolls of paper, and you buy these cheap rolls of paper and the kids can just roll them out and chop a chunk off. So I laid it out on the table and I filled I got 3 little blocks, acrylic blocks, and I got some of the little Dipsy stamps that are in the collections, and I think I got either 3 or 4 ink pads and just went ink stamp, ink stamp, ink stamp, ink stamp, and quite quickly filled up a table full of the big roll. But how much fun would that be with the kids?
Yes,
Get them
definitely.
to make you wrapping paper.
That sounds good to me.
Keeps them occupied.
Yeah,
just a few little stamps.
Saves you money as well, because wrapping paper can be quite
it's
expensive.
very expensive. And I also found that cheap roll was actually quite good to wrap with, whereas you can buy some expensive wrapping paper.
Yes, you can.
And it's naffy.
Yeah. And you put your finger through it and all the corners or whatever.
Tell me about it, yeah, especially at the corners, and it bursts, and then you've got to start again, otherwise you can see what's in it.
No, I know. More samples just very quickly, but now we are approaching 20% of the stock gone. It's absolutely flying out the doors.
Look at that one. That's one of the alien spaceships.
So cool. And then this one with the googly eyes.
You're just chopping them up.
Nice. Right then, so remember, as a Freedom member, if you go for the complete collection, what was it we said? We're saving just under £40 there, because you've got the £12 saving that carries over from the one-day special option, and then a further £27.39. And you can spread the cost. 2 payments of £33.27 for your first instalment. 709665 is your item number. Now, we've also got some really cute happy hour deal. Well, it's a deal where you get the 2 together, actually. So
wow.
You've got such a good saving.
That is a cracking saving, Alex. They were $16.99 each, I think. So they're an A5 stamp. So it's not even like buy one, get one free, is it? That's a ridiculous price. And you're getting both of them.
You're saving £18. That is
silly,
mad.
isn't it?
Now, we don't have a lot of these, so I do need you to be quick. Brilliant open space for colouring, and you could you could stamp this for the kids and get them involved as well.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you're just starting out with your colouring, because there's so much open space, that's great stamps to practice on as well.
Look at him or her. There you go. There's some really funky designs here.
I remember when they first came out, and I think one of the girls turned the frog into a car or a pram, I can't remember, and
Wow.
I just saw a hot dog.
It's amazing what you can see though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Lovely. So for these 2 big stamp sets, £11.98. Item number is 680111. Here's the website at thecraftstore.com. Now, you can get all of the elements individually from the complete collection, should you wish, but there's not many of them. So if you do want to pick a favourite, absolutely fine, but you do have that really, really good saving on the complete. We've also got the mixed media cardstock, which I know so many people love using. And do you know what? If you're not a Freedom member, please do become one. You can opt out next month if you wanted to, but then you'll get that extra saving on the complete collection. It's 88888. That is your item number. Lovely stuff. Shall we? Are you all right then?
It's just a bit hot. I shouldn't wear a jumper, should I? It's been so cold outside
I
at
know.
night time. I thought,
That's the thing.
put a jumper on this morning because I went into town and I
Yeah.
was like, now I come in here with the lights on, I'm like, I'm melting.
Bless you. We can get you some water as well.
Right, yeah, that would be excellent, Alex.
nice.
Right, okay, so the first one that I'm going to use is your own hero, which is this stamp set. So you can see that you get this rather large one, which I'm going to use, and then you get all these words in there and little dipsy ones in there too. So let's get cracking, shall we? Stop talking, start moving. So first of all, I've got it in my stamp press, and I'm going to take a piece of, move that to one side because I'm going to do the card base first. Piece of my mixed media card, and I'm going to fold it inwards like so to make a gatefold card. And just hold that with my fingers, grab my bone folder. You can do measurements if you've got one of these fancy boards and things, but I'm just, need for speed, I just kind of bring it into the middle and then score it out like that, and then that makes my gatefold. Does that make sense so far?
It does.
It does indeed. Good, good, good. Right, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to line it up inside my stamp press and check where I want it to be. So the first thing that I do is, obviously, I stamp them out and then I cut images out so that I can make masks, because I like masking things. And then the next thing that I do is I stamp a sheet with loads and loads of stamps on, and you use the same sort of colour cards, colour pens or paints or whatever that work together. And then I'll cut them all out and then I'll mix them all around and see what works, if that makes sense.
Yep.
With each other. Now, because the card is folded and flipping up like that, I'm just going to wipe off where I made my mistake there and place that down. Okay, so good firm pressure all the way up. Obviously, with one of these, we can go back in and re-ink if I've missed any images. Which with big stamps is quite, yeah, miss a tiny little fraction there. So whether or not it was me not putting ink on or not pressing, yeah, I didn't put ink there, so it's there somewhere. And I've done it again. Scruffy. Right, okay, press that down. There, happy with that. Right, so I've got this image on here. I can do exactly the same on the other one, but I've got one pre-done. So I'm just going to take this one off and put it back on its carrier shape. And just so I don't get mucky fingers and spread it all over when I pick it up again, just give it a quick wipe down with the tissue. Where did the elastic band come from?
The which one?
Elastic band.
Oh, I see.
Mystery elastic band appears. So I just pop that one back. So if I take that one out, my stamp press, close that up and pop that to one side. And you put that down. I'm now going to bring in a piece of white card. The reason why I've got the white card is just so you can see, because I'm using an acrylic block for my watercolouring. And I want some scrap card of the same type of card so I can see what my colours are. And we will start with a selection of blues. So all I'm going to do is scribble a little bit of colour on there. Thank you for your water. There we go. It just flew in. And I'm going to take, I can't find my regular water brush.
You ended up dipping it in that one.
Was that for me to drink?
Yes. That's all right, we can get you another one.
Look at my posh water container.
I have to say, it's very nice.
So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add a little bit of water to
You needed it anyway.
I did, I thought it came at that time. Yeah. And I'm just going to pick up a little bit of colour. And this is going to be quite light, obviously, because the colour is quite intense, but I've watered it down. And it's great because it goes quite a long way. Then I'm going to add a little bit underneath to this one. And just around the edges there. And I will, in a second, dig into my handbag and get my smaller paintbrush out in a minute, Alex, so you'll have to show something. Then I'm going to go for a pink now, so I'm just going to take my pink. I'm going to put pink, I'm actually going to go up and around, it's pinky purple, and up and around, and I'm going to pull the colour from the ink that I've just put on. So I'll give that a little wiggle. in the water. That should have been drinking. And I'm just going to pull some of that colour off, but I'm going to leave it. I'm not going to blend it in. I'm going to leave it as is because I will go back to it when it's drier, if that makes sense. Just add a little bit more colour. So it'll look a little bit quirky, but it'll be fine. So get that one done. And then the bottom one, I'm going to go with a strong purple. Now, I really like purple, so I'm going to go right over the top of that one, and I'm going to do a stronger purple. And then I'm going to stick with the colours that I've used. Just going to put a little bit here, a little bit there, so it's quite intense. Grab that paintbrush really quickly. It's just got water on. I haven't cleaned it, so I will still have a little bit of that pink, but I know that they'll work together, so I'm not bothered about that. So just do that like that. And it's come together quite quickly, so with what's on my brush, I'm just going to put that over the top of that and mix that in. Okay, now you can colour them in whatever colours you wanted, but I didn't want to go neat pink or red, and be normal. And then I'm going to go in my bag, so I'm going to pass it to you.
That's all right, I'll show you
just grab my
samples and
paintbrush.
things. Now, a quarter of the stock of the complete collection has gone. Oh, I didn't realise this. Okay, so this is all the stock we've got. Can't get any more, that's it, finito. I don't know where that word came from, but anyway.
Finito!
Finito. So what you've got in your complete collection are the DL stamps, which have such cool packaging as well. You've got your A5, is it A5 stamp?
A5 and then 3DL.
That's it, that's it. And then you're also getting your 3 stencils, and you have got the dies as well, and the whole thing goes together. I really want to show some samples just while you give us a thumbs up when you're ready.
I'm ready whenever you are.
Oh,
but
okay.
I'd love you to show the samples.
Yeah, that's good, all good. See that one? That's really, it's just so powerful and impactful.
It is, you know, just 2 big splats of colour and stamp and colour in the lips and the eyes, and boom, there you go. Yeah,
it's wonderful. Oh, that one's by Tracy. I'll try and name them. This one is by Jane. So that one actually looks quite pretty, doesn't it?
It is. It's completely different to the other one. And then right down at the bottom there, that is the die. And you know, I said if you cut into it, it looks like a fish. That's what the bit that looks like a fish to me.
Isn't that
clever? Do you see that as well?
Yeah, I can, totally. At the
That's
bottom.
all right then, I'm not going crackpot.
No, no, not at all. And then we go to our little things that are like monsters or spiders. That one is by Art Angel. And then we have another one here. There we go. Again, that one's by Art Angel. They're really clever. Oh, and then little ones with the hearts. How nice is this? And this one here, oh, that was by Shona. And this one's by Shona as well. Beautiful. Again, I'll show loads more. So once more to reiterate, if you're a Freedom member, the £12 saving carries over from the one-day special, which is the top row, the stamps, and then you get a further £27.39 off. So you're just shy of £40 off saving-wise if you're a Freedom member. It's 2 payments of £33.27 if you want to spread that cost. 709665. The happy hour deals flying out the door. Half the stock already gone. Half the stock gone. They're really fun, quirky stamps. Love these. Got another couple of samples here. There we go, our froggy. Lovely and colourful rainbow frog. And then, hang on, it's this way. Got this one. They're all so bright and vibrant, aren't they?
Yeah, you can go all sorts of different ways. You could go monochrome with them, or you could go, you know, bright colours. But I just think they're just such cheery stamps.
They are, aren't
and they? Big and bold. So if you are practising, fantastic way of practising your colour.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And paper piecing too.
Oh, good point. Oh, you're getting some pattern paper and stamp onto it. Right, £18 saving, way better than half price. It's just £11.98. The price will go back up at the top of the hour. That's unless it sells out. 680-111 is your item number. Back to you, Charmaine.
Okay, I've added a little bit more colour, so I've gone in neat with my pens. So I've just got a few different, you know, colours, just, you know, colour tint it. But I have got some already pre-done. It wasn't that, I wanted my pink again, stronger print. So just going to pull it. I'm not bothered if it cross-contaminates over onto the next colour and bleeds in, but You know, it's up to you if you want to wait for it to dry, but I'm just going to go solid colour. I know that when I put the pink next to the turquoise, I'm going to get a gorgeous colour. If you want to bleed the colour out, I think they don't have to be neat, because you could just bleed the colour out onto the paper and give it almost like a shadow effect with the actual colour that it is, and it doesn't look, you know, too bad. But I am actually going to be doing a neat and tidy card as well, if you understand what I mean. So that's roughly what I did. Now when it dries, I then get, where's my piece gone? Here, oh, there it is. Then I did it as I coloured it out, but you can stamp it direct on the card. So here's one that I did earlier, and once it's dry, I then go in with my pencils. So I've got 3 shades of pencils, and if you've got any areas that have bleeded out, then you can disguise it if you want neat and tidy. And I go around the outside edge with pencils. I break the nib off because I'm dozy and I press too hard. And we can just add a little bit of shading and tidy it up, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So, you know, if you've got any bits that have leaked out and it bothers you, you can tidy it up. But you have to do this when it's the ink is dry, if you're working with watercolour. Otherwise, it just chews up your paper and doesn't look good. And leave it as is. Now, once that's done, I worked on them a little bit stronger, and we've got these two. So you can see I've added more colour to that with the pencils. Put that one to one side. And I go in with my lightest one and blend it out. And then if we add these to the card, one like that and one like that, and we haven't actually stamped on top of it, we glue this one down, we can then cut that one away, or we could move it over, so that one's already on, so visualise them, and we can move this over so it's tighter, so they're overlapping, and what we get is this. So if I turn that one over, you can see where I've glued it, and I've cut around the piece there. So that one's glued straight on, so you could stamp straight on, and that's what we've got from that. But as soon as I was having a colouring session, if I move that to one side, this is the colours that I'm using today, and this is the colours that I started with. So this was like, you know, first attempt that I thought, I quite like them.
Yeah,
so I'm going to stamp them out again a few times. I'm going to play around with them. So I've got this one here. I'm going to show you how easy it is to cut out. And I have got them pre-cut out. So I do cut this one out like so. And when I do my, just move these one side, so I coloured them in exactly the same way as I've just done. When I do my cutting out, if I'm doing decoupage, then I cut part of the image off. I've started embracing the white space around the outside edge. It's up to you what you prefer. Me, personally, I prefer not doing the white space because I find it easy, because I'll actually cut part of the image off and it makes it your own and makes it speedier. But they are very, very simple shapes to cut out. So you have shown some of the samples where they've cut them like that, or they've masked them off and made them into various different objects. To me, this one is very just abstract. So you can go in with whatever your favourite colours are, but how simple is that? I mean, if you've got cutting machines, you can waz them in a
That's a great word.
in a cutting machine if you want. So we've popped that in the bin there, moved that one to one side, and then I took a piece of card and I started to arrange them where we've got 1, 2, 3. So I do the 3 that are matching, 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, come on you. 1,
See,
2.
I see sweeps.
Yeah, yes, with the tails, if you move it that way around. Yeah, with the tails. And then I glued them down. Now, then we can trim into it again. And what bits you trim off, so say we glued that down like that, and we trimmed this piece off here, we could add it over there. So let's just do that quickly. I won't glue it, because I do have one done, and I don't think you need to see me glue them down. So if we pop them like that, and we pop this one over, let's turn it. So it is kind of abstract here, and it was like that. And then if we get some black,
as well.
I forgot my L's. So I usually
L's.
Yeah, I usually have a couple of L's with me, but instead I will cut some L's. If I just do this, So if you trimmed, have I got that in the right area?
That's cool.
It is quite funky.
It is, it's
so you
really
can do that a
funky.
few times and you've got quite a funky picture.
Yeah.
But this is the card that I did. So just with a little greeting on the top
Yeah.
there. I think it's quite cool, whether it goes that way round or that way. And I've just matte and layered it with a stroke of pink. Over to you.
I really like that. That's so funky. Nice. All righty then. Yeah, let's show you. In fact, I'll tell you what I'll do first is I'll go back to the boards in case you didn't see right at the start. Okay, so let's looking at the one-day special. So if you just want to go for the one-day special, which is the stamps, the 3DL and the A5, there we go, that's that top row, then you can do that and you'll save £12. And so I'll show you the boards again for the one-day special options. You've got your hearts and your flowers. There's 7 stamps on there. And then you've got the, let's bring him here, whatever you see, which is very true. I think that's very true of that board. And next you have got your own hero. And last but not least, you've got the misfit. And you've got some sentiments on there as well. So you can spread that cost for the one-day special itself. 2 payments of £24 and some change. Now, if you want to go for the stencils on their own, we have got them for you. There we go. You have got all 3. And then Charmaine's done some more boards for us. And so what she's done is like your true, shall we say, inking through, and then a mop-up. They look really cool, actually. And then the next one, you've got your flowers, and then the mop-up. And then the third one, I think that's my favourite, with this, I can see like a fiery sun. I really like that. That's cool. If you want to just go for the stencils, £23.97, and there's a lot of elements on there. And as I always say, you don't have to use the full stencil, you can just use elements of it. Oh, has it? Right, the die on its own, that has sold out. That's why you need to be quick on this. So the only way you can get it is in the complete collection. So I'll show you the board of these just so you can see the dies if you go for the complete collection. And now over a quarter of the stock has gone of the full collection. As a Freedom member, you get a really good deal because you're not only saving £27.39, that saving from the one-day special of £12 also carries over. So you're saving just shy of £40. 709665 is your writing number. We have also got the happy hour deal. Here it is. Oh, just coming onto the screen. It's the lovely little frog. Well, why am I saying little? It's not little. Oh, sorry, we've just wrapped up on this. Apologies, I'm getting ahead. There it is. Okay, so you've got your frog, and then you've got your florals. Now you've got an £18 saving on this, and it's £11.98. That is really well better than half price.
I like that. Well better.
Well better. Great grammar, Alex. Great grammar. So this one, let's just show you how full this is. Isn't it cool? Look at all those bugs and animals and flowers. There's another big one here. Let's bring this in. Nice. Here's another one. Got some background papers in that. Very, very busy. £11.98. The price will be going back up in half an hour. Item number is 680111. Fastest way to order is, of course, if you go to the website at thecraftstore.com, but you can give us a call. I can't remember the new number yet, I've not learned it. Oh, there it is, thank you. 0330 175 552. That's going to take me so long to learn, Charmaine, because for 6 years I've been doing the old one. It's like embedded in my brain. Anyway, I shall hand back to you then, Charmaine.
At least it's on the screen.
Well,
post-it note.
Post-it, I know, that's what I'll need.
Right, I've got a folded a piece of card, the Mixed Media card in half, and I put it in my board. The stamp that I'm going to use is from the hearts and flowers one, so you get all these cooly woolly ones and lovely flowers and dipsy ones in there as well. So I'm going to ink that one up, and I'm just going to stick, it's exactly the same as what I did before. You can mix all the stamps up together, but I'm going to stick to using just one stamp.
Okay.
You know, so you could actually, you know, make so many different cards just using one image. So we've got that one there, so I'm just going to give that a wipe down because I'm going to lift and move. And then I'm going to go up the top here. As you're going to connect and ink again. So, and I'm using a VersaFine Claire as well, because I'm using the watercolour with that one.
Yeah.
And then I'll give it a quick wipe, or else I'll have it all over my fingers. And I'm going to position it down the bottom.
Oh, I like that.
There. I mean, I quite like that. I mean, imagine that stamped in embossing powder, heated up. It'd be a very, very fast wedding card, wouldn't it?
Yeah, or Valentine's.
Yeah. Or how many Valentine's cards do you make? I was thinking
just
of
for the one.
making.
Oh, I see.
Alex batch making her Valentine's cards.
To be fair, I take such a long time over my Valentine's card.
Oh, it's because you love him. Alex loves him. How long have you been together now?
I think in January it's 14 years.
Oh wow, and she still loves him.
I'm a very lucky girl, that's all I can say.
Bless. Oh, bless your cotton socks. So we've got those three on there. Back to crafting and not love. Right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to make, where's my scissors? There you are. I'm going to make a shape card again. So I'm going to flip that one over. I'm going to go in with my scissors. And again, I'm going to do the same thing, where I leave a little white edge. Now, the reason why I'm leaving a little white edge is because I don't want to be going up and down in those little bits there. So you kind of just wiggle it and make it your own. You could use a ruler, you could use a craft knife if you want. I'm quite happy with my scissors. But one of the things that I do like to do is, technical term now, I'm going to lob off some. So off it goes. So that'll be for me scrappy bits later. I'm going to turn it round so it's comfortable for me, and we're just going to go up and down and make our own little sort of pattern from it.
Yeah.
So up we go and around. I mean, of course you could have left it as it is, but I just think that they lend themselves quite well to shaped cards, so you know, it's not too boring flat. I mean, said that I do a lot of boring flat cards. Right, so now that we've got that and we get rid of that tiny little piece just to be neat, I'm going to get the stencil. So what I would like to do, and you didn't, you dozy Burke, but you have to do it with this, is I'm going to get, that's me, not you, Alex. I'm just going to get my little chopper out.
Okay.
And I would normally do this out of paper and not card, so I'm just going to cut a rectangle or a squarish piece. And that should have been in my prep bag as a mask. So I did cut a blue one, but I don't want to go rummaging now. So I'm going to place that underneath here.
Okay.
Like so. Luckily that's a white piece. And then I'm going to get my stencil there on the top. And just to be clean, I'm going to pop my piece of paper there. Sorry if that's all like white on white and doing your heading, guys. Then I'm going to choose two, put my ink back. I'm going to use the picked raspberry, or pickled as I like to call it.
I know, I used to call it that, I misread it.
And the I struggle to say that one, venomous poison.
Oh, is that a newish one?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, okay. So, well, it was on here, guys.
Was it?
Yeah, it was.
Who brought it on?
I think Lou Sims had it on.
Oh,
right.
did she?
Okay, so I'm going to start with my lightest one first. So, get my little finger thing, and we'll put a splash of pink on. I'm holding here because that's where my rectangular card is. And take this a little bit slow and steady.
Okay.
I didn't want to do down there. Oh, well. Hey ho. When I did my sample one, my dauber wasn't clean. So I got the weirdest looking colours ever. But I was like, hey ho, we'll run with it.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go down a little slightly bit over the pink, slightly, you know, mixing the two together so that we've got just the two colours, not going crazy, and having loads of different colours on here. So you just want a little bit of the pink. How many minutes, guys?
Only 20. It's flown by.
It does go so fast, doesn't it? So I want to see some guests come on and they do like 47 demos in 2 seconds and then make the time stand still. I think what's going on there. So I'm just going to flip and turn. Just look pretty cool, doesn't it? Being careful not to move that, because I want this pattern to kind of follow through with that pattern, if that makes sense. Okay, and cut. Do you see snowmen? So that's a little head, and that's the
upside down ones. Yeah, now.
Yeah,
I
we'll
can
do
see
that. So there is a sample there somewhere with the snowman
I'm sure
on.
I'll hunt
So
it out.
now, because I picked it up, I'm going with the venomous poison. How can they call purple poison?
Well, they used to say potions used to be sometimes that.
Oh, in the purple bottles, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder why I like purple. I've been called the Twisted Sister. Now I know why. Purple people eaters is what I used to say about purple. Have that bit on there and up, and then I'm just going to move my fingers over. So you can tape it down. It's just simple. I cannot be bothered. So we run with that. Okay, so lift that one off.
Cool,
so we've
nice
got this
white space.
little white space in there for your writing to go. And then when we close this up, you can still see that.
Yeah.
And if we flip that way, I have got one pre-done, but I'll just give it a quick splash of colour. So all I'm doing is following the artwork around, roughly wiggly like that, and do a little bit more. So these pens are really juicy. So let's get water on there and just pull that ink in. And then obviously when it's dried off, you can go back and add more. But where's my little piece? Here we go. And if I use that way, like that, we'll pull some of this in and just pop different splats of colour. So I'm not doing it exactly the same as the one that I've already pre-done. And I'm going to pick up the turquoise and pop that in as well. And you can see how them two colours mix together. So just know what your mixes are by experimenting. And then we'll do the bottom one. I'm going to spin it round because I find it easy to go that way. I'm just going to drag the purple straight across there, spin it back again, do that one. My strand's up there, down there like that. And then I know what I did. I used some glitter glue. So I'm just going to blend that out a little bit so it's not perfect.
Okay.
Okay. There we go. What is it Lynette says? One of their mottos, perfectly imperfect. There we go. That's it. I'll blend that out. And I did rinse and repeat. I went in with glitter glue on here and here and here, the little hearts. And that closes up, and here's the one that I did earlier, but I made that more of a square one.
That looks, I really like that sample. That is super cool.
Yeah, and I'd got a mucky brush.
Have
And I was
you?
like, yeah, when I used it, I'd got a mucky brush and it made different colour, and I thought, I quite like that.
Yeah, I
we'll
do.
run with it, because I don't throw anything in the bin. I'm too tight.
I really love that.
And that is basically what I did. When it dried, go back in with the pencils around the edge. I'm terrible for doing it. Sometimes I leave it and sometimes I don't.
Nice.
Over to you.
Thank you. We do that a lot, don't we? Over to you, over to you. Right, the complete collection, extremely busy for this. You are getting your wonderful set of 3 DL stamps. Then you've got our lovely lady here. You've got your 3 stencils, and you have also got the dies. Let's do even more samples because there's so many. They've done a great job. This one has been made by Maria. Lovely. So you can see that those die cuts here. I love that. And this one has been made by Sue. That's cool. Oh, there's love all in the background. But so we can go from really funky to really pretty. This one has been made
by somebody else.
Yes. It says handmade, but I don't know their name. But it's so different to the others, isn't it?
Yeah, that's very clean and elegant. I'm not going to say cascade, because clean and simple, it sounds like you're offending somebody,
I know,
doesn't it?
I often...
It's clean and elegant, that one, isn't it? And
I'm
white
gonna use
and
that
white
from now on,
is
I'm
very,
having that.
very fresh.
Yes.
Clean and elegant.
Yeah. It's funny, you say that, because I always sort of stumble when I go to say the word.
Yeah, it's clean and simple. It's like you're knocking somebody's work, isn't it?
So that's what it is from now on. This one is by Kay. Actually, she's got the same She's got the same handmade stamp, so I'm reckoning that they both might be by Kate. There you go.
Yeah, they could be, because Kate is renowned for her clean and elegant.
Clean and elegant. No, but it's beautiful. I think they're absolutely stunning. We've got more with our scribbly flowers on. This one is by Judith. And then we've got some really pretty ones here. And then I'm going to go back. This is by Shona. Let's bring this one in of Our Lady. Good stuff. That one's by Tina. Okay, so as you're free, if you're a Freedom member, it's £66.53. You've got just shy of a £40 saving because you've also got an extra £12 off that carries over from the one-day special. And of course your postage is covered. Now we're almost 30% of the stock gone. Once it's gone, it's gone. We can't get any more stock of this. 709665 is your item number and it is on FlexiBuy. You all right for us to come back to you?
Yeah. There you are, the little devil hiding. Okay, we're going to do a Christmas card.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we're going to do a Christmas card with wherever you see, or whatever you see. Okay, so we're going to use that one with make a Christmas card. Okay, because I see shapes. Yeah?
Yep.
Okay. Right, so we've got that one, and I've got 2 pieces of cards, so I don't need that. And we are going to use green ink. So I'm using Mentos because it's the colour that I want. It's an olive green. And I'm going to ink this up and I'm going to stamp. I'll do one.
Could write a little sentiment in that rectangular one.
You could, yeah. They'd
Or a
make
little name.
cool little borders, wouldn't they? Yeah, and just repeat. So now I'm going to spin it the other way and stamp it like so. Okay? So that's going to be the base. I didn't press down properly or re-ink properly, but we can work this out.
The good thing about that, though, because it's quite a fine line, you could get the micron pen, couldn't you?
Yeah. But I mean, you're going to lose it in the colour anyway. So
okay.
I want a little bit to come out the side there. So I want to bring my triangle in. So we're making a tree. Can you see what it is yet? Okay, pull that in like so. Now what I did do is I ran a little bit of ink around the outside edge, and I'm not going to do that for this one. A little bit about that, yeah. Okay, and don't leave it on there, Charmaine. And I'm just going to move that up. Is that okay? Is that all in shot? Yep. Okay, ink can get on with it. So stamp that one, and we're going to go in the centre like so. And it moved on me. I should have left it in my board. That's what I'll do. That's what they're for. Right, open. Stop rushing. There we go. Pop that in there. Pop that one there. And there. Yes. Just like that. Okay, where we've got these 2 little gaps, I'm just going to ink one side of the stamp, and we're going to fill that little gap. One bit there.
Yep.
And we'll ink the opposite side. And I'm telling us I'm going slow down, Charmaine, and you telling me the time. Thanks, guys. Ink and stamp. I'm going to do part of it this side. So it's almost like building bricks on a house where you go different edges. Did I ink that? Yeah. And build that one up. Anyway, when you continue all the way up, you get this. Of course, I ran some ink. Okay, so from that one, we're now going to change the stamp. So I'm just going to clean that one off.
Okay.
And place that one back on there. And from the same stamp set again, even though you can mix them all, there's this little dipsy dotty one. So we're going to get that one on. Move that stamp set back. We're going to still keep my torn piece of paper. You did it like so. And then we're going to use a red ink. Oh, blast.
You've not got one?
Oh, right, okay. No, well, we're going to go green with this one, but I have got one done.
Okay. We get the idea.
I didn't put that one in. So now you can... Oh, I forgot. Right. We're going to curve it. There we go. So all we're going to do is just bend the stamp a little bit on the block. And ink again. taking the ink off. And yeah, the first one.
Oh.
And re-ink. Oh, I like that. Oh, you can do that again from there.
It's because we see where you're going now.
Yeah. And then we'll move this one like so. So I'm going to take it there. And then I'm going to ink again. And just to there. And then again, do one more. And we go like that. And then again. And you can crisscross them if you want. And we'll take that one over there. Now stop shamming because it's rinse and repeat. So we clean that one off. Move that one to one side, and there's the one that I've already done.
That's clever.
So now I like it like that, little greeting on there,
Yeah.
chop it down matte and layering, and it's cool. Okay, but we went one step further. So if I leave that one there in sharp, and I come to this one, I've got my pens, so you could do that for somebody 1 year, then the year after you could mix it up by adding some, depends how many cards you've got to make, how many people you want to send handmade cards to, or whether or not you make to sell. So of course the angel policy on this is make to sell. So I'm going to scribble on the same as I did before. If I move that over there, then it's all in short, and you can see. I will just add, I've already started, added a little bit of colour here, put more in. And then found my water brush, it was in this sample bag.
Oh.
And then I'm going to pull a little bit of that colour across, because there's plenty of colour on there, put plenty on. And then I'll do this one up here in the same colour as well. So if I pick it up this time, and we just place it down like so, and then give it a wiggle across like that. And then maybe we'll have this one over here, and if I want it a little bit darker at one area, then go in with more intense colour and less water, and just let it do its thing. So once I've got that, I then jump to the next colour. I don't know what the jumping's about, but I seem to come here and do a lot of jumping. So scribble on again, and then this gorgeous goldy colour. So these are the eco lines, which I know that you do sell as well. And then we spread that on, and I think this is just very vintage looking. Don't know why to say it very strong like that. And spread the colour about. We'll have you being the same, so like you're going to be behind. So it's the Christmas tree, which is just full of presents, because that'd just be amazing. You'd have to have the top on, wouldn't you? And then spread the colour about, and then add your next one, which was my red, which is more of a maroony one, which is the same colour that I coloured these baubles in. So if I went back to this one, I could just dot in there.
Yeah.
And we add that one, oh, wiggly wiggler, to the mix there. We'll have it at the edge this time, like so. And if you got some stickles on there as well, if somebody liked a little bit of bling.
I do.
Really? You can add that to your baubles as well. So you could colour the rest in green if you wanted, and then here's the one that I've already done.
Oh, it looks
and
really
I just
cool.
added a little bit of that colour. So if I go back to this one,
yeah.
So what's on my brush right now, I just kind of went round the outside edge. So I didn't go in with like greys or whatever. I picked up whatever colour was there, because the actual watercolour pens are really quite intense, and just pulled it out as a little bit of a shadow. And that's how I got that. And then from that, we trim it down a matte and lay.
I really
think that's
like
quite
that.
simple. And you could just put a Merry Christmas on that.
And it's a really nice modern contemporary card.
Yeah, it's simple, but it's effective. But looking at one of the elements and thinking, oh, mass stamp that in a triangle, you've got a Christmas tree.
Excellent. Good stuff. We'll do samples as well to the end. So in the bundle, though, in the complete collection, you have got your 3DL cards. I'll do the boards one more time. 3DL, stamp sets. Then you've got the A5 stamp set. 31 stamps in total in this lovely bundle. That makes up the official one-day special. And there's a £12 saving on that, which will carry over to the complete, which has your 3 stencils, and you have got the dies as well. Here are the boards. Now, as a Freedom member, on the complete, it's working out at just £1.66 per element. So here is our misfit, our lovely lady here, who's bright and beautiful. And then you've got this one called Your Own Hero. You've got loads of worker stamps in that. Then this one, I want to get the sample where he is a spider. I'll try in a minute because it's really cool. And then here's the board with the final ones, which is called Hearts and Flowers. It's probably under my pile, Charmaine.
I thought it was on the back there.
Yeah.
Oh, you've got jellyfish directly behind you.
Yeah, I'll have to show that one.
That's the jellyfish.
This is really funky.
And then there's this one as two kind of sea monsters, I think.
Thanking you.
And then there's somewhere, I think it's definitely in your pile.
It'll be under the pile. Yeah, that's very clever, the shark as the dies.
Yeah.
That is very clever. Such an amazing team, that one. Now, going back to, I will show more samples in a second, but going back to the complete, then we've got the stencils. And so Charmaine has done stenciling through and then done a mop-up, like so. Here they are. And we've got these and then another mop-up one. Excellent. And last but not least, we've got the dies. So we've got the boards for the die. The shark idea is just genius, absolutely genius. And then there's the waste, which is never waste, is it? Let's show these. Who's this? This one's by Art Angel. I love these. Are you just cracking on?
Yeah.
Do you want us to come back to you?
Only if you want. I've got a fast one.
Okay, all right then. It's
my
a challenge. 2 minutes. I like that. Oh, we're on you.
Are we?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you were going to say. Oh, gosh, guesswork. Yeah. Okay, Charmaine, watch what they're doing. Right, okay, so we've got one of the dies, so it's like the main die. Now, actually, let's get a bigger piece than that, because we can do it. Here we go. We've got countdown in the aerial.
Yeah.
So I'm going to place that down, and I forgot to put my big one in, but luckily I had my little machine, and these will all go through the smaller machine, so that's good. So in it goes, and out it goes. Did I go all the way to the end? I'm known for not doing that. Yeah, I did, thank goodness for that. Right, okay, so we're just going to pop that one there. I'm going to pull them off and pop the machine back. Lots of popping going on. Come on. Okay. So this die, 2 pieces, okay. You've got your inner and your outer piece, and I pulled that away, so I've cut it out with the pretty pink. Oh, I've just remembered what I've left at home, and I forgot to get my pokey gadget thingy, but sorry, I've got scissors. That little piece there. So you can see that all these pieces pop out really, really easily. Okay, so move them pieces. Now you could paper piece them back in, not going to happen. Now what I've done here is I've done one in white, and what I did is I've placed back in, oh, I need to grab that one, sorry. I've got one already cut. Thought I was all organised. You know what thought did? Oh, come out you. Where's my white one? Quick, quick, quick. Quick, quick, quick. We're on a countdown.
Challenge, Charmaine.
Oh. Right, we'll have a black one. That one came out fast. Oh, there's my red one. You guys are just screaming in my ears now, aren't you? Mentally. Right, so if I put that one back in like that.
That really pops.
Does look funky, doesn't it? I've got the pink one that I've die cut it down. But what I did is I put place glue on the back of that. I popped it back in so you can see that it just goes in nice and easy. Yeah. But instead of doing white on white, but I do like, I can add the pink to it, which I will do later. Come out of there. And then on the back, I've got a piece of packaging.
Yeah.
And we glue that onto there.
Yeah.
And then I know I've not got time, but I'm going to put foam pads around here.
Cool.
I've got some bits of tish, and I'm going to make a shaker card.
That sounds good to me.
Okay, and we'll see you in the next hour.
Yay, thank you very much, Charmaine.
Thank you.
So do check out your baskets. We cannot get any more of your complete collection. And we'll see you in 1 hour's time, won't we, Charmaine?
We will indeed.
Good stuff. Handing over to Catherine now. We've got a Pink Frog happy hour. Then, as I said, we'll be back with Charmaine and myself. And then later we've got we're doing a happy hour about La Blanche.
Hi, my name's Mel and I'm from Crafty Devils down in Devon. We are a family run business and we've been established for about 16 years now. All of our MDF products are produced in Devon, in the UK, and we have a wide variety of products to inspire you.
Hi, I'm Paul Church from Clarity Stamp. I've been fortunate enough to turn my hobby into a career and joined Clarity Stamp in January 2016. My background has always been in crafting and I enjoy making things and sharing things. That's what crafting is all about for me, making things and sharing with others, and also learning all the time.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dyes in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. We aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration.
Hi, I'm Emma. I work with Cricut to help you get the best out of your machines. Cricut is a range of tools, machines and accessories that allow you to work with hundreds of materials. I love Cricut because it allows me to take craft projects I have in my head and make them a reality. On the shows, I hope I can inspire you with ideas to help you become your creative best with Cricut. So make sure you don't miss the Cricut shows.
Hello there, welcome to the craft store, welcome to a happy hour. We've got some happy hour deals for you right throughout this hour, right up until 8 o'clock. Then the prices will revert back to their original state. So keep an eye on the yellow box because that's where those savings are. It's all about Pink Frog. We've got some amazing deals for you, so make sure you're checking out those baskets. Fill them up first, of course. Make sure you've got everything that you need and save a fortune because that's what you could be doing if you go for multiple items. Now we're having a look here right away at the red and the green. Do you know what? We started this show, we had our little meeting, and I said to Meg, I'm going to ask for some emails in. What shall we ask for today? Now, I was going to be a little bit mean. I was going to give you a ration of crafty items to work with. I might do that still, but also something else sprung to mind. I was looking at the cardstock here and thinking, do you know, one of the first pieces of cardstock that I ever had to make something with was a red piece of card. Did you all hear that? That was quite interesting. I don't know where it came from. And it made me think, what was your first crafty project? What did you start with? If you can remember, or maybe it was recently, I'd love to hear. Let us know what it was. What was your very first crafty project? Mine was actually using a piece of red card. It was a Christmas card with peel-offs. As we all began, didn't we? With peel-offs. Yeah, no die cutting machines, no paper trimmers, a little bit of decoupage to cut out yourself, a few peel-offs and a bit of card. That's all we had. That's all we started with. That made me think as well, not only what is your first crafty project, but what are you thinking you could achieve in the future? What would you like to achieve that you've not achieved yet? Maybe it's a new craft, maybe it's something that you think, do you know, I'd really love a go at that and I haven't done it yet, but I'm determined. Let me know. Now, I must tell you about what's in front of me, because the red card, the green card, that's what we've got on offer here. You've got a saving of £15 and 50 pence. Just £11.99 is going to actually get you 2 kilograms of offcuts. 290 GSM. These are acid and lignin free. And straight away I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, yes, you've still got plenty of room for die cutting. You can score and you can fold. You could make your miniature cards. Oh, I love miniature cards. You can make bookmarks. You could use your inks and your sprays and your embossing folders. In fact, there's an awful lot you could achieve with these. 772894 is the item number. Grab a bargain at £11.99 for 2 kilos. That is a lot of cardstock there. An awful lot of cardstock. Do you know, I'm just being asked by our Meg, could we quill with this? I suppose you could. Quilling, usually think of something a little bit lighter in weight perhaps, but you could certainly do it. I think I would be running that through with embossing folders and chopping it down, making some nice backgrounds, some nice layers to work with perhaps. Really nice. And if you are looking, you're not rationed on your crafting items, maybe you've got some gilding wax or something like that that you could rub over the top. We are already very busy for this. I'm not surprised, because that really is a bargain. Yeah, I'm going to say it again, 2 kilos. 2 kilos, that's what you're getting there. That's like an incredible amount. That's going to last you this Christmas, next Christmas, few Christmases. Do you know what? Red and green aren't just for Christmas either. Definitely not. Yeah. Now, if you want something a little bit more neutral, though, we have got something else on offer. We've got the brown and the ivory. Now, remember when... I've seen, I think, the brown and the ivory with Hazel, and also our lovely Dawn brought it when we did some scrapbooking and folios. The brown and the ivory together are absolutely wonderful, aren't they? Of course, you can use them separately, but I think as a pairing, you're not going to get much better than that. You've got another great buy here. 2 kilos again. Same weight, 290 GSM, £11.99 once again. That's saving of £15 and 50 pence. So this is way below half price. 961905 is the item number. So how would we use this? Do you know, you could do also, I would cut this down into strips and weave it. Yeah, alternate the brown and the ivory so you get that nice sort of basket weave effect. Again, your embossing folders, inking, die cutting. We have lots of little dies, don't we? The flowers, the leaves, they can be ivory and brown. It doesn't matter what you're using it for. You've got lots to go with. And actually gold on there would look beautiful. Maybe a bit of foiling. Maybe gilding flakes. We've got some quickie glue pens coming up, so perhaps you want to do some writing on there, a little bit of foiling. Again, small cards. In fact, I'm just thinking, if I fold this in half, I'm not going to fold it completely. Cut these in half, fold again. You've got those miniature cards for the children to make for Christmas. Oh, they'd particularly like the red and green, wouldn't they, I think? Yeah, if you want to go for the ivory and the brown, actually, I'm going to repeat that and add another word. This is your true brown and your true ivory. There is a difference. Yes, 961905 is the item number there. Now, watercolour card, always a great buy, always worth stocking up on your watercolour. We've got your A3, 20 sheets for £12.99. Look at that saving here, way better than half price. A £17 saving. Just £12.99 is, of course, going to get you all 20 sheets there. Nice to have the larger sizes because you've got a big canvas to work with. Or perhaps you're making those gift bags. Perhaps you're making your base cards. Perhaps you want to cut this down into various different sizes. Of course, you can do that. Now, we have got watercolour available in other sizes. We've also got our very famous boards to show you as well. So we're going to go through these because this is relevant for this particular item number and a couple more that we've got coming up as well. So what else can you do with your watercolour card? Well, there's lots. Your watercolour painting. We see that often, don't we, using the different paints. Lou, both Lou's actually, Lou Sims, Lou Withers, Leonie, she likes a watercolour card. Faux bleaching. Using your inks and then your water sprays and lifting out the ink colour to give that lovely faux bleach effect. We've got spritz a stamped image. So just spritzing onto your stamp, adding a little bit of ink, you get that automatic bleed of the colours there. Really soft effect, very, very pretty. Embossing folders, we've already talked about those quite a lot tonight, haven't we? I've got that embossing folder, I just recognised it. I've had that a while. It's very pretty, little birds on there. Yes, so you can use your embossing folder. We've then got our oxide ink, stamped and pulled. You're probably thinking, what do you mean by that? Actually, it's not as difficult as it sounds. So that's just inking with your oxides and then using a brush with water to take the colour out, to pull the colour out. Another technique that we see quite often here at the craft store. Your mica sprays, always very nice to work with. It doesn't have to be mica, actually. It could be any of your ink sprays. They would work on the watercolour. Inking through with your stencil. Another popular way of working with your watercolours and many of the cardstocks as well. Always very effective. A favourite drip technique. I think that's one of Leonie's favourites, you know. I think she does love her drip technique. We've got more boards. It doesn't end there. Let's see what else we can do. Die cutting. We don't often think about watercolour for die cutting. We think we need to use water and paint and, you know, those crayons and things. But no, you can just die cut there as well. Your crumpled paper effect. Very, very good. Heat embossing, so those embossing powders, whether they're metallics or not, that will work as long as you're using the appropriate ink, of course. Your brush shows or any pigment powders. There are other brands available here at the craft store as well, so another great technique there. Ink layering and embossing. Now this embossing, it isn't with a folder, that is with your heat embossing powders again, using your inks there. Very, very pretty. That must be a pink frog stamp, I think. Now then, have you ever seen the salt technique? You get a really, really nice result there. I don't think Bernie's ever seen that. She just popped her head round the camera. I'm sure everybody could have seen it. Just suddenly her head just popped round with this very sort of confused look on her face. Salt technique, what's that? It's brilliant, isn't it, Bernie? Look what you can achieve there. Very, very effective. Do you know, if she hadn't already popped her head round, she would at the next one as well. Cling film technique. Yeah, she's looking very surprised again. Her mind is definitely blown. Wait for the next one. There's another one. Bubble wrap technique, Bernie. Oh my goodness. She's in shock. She's fallen to her knees. She's never heard of these before. Wow. Hey, Bernie, have you ever heard of tearing your watercolour to get the torn edges? What? Yes, Bernie's never heard of it. Never. I think she's heard of watercolour pencils, though. Yeah, she's nodding her head there. Watercolour pens? Yeah, she's done that. What about wet brush watercolour? Yes, she's definitely heard of that one. The jelly plate. Oh, no, I'm getting that shot look again. Do you know, no, have you not seen a jelly plate? Oh, you're missing a trick. Watch out for that, Bernie. Future shows, you'll love it. Have you ever heard of a card blank? Yeah. She's pulling my leg now. She's looking confused, but really, of course she has. Do you know, I'm going to go back to the card blank because it's one of my favourites, because you probably think, well, why is that so interesting, Catherine? It's just a card blank. Well, it's not, because if you're using your watercolour for doing any of these techniques and then you mount the topper or whatever you've created onto a different cardstock, the difference is really noticeable. So if you make your card blank with the same card, then you've got perfection. So it's very important, I think. What about your wet ink pickup? We see lots of that here, don't we? Leonie, with those stamps earlier, she was using those inky backgrounds. They work so well. Don't ever throw them away. Clean up after you've created a mess, and they become beautiful pieces of art later. Texture paste onto your watercolour. Of course you can do that as well. There we are, we've got 2 full boards of techniques there for your watercolour. If you're going for the A3, 20 sheets under item number 833805. I did say we've got other for you as well, so same boards apply, of course. We're still sticking with the watercolour, but you've got the A4, so you've got 40 sheets here, £9.99 is the price. Another half price saving on this one, £10 off. For this hour only, 515439. There we go. Do you know, I wonder what Alex's first crafty project was. Alex, what was the very, very first crafty project that you did?
Well, I was little, probably colouring, but I still do all the cross stitch.
Was it?
When I was little.
So Alex, just in case you can't hear, because you probably can't, colouring, because when she was a little, I suppose we all start there, don't we, when we think about it, but as an adult, cross stitch.
Yeah.
Which you still love now.
Yes, I do.
Absolutely. There you go. Anybody else? Anybody else start with cross stitch maybe as an adult crafter? Bernie's saying no. Bernie, do you do crafting? A little bit. What's your first one? Your first project?
Watercolour pencils.
Really?
Yeah.
Watercolour pencils. There you go. You can stock up tonight. We've got A3 and we've got A4. We need you in as a demonstrator. We might bring you in later. Now she's looking worried. Right, let's have a look what we've got. Have we seen Bernie on screen yet? I think we might have caught a flash of her earlier on. Yeah, I think she was in front of the camera a little bit earlier on today. She's worked so hard. I'm going to keep saying that because she works very, very hard. Right, let's have a look. The watercolour card in the A6, so another size. Now A6, that's 4, would also work out to an A4, wouldn't it? Yeah, so, yeah, 4 A6s make an A4. They do, of course they do. Look, 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 look. Of course they do. Look. Can you see I've got 2 there? That's half an A4. 2 A5s make an A4. 4 A6s make an A4. I can't hold 4 all together. 2 wrongs don't make a right. Hold it that way. Oh, hang on. Let's rest it on the counter. There you go. This, you know, they asked me if I'd demo during this hour. I said, of course I will. I'm going to work on crafty rations. They've given me no tools, no product. All I've got is what's on the counter. I've got loads of products on the counter. Yeah, but sometimes you need a pair of scissors or a bit of ink, don't you? Actually, that was going to be what my question was tonight, so I might just go with it now as well. So as well as your first project and what you aspire to, which I know we've had an email in from Kaz, so we're going to come back to that in a second. But also I was thinking, if I gave you crafty rations, and you might want to try this during this hour, don't disappear, you need to watch and stay with us, because you might want to buy something. But what if I gave you crafty rations? Let's say you can have 2 sheets of A4 card, or paper, don't mind which, doesn't matter what colour, you can have whatever colour you want. You can have some glue, you can have a roll of ribbon, you can have a pair of scissors, and I'll let you choose one other item, but it can't be a die cutting machine or anything like that. You've got to, it's rations. So what would you create? 2 pieces of A4, a roll of ribbon, some glue and a pair of scissors. You can have one other thing of your choice. What would you make? Yeah, if you make it, this is what I want you to do. I want you to sit down and create something. Use your imagination, not something we'd all think of. Try a little bit harder. Send your pictures in. Let's see if anybody can create something weird and wonderful with their crafty rations. Oh, if anybody rationed me to craft stuff, I don't know what I'd do. I wouldn't survive, seriously. Right, I've been spending again today. Now, Kath has emailed in. Oh, Kath was recuperating after an operation, and her husband bought her a Japanese-themed card-making kit. She's been hooked ever since. Oh, that's lovely, isn't it? Jo, isn't that lovely? That her husband thought to buy her a crafty project to do. Very, very nice indeed. Keeps you busy. Look, this is where it all starts. Something is bought for you, or you buy something yourself and you're hooked, and it just grows from there. And surprisingly, you find yourself in a very strange place. Like, you know, for me, it all began with something very simple, and look where I've ended up. Oh. Do you know, I did say my first crafty project was the card, didn't I, with the peel-offs. But actually, that is a bit of a, well, not a lie, I've just got confused, because I was thinking more card making. But for me, I suppose it started with, oh, it depends how far we go back. As a child, I did colouring like Alex, but crochet, knitting, my mum taught me. A little bit of embroidery, cross-stitch. But as an adult, yeah, the polymer clay. The polymer clay was one of my first projects. I don't know if it was the first, but that led on to other things as well. That's where all the sugar buttons began, of course. My first clay project, I do remember, it was a replica of one of my aunties, my Auntie Jean. And she loved it, actually. And she had a bun in her hair and a choker on. This is why I love chokers, because I loved my Auntie Jean, and she always wore a choker. It was a black choker with a cameo. And I just, yeah. Oh, she was a very crafty lady as well. Very crafty. Yes. Right, now I better get on with the job as well, haven't I? Because we've got some super smooth to tell you about. Now, we have got more than the A5 and the A6, but we're looking at the A5 and the A6 first of all. 2 A5s make an A4. What do 4 A6s make in the gallery? Were you listening? Oh, Mr. Baker. Mr. Baker. 4 A6s make an A4. You got it right, but then you change it to an A5. Oh, I don't know. But what can you do with Super Smooth? There's a lot you can do with Super Smooth. What can you do? Well, I'll tell you what, I've got 3 massive boards here of ideas. So let's have a look. We've got the Distress Ink with water. Very popular. You've got your Distress Oxides blended, and it blends beautifully on your Super Smooth. Distress Oxides with water, again, but a different method, picking up those inky backgrounds again. Distress Oxides with your Galaxy Technique, one of Hazel's specialities, I believe, there. What about using your paints? I think there's a bit of shimmer in that, isn't there? Bernie's nodding her head, she likes that one. Your sprays again, doesn't have to be mica, it could be your ink sprays, it could be your acrylic sprays. Brush-Os with water or any other pigment powders like your Lynette's ones. Yeah, Pretty Get Squishy, they do them, don't they? What about your Distress Oxides with your faux bleaching? Lovely. Something's been used there to pick up the effect from that, hasn't it? Because that's not just splattered water, is it? We've got more. Hang on, that's one board. Let's just get rid of this one. What else can we do? We've got gesso. We've gone with the black gesso on here because white wouldn't show up, but you can use either. Texture paste, whether it's got glitter in or not. Your gilding wax. What about your stencils? Perfect with your inks. Moving down, watercolour pencils. You see, the Super Smooth will also take water as well as your watercolour. If you're actually absolutely saturating it, go with the watercolour, but using your watercolour pens, your pencils, perfect. Alcohol markers. I always stop at this one on the boards because this is very important. You cannot use alcohol markers on any cardstock because you will find that the ink will bleed into the cardstock. You can't keep within the lines, but on your Super Smooth, that is perfect, isn't it? Then you've got your stamping as well, so just stamping with your inks. Wait for it, we've got more. We've got more. We've got a whole nother board to get through yet. What's under there? Eek. It wasn't the board that broke. I'm not saying anymore. Let's have a look. We've got, who's broken the window? Somebody has had a smashing time. Look at that. Oh, it's fallen off its hinge, hasn't it? But die cutting there. We've got embossing with your embossing folders. We've got your letterpress. I watched a very interesting programme last night. I can say it, can't I? The repair shop. Did anybody see the repair shop last night with the letterpress? No, didn't you see it? Oh, you know where they take things in that are broken and unloved and they get repaired? Well, one young lady took in a letterpress that had belonged to her granddad, and he used to make his own sort of business cards and things on it, and she wanted it repairing, and she wanted to print out her own wedding invitations. Oh, it was so lovely. Really, honestly, you need to watch Repair Shop. It's wonderful. What else have we got? We've got... yeah, watch it late at night or record it because you don't want to turn off from the craft store. Never do that. Let's have a look here. We've got construction. Construction. Do you know, I'm just wondering, why was I watching Repair Shop and not the craft store? Was it recorded? Actually, I'll tell you the truth. I was actually watching the craft store, but Glenn messaged me and said, "Are you watching the Repair Shop? They're doing all crafty things." So I flicked it over and I saw the letterpress, so I just stuck with it for that. Yeah, I do watch the craft store all the time when I'm at home. I just do. I do. There we are. I just love it. Doodling. Doodling, that's what you can do with the Super Smooth. You've got the distressed paper technique and you've got the embossing with a plastic stencil and ink. Yes, of course, you can put those Mylar stencils through your die cutting machines as well. 698005 is going to get you your A5 and your A6 Super Smooth. Don't know what went wrong then. Bernie, why are you laughing? We've got more for you. We've got more. Now, what size have we got here? We've got the A4 and the A3. I'm going to test Mr. Baker. How many A4s make an A3? Well, it's quite obvious when you look at the screen, isn't it? Yes, you're right. Two A4s make an A3. How many A5s make an A3, Mr. Baker? A4 is right. How many A6s make an A3, Mr. Baker? Meg's saying none. Come on. Which one is it, Mr. Baker? He's saying 6 or 8. Which is it? You're correct. You're learning well during this hour. Well done. Right then, you can cut your A4s down into your A5s and A6s if you wish. Cut your A3 downs, you can get 8 per sheet. Details have disappeared, but they're there for the taking during this hour with a great saving as well. I'm going to move down. Now, crafty rations. I did say you could have some glue. I might have let you have this bundle. Oops. There they are. You could have gone for the red liner tape with the Cricut glue pens. In fact, you can do with a £6 saving. $14.99. $14.99 is going to get you 3 rolls of the 6mm red liner tape, and you're going to get 3 of the Sakura Cricut glue pens as well. That, I can tell you, that is an incredible deal. I know how much people can pay for these pens individually. So that really is a cracking deal for you. Save that £6, multi-buy if you wish. These are consumables, so you know you're going to use them, and you will want to stock up. 750340 is the item number. 30 metres on each of those rolls. That's 90 metres altogether. You know, the standard size rolls have how much on there? Oh, do you know, the equivalent, the 3 together here, equivalent to 18 standard size rolls. Oh, that's a lot of red tape, isn't it? A lot of red tape. And it's not just for sticking down or sticking things together. You can use your gilded flakes on your red liner and on your Cricut glue pen. You could use your glitters. You could use your foiling. If you've got any of that flocking or that pollen, that would work as well. So think about using this in a clever way. Yeah, make the most of this one. 750340 is the item number. Bernie's found something for him. What you got there, Bernie? Ah. Can I do something with this bundle? I'm going to find a little bit of super smooth. There we are. I'll go for the little one. Oh, have we got a pair of scissors? Can I do this instead? Do you know, if you're going to give me a task, scissors were in the rationing, so I'm allowed those. Yeah. Yeah, I'm putting myself. Oh, yeah, my chosen extra is the glitter, obviously. So I'm allowed a pair of scissors. I could have had A4, but I'm saving. I'm saving. I'm going to go for just red liner. You see, you can't tear this. It's not a finger tear one, so I will need to have a pair of scissors to cut this. Oh, bless her, Bernie. She's gone to find some for me. Do you know, I might try and... Oh, no, I better wait for the scissors, hadn't I? I'll be burnishing down. Oh, it's all right. Charmaine to the rescue. Thanks, Charmaine. Charmaine, what was your first crafty project ever? Can you remember? Well, let's say adult crafty project. Was it? Oh, Charmaine, her first crafty project ever was, what did you say?
Beading.
Beading?
Making earrings.
Making earrings?
Then macrame.
Macrame. Oh, macrame. I think that's made a bit of a comeback recently, hasn't it? I'm just borrowing another piece of card just to catch the glitter. Just shall I do a pretty pattern? Let's just go with a little bit more here. I'd write somebody's name, but I'm not very good. Do you know, I can't do that really fancy flourishy writing. I wish I could. I really wish I could. My mum can write beautifully. I wonder if she's watching tonight. Yeah. Meg's guessed what I'm doing here. Yeah. Let's take away the red liner tape. If you do burnish down, in fact, I could use the end of the scissors for this. If you burnish it down, usually the backing comes off a little bit easier. So, crafty rations. What would you make then? Bernie, I'm challenging you. Oh, thank you. Oh, am I allowed that? Because I've got crafty rations. No, I'm not allowed that. Oh, I was being offered a scoring tool for burnishing. It's all right, I can manage with the scissors. Bernie, you say you do a little bit of crafting. So if your crafty rations are 2 pieces of A4 card or paper, a pair of scissors, some glue, And one other thing, what will you be making? I'll let you have a little bit of time to think about it.
Yeah, I have no idea right now.
That's the challenge then. You've got about, well, half an hour, just under half an hour, to come up with an answer.
Okay.
I'd ask you to go and make something, but you might get into trouble if you're supposed to be working. Yeah. Mr. Baker, what would you do with your crafty rations? Do you know what I'm thinking now? I should have given our director, Mr. Baker, and our producer, lovely Meg, I should have given them some crafty rations and said, right, there you are, there's your challenge, come up with something by the end of the hour. Yeah, we might not have we might have a show. We might not have any cameras or anything in my ear, but you know, we'd have fun. That's all right. Yeah, you might not be able to see anything at home, but we could, you know, we might keep the sound on. You never know. Right, okay. I'm just going to make a very pretty border. Oh, I like this pink. Where did this glitter come from? It's very pretty. It's like a bubblegum pink, isn't it? Let's just... Ah, look, I've got a lovely little frame. See, you don't have to make a box with red liner tape, do you? Do you like that, Bernie?
I'd make a frame.
You should make it. Do you know, I'm going to give that to you. I'm going to donate that to you, Bernie, and you can put your photograph in the middle of it.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome. I better tidy up. So your red liner tape with your Quickie glue pens, of course. $14.99, £6 saving. Make sure you get plenty of that. You have got 90 metres in total. But yeah, that's not enough if you're going to make lots of frames, is it? You want to do lots and lots of them. So while I tidy up a little bit, I'm going to give you the item number. 750340 is the item number. Now, another favourite is the Collal glue. We've got that back as well tonight. Let's show you what you've got here. If you've got the little bottles, of course, you can decant into them. Now, your small bottles, I believe, are 100 millilitres. You've got 1,000 in here, so that's 10 of the smaller bottles that you could fill. If you haven't got them, you can, of course, use directly from this bottle. You've seen this demonstration before, but again, we've got crafty rations. I've got nothing else I can show you other than how to debung the top of the bottle. I like doing this. So just turn anti-clockwise. Can you see what's happened? Watch. Do you know, we're going to have to do this again, aren't we? Right. I'm going to do it in slow motion. Are you ready? Anti-clockwise. Watch the white bung at the top. What's the word I'm thinking of? It's not bung, it's something else. There we are. A plug, that'll do. A white plug. Now you can see the gap, can't you? So if I was to turn this upside down, it wouldn't be a good idea because the glue would come out. It would be a good idea if I was making something, but not right at this moment. Are you ready? I've got another demonstration. This beats the first one. How to close it up. Wow. Look at that. Brilliant. £14 saving. That could be yours. What can you use it for? We've got another board. We've got another board. We love a board, don't we? Let's have a little look. Let's get this the right way up for you. So, I can tell you when it comes to the Collal as well, it's a wet adhesive. Who'd have guessed? Who'd have guessed it was wet? Solvent based. extra glue rubs off easily. That is a really good point actually, because you do sometimes you put too much glue on. If it gets where you don't want it, you can let it dry off and just rub that away. It dries with a solid finish. It's really good stuff. You can use it on all sorts of surfaces. We're going to go through those on this board in a second. So let's have a look at those. We've got paper. Yeah. We've got card. Perfect. We've got material. We've got felt. We've got foam. Foam is one of those funny ones to stick, isn't it? You can't find that glue works on all foam or all glues work on foam because it is a tricky one. Leather, another tricky one. Glass, sequins, not easy to stick down again. Lace. One of my favourites actually, polystyrene. Do you know what? I'm choosing this one as my favourite one because glue is a really tricky thing with polystyrene. Some glues will also melt polystyrene. There are different types of polystyrene. Did you know that? There is different types. We've got, Hey, look what we've got. We've got plastic, but look what it is. We're celebrating today. It's National Button Day today. Did you watch Gina B earlier on? If you didn't, you must watch back. Catch on Rewind. It was a wonderful show. I love Gina. 11 o'clock this morning, National Button Day. There we are. Plastic buttons, wooden buttons, metal buttons, brass buttons, fabric buttons, self-cover buttons, chocolate buttons, whatever buttons it is. It's National Button Day, so we're all celebrating. We didn't finish the board, did we? What else have we got? We've got metal, we've got glitter, sponge. Stick your sponge down with Kalal. There you are. £14 saving, $15.99 is the prize. Make sure you get this because it is wonderful. 227990 is the item, and that price will go up at 8 o'clock. No, oh, it gets so excited. We've got foam pads. Hey, I've been treated tonight. Normally, we get a roll. We're not allowed to open it. Look, somebody's treating me. We can actually have a look at these. Now, these are a really good size. Of course, foam pads, you can cut them down to whatever size you want. So for me, to have a larger foam pad is quite a bonus, because it gives you more scope, doesn't it? They're double-sided adhesive because you need to stick two surfaces together. You can stick them together to raise them up. Yeah, what a great buy. These are 2 millimetres thick. How big are these? Do we know how the actual squares themselves? 2.4 centimetres, 2.4, so just short of 2.5. I have just thought of a challenge that I could have set with a pair of scissors and a foam pad. I wonder how many squares you could get out of one foam pad. How small could you cut those squares? How many could you get out of a 2.4 square foam pad? If you've got one at home, try it. Tell me how many squares you get. I'm setting you lots of challenges. Yeah, great buy this one. $3.50 saving, only $15.99. You're getting 1,500 squares on that roll there. That's going to last some time, isn't it? 103564 is the item number there. Now, if you want more of the Quickie glue pens, we've got them as well. Don't forget, you get 3 with a red liner. This time you're getting 4 together, $9.99. If you've never seen a Quickie glue pen before, I'm going to show you actually, because if I take the lid off, if they've never been used, you'll normally find that they've got a little protective cap on there, a little sort of, yeah, it's like a little ball on the end there. This one hasn't got one on, so I'm guessing somebody's been using it. Just take that away, just pull it off. They're good to go. You can write finely with them. You can pick out different areas. Cardio. We've had cardio on this week, haven't we? Lovely Wendy. Doing the snow effects and the little bit of shimmer in the snow. Use a pen to get that very fine detail. What else can you do with the Quickie glue pens? I've never seen this board before. Do you know, I'm being treated tonight. You're looking after me tonight, aren't you? What can we do? Outline a stamp. Nice and fine on the edge there, you see. Colouring a stamp. Ooh. That looks like it's got a little face in it. I'm off again, you see. I always see faces in everything. Is that a leaf or is it the top of a toadstool? Or is it some creature with a hat on? I've no idea. We've got pollen. The pollen there in the centre of the flower. Heat embossing. Yeah, if you want to do heat embossing, write a name, do some fine detail, use your embossing powders, and of course you can heat that up and it's going to stay put. Drawing through a stencil. Oh, never thought of that. Gilding flakes. Lettering. Foils. Chunky glitter. Fine glitter. Nice bit of twinkle there. Oh, look at that chunky glitter. Very nice. $9.99 for 4 of those pens. £10 saving, half price deal. 771231 is the item number. Now, I thought Leona had gone home. She's had such a long day today, but I'm sure I can hear her. Can I hear her?
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you'll benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888, and join Freedom today.
Ah, thank you, Leonie. She has gone home, really. She's having a nice rest and she's back tomorrow. Now, our star of the show so far is our watercolour card. I'm not surprised, though, because you need to make sure you've always got this in stock. The A4, 40 sheets here. So what you've got is a half-price deal, because you've got a £10 saving for this hour, just £9.99. Do I need to show the boards again? Should we get them out? Hang on a minute. There's only two. There's only two. You might have just joined us. You might not know all these techniques. No surprise faces from Bernie this time, because we've gone through this. So let's have a look. Torn edges. Using your inks there to pick up that lovely fibre on the edge as well. Watercolour pencils. Watercolour pens. Your wet brush watercolour. Moving down the jelly plate. I know Bernie will be amazed when she sees jelly plate. Your card blanks. Your wet ink pickup. Your texture paste. All great techniques with your watercolour card. My favourite board is this one. Oh, did I miss one out last time? There is actually three. Oh, did we see all three? Did we? Oh. Oh, well, we did see them all, I'm hearing, but just in case we see them all again. Your die cutting, your crumpled paper effect, your heat embossing, your brushes or your pigment powders, your ink layering and embossing. I still think that's such a beautiful image. Salt technique, the one that blew Bernie's mind straight away, but actually, yeah, this one, cling film technique, wow, my favourite, the bubble wrap technique. Not just any old bubble wrap, look, that's your large bubble wrap. The one that really makes big pops when you decide that you're a little bit bored one day and you've got a bit of bubble wrap to play with. Love it. I bet I can't find anybody who doesn't pop bubbles on bubble wrap. It's fab. We've got watercolour painting. We've got faux bleaching. We've got spritz of a stamped image. You've got an embossing folder. You've got oxide ink. I can't tell you what's in my head at the minute. Oxide ink stamped and pulled. You've got mica sprays. You've got ink through stencil. And you've got the drip technique. There we are. Lots, in fact, 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got 8 on a board. Mr. Baker, 3 8s. Not quick enough, come on. 24. What was the question? I don't think I could put it much clearer. 3 8s. No. How many techniques for watercolour card have we got on those boards? 24, and I know there's more. There's definitely more. Item number 515439 is the item number if you want to go for the A4 watercolour card. Right, okay. Where we're going next? We're going to the website. We've got lots over there, of course. We've got all of the items. Do watch out for the 7-day savers as well. I've set a crafty challenge, haven't I? The crafty rations. Well, seeing as nobody's watching and replying to me, I might have to use some crafty rations myself. And I've chosen, well, we've got back at the beginning of the counter. Red and green cardstock. What am I going to make with this then? So, I did say you could have some glue. I'm sticking with the red liner. It is a type of glue, isn't it? I'm allowed that. Yeah, and we're selling it, so if you want that, make sure you find it again. Well, I'm sure we'll recap on that. But yes, that's my glue. Pair of scissors, which are kindly loaned from Charmaine. The red and the green. Now, I did say you could have 2 A4s, didn't I? So am I allowed extras? I reckon. Hang on. I think I'd class 3 strips as an A4. So I'm allowed up to 6, aren't I then? I'm allowed. The red ones are a little bit thinner. So just in case the green ones are a bit thicker, I think that balances out, doesn't it? So 3 green, 3 red, that's what I'm allowed. Oh, glitter, the pink glitter's not right. I'm allowed one other thing. Gold. Have we got a gold glitter? Or gold gilding flake or something like that. We'll see what we can find. Something gold. Right, let me give you the details for the cardstock, 'cause this has been busy. You've got 2 kilos of offcuts here, 290 GSM. I think I've got a plan. I'm not sure. We'll see where we go with it. I'm only allowed scissors. I'm not allowed any guillotines or anything like that for cutting. Oh, what else have we got here? Yeah, acid and lignin free. You have got a saving of £15.50 here. That is a really good saving, but only until 8 o'clock, then the price is going up. Right, so I'm just cutting into the cardstock. This is probably a crafting project that many people might have started with. That leads me back to that other question, doesn't it? What was your first crafting project? Oh, we've got some gold glitter. What was your first... Yes, this is a good question. Our Meg's just thought. What was your first crafting investment? By investment, something a little bit more pricier, I think. You know, something that you know, yeah. So something like a die cutting machine. Would it be a printer? Sewing machine. Actually, my first sewing machine, I got when I was 18. It was my 18th birthday. Yeah. I had no interest in sewing, but I was purchased a flatbed sewing machine, and actually it was the best present I could have ever been given, I think, because, yeah. At the time, it was like, why have I got a sewing machine? Why have I got a sewing machine? I can't remember ever saying, I wasn't that sort of person, I want. Oh no, don't set me off with the I want. I did actually want something. I've told this story. You've heard me tell the Girls' World story, haven't you? The Girls' World. Right, have you ever seen Girls' World? So it's like the head. It's like the doll's head, but in a large version. You style its hair, you put makeup on it. This wasn't for my 18th, this was before the 18th. Right, so all I wanted was a Girls' World. I must have been about 10 to 12, something like that. Probably nearer 12, I'd have thought. Yeah, and that's all I wanted. That's all I asked for. Christmas Day arrived. Actually, I was about 12 because I've just remembered what I got. I didn't get the Girls' World. It was something craft related, and again, I'd not even thought about craft at that point. Got the box, wrapped up. Christmas Day. Let's take the wrapping paper off. Inside is going to be a Girls' World. I'm going to be busy all day, styling hair, putting makeup on. No, it was a plastic sewing box. And inside that sewing box, there was a book. There was thread, there was needles, there was all crafty sewing bits and pieces. And it's like, well, this is a joke. Where's the Girls' World? Look over at my sister, who's younger than me. She's got a box, different size to mine. She opens it. What's inside? She got the Girls' World. She got the Girls' World. It is quite sad, isn't it? I got a sewing box full of needles and thread and a book. Do you know what? I'll never ever forget that Christmas, ever. It is referred to many, many times. Many times. Look, I've just made something though. The story continues, because when my little girl came along, she wasn't interested in girly things for a long time. You know, she was more of a tomboy. But guess what she got one Christmas? She got a Girls' World so I could play with it. I think we've still got it. Yeah. Did you ever get anything for Christmas that you really didn't want, but actually it turned out to be the best gift ever? Because that sewing box, seriously, probably set me on a very good path, because I did learn to sew. I did get the sewing machine for my 18th. I went on to make all my own home furnishings, clothes for the children. They've never forgiven me for that either. Oh dear. I had one of the very first... I am busy, you know, by the way. I am making something here. Just talking to you. You'll see what I'm doing. You'll see what I'm doing. I'm just softening, breaking the fibres in the card first. I'll not do them all because I might run out of time. But, yeah. Where was I going with this? Where was I going? What was I talking about just then? I've lost track now. What was it? We'd done the Girls' World. Where was I on? Oh, I can't remember. This is what happens, you see, when you get old, you forget. What was that? Oh, Journey to Craft. Yeah, you said, yes, the sewing. That was it. So the sewing box turned into a really good gift, actually, because, yes, I did really find my love of sewing, and I absolutely adore sewing. I mean, I've upgraded a little bit from the flatbed sewing machine now. Got something a little bit posher. In fact, we sell them here. Juki. I've got a Juki sewing machine now. I have. Look what I'm making. It could be a napkin ring, but it's not. You know what I'm going to do. We've all done this, haven't we? This is one of the first craft projects. Bernie, have you ever made chains with card or paper?
Yes, 100%. Yeah.
See, yeah, I'd find it very hard to find somebody who has never made a chain. What about, yeah, have you made the snowflakes where you fold cardstock up? Oh, that's good fun, isn't it? You see, you get dies and die cutting machines to do all this for you now. Go back, just one day. Make sure that you only give yourself rations to play with. You'll have so much fun. Get the family involved. Go back to basics. Definitely go back to basics. Do you know, it is great. I'm not going to lie. I would not be without my die cutting machine. I would not be without all those wonderful investments, those different wonderful crafty things that, yes, that create amazing projects for us. But sometimes it's just nice to go back to basics. Now, if you do want some of the green and red cardstock, you're getting 2 kilos of this with a $15.50 saving. I was going to put glitter on it, but actually I quite like it just in red and green. Yeah. Yeah. Do you know, you'll tune in one day and you'll find these all in the studio. This will be this year's Christmas decorations. I might add a little bit of glitter, you never know. $11.99. You just think how many chains you could make with 2 kilos of offcuts. You could make loads, couldn't you? Absolutely loads. So definitely cover the studio. Item number is 772894. Right, the watercolour card proven to be very, very popular. We have got different sizes for you, but the most popular tonight seems to be the A4. A4. So let's have a look at the details for this one again. Keep an eye on the clock as well. You've got just over 10 minutes left to check those baskets out, and then the prices will go up. Do you know, and it does. Have you ever tried that? You know, I do these happy hours and I see things that I really, really want that. If I run really fast, once I've got off air, perhaps I can just make it in time. Price gone up. Miss out every single time. Let's have a look at the A4 watercolour card. You've got 40 sheets, £10 saving, $9.99. So essentially a half price deal for you. 515439 is the item number. Now we've also got the A6 for you. Can you remember, Mr. Baker, how many? Into an A4. Correct. You're doing really well. If I had a star, I'd give it to you. How many A6s in an A3? Spot on. Got it right first time this time. What is 8 times? Yeah, do you know, 8 times 3. It's remembered the maths as well. Very, very good. Very good. 9 threes. Yeah, a bit slower on that one, Mr. Baker. What is 3 times nothing? That always baffled me, that, you know, when I was at school. Yeah, I just couldn't get my head around it. It makes sense now, but at the time, because you'd got a number, even though you had to times it by a naught, I still felt there should be a number. But, yeah. You see, we've got watercolour card here, A6. If we've got 1 and you times it by 3, 1, 2, 3. You can see 1 times 3 is 3. Okay? But if I take that watercolour cardstock away, happy hour's gone, you've got nothing there. Times it by 3. 1, 2, 3. There's still nothing there. There you go. But at the moment, we've got plenty. We've got 200 sheets. 200 sheets at 280 GSM, all for just £10 and 99 pence. A £9 saving. 305 695 is the item number. We've got more. We've got some super smooth for you in the A5 and the A6. So if you fold, Mr. Baker, an A5 in half to make a card blank, what size is your card blank? Correct! Do you know what? He's learnt so much this hour. How many years you been here? You've been here from the start, haven't you, Mr. Baker? Almost. Yeah, he's been a director for almost 13 years. And it's taken until tonight to know what 3 times 7 is. We didn't do that, did we? 3 sevens. There you go, 21. You got it right. Just doing very well. 698005 is the item number if you want to go for the super smooth. £5 saving, just $16.98 during this hour. Yeah, we've still got a little bit of time. 7 minutes left. Okay, you can see that little clock dancing away in the background, can't you? All excited because it's happy hour deals. Do you know what? We offer you all sorts of goodies here, don't we, at this craft studio? We've got freedom, we've got Flexi. We have got Flexi, haven't we? Do you know how that works? Might be able to tell you all about it. Shall we see if we can tell? What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier. Oh, I'm so sorry, everybody. You see, you thought, didn't you? Hooray, we're going to a video. We're getting rid of her. Just her up for a few minutes. And guess who you get? Doing the voiceover. Yes, it was me. Oh, catches me out every time because I genuinely watch the craft store at home. And if ever I go in the kitchen to make a cup of tea or I'm sorting the dogs out and I can hear it, I hear this voice, I think, that voice sounds really familiar, but I can't place it. And then I realise it is actually me. It's so bizarre. Oh, I don't like it. Right, let's have a look what we've got here as well, because the watercolour card's still proving to be very, very busy. Actually, while I'm here, I'm going to say a very good evening from the UK to our friends over in the US, because we know you're there. We know that you're there. I wonder if Diamond's there. Is it afternoon? Is it lunchtime? Where are you? Which part of America? East Coast? I don't know. But wherever you are, whatever time it is, it's lovely to have you on board. Very, very nice indeed. Maybe... Oh, what was that, Meg? Should I say hi to Glenn? He might be watching, actually. Glenn, if you're watching... It's the only time he sees me. It's the only time he sees me on the screen, because I'm never at home, am I? I'm always busy. Oh, bless him. He goes and looks after my little doggies for me. They see more of Glenn these days than me as well. It's very sad. I'm off tomorrow, though. That's all right. Let's have a little look what we've got here. $9.99 half price saving, 515439. That is the item number for you. Yeah, A4. 40 sheets. What else can I tell you about it? I could show you the boards again, but we've only got a minute left. How many A4? Oh, we've done this one. Now, you must remember, Mr. Baker, how many A4s into an A3? 2, correct. Hang on. I've got another one. How many A4s into an A2? How many A4s into an A1? You're getting too good at this. He got it all right. He got it all right. Oh, if I did have a star, I'd be glittering it up right now with that gold glitter for Mr. Baker. Well done. Well, start checking those baskets out. You've got about 3 minutes after I've disappeared. You're all clapping, aren't you? Thank goodness for that. She's nearly finished, nearly finished. You've still got 3 minutes to check those baskets out. Don't miss out on a deal. Seriously, Pink Frog, absolutely amazing quality. Always a bargain on Happy Hour. I'm going to say a very good night to you, and I'll see you very, very soon. Bye. Right, another live hour. This is the... No, it's not the final live hour, is it? We've got 2 more. Clever Prints. Then we've got Get Creative with the LeBlanc with our Alex, and back to Clever Prints later. Hi, my name is Catherine Sturrock, and I work in collaboration with FMM. FMM creates some wonderful cake decorating cutters and use them with air dry clay to create some beautiful flowers, leaves and other florals. We use them then to decorate various products such as laser cut designs, mixed media, card making and many other items. Let me guide you through the process of putting together various flowers such as roses, peonies and lots more besides.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Kay Fassett is a distinguished artist, designer and author who has used his background in knitwear design to create an expanding range of bold and beautiful fabric prints for the patchwork market. I will be bringing you a wide selection of beautiful fabrics at fantastic prices.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts Too. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts Too stable and the ones that I design.
Good evening. Right then, it's one day special time, and we have also got a complete collection, which is what most of you have been going for, because there is a massive saving on it. If you're a Freedom member, you're going to basically be saving around about £40, because it's not just a £27.39 saving. For the one day special itself, you get a £12 saving, but we'll go through that in more detail in a second. But without further ado, here's Charmaine.
I'm back.
She's back. Yes. So we've got a really fun and funky collection of stamps to start with.
It is. It's just screaming out for colour, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Real good fun collection that you can mix and match with, lots of other ones from Clever Prints as well.
Nice. So what you're getting, first off, are 3 DL sets of stamps, and then you're also getting the A5 set of stamps. This is just the inspiration on the packaging. I'll turn one of them round, but it was a bit floppy earlier on.
You've got the sample boards in front of you.
Yeah, I'll show you sample boards, but you can see that they're see-through, so you know where you're stamping, etc. But yeah, let's break this down. Let's have a little look at these boards, right? So here we go.
I think on the back I've even wrote how many stamps are in them.
Oh, wonderful. Okay,
yeah,
so this first one, this first one is called, what's this? Your Own Here. Is that right? Oh, Hero. It's me. getting late.
It's probably my nappy
No,
writing.
it's not. It's because I stupidly had my thumb over the O. That's
Oh,
why.
dear.
Oh dear. So this is your own hero. You've got 8 stamps here. And you've got not everything needs to make sense. Be your own hero. Be nice. There we go. So that's that one. Then the other boards that we've got are, this is Hearts and Flowers. And here you've got 7 stamps in total. There's a lovely doodly design to these. Nice. Then we move on to this one where we can see all sorts of things. I'm desperate to find the one that somebody's made him into a spider. I thought it was cool. This is whatever you see. 7 stamps in total. And then we go on to our lady called Misfit. And here you've also got the sentiments: artist, never fit in, wild child, misfit, and love. So they're all lovely and scribbly type of style, aren't they?
They are indeed, yeah. So the whole collection will mix and match with each other. They'll also mix and match with the Mix Fix one collection as well. So they'll work perfectly in conjunction with each other.
Lovely. So if you're looking for the one-day special, that top row is just coming onto the screen. So you can get that just on the stamps. 31 stamps in total, £12 saving. Now that's what I mean about the £12 saving carries over to the complete. So in the complete collection, not only do you get the stamps, but you also get the 3 stencils, and there's also several die sets there. It's one of those, the more you look, the more you see, isn't it?
It is, definitely, especially when you snip into them and, as well, you get different elements. The same with the stencils as well, using just part of it.
Yeah, love that. So, I mean, you could see flowers in that first one. You could see glasses in that first one.
Oh, yeah, I never thought that. Make cool champagne glasses.
Yeah. You've got florals. And then I've got the boards for these. So what you've done, Charmaine, is you've done a really nice sort of fiery version, and then that's the mop-up.
Second one's the mop-up from it. So just ink over the top.
Yeah.
The full image, and then spritz my stencil with water, place it down on each one of them as well.
Very cool. There you go. So those are the stencils. And then, still carrying on, we have got the dies. And the dies will turn out like this. So again, that lovely doodly feel. And then this is the waist.
Yeah, so you can see in the waist, the bottom two there, if you multiply stamp that, die cut it out, if you were doing your boxes and you wanted to put those little tea-light things inside, you would just give you a panel. So I'm sure I've got one here somewhere.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Spot it.
That would be cool.
If I can spot it later, I'll show you.
And then we've also got so many samples. And like you said, the design team hadn't had these for very long.
No, they've only, I think they just had shy of a week with them.
And they've done so many
samples.
I know. I'm going to switch them all up as much as possible. So Art Angel has done this one, really funky. And then if we go on to this one here, so they all look so different, don't they? Not sure who's done this one.
That's one of mine.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
it's
just sort of threw some colour at it and then just did some splats.
Yeah.
That I think, did I add the dye to it? No, I was going to do.
And then this one is by Kay. So they're all completely different. I love these because you can see this one. This one I think might be my favourite, as in terms of the... Because I like
think it's
how
really
different
really
everybody's
cool, that,
made
isn't
it.
it?
This one's by Tracy. Love that. And this one, see what I mean? Help it fits the right way. That one is by Art Angel. So that's so cool.
Oh, she's used the flower at the top as a crown.
Isn't that sweet?
It's cool. Oh, excuse me, burped. Where did that come from?
This one is by
There's the
Art
spider.
Angel. Yay, he's cool. He's so cool, isn't he? One moment while I just switch these up. Then we go on to the hearts. Now, Shona's done this one. I really like the colours and the composition.
It's beautiful. You do, different colours and they look completely different, don't they? Very, very pretty card.
Yeah, nice. This one is by Kay. She's done that one with the hearts. And then we've got some more using the die cuts. This one's by Tracy. That's a lovely one as well.
Yeah, just one of the stamps there.
Yeah, very cool. And then we've got this one here. That one's also by Tracy.
It's like stained glass, that
it
one
is,
as well.
Isn't
if
it? Can you see?
Done like on a canvas, but if you kind of tweak with that. And then I had this idea of, do you remember those flower lampshades that were done with the metal? With the, oh God, what was it called? Gosh. Oh,
it'll come to you when you
metal.
sleep. Not the iron, wrought
Yeah,
iron.
wrought iron,
Right.
and then the glass, stainless steel glass. And I said to Robbie, have we got one of those lampshades with the clear acetate thing where we could stamp on that, or we could die cut with the flower, stick it onto one of those, and then just put the alcohol inks on.
Yeah.
It would look like one of the Tiffany.
Oh.
Major expensive.
Yeah.
It would look like that.
But you can make your own. That's what we like. We have we have loads more. I don't know why I'm saying that. Archangel has done this one. So just nice, bright, vibrant, happy card.
Yeah. Again, that looks like she's used it as a mop-up, but with heavy amount of colour.
Yeah.
Maybe she's done a mop-up on top of a mop-up.
Oh, yeah.
And
that's
then
possible.
just one die.
Here's another one by Archangel. There we go.
Using the stencil, just a sliver of the stencil and 3 of the dies.
Cool. We'll do one more. This one's by Tina. So she's been using the die sets as well.
Yeah, and she's used that as a stencil as well by the looks of it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Right then, so as a Freedom member, you're getting not just the £27.39 saving, you're also getting the £12 saving carried over from the one-day special, which is just the stamps. It's also on 2 flexi buys, 2 payments of £33.27, 709665. Next then we have a happy hour deal that's again, it's got a huge saving. So it's a different happy hour deal to the ones that we saw on the previous hour, and it will be going back up in price again. Huge saving of £18. It is £11.98. That's all you're paying for today. Oh, we've got a couple of boards.
I forgot to get them out last time.
Oh, don't worry.
Don't
worry. We had samples though. So there we go. We've got tropical flowers. There you've got your 8 stamps, and then you've got Colour My World, where you've got 12 stamps, so 20 in total. I like him. Is he a gecko?
I think he is. I think he's a gecko. Yeah, it's one or the other.
Or a
isn't it?
chameleon, yes.
It could be whatever you want him to be.
Yeah, this is also very true. So please do snap this up before it goes up in price. 081275 is your item number. Oh, samples. Cool, got some samples. Okay, and this one's got the Colour My World. So yeah, is he a mosquito?
Well, he could be, or he could be a butterfly.
Yeah, I suppose you could make that up, yeah. And then this is nice and bright. Well, it's dramatic, isn't it, because of the black card in the background. And then I've got one more just here. There you go. They're all so different.
They are totally different, aren't they?
081 275 is the item number. Do check out your baskets for that. It will be going back up at 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock this evening.
Over to me.
Yeah.
I got the look. Right, okay, I'm going to go first in with one of the stencils. And I can't remember the name of it. I think it's Stars and Moons, because it's got Stars and Moons on. So I'm going to use Stars and Moons, and I'm using a mixed media card, but I'm mainly just going to go for this element here. So the 3 colours I'm using, ish primary colours, I'm going to go with Prize Ribbon, Oxide, and Spice Marmalade and Candied Apple. God, that makes me hungry. Something candied apple.
I haven't had one of those for ages.
No.
You know, from the fair, or a toffee apple.
Yeah. Oh.
Couldn't eat those now, though. Yeah, I break my teeth.
Yeah, the older you get, the less goodies you're allowed to eat. Right, okay, so I'm going to go in with, I've already got one that's done. I'm going to go in with red first. So get some red ink on there, and we'll just aiming for this bit. Chances are I'll probably get a little bit of crossover on there. You could mask it off if you wanted to be a little bit more precise on it. I have got one pre-done in the good fashion TV style. So going with the red and then to the Spice Marmalade. In fact, Spice Marmalade sounds really yummy as well, doesn't it? I'm going with that. So I'm crossing over between the red and between the orange there, so we get a nice blend. And we can, if I keep my fingers there, again, you could mask it down if you prefer to.
Yeah.
We can have a little flake. Yep, guaranteed I've got a blob up there. Hey-ho. Right, so move that one over. So to me, these are quite sort of cheery colours, but they can be like autumnal colours as well. So
I do love this stencil.
It is a cool stencil, isn't it? So give it a little wiggle on there. Now I want to go in with the blue, so we go for the Prize Ribbon. If you get a cross-contamination over with the orange, we're going to get a little bit of a green going on. You can see that coming through. So of course, when I do I'm trying desperately to avoid those circle areas, but no, when I do my pull or mop up, we're going to get that lovely green coming in as well. So I'm going to take a little bit over onto the top of this sort of fiery looking bit, and then we'll put that one back, and then we will go for, see we get the greeny colour, well let's go with the orange there. So we pull some orange in, and every time red, okay, because the red and the orange blends lovely together as well. So little circular motions. Obviously, the more ink or the more rubbing you do, the darker it gets. So if you want it softer, just give it a little tickle. Tickle, tickle. Tickle. It's a little bit like dusting, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Right, a bit more red in there.
That's
And then
lovely and
finally,
fiery.
we'll go in for the spice marmalade again.
Yep.
And I think I'll add a touch more of the red just right down at the bottom.
Cool.
So, with what's on the brush. There we go. So if I keep my fingers where they are, I think I've missed some blue bits. Can have a little flick. Yeah, quite happy with that. I know I've missed a tiny little bit of blue there, so just give that a touch, and we can remove that.
Yes.
So while we've got that like that, if I move that to one side, actually, grab a shape, I'll do back of that. We can do our mop up at the same time, because otherwise it's wasting ink. So spritz, let the water, oh I did it on the paper, you plonker.
Who knows what you'll get though?
Yeah, well, the water and the ink will start seeping, so we're going to get a twofer out with, so we move that. I should have done that in mid-air. So you can see you're going to pull like a ghost effect on that one. And then if I turn that one that way round and place it over there, take my cloth and just give it a press. With the oxide, you can usually get 2 or 3 pulls because the ink is quite intense.
That's good.
But I'll pull the colour off of that one.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Cool.
And
Nice
it always
one.
reminds me of tie-dye. And the other one that
Yeah.
you can do, if you place it down there, is you can take your tissue or your cloth, look at the way that the stencil is going. So let me just switch that around a little bit.
Okay.
And we just move those over. And we'll put the lids on those before the lid police scream at me. Turn it that way. So I'm looking at the way that the stencil goes, to which way I'm going to rub with my cloth. A lot of the time it's pat down. If you've got anything that's kind of twiddly bits, you don't want to be pulling it up, if that makes sense. So I'm going to go in that direction, sort of diagonal on this one, so I'm not lifting. And all the colours are going to merge together. And even that sort of shadowed out effect,
That's
once you pop
nice.
something on top of it, looks pretty cool. So that's my stencil cleaned anyway, so
Yeah,
that's
it
good.
is. Yeah, Leonie loves
Okay.
to do it that way as well.
Yeah, and then when you chop these down, you've got a few prints. So we put that to one side, and I can use that for Ron. So that's the original one for your full print. I'm just going to pop these inks away, so lids on them, because I know that our Bevers would be screaming. In fact, she'd know when it's me.
Who would? Who's be screaming?
Bev from Bee Crafter.
Oh.
She'd actually email and get them lids on. So we move that to one side. Let me dead. I think that's all in that. So that's my background. Then we trim it down to size. Now, because the ink will activate, if I was to take like my white gel pen and I wanted to do some twiddlers in here, as I'd scribble on my colour, just get this one pump. So this is a Posca. So as I'd scribble on here, instead of getting white on there, it would pull the colour.
Right.
So I wait while it dries and then go in to add my little white bits now. So here's one that I've already done.
Cool.
And added some little white dashes. So this is one that I did at home. So now I can add, no, pendant one go. I can add some little dots to this piece and just funk it up a little bit. Like so, just dot, 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 dot. Doesn't matter if they're big or little. Oh, here we go. That, and you can see straight away it looking a little bit different.
Yeah.
I'm actually thinking I've gone for the wrong one, haven't I? Or have I?
Have
This,
you?
this is my mop-up.
Oh.
You can see how the colours bleeded?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is my mop-up that I'm using. Oh well, it no matter. you know, they'll all get used. So
absolutely,
little tiny dots in there until we fill it up. But I have got a finished one, and then we could add, you know, little tiny dashes and things like that. So just kind of sort of like doodle into it. Right, once that's dry, what I've done is I've got a stamp. There we go, stamp press. Sorry, eyes are wandering, and we're going to pop that one. And this is why I did one beforehand, and I wanted it to be dry, because I'm going to use embossing powder, and if it's wet, oh, I just thought that pen's going to be wet, it's going to pick it up into, put that there like that. Take this stamp, so this stamp is from the Your Own Hero, and I'm going to line that one up like so, like that, yeah?
Yeah.
I'm going to close the book up, and then I'm going to take my anti-static pad, I shouldn't have put the dots on, and I'm going to run that over the top of it. And this is why I wanted that one to be dry, because I was going to use embossing powder. And I'm going to place that... You plonker.
Have you not got the ink?
Duh. So I'm going to use some Versamark.
Yep.
Because I think it's the best one, my personal opinion. And it's a clear ink pad, which is mucky, and the reason why it's mucky is so that you can actually see it here. So I've cross-contaminated it.
So it's all done with effect.
Yeah, I didn't accidentally do it, honestly, Pinocchio. But you can now see it, whereas normally you wouldn't be able to see it because it'd be clear. So I have one that is nice and crisp and clear for when I want to do like the watermark effect, and then I have one which has been cross-contaminated, which is great for TV viewing.
I have a few of those ink pads.
So we chuck some embossing powder on.
Oh, this would be nice with the gold.
Making sure that we cover all the bits. And if you want to drop my mic a second, please.
Oh, you're going to cough. Bless you. Quick, quick.
Water.
Okay, let me give you the details just of these. Or let's show the some samples. So luckily Charmaine hasn't used the paint water too much, but yeah, she took a swig out of the wrong one.
Oh, I'm feeling a little bit blue and turquoise.
Bless you. Do you need another minute, or are you all right?
No, I'm okay. I'll still be as crazy as I was 2 minutes ago, and if you give me 2 minutes more, I'll still be crazy.
Leonie does it all the time.
I do with my coffee as well.
Yeah,
I've always got a coffee on my desk. Well, you know there's one there to the side.
Yeah.
A coffee and the paintbrush, and in it goes. And if you use a metallic, no, just chuck that coffee away.
Yeah.
So I've tidied up my embossing powder, back to crafting and not a dear if we can. And I'm going to heat this up. Now, I love autumnal colours with gold, and driving up and down the road yesterday, the colours in the trees are absolutely amazing. And if I was to do this in blues, I would go in with like silvers.
Yeah.
So I'd use like silver embossing powder. Come on, guys, get going. There you go. So now it's starting to chase. This always reminds me of the fairground, and you know the water gun where you're shooting it up to get the ball to go up the maze to the top.
Oh yeah.
You slowly chase that. Or painting a white wall white. You've got to do it, if I can get my words right, methodically.
Oh, right.
Otherwise you miss bits. I'm just going to turn it round so I don't burn my fingers. And once it's melted, you can get that lovely, lovely shine. And it's what got a lot of people into paper crafting when they saw embossing powder, because, I mean, it's even manly, isn't it? All the guys like it. And I just think that's absolutely stunning on there. And just to tweak with it so it doesn't get lost in that busy background, we would add a little bit of colour. So just pop that on there, and we will use pens that I got out, which were in my kit. And I've got, again, similar colours to what I've got here. So we're just going to add a little bit of alcohol pen down the centre, which we will, because it's translucent, you will still see the pattern underneath.
That's cool.
So we're going within the embossed line. So it's a great way for colouring. If you've not got confidence, use the embossing powder, and you've got that raised line which will keep, it's almost like a stencil in itself, it'll keep you within the actual perimeters of the embossing powder. So I'm going to go in with the orange there over the top, and again this is why I wanted my oxides to be dry, so I've pre-done that. We'll put a little bit of them, not following that pattern all the way down, because I want to mix another colour in, and a little bit up here. Now we're not going to colour the hearts in. Why not? Because I've already done one. So the same stamp, as you can see, I actually like it like that. I'm going to cough again. Sorry,
Bless
guys.
you. I'll tell you what, it's the aircon, so bless you. But I can tell you at home that only 30, that over, not only, sorry, over, I was too worried about you having your mic up. Over 30% of the stock of the complete collection has gone. If you've got anything in your basket, please do check out, and then you can sit back, relax and enjoy the demonstrations. We've got it on 2 flexi-buy payments, £33 and 27 pence, 709665.
Okay, this is the one that I did before it came. And what I've done is I've laid up the stamp. So I re-stamped it, and I decided that I didn't want the bottom bit, so I chopped the bottom bit away, so you can see that that one's flat and this one's live. Now to colour that in to get it the same as that, because I've stamped and embossed it in exactly the same way as I've just done, I mean I do like it white, it's quite funky, I did this really technical colouring.
Wow, okay, yeah.
That was it. And because we're using the alcohol pens, it will go over the embossing powder and slightly tint it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Oh, now my nose is going to dribble. What the heck is going on? I said as soon as I put those masks on, that's it. It makes me sneeze and tickle, but the aircon does kind of give me a bit of a tickly throat. I get the same when I'm on planes as well. Right, so we've got that one coloured in, and then what I did is I added glossy accents. Now glossy accents takes a while to dry, but it's absolutely amazing. And then I thought, it reminds me of, you know, like terracotta pots and something abroad and broken bits and pieces like that. So I cracked the glossy accents.